Just now, I topped the entire server, but in the next moment, I chose to delete my account and switch to a life profession as a blacksmith. This enraged my school's beauty, who promptly broke up with me without giving me a chance to explain. The game had suddenly become reality. So I immediately left behind those who mocked me, intending to rush ahead to level up in dungeons. As a reborn player, I knew that to avoid repeating the mistakes of my past life, I must awaken special talents. Luckily, I knew that those who first switched to being blacksmiths could awaken unlimited attributes through special talents, randomly gaining a new attribute with each level up for permanent enhancement. With the ability to stack attributes infinitely, leveling up made me stronger. As a blacksmith in a life profession, experience points were not only obtained from killing monsters but also accumulated during the forging of equipment in leisure time. Soon, I stood before the forge, ready with materials to begin forging. Quickly, I forged an iron sword and a set of plate armor. With successful forging, my level also increased by 1. You have obtained the red attribute Molten Core. A system voice announced. I quickly checked the attribute panel. Current attribute, Molten Core. Effect: every time you forge or upgrade equipment, you permanently gain all attributes of the equipment, without limit. Seeing the attribute, my breath involuntarily quickened. Didn't this mean I possessed unlimited growth potential? What was this, forging equipment? Clearly, it was forging myself. With this in mind, I hastily continued forging equipment. You successfully forged Iron Sword 1, gaining +5 strength. You successfully forged Plate Armor 1, gaining +5 constitution. After depleting the available materials, I felt a surge of power within me, grinning broadly. If just one attribute made me this strong, how much stronger would the attributes I gained from further leveling up be? Moreover, if the materials were special, their attribute enhancements would only be greater. No longer hesitating, I quickly headed to the wild to level up. However, just as I left the school gates, I saw many students teaming up to hunt monsters. To avoid exposing my special talents, I had no choice but to leave through a side exit, all the while hearing others mocking remarks. Arriving at the familiar green grassland, where the monsters ranged from level 6 to 9, packs of grassland wolves roamed. For novices, grassland wolves were an absolute nightmare, but for someone newly enhanced like me, they were experienced treasures. Gripping the black iron hammer, I charged at the wolf pack, smashing their heads vigorously. A red number floated up after each strike. This critical hit dealt 350 damage. This feeling of one hit, one kill was like cheating. Soon, I had slain 6 grassland wolves, one by one. Upon leveling up, I immediately checked the new attributes gained: Chi Soul True Body, Gold. Effect: all bonuses from your equipped weapons and armor are increased tenfold. Gold attributes were second only to red ones, but their effects remained immensely powerful. The stronger the equipment bonuses obtained, the greater the effects I could unleash. Clearing my mind, I glanced at the attributes again. After hunting down a few more, I would level up once more. Storing the materials from the grassland wolves in the ring's storage space, I headed deep into the green grassland, aiming to at least reach level 5 and acquire my first skill. As I ventured deeper, a massive black wolf suddenly appeared before me, the grassland Black Wolf King, level 10. What's going on? Is this commotion caused by the Black Wolf King? Who would be leveling in green grassland at a time like this? Haven't the new awakeners just awakened? Quick, report the situation immediately and send out a rescue team. Captain Chu Qingyu of Xia City's defense team sat with a stern face, leaving a palm print on the table in front of her. Have you identified which school's rookie team it is? A level 10 monster shouldn't have concerned the city defense team, but the problem was, this was a boss for novice leveling. Only recently awakened youths dared to venture into green grassland. According to our speculation, this team was likely composed of awakeners with hidden occupations, the cream of this year's awakeners from Xia City. However, their unfortunate encounter with the Wolf King was their main concern. Hidden occupations, without exception, were the top seeds among Xia City's awakeners this year. If indeed this team was composed entirely of hidden occupation awakeners, they had the potential to challenge the top guilds in a month. Encountering the Wolf King could potentially lead to their complete annihilation, which would be a significant loss. Hopefully, the rescue team would arrive in time. The appearance of the boss had unexpectedly stirred panic in Xia City's defense team, but by this time, I had successfully killed the Black Wolf King, and my level had also risen to 4. These 2 level-ups also granted me purple and blue quality attributes, Hammer Mastery and Swift as Wind. One greatly increased my strength and forging success rate when using a hammer, while the other boosted my evasion rate during combat. Though their quality wasn't high, they were improvements that ordinary people found hard to come by. Nonetheless, I didn't dwell on these attributes. What truly concerned me was the prompt that appeared below the panel: prompt, first quality rotation of attributes, level adjustment. The next level would definitely gain a red attribute. Attributes were categorized into 5 qualities: red, gold, purple, blue, and green. This directly skipped the initial rotation of green attributes, ensuring I obtained a red attribute every 5 levels. A red attribute undoubtedly promised substantial improvement. Having gathered nearly enough materials, it was time to return and forge equipment. Just as I was on my way back, I unexpectedly saw another team of awakeners with hidden occupations. This 4-person team was resting on the ground after having just killed 4 grassland wolves. When we were fighting just now, did any of you see someone emerge from deep within the green grassland? Suddenly, one of the girls asked the other 3. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I think I also saw someone, about our age, carrying a hammer. Now, everyone has just awakened, and someone rushes into the deep part of the green grassland alone? After discussing for a while, everyone still agreed that it must have been a mistake. For them to achieve what they did, it was already their limit. But suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Did your team kill the Wolf King? To be able to do this right after awakening, you have completely exceeded expectations. Two rescuers wearing observation station badges appeared in front of the team, both with a strong look of surprise on their faces. They had rushed to the place where the Wolf King appeared to rescue, but all they saw was the incomplete body of the Wolf King. The newly awakened team had jointly killed the Wolf King. This was definitely the top seed for this year's Summer City. What Wolf King? The four young boys and girls were all stunned. They had only just arrived at the outskirts of the green grassland. Then, one of the girls seemed to realize something, and tentatively said, could it be the person we saw earlier? They hadn't made a mistake. There really was someone, right after awakening, who went deep into the green grassland alone and even killed the Wolf King. But who was that person? The two rescuers also realized the situation, their expressions becoming serious. Lin Shi returned once again to the school's forge room. After everyone had gone out to level up, the school became immediately empty. And this forge room, he could use it until the guild recruitment a month later. No need to waste it. Taking out the materials, Lin Shi quickly started forging. The crisp sound of clanging metal kept ringing. You successfully forged a wolf fang knife X1, gaining plus 15 strength. You successfully forged wolfskin boots X1, gaining plus 15 agility. After obtaining materials from the prairie wolf, Lin Shi's forging results were significantly improved. He was also enjoying it without getting tired. Each time he forged a piece of equipment, it gave him more than the attribute points he gained from leveling up. Level +1. Finally. The glow of leveling up enveloped Lin Shi's whole body. After forging until now, Lin Shi felt that with his current attributes, if he encountered the Prairie Black Wolf King again, he should be able to kill it with just one hammer. Reaching level 5 meant that he could learn his first skill. More importantly, he gained a new red-colored trait. After stretching his muscles a little, Lin Shi immediately opened his panel and looked at the newly obtained trait. Current trait, Boundless Mana, Red. Effect, casting any skill does not consume mana. Ha! Lin Shi immediately widened his eyes, his mind buzzing. No way? Such an overpowered effect for a trait? What do I need mana for now? Chapter 4, Gaining Equipment Skill. Bloodthirsty. All skills not consuming mana means unlimited blue bar. Lin Shi calmed himself down. The first skill of a life-related profession like a blacksmith should be forging. I wonder if my skill will have any changes. With the Boundless Mana trait, to fully utilize it, I naturally need to master skills. And the first skill of the blacksmith, forging, would allow the awakened to become more familiar with fire and even improve the quality of materials. This is definitely not a combat skill. But even so, for Lin Shi, it was still very useful. The higher the equipment quality, the higher the attributes he would gain from the forged fire core trait. And also, being a blacksmith as a main profession was extremely rare, so who knew if this first skill would have any changes? To learn skills, besides going to the Awakener Hall, you can also obtain skill books as drops. Lin Shi clicked his tongue. That Wolf King dropped practically nothing good. Next, he needed to go to the Awakener Hall to learn his first skill. It's too late, so learning the skill will have to wait until tomorrow. No one would have guessed someone could, on the very first day after awakening, do what he did. Just level up to level 5. Gathering these thoughts, Lin Shi picked up the large hammer again and continued forging. When materials ran out, he could always go hunt monsters to gather more. Lin Shi didn't feel too heartbroken about it. You successfully forged wolfskin boots ×1, gaining agility plus 15. You successfully forged wolfskin armor ×1, gaining vitality plus 15. With the current materials, it was difficult to create accessories. So the basic spiritual attributes he gained weren't very many. Spiritual attributes affect mana and skill release effects, but for Lin Shi right now, he only needed to pay attention to the power of the skills. Finally, after more than half the night of hammering and smashing, Lin Shi had consumed most of the materials from the prairie wolf. The forge's box was already piled high with the equipment he had made, and many were just placed aside. This isn't my territory after all. Lin Shi cared more about this issue. The school wouldn't have other teachers or classmates come by for now. But if someone accidentally entered the forge room, they would discover the equipment he had made. It's best to set up a forge room at my own home and get a storage warehouse. Lin Shi had already made a plan. As for the money issue, there were ways to solve it. Then, his attention shifted to the materials he had collected from the Wolf King. According to his estimations, these materials could definitely forge higher quality equipment. Bang! The hammer slammed heavily onto the materials, sending sparks flying in front of the furnace, dazzling and beautiful. Lin Shi focused, hammer after hammer falling constantly onto the Wolf King's materials. And after one certain strike landed, the forging materials before him erupted with a burst of brilliant light. You successfully forged Wolf King Fong Blade times 1, gaining strength plus 50, spirit plus 10, agility plus 10, and gain skill, bloodthirsty. Wolf King Fong Blade, bronze. Type, weapon. Equipment requirement, level 10. Effect, strength plus 50, spirit plus 10, agility plus 10. Special effect, bloodthirsty, passive skill, deals damage to enemies and gains 10% attack power as a damage bonus. Description, as the king of a wolf pack, the Fong of the Black Wolf King has been forged into this sharp blade, containing the might of the Wolf King, shining with the glow of bloodthirst. I even gained a skill? Lin Shi was stunned. He experienced once again the power of the red term core of flames. Gaining all the properties of the equipment naturally also included skills. Forging a Wolf King Fong blade directly granted him a bloodthirst skill. The damage ideal can turn into a tenth of an attack power bonus, that's not bad. Lin Shi smiled with satisfaction. This skill is similar to those of the warrior class. Furthermore, although there's a level restriction on the Wolf King Fong blade, it doesn't matter to him. Happily, he stored the Wolf King Fong blade into his ring. Lin Shi had already planned that once he forged all the remaining materials from the Wolf King, he could sell them at the trading post. You successfully forged Wolf King armor times 1, gaining vitality plus 50, agility plus 20. You successfully forged Wolf King Eye times 1, gaining spirit plus 50, agility plus 20. It seemed that since the Wolf King's power mainly lay in its fangs, the equipment made from other materials did not produce skills again. But Lin Shi was still very satisfied. These pieces of equipment were considered quite powerful for a level 10 awakened. Especially since he also crafted a necklace, the Wolf King Eye. This was also a rare necklace accessory among the level 10 gear. After putting away these pieces of equipment, Lin Shi left the school and returned home. Lin Shi's home. Householder, Lin Shi. After sleeping at home, Lin Shi was refreshed and immediately went to the trading post. He set up the equipment made from the Wolf King's materials at the unattended vending area, marked the price, and let it sell itself. The listed price isn't low, but who says there aren't wealthy folks out there? Lin Shi knew very well. These few pieces of equipment will definitely attract people like moths to a flame. Then, Lin Shi went to the awakening hall, preparing to learn the first skill of the blacksmith profession first. Outside the trading post. As soon as Lin Shi left, a few people walked in right after him. Dad, your whole life has been like walking on thin ice. Can you help me get to shore? The boy, who just awakened for a day, asked his old father with some anxiety. He had teamed up with others to hunt monsters all day to finally level up to level 2. He was ready to use some cash to improve his leveling efficiency. Don't worry, Dad will come to the trading post every day from now on. Later, those little geniuses will definitely come up with even better equipment. The middle-aged man waved his hand, leading his son into the trading post. Even if it takes using up equipment, I will make sure you join a good guild. Soon. They stopped in front of a short blade glowing red. Wolf King's Fong blade? Could this be the equipment dropped by the Wolf King from the Green Grasslands? In the trading post, someone is selling the equipment dropped by the Wolf King? Which team is so strong? Just awakened the next day and they actually took down the Wolf King from the Green Grasslands. I heard there are quite a few pieces of equipment, the drop rate from that Wolf King isn't low. Lin Shi was filling out a form in the awakening hall. He had been there for a while and heard people outside discussing the happenings in the trading post. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Who said the Wolf King's drop rate isn't low? Being able to get equipment relies entirely on his own effort. After filling out the form, Lin Shi walked through the empty awakening hall and handed it to the receptionist at the front desk. Young man, are you here to inquire about the initial development plan for your profession? I'm here to learn skills. The receptionist was a tall girl with long black hair, dressed in a neat uniform, her demeanor gentle, but at this moment, the warm smile on her face froze. She widened her eyes, staring at Lin Shi. Is this really the second day since your awakening? You are level 5? What kind of genius does this profession have? But she still instinctively opened the back area of the Awakener trial field. Once Lin Shi stepped in, she looked at the illusory hammer badge that bloomed outside the trial field, her body stiffened again. A blacksmith? Chapter 5 Fire on my body. What kind of profession is that? The Awakener trial field resembled a plaza floating in the void, surrounded by darkness but shrouded in layers of soft light. Lin Shi walked to the center of the plaza, and suddenly a group of gradually solidifying light appeared. It transformed into a furnace, with flames blazing fiercely inside. Detected profession is blacksmith. Level meets requirements. Please fulfill the requirement, remove impurities from the current material and forge a basic shape. As expected, the skill learning conditions for the blacksmith profession are not battle-related, but forging. Lin Shi shook his head. He had learned before that the first skills of other professions were achieved through combat. And for the blacksmith profession, it was clearly not suitable for combat at the moment. In front of the furnace, a number of rusty steel balls the size of eyeballs appeared, accompanied by basic forging tools. Rusty steel balls? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. Memories from before his crossing flashed through his mind. You don't want me to make a Damascus iron pot plus 3 forging methods, do you? However, he was not flustered. He had already forged so much equipment before, now it was just about removing impurities from the rusty steel balls, which was naturally very simple. He picked up the forging tools next to the furnace and skillfully got to work. Not long after, a fiery red iron knife prototype was taken out by Lin Shi from the furnace. Conditions met. You have comprehended the profession skill. Smelting. Easily done, without any challenge. Lin Shi shrugged. However, is the first skill really just smelting? Compared to other skills like fireball from other professions, this seems rather shabby. But when Lin Shi's gaze fell on the skill description, yet, in an instant, the thought was dismissed. Skill, forging. Mana consumption, 150. Effect, mastery over flames, can cloak oneself in forging tools in flames when using the skill, increasing fire attribute and becoming immune to normal fire damage, with a chance to enhance material quality. Lin Shi blinked his eyes. Is this the special feature of the blacksmith as the main profession? Typically, awakeners who take blacksmithing as a secondary profession only gain a skill that has a chance to improve material quality. But clearly, he was different. Increasing fire attribute means that after using this skill, every attack will carry a fire-burning effect. This was equivalent to himself being a weapon with a fire attribute. And, he is directly immune to normal fire damage. Lin Shi clicked his tongue inwardly. With this, even if some mage class learns fireball, it can't harm him. He had purely become the nemesis of low-level mages. Who says blacksmiths are not suited for combat? Lin Shi grinned. Of course, there was a premise. Other blacksmiths, whose base attributes were low, would still not deal much damage even if they added fire attributes to their attacks. Moreover, it was still just a normal attack. As for immunity to normal fire damage, it wouldn't work against monster normal attacks. Even as a tank, his health wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, the skill's mana consumption wasn't low either. But these limitations, for Lin Shi, they meant nothing. After trying out the skill a few more times, he walked out of the trial field with satisfaction. The receptionist at the front desk was still holding her smooth, fair chin, staring intently at the 2 trial fields in front. One of them had a hammer cursor shining, while the other had a complex rune. This time, 2 people had reached level 5 in such a short time. Suddenly, the hammer cursor outside the trial field flickered once, then disappeared. Lin Shi's figure walked out from it. So fast? The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something. She gave Lin Shi a comforting look and softly said, "It's fine if you failed, leveling up so quickly might have drained your condition, just rest a bit and try again." She didn't know much about the rare blacksmith main profession. But she guessed that this young man, who looked quite decent, was likely selected by some family or guild, mainly developed as a support personnel. It must have taken a lot of resources to level up so fast. Lin Shi smiled and didn't say much. It was time to choose the next leveling place. The blacksmith profession's skills had already shown him the sweet taste of success. Moreover, if he could gather better materials, he might even acquire other powerful skills when forging equipment. In this world, equipment with active skills was far from rare. The receptionist watched Lin Shi leave the awakening hall, then suddenly seemed to sense something and turned to look at the other trial field behind her. A girl in a mage robe walked out from it. She immediately saw Lin Shi leaving the awakening hall and a faint look of meaning appeared in her eyes. "Lin Shi, I knew it was you." Shin Bailu sighed softly. No wonder Lin Shi hadn't agreed to her, he had leveled up to level 5 so quickly. Had he found other options? Fire Rock Valley. Level requirement, 1 to 15. Party requirement, 1 to 5. Lin Shi stepped into this instance dungeon outside Summer City. There were a few instance dungeons outside Summer City that didn't limit level much, and the Fire Rock Valley ahead was one of them. Many places around were burning with flames, and the wind brought a hot, burning feeling. But Lin Shi was not affected. The forging skill was activated. A blaze surrounded his body, emitting an even hotter temperature. The giant hammer in his hand radiated a brilliant firelight. To enter this dungeon, there must be conditions. Lin Chi sighed. Here is truly a treasure land for leveling up. Outside the dungeon, many monsters wander, and awakened ones train here. However, the most unbearable thing here is not the strength of the monsters, but the flames everywhere. With just a little carelessness, one could suffer burns from the flames. Therefore, many awakened ones bring fire-resistant gear or items after forming a team to come here. But this requires a solid financial background. Yet Lin Chi directly stepped over the flames, walking towards the dungeon entrance. In the distance, a team of awakened ones was battling a monster that occasionally spat flames from its mouth. As the flames burst, a goblin screamed in agony. Even Lu Ruoyan turned pale, as the goblin was summoned with great difficulty thanks to her gear. Finally, the monster was killed, and the 4 members of the team gasped heavily. Suddenly, Wang Feilong, a member of the team, seemed to discover something and quickly looked in a certain direction. What monster is that? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 looked over as well. In the distance, they saw a figure engulfed in flames, resembling a person, yet unclear, giving Lu Ruoyan a strange sense of familiarity. It doesn't look like a monster, it seems more like a person. One person said doubtfully. Engulfed in flames, is that an undiscovered hidden class? But Wang Feilong frowned, somewhat displeased. You all rank among the top 10 in the occupational leaderboard, do you really need to be so surprised by a hidden class? The rarer the hidden class, the harder it is to achieve anything later. Saying this, he glanced at Lu Ruoyan beside him, maybe it's not much better than that blacksmith. Chapter 6 Nightmare Difficulty. Aren't these all small monsters? Hidden classes in the world are very powerful. Moreover, those who can switch to a hidden class are quite rare. But rarity means one problem. No prior guides on attribute points and skill choices. Relying solely on personal exploration, even the strongest classes could end up wasted. Wang Feilong's hidden class being among the top 10 on the leaderboard is well-earned strength. And the leaderboard is categorized based on the future development potential and overall strength of awakened ones, providing significant reference value. He naturally looks down on other hidden classes. Brother Long is right. Lu Ruoyan echoed, and as if recalling something, sneered disdainfully, but no matter how weak the class, it must be stronger than that blacksmith. But at this moment, a teammate gasped again. Something's off. He wouldn't dare to enter the Fire Rock Valley dungeon alone, would he? Hearing this, Wang Feilong couldn't help but look again. But he noticed that the figure engulfed in raging flames had actually stepped deeper into the Fire Rock Valley. With a flash of light, that figure vanished completely. He really went into the dungeon alone? Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but gasp. The Fire Rock Valley dungeon is very special, any awakened one below level 15 can freely enter. But the problem is, the monster's strength inside is not categorized by level. Even their strong team dares not enter. Awakened classes without development potential are just seeking death. Wang Feilong still looked down on him, he won't make it out of the dungeon. Looking around again, he said in a deep voice, we've been grinding for a day and night, just a little more than half a day, and we can level up to 5 and learn our first skill. Everyone, focus. Please choose dungeon difficulty. Hard/nightmare. The Fire Rock Valley dungeon is indeed special, with only 2 difficulty options. Furthermore, even the hard difficulty alone is enough to deter most awakened ones. As for the nightmare difficulty, even in the study materials of Summer City High School, there were only a few pathetic samples of information. It is said that these were the result of a brutal exploration by a team of all level 15 hidden class members. But this, in fact, was the very reason Lin Chi chose the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. The materials gathered from here would allow him to forge equipment with lower level requirements but stronger enhancement effects. Nightmare difficulty. Lin Chi made his choice without hesitation. This was the limit of the dungeon, not his own limit. Whoosh! The scorching heatwave that hit him was especially intense, as though it could make someone feel like they were standing in a pit of burning coals. Awakened ones stepping into this environment would lose health every second. But Lin Chi was unaffected, the flames swirling around his massive hammer burned even brighter. Ahead of him, in the roaring flames, stones trembled, and unexpectedly, one rose from the ground, transforming into a stone golem over half a person's height, with scalding steam emanating from its body. Small hammer stone, elite. Level 5. Even a simple gatekeeper monster had stats far beyond an ordinary creature, classified as an elite. Moreover, the monster's strength here wasn't classified by level, but purely by sheer power. Lin Chi could even tell that this creature's health bar was almost as high as that of the Prairie Black Wolf King. He charged forward, hammer raised high, and struck down with one blow. -460. You have killed Small Hammer Stone, elite, gained experience plus 230. The small hammer stone shattered instantly under Lin Chi's blow. At the same time, The flames surrounding Lin Shi revealed wisps of crimson mist. The passive skill Bloodthirst was activated. The experience is almost twice as high as that of the high-level prairie wolves. Lin Shi grinned. The monsters in this Fire Rock Valley dungeon did indeed have high stats, but they also granted much higher experience. He also noticed the forging materials he could collect from the small hammerstone. Molten iron. This material was far more suitable for forging than wolf fangs. Some high-level awakened ones, after taking up the blacksmith profession as a secondary job, would usually buy large quantities of molten iron materials for forging to improve their forging proficiency. But in doing so, the equipment they forged would have very high-level requirements, making it practically useless for high-level awakened ones. But in Lin Shi's hands, molten iron would play the greatest role. He could forge equipment suitable for level 5 awakened ones with these materials. And the equipment's enhancement effects were definitely very good for the current stage. Lin Shi didn't stop, carrying his hammer and going deeper into the dungeon. The small hammerstones he encountered along the way couldn't withstand a single blow from his hammer. One after another, he smashed them, collecting molten iron as he went. Ding! Lin Shi reached a wide area where several small hammerstones had gathered, and his hammer swept through them like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. In an instant, crushed stone flew everywhere, accompanied by a crisp sound. This is... Lin Shi's gaze quickly fell on an item in the broken stones, glowing with a bronze sheen. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Finally, an equipment drop. The Wolf King didn't drop a single piece of equipment for me, but these small monsters here gave me. Not small monsters? Lin Shi's thoughts stopped abruptly. Because he noticed that in his recent kill prompt, there was a boss information mixed in. You have killed Small Hammer King, bronze, gained experience plus 600. The previous strike had hit so many monsters, he didn't notice he had also casually killed a boss. Now, his experience bar was only a tiny bit away from leveling up. This dungeon's nightmare difficulty should have 3 bosses. This is the first one. He casually picked up the equipment dropped on the ground, raising an eyebrow. Hammerstone necklace, bronze. Category, necklace. Equipment requirement, level 5. Effect, strength plus 50, constitution plus 20. Special effect, strength plus 20. This is yet another rare necklace below level 10. And the base attribute bonus effect is even higher than the equipment made by Lin Shi using Wolf King materials. Just like the Wolf King Fawn Blade, it's also a bronze equipment. Lin Shi happily put the necklace on. The known equipment qualities in the world are divided into 6 types: normal, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. And bosses can also be classified based on this. The Small Hammer King just now was a bronze level boss, one quality higher than the Grassland Black Wolf King. After clearing the loot, Lin Shi continued moving forward. He had just defeated the first boss, and he was already close to reaching level 6. According to Lin Shi's estimate, once the dungeon was cleared, he should be able to level up 1 or 2 more times. Soon. With one hammer strike, Lin Shi's body suddenly burst with the light of leveling up. Chapter 7, Skill Replication. Dungeon cleared. Level plus 1. You have gained the Golden Past Reappears attribute. The golden attribute has rotated in. Lin Shi thought to himself. The effect of the golden attribute is second only to the red attribute. This will also bring a huge improvement for him. Opening the panel. Current attribute, past reappears, golden. Effect, replicate any skill of the same level from any class you have seen, skill can be replaced. At the same time, a phantom hammer symbol appeared on Lin Shi's skill panel. It seemed to be waiting for him to fill in a skill. Lin Shi looked at the attribute in front of him, his throat involuntarily moved. Does this mean I can use any class's skills now? This completely breaks the class restriction. Of course. The drawbacks of this attribute are also very obvious. One must have seen the skill, and it must be from the same level. But compared to that, Lin Shi didn't think it was an issue. What he cared more about was the effect of this attribute combined with the boundless mana attribute. He can cast any class skill, and the skill doesn't consume mana. Tisk. Lin Shi could already imagine how powerful this would be. Moreover, the higher his level, the higher level skills he could replicate. Keep leveling. One day, all the monsters in the Fire Rock Valley dungeon were living peacefully. Because they were all wiped out in an instant, not feeling any pain. Outside the Fire Rock Valley dungeon, the light of leveling up first shone on one Phylong. Brother Long is so amazing, already level 5. I bet no one in Summer City can catch up with Brother Long. Lu Ruoyan immediately came over and smiled sweetly. Even in a team, experience is still calculated based on monster killing performance. Wang Phylong smiled proudly, feeling quite pleased. Brother Long is awesome, maybe in a while, we can go and check out the dungeon ahead. The other 2 members of the team echoed. Their team had members ranked on the Sky ranking, and their overall strength was very strong, so their leveling speed was also top-notch. When we reach level 15, I will definitely check it out, Wang Filong said confidently, gazing toward the entrance of the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. Of course, he was talking about the hard difficulty. Every year, there are very few awakened ones in Summer City who can clear the hard difficulty dungeon. As for the fiery figure they had seen earlier, it was probably already burned to ashes in the flames of the dungeon. No need to even think about it. Thinking about the person who entered the dungeon before, I don't even get it. They came here to die. One of the team members shook his head. Even though the low-level guides were already very complete, every year, some awakened ones still die. Don't overestimate yourself. Compared to Brother Lon, you're nothing. Lu Ruoyan shook her head, no longer caring about what was happening in the dungeon. Boom! But just then, the four of them suddenly trembled. The ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. The flames around them grew more ferocious. Ah! Lu Ruoyan cried out in pain as she was accidentally burned by the flames, losing part of her health. What's going on? Is a boss appearing? The team members' faces changed, and they nervously scanned their surroundings. None of them were even level 5 yet, let alone encountering a boss here. Even an elite monster would likely wipe them out. Boom! The earth trembled again. Wang Filong seemed to realize something and turned stiffly toward the dungeon entrance. Has the dungeon been cleared? The team members also began to understand, staring blankly at the dungeon entrance with disbelief written all over their faces. It was recorded at the school that when the Fire Rock Valley dungeon is cleared, a large area outside the dungeon will also undergo changes. That meant the final boss of Fire Rock Valley had been defeated. Was it that person just now? Lu Ruoyan's eyes trembled. They had been fighting here since last night and had only seen that figure wrapped in flames enter the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. If the dungeon had been cleared, it could only have been that person. But how is that possible? He's all alone. And he just entered, how could he have done it so quickly? Fire Rock Valley earned its reputation as a nightmare dungeon not just because of its nightmare difficulty option. Even its normal difficulty was a nightmare for any awakened person who managed to enter. In the entire history of Summer City, no one had ever cleared Fire Rock Valley alone. Not to mention, it was only the second day since their awakening, and leveling to 5 was already considered fast. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream echoed. Lu Ruoyan turned pale. This time, the scream came from the low-level goblin she had spent a great deal of effort to summon. Without any skills, she could only have the goblin follow her. Now, it was burned by the flames and had died completely. Not good, run. When gods fight, mortals suffer. This was not the time to think about that flaming figure from just now. At their current level and stats, if they got trapped in the flames, they would just wait to die. Sizzling. Even though they immediately tried to escape, they still couldn't avoid being burned by the flames, crying out in pain. Gradually, the heat from their ordinary boots started to scorch them. Their clothes and equipment were burned with holes, their durability disappearing completely. Finally, they managed to escape the area engulfed in flames, their bodies blackened by smoke, their hair scorched, and looking utterly disheveled. But luckily, they had survived. What on earth is going on? Wang Filong clenched his fists, but the wound on his arm caused him sharp pain. He couldn't understand. At this stage, how could someone clear the Fire Rock Valley dungeon? There had been no records of it before. That flaming figure seemed to be deeply etched in his mind, he couldn't shake it off. Was this really someone from their awakening group? He suddenly didn't dare to think about it anymore. If it was, then all his pride would be shattered. Boom! Just then, the earth shook again, and the flames spread towards them at a visible speed. Why is it still moving? Despite being exhausted, they dared not stop and quickly continued to flee. Such a large-scale disturbance was beyond their experience. As Lu Ruoyan fled, she suddenly thought of Lin Qi. Lin Qi had always known a lot about the world, maybe he would know something about this disturbance. But she quickly dismissed this thought. A blacksmith no longer deserved her attention. You killed the Hammer King, Silver, gaining experience plus 1,200. Level plus 1. Cleared the Fire Rock Valley dungeon, gaining settlement experience plus 2,000. Lin Qi's gaze fell on an item that had dropped ahead. It was a large hammer shining with a silver hue. A silver weapon. Chapter 8, Disdain Indeed. Refused at the door. Great stone hammer, silver. Category, weapon. Equip requirement, level 8. Effect, strength plus 120. Special effect, armor break, ignores 10% of enemy defense. A hammer that purely adds strength, with an armor breaking effect. Lin Qi weighed it in his hand, it was much better than the hammer he had. After clearing this dungeon, he had already reached level 8. He also gained the purple attribute armored and the blue attribute mental gift. One improved the defense attribute of equipment, while the other increased mental points. Lin Chi calculated roughly. With his current attributes, no awakened ones under level 30 could withstand his single blow. As for those after level 30, having gone through another job change, Lin Chi wasn't very clear on their attributes. But there shouldn't be anything that couldn't be resolved with one hammer. If there was, then 2 hammers. Leaving the dungeon, Lin Chi returned to Summer City quickly with a full inventory of equipment. This time he had gained a lot, enough for his upcoming expenses. As for what came next, Lin Chi planned to level up in a higher area. Monsters that exceed awakened ones by 10 levels will have experience decay, so next time, I'll aim for monsters around level 18. He made his plan and headed to the trading post first. At the unmanned vending area, the several Wolf King equipment originally put up by Lin Chi had all disappeared. In their place, a line of information was presented before Lin Chi. Remaining amount, 23 gold coins. Such a high price and people still bought them. It seems those Wolf King items are really attractive. Lin Chi smacked his lips. According to the currency system of this world, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 23 gold coins were enough for Lin Chi's current expenses. He took the gold coins and casually placed a bronze-level shield for sale, too. This was the bronze equipment dropped by the second boss in Fire Rock Valley. The equipment effect was also strong, but to Lin Chi, it wasn't of much use. After thinking, he decided to set the minimum price this time at 50 gold coins. A level 5 bronze item with a starting price of 50 gold coins, that's the lowest. Lin Chi knew that once the shield was auctioned off, it would definitely sell for more than this price. After finishing this, Lin Chi went to the front desk of the trading post to get a card. With this card, he wouldn't need to come specially to collect gold coins. First, I need to build a forging room at home. Lin Chi pondered. Although he could use the forging room at school freely, it wasn't good to have so much equipment. There was a risk of being discovered by others. Having it at home was the most reliable, plus he could buy a few storage boxes to set up a simple warehouse. Deciding to do it, Lin Chi quickly arrived at the Summer City Mall and informed the sales manager of his intention for the forging room. The sales manager's eyes lit up at the sight of the 20 gold coins. This boy was certainly of high status. It was rare to see someone casually produce 20 gold coins for a forging room. Don't worry, brother, we will have the complete forging room placed in your desired location by tonight. She guaranteed this, unintentionally showcasing the charm of a mature woman. Lin Chi nodded. The forging room was originally just a collection of forging tools, and as long as there was money, it could be done quickly. He was almost done spending the gold coins he had, and he didn't mind at all. More gold coins would be coming in soon. Under the insistence of the sales manager, Lin Chi slowly walked out of the mall. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 4 disheveled figures dressed entirely in black approaching from a distance. They should be paying for walking. Lin Chi instinctively thought he ran into Xiao Hei in Summer City. But soon, he realized. These 4 were not Xiao Hei. He recognized one of them very well. Wasn't that Lu Royan? But at that moment, she looked as if she had rolled in ashes, completely covered in black, and her hair looked as if it had been burned, a complete mess. At this moment, Lu Royan also noticed Lin Chi and instinctively made a disgusted expression. But the movement tugged at her burned skin, causing some pain. They had barely survived the aftermath of Fire Rock Valley and exhausted all the potions they carried, unable to fully heal their injuries. Rushing back to Summer City, they came straight to the mall, intending to buy new gear and potions. But who would have thought they would run into Lin Chi here? This made her feel a wave of shame and anger from the bottom of her heart. As a ranked professional on the leaderboard, she unexpectedly showed such a disheveled appearance in front of the person she looked down upon the most, Lin Chi. What are you doing here? Lu Royan took the initiative. You're not planning to find a job here, are you? A blacksmith is only good for this little, unworthy of being an awakener. A blacksmith is only suitable to hide in places like this, with no hope in life. How foolish she had been to think so highly of Lin Chi before, even going so far as to. However, Lin Chi didn't even glance at her, just greeted the sales manager beside him and stepped out on his own. No particular reason, just tired of playing with you. Moreover, the current Lu Royan was in such a sorry state that she was no different from Xiao Hei, and he didn't have such a heavy appetite. Are you looking down on us? Suddenly, beside Lu Royan, Wang Feilong stepped forward coldly and shouted at Lin Chi's back. He felt so proud since awakening his hidden class. Though he had been a bit hit after the incident outside Fire Rock Valley. But in the eyes of this blacksmith, he saw disdain. The anger in his heart needed an outlet. Exactly. Lin Chi didn't turn his head. These few people were not worth his time. Especially in Summer City, he wouldn't lower himself to take out a hammer and smash them all. He left indifferently. But Wang Feilong clenched his fists tightly, the still unhealed wounds on his body throbbed painfully. He wanted to say that 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. But he felt a blacksmith just wasn't worthy of hearing such words. He could only say coldly, "Don't let me see you outside the city." But watching Lin Chi leave, Wang Feilong ultimately forced himself to suppress his anger and turned to walk into the mall. However, the sales manager, watching Lin Chi leave, glanced at Wang Feilong and the others, then quietly instructed 2 security personnel at the door, before returning to the mall. As Wang Feilong and Lu Ruoyan arrived at the mall entrance, the 2 security personnel approached with cold faces, blocking their way. This is a high-end mall, begging is prohibited. The security personnel were not low-level either. Suddenly, Wang Feilong and the others were completely frozen. Even that blacksmith could come and go freely in this mall, but they were turned away? What do you mean begging is prohibited? Did they look like they were here to beg? Chapter 9, The Invitation from Shin Bailu. Lin Chi did not go back to school but went home directly, waiting for the staff to come and set up the forging room. The expensive 20 gold coins indeed provided very good service. Soon, in a room in Lin Chi's house, a complete forging room was set up. Additionally, there were 3 crates with storage compartments. This was quite a high-quality forging room that could be purchased in the mall. As for the various effect-filled forge rooms, Lin Chi had only heard about them in the guilds. He stretched his muscles and directly began forging. You successfully forged a molten iron sword ×1, gaining strength plus 27. You successfully forged a molten iron shield ×1, gaining constitution plus 29. Though made from the same molten iron, the equipment crafted began to show slightly different attributes. But without exception, the equipment Lin Chi forged maintained stable attributes above 25 points. Especially since these equipment only required level 5. Among low-level gear, this truly belonged to an extremely powerful batch. I need to think of a way to repurpose all this forged equipment. Lin Chi pondered. Due to the low-level requirement of these items, once listed for sale, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. By then, Lin Chi could purchase materials that couldn't even drop around Summer City. Additionally, the blueprints for equipment that Shin Bailu had earlier given him were mostly for basic gear. These were enough for any blacksmith profession to last until level 10. But for Lin Chi, they had already fallen short. Moreover, purchasing blueprints would also incur significant expenses. You successfully forged a hammerstone molten iron necklace ×1, gaining constitution plus 40, spirit plus 20, gaining skill, focus. This was an item forged from materials dropped by one of the bosses. Another piece of bronze-level necklace equipment. What Lin Chi cared more about was the skill obtained from it. Special effect, focus, passive skill, increases skill effect by 5% when releasing skills. A passive skill that enhances the effects of skill releases. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. These skills, of course, were more than welcome for him. Moreover, his recollection of the past skill had yet to replicate any other skill. Once he replicated a skill later, it would also be able to enhance effects. After using up all the materials, it was already midnight. Lin Chi didn't grind levels day and night like other awakened ones. What's the point of leveling up? Isn't it just to enhance attributes and enjoy life in the end? Work and rest together is the way to go. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Lin Chi was puzzled, everyone was busy leveling up, who would come to see him? He opened the door and a figure in a mage robe appeared in his sight, it was Shin Bailu. It seemed that after putting on a brand new set of powerful gear, Shin Bailu's aura had greatly enhanced. Her already beautiful face now radiated an amazing charm. Lin Chi, I hope I'm not bothering you? Shin Bailu asked, her voice pleasant to hear. Come in and sit. Lin Chi welcomed her inside, and he had a rough idea of her intentions. Clearly, Shin Bailu had a deep understanding of the blacksmith profession and still wanted to recruit him. Shin Bailu walked in gracefully, observing the relatively clean and tidy room. Then she spoke to Lin Chi, I saw you learning skills at the Awakening Hall. Oh? Lin Chi's heart stirred. At that time, after he learned the skill, he didn't pay attention to other circumstances. It seemed that Shin Bailu had also reached level 5 by now. After all, with Shin Bailu's background, she definitely had better ways to level up. I'm still not planning to do logistics, Lin Chi was honest. Having previously accepted Shin Bailu's goodwill, he didn't need her to waste any more time. However, Shin Bailu shook her head apologetically. I didn't come here for that purpose. When I saw you awaken the blacksmith profession, I mistakenly thought you might not have a corresponding plan, and that's why I wanted you to join our group. Now, you should have better options. To this, Lin Chi understood. It seemed that Shin Bailu witnessed him learning skills at the Awakening Hall. He thought he could level up to level 5 because he must have gained quite a lot of resources. And indeed, that was the case. However, all his resources were collected by himself. He did not deny it and did not explain anything to Shin Bailu. I came this time, partly to ask you if you are interested in cooperating with me. Shin Bailu probed. On the other hand, I brought some strategies regarding the blacksmith profession, just in time to give to you. She was also very direct. Taking out a book from her storage ring, she placed it on the table in front of them. Lin Shi glanced at the book in front of him. This thing still had some reference value for him. However, what he cared about more was the cooperation Shin Bailu mentioned. Let's hear it. What cooperation? In the past, although he and Shin Bailu were in the same class, their interactions were not many. Shin Bailu was different from Lu Ruoyan. She was very cool and rarely interacted with others in class. Shin Bailu smiled and said, if you need to level up, I can help you find some strong teams. At the same time, my family controls several mid to late stage dungeons related to the blacksmith profession. At that time, you can consider whether to enter. A profession-specific dungeon? Lin Shi's heart stirred. Just like the trial ground when learning skills in the Awakening Hall, that was indeed a profession-specific dungeon. Additionally, profession-specific dungeons would also have skill books and other items that could greatly enhance the profession. These were only controlled by a few powers. Lin Shi realized that he had underestimated Shin Bailu's background. Feeling worried that Lin Shi might overthink, Shin Bailu added, don't worry, this cooperation is already beneficial for my family. I just hope that if you can clear the dungeon afterwards, you could share some dungeon clearing strategies with us. This was the cooperation she wanted to achieve. Lin Shi could level up so quickly, which must mean he had considerable strength, and there might be a chance he could clear those profession-specific dungeons. I'll think about it later. Lin Shi smiled. He did not rush to agree or refuse. After the conversation, Lin Shi handed the bronze-level necklace he forged earlier to Shin Bailu. Take it, this is my return gift. The previous necklace had indeed helped him quite a lot. Shin Bailu received the necklace, her eyes widening slightly. An 8th level bronze equipment, and it's a necklace. Even she had never seen one at home. Below level 10, bronze level equipment was almost unseen. Could this possibly be forged by Lin Shi? She was inevitably astonished. But Lin Shi had no intention of explaining, and she did not ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, and she would naturally not overstep. After sending Shin Bailu off, Lin Shi packed his belongings and immediately headed outside the city. This time, he planned to go directly to the monster map with a maximum level of 20. Even though there were level penalties above level 10, for him now, the map with a maximum level of 20 was definitely enough. At most, it would be just over 2 levels, the experience gained would still be equivalent to that of a level 15 monster. Moreover, monsters in such regions would provide him experience far surpassing any monsters he had fought before. Chapter 10 Level 10. New Red Attribute. You killed a goblin thrower, gained experience plus 380. You killed a goblin warrior, gained experience plus 390. The Dark Forest. Lin Shi swung the giant stone hammer, stepping deeper into the forest. The experience from the level 17 and 18 monsters is really abundant. After all, he was facing monsters almost 10 levels above him, and his experience bar was visibly rising. The Dark Forest was a goblin gathering place outside Summer City. Compared to the monsters encountered before, the goblins here had already begun to show professional divisions. As for the strength of the monsters, Lin Shi felt nothing. After all, one hammer strike would be instant. Especially after forging materials from the Fire Rock Valley instance, his attribute soared once again. This time, he planned to charge straight through the Dark Forest, at least leveling up to 10 here to obtain the next red attribute. You killed a goblin archer, gained experience plus 380. You killed a goblin berserker, elite, gained experience plus 500. Level plus 1. Soon, a shining light of level up radiated from Lin Shi. 9th level. Lin Shi smiled with satisfaction. As for gaining a green, strength boost, attribute, he merely glanced at it and then ignored it. In reality, even a green attribute was quite powerful for an ordinary awakener. He also noticed a big knife weapon with a bronze sheen dropped on the ground. Was there a strange monster mixed in with the monsters I just killed? Lin Shi realized this a bit late. He had just swung his hammer and happened to smash an elite monster. He gathered the drops, ignored them, and continued grinding. Outside the Dark Forest, Captain Chu Qingyu of the Summer City Defense Team had a cold expression as she led 3 team members to this goblin gathering place. The commotion in the once green grassy area had indeed alerted the entire defense team. Initially, they thought it was some rookie who accidentally startled the Wolf King. But who could have known that even the Wolf King had been startled? Nonetheless, their defense team decided to strengthen their defenses to prevent such situations from happening. There were quite a number of talented young individuals in this year's Summer City. Boom! However, not long after they entered the dark forest, a violent explosion suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. Noticing this, Chu Qingyu immediately furrowed her brows tightly. Is that the explosion goblin near the goblin leader? In this dark forest, explosion goblins only appeared every once in a while, and usually as guards for the goblin leader. Now, one explosion goblin had actually been triggered. Captain, it can't be that someone has encountered the goblin leader again? One of the defense team members quickly asked, their face involuntarily twitching. The goblin leader was a level 20 boss. At this stage, besides the defense team members, only fresh new players would come to level up in the dark forest. But no matter how powerful an awakener was in the early stages, facing a level 20 boss shortly after awakening meant there was absolutely no way to survive. Boom! But there was no time for them to guess. Immediately following, another explosion roared from deep within the dark forest. It was clear. Another explosion goblin had been triggered. Without a doubt, someone was definitely fighting the goblin leader right now. Go deep immediately. Chu Qingyu instantly ordered, using her acceleration skill to head straight into the depths of the dark forest. She began to suspect that the awakener deep in the dark forest could very likely be the same team that had previously defeated the Prairie Black Wolf King. How long has it been? These little guys actually had the guts to directly venture into the depths of the dark forest. You killed an explosion goblin, elite, gained experience plus 600. You killed a goblin leader, bronze, gained experience plus 1360. Level plus 1. You obtained the attribute refinement of fate, red. On the panel, a dazzling red attribute glimmered brightly. Lin Shi didn't pay attention to the drops from the goblin leader and instead browsed the new red attribute first. Current attribute, refinement of fate. Effect, choose a main equipment, use any other equipment or items as materials to perform ritual forging, with quality and effect stacking, each quality upgrade counts as a new piece of equipment, no limit on ritual effects. Oh no! Even though Lin Shi had already realized the power of the red attribute, he couldn't help but be moved. Once the equipment in this world was formed, it would never change, at most, it could only be upgraded with specific materials. But even then, it could only enhance limited attribute effects, most of which wouldn't exceed the level cap. Once awakeners reached a higher level, these weapons would naturally lose their effectiveness. Or they might just wear out completely, becoming worthless junk. And now, Lin Shi could use the effect of the Destiny Forging attribute, treating all equipment as forging materials to be reused. Even items that didn't belong to equipment could be used. Of course, the newly forged equipment would grant him all attributes. It's a waste to not use it. Lin Shi's smile was hard to suppress. Whether in the school forging room or at his home, there were piles of equipment he had forged before. Especially the first batch of equipment he made, they couldn't be sold and were useless to keep. Now, they could finally be put to good use. However, it seems I still need to study how the attribute enhancements work after reforging. Calming his emotions, Lin Shi had decided that when he returned, he would test the effect of this attribute. He was very certain that this meant, even with the materials he easily collected every day, he could forge equipment of quality far beyond the ordinary. After checking the attribute, Lin Shi turned his gaze back to the goblin leader and the items dropped by a few explosive goblins. A ring? Lin Shi's eyes lit up immediately. Common rings typically had the function of storage slots. What he needed most right now was actually more storage slots. But as a normal grade equipment, it only has 7 storage slots. Lin Shi wasn't disappointed at all. He could definitely wait until he got back to refine the ring in his hand. As for the others, there were also 2 bronze items. Lin Shi took them all with satisfaction. I'm now level 10, I can learn my second skill. Awakeners could learn one skill every 5 levels, and he was still maintaining the fireman state from his forging skill. And from his memory, the blacksmith's next skill should be identification, which could uncover hidden attributes of items. But it seemed like Lin Shi had a bit of bad luck and hadn't found such items yet. Speaking of which, I still haven't found the chance to replicate a suitable skill. Lin Shi remembered the replication skill effect brought by the past reappearance attribute. Boom! Just then, a longsword made of cold ice suddenly pierced through the dark forest, cutting down trees and forcefully creating a path through the lush greenery. A mage's ice sword skill? Lin Shi was taken aback. It was a dream come true? Chapter 11, Descent of the Abyss. Replication. Lin Shi confidently replicated this skill. Ice sword skill was a skill that some mage professions could learn only after reaching level 10, it had a short cooldown, high damage, but slightly higher mana consumption. But for Lin Shi at this moment, it couldn't be more suitable. He also realized the person casting this skill was definitely not a level 10 awakener, but of a higher level. They must have undergone a job change after level 30. Otherwise, the ice sword skill wouldn't be so powerful. This was even while the opponent used the ice sword skill to clear the path in the dark forest. The ones who can come to this place at this stage must be the Summer City defense team? Lin Shi roughly guessed the identity of the visitor. He had no intention of revealing his secrets. After thinking for a moment, he chose to maintain his fire-covered state. The effect of skill release would improve with the rise of his spiritual attributes. Now, Lin Shi could completely cover himself in flames, even turning oneself into a giant of flames. At this moment, Chu Qingyu, along with 3 team members, has already rushed here. A burst of blazing fire also appeared before their eyes. Suddenly, Chu Qingyu's pupils shrank. What kind of monster is this? In the dark forest, it had never appeared before. A long sword appeared in her hand, faintly glowing with a golden light. No, it's not a monster. It seemed she realized something and immediately raised her fair hand to warn her teammates, preventing them from provoking the opponent. If the giant of flames before them were a monster, it must be a powerful boss. But the opponent did not display a health bar. At least, it meant that the other party was not a creature that would fight them. Is it an awakener? Chu Qingyu cautiously took a step forward, sheathed her sword. Hello, we are the city defense team of Summer City, patrolling the dark forest. We heard noises here and came to take a look. This was also in line with Lin Shi's expectations. Just now, a few exploding goblins had followed the goblin leader, which were elite monsters, and they were carrying numerous explosives. Their death would cause them to explode on the spot. I came here to collect some materials. The voice from within the flames layered and echoed. Collecting materials. Chu Qingyu's gaze tightened. Under normal circumstances, awakeners would also face level restrictions when collecting materials from monsters. An awakener 10 levels higher than a monster would find it difficult to obtain corresponding materials, and as for equipment, it wouldn't drop at all. Therefore, at such a time, it was nearly impossible for anyone to come to a place like the Dark Forest. In previous years, only those awakeners who aimed to join top guilds would form teams to come here before the guild recruitment. And since the person in front was here to collect materials, it could only mean that they likely had some effect that could surpass level restrictions. Moreover, the other party's level should definitely not be low. Earlier, we learned in the Green Grasslands that someone killed a Wolf King boss. Chu Qingyu tentatively asked again. She couldn't help but connect the situation in the Green Grasslands to the flaming giant before her. Until now, she still couldn't tell what hidden profession the other party had. Transforming into a giant of flames. She had never heard of any profession that could achieve this below level 60. That was me, Lin Shi admitted frankly. He didn't want to complicate things too much, estimating that he might stir up some commotion while leveling later. There was no need to waste time with the city defense team. Then how long will you stay here? Chu Qingyu asked again. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, they should make the other party register with the city defense team. But she felt that since the other party hadn't dispelled their skill effects until now, they likely didn't intend to complicate matters. At most, less than a month, depending on the situation. Lin Shi waved his hand and turned to walk towards the other side of the dark forest. He planned to collect more materials on the way back. Chu Qingyu opened her mouth, wanting to ask more questions. However, she noticed that the flaming giant simply took a step and instantly disappeared before her eyes. Such speed, she couldn't help but be shocked. Captain, how high must their agility be? One of the team members asked, somewhat dazed. They realized the flaming giant stopping to talk to them was already quite generous. If the other party truly wanted to leave, they wouldn't have seen the person at all. Chu Qingyu rubbed her forehead, shaking her head helplessly. Now, the doubts are resolved, at least we can confirm that there are no newly awakened beginners acting recklessly. Earlier, they were scared that a newly awakened seed would be too greedy and end up getting themselves killed. And now, it seemed there was an even bigger trouble ahead. A awakener of such high level. There was no prior report to the City of Summer, so the identity of the other party might also be problematic. Let's regroup first. I will go report to the City Lord. Each guild should send people to scout for new recruits in a few days. Chu Qingyu had a displeased look on her face, her small face cold enough to make the team members around her uneasy. Every time it gets to this point, we end up working overtime. I'll quit this job and head to the front lines. At the Summer City Lord's mansion. City Lord Xia Yang frowned tightly as he looked at the group of principals gathered before him. I have received news that this year's abyss might affect our Summer City. As the words fell, everyone's faces turned grim. The abyss descends once a year, randomly appearing in various places around the world. It is similar to a dungeon, but it will unleash a large number of monsters from the abyss. At this time, new awakeners from all the schools, as well as guilds recruiting new members, are also choosing to do so because there is a higher chance to encounter powerful hidden professions before the abyss descends. No wonder there are more hidden professions in Summer City this year than in previous years. I have reported to the higher-ups, and with the guild sending people for recruitment, we should be able to fend off the abyss monsters. City Lord Xia sighed, I hope it will be enough time. Everyone fell silent. Even with the abyss descending, they couldn't stop the new awakeners from leveling up. Only those who overcome difficulties and grow as awakeners will become stronger. However, the dangers that Summer City would face next were unimaginable. Swish! A gigantic ice sword that was over 10 meters long passed through the dark forest, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Then it slashed down fiercely. It chopped down one tree after another. You have killed a goblin thrower, gaining experience plus 380. You have killed a goblin warrior, gaining experience plus 390. You have killed an abyss goblin, gaining experience plus 620. Level plus 1. Lin Shi looked at the empty space in the dark forest created after the ice sword swept through and shrugged. With his current mental attributes, the effect of this ice sword technique was already quite impressive. Moreover, the speed of gaining experience was definitely faster than swinging a hammer repeatedly. Did a strange thing slip in among the monsters I defeated? Lin Shi glanced at the prompt and was slightly taken aback. Chapter 12: A Profitable Venture. A large number of abyss creatures. Abyss goblin? When did such a monster appear in the dark forest? Soon, Lin Shi realized the current situation. The abyss is descending nearby. He had learned about the abyss during his 2.5 years at Summer City High. The information also mentioned that some awakeners on the front lines would encounter parts of the abyss in the already developed world. It is likely that the awakeners in Summer City all have their hands full now. Lin Shi did not think much longer and looked down at the experience bar. With the boost from the ice sword technique, he estimated that before heading back, he could accumulate another wave of experience, nearing level 12. As for the golden prompt he received this time, Lin Shi was quite concerned. Current prompt, Attribute Weaving. Effect, can freely change the original attributes of oneself or forged, worn equipment to other attributes. I can freely change the basic attribute value distribution of myself and my equipment. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. For instance, if he no longer needed mental points, he could completely change his mental attributes to increase his strength attributes. Also, for this pure strength increasing giant stone hammer in his hand. As long as he wished, he could easily change the strength bonus of the giant stone hammer to a mental bonus, giving it a stage-like effect. This can completely depend on the effect I want to achieve. Lin Shi marveled. Of course, he could also see some drawbacks. That is, the total amount of original attribute points remains unchanged. The giant stone hammer can enhance a total of 120 points of strength. Even if changed to enhance mental points, it would still be a maximum of 120 points. But for Lin Shi, this did not require much thought. As long as the attribute points increase enough, there are no downsides. Continue to kill back to Xia City. The ring dropped by the Goblin Chief is now playing a significant role, allowing Lin Shi to store more materials. The ice sword technique in the dark forest is completely unstoppable. Lin Shi doesn't even need to specifically look for monsters, he directly clears a path with the ice sword technique. Almost every ice arrow that falls can earn him a good amount of experience. On the way back, he hardly saw any traces of goblins. However, he could occasionally discover the existence of abyss goblins from the elimination notifications. Clearly, monsters have already been constantly emerging from the abyss. When Lin Shi returned to Xia City again, he was very close to leveling up to level 12, with not much experience left. The remaining experience can be made up for in forging. Back in the forging room at home. This time, Lin Shi didn't rush to forge, instead, he planned to try refining his existing equipment first. He first took out 2 hammers and placed them on either side of the forging table. Then he swung the great stone hammer in his hand and struck down heavily. Refining successful. You have obtained a black iron hammer. As a flame light covered the 2 hammers, the firelight dispersed. Only 1 hammer remained quietly on the forging table. Still ordinary grade equipment, no upgrade in quality. Lin Shi stroked his chin, coming to a general realization. 2 pieces of ordinary equipment obviously could not easily refine into a bronze item. However, he noticed that the strength attribute originally added by the black iron hammer had indeed increased. At least every time I refine, I can improve the equipment's attributes. This is already quite astonishing. In general, awakened ones could only enhance their equipment attributes by socketing gems or using other boosts. Not to mention, what Lin Shi was doing with refining had no limitations at all. Clang! 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 Lin Shi continued to strike down with the great hammer, forging more. Anyway, he had plenty of equipment stock on hand, enough for him to waste. Refining successful. You have successfully forged a black iron hammer, bronze, ×1, gaining strength plus 70, constitution plus 10. After consuming around 10 pieces of equipment, the black iron hammer in front of him lost its flames and surprisingly emitted a faint bronze hue. A huge profit. Lin Chi grinned. Just like this bronze-grade black iron hammer, if he sold it, the price would definitely be dozens of times higher than ordinary equipment. Now, I can clear out most of the equipment and materials in stock. Lin Chi felt a sense of relief. All that gear he had hoarded at school and home was finally useful. After roughly figuring out the consumption for upgrading grades, Lin Chi planned to refine more than 10 pieces of equipment at once. Your World Merchant card has successfully received 103 gold coins and 42 silver coins, please check. At this moment, a message alert caught Lin Chi's attention. This is, that bronze-level shield has been auctioned off. Lin Chi's heart stirred. The shield he originally valued at 50 gold coins unexpectedly sold at double the price. There really are many rich people in the world. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. More than 100 gold coins would be enough for him to buy another house in Xia City. And in front of him, several bronze equipment were still displayed. After all, it is a level 5 bronze item. Lin Chi recalled the abyss monsters he had eliminated earlier in the dark forest. With the abyss descending near Xia City, it was likely that some major forces had already realized the crisis. To ensure that their young people could survive this crisis, they would spare no expense in purchasing this powerful equipment that was absolutely formidable in the early stages. This also meant that in the future, when Lin Chi sold equipment, the prices would rise as well. Let's not worry about that for now. Lin Chi continued to perform rituals and forge. Ritual successful. You have successfully forged the Great Stone King Hammer, gold, ×1, gaining plus 270 strength, gaining skill, Shattering Strike. Finally. After consuming many pieces of equipment, the flames around the Great Stone King Hammer faded, revealing its golden luster. Golden weapon. Lin Chi glanced at its attributes. The Great Stone King Hammer that originally added 120 strength now had more than doubled. Moreover, the original special effect had truly evolved into a skill. Skill, Shattering Strike. Mana cost, 300. Effect, enhances the state of the next attack, increasing damage by 50%, ignoring 20% of the enemy's armor, guaranteed critical hit. A rather powerful armor-breaking skill. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill effectively added a bonus effect to himself. Once released, no matter what attack method he used next, he would gain the same boost. Lin Chi determined. Now, when he swung down the hammer, there should be hardly anyone in the entire Summer City who could withstand it. After depleting the materials and performing another round of rituals, Lin Chi returned to his room contentedly to sleep. When he woke up, as soon as Lin Chi opened the door, he noticed that outside on the street, a team of well-equipped high-level city defense troops was passing by. A large number of abyssal creatures have been discovered in the west of the city. It is advised that newly transitioned recruits do not go there. Chapter 13, He killed into the abyss black mist. There are fewer abyssal creatures in the east of the city. It is advised to go there only under the protection of high-level awakened ones. This year, abyssal descents have also appeared near Summer City. It seems the city is hard to keep safe. It is said that in recent years during abyssal descents, entire cities have been obliterated. Some pedestrians on the street were also discussing, filled with anxiety. This kind of abyssal descent happens every year near multiple cities. Each time it brings a tremendous crisis. Sometimes even at the front lines of world expansion, high-level awakened ones would come down for support. But even so, some cities still face annihilation directly. Lin Chi felt a slight stirring in his heart upon hearing the news outside. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. He also knew that among the abyssal creatures brought by the descent, many of them were logical inconsistencies. Their strength was naturally formidable. But likewise, they would drop corresponding good items. However, many high-level combat forces in the world were active on the front lines, making it difficult to offer support to the rear. Closing the door, Lin Chi headed directly to the west of the city. He had originally planned to continue leveling in the dark forest, but now it had become simple. Killing abyssal creatures could raise his level, and he did not even need to think about a leveling plan. Swoosh! As soon as Lin Chi arrived outside the city, he saw various skills bursting forth with brilliance, striking towards the abyssal monsters ahead. The area further ahead was already shrouded in pitch-black mist. Visibility was difficult to penetrate through the mist. The further in, the denser the mist became. High-level awakened ones in Summer City are mostly concentrated here. Lin Chi glanced around. The abyssal descent was both a crisis and an opportunity for everyone. If one could withstand it, they would gain a large amount of experience and equipment. If one could not endure it, the entire city would be obliterated. He walked to an area where the mist was still quite dense and immediately released his forging skill. One hand held the Great Stone King Hammer, flames raging intensely, while the other hand unleashed Ice Sword technique. Secret technique, Ice and Fire. Dual Heavens. Lin Chi silently mocked. He launched a powerful strike into the depths of the mist ahead. 870. 1230. 1800. In an instant, blood-colored numbers floated through the black mist. Lin Chi had already spotted the hidden monsters before stepping into the black mist. These abyssal creatures seemed to have grown cunning. Lin Chi had long recognized the abyssal creatures that some high-level awakened ones previously faced. Surprisingly, he could dodge according to the skills released by the opponent. But, not to mention the flame giant hammer in his hand, could he dodge a 40-meter-long ice sword? He was no longer in a hurry to kill a wave and return to craft equipment. First, let's reach the entrance of the abyss. Gain as many levels as possible. Whoosh! Before a patch of black mist, Chu Qingyu tightly gripped her two-handed sword and suddenly slashed towards the abyss monster in front of her, then swiftly retreated. Mage, provide support. Rear control, keep up. She tried to control her breath, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. At the current stage, the abyss's arrival had just begun. The real entrance of the abyss had yet to open. However, after continuous battles, she had specifically called upon one of the few epic-quality equipment in Summer City. The two-handed sword in her hand was also the only piece of equipment she could use that didn't have a high-level requirement. Boom! But at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew over, first bringing a hint of coldness, then followed by a wave of heat. Chu Qingyu suspiciously turned her head and then her pupils suddenly shrank. "Captain, it's that fire giant!" one team member exclaimed. In the distance, a 30-meter-long ice giant sword emerged from the black mist. It seemed like a wizard's ice sword technique. But Chu Qingyu had never seen an ice sword this big. It was suspiciously a higher-level skill. What was even more terrifying was the dense black mist was almost burned by the blazing flames. Among the flames was a tall fire giant, wielding a flaming giant hammer, striking fiercely at the black mist ahead. The flames exploded. Even the surrounding black mist was dispersed by the flames. Rolling waves of heat spread out at a visible speed. What level of awakened one is this? A team member, who had previously accompanied Chu Qingyu to the dark forest, murmured. Not to mention that ice sword technique over 40 meters long. Just the unimaginably powerful fire giant hammer, with one hit, could even scatter the abyss black mist. And this seemed like an ordinary attack. Especially after the black mist dispersed. Awakened ones around could notice. Where the black mist once was, there was now no trace of any abyss monsters. Instead, the ground was covered with dropped materials. That guy said he came here just to collect materials. Could it be that even materials from abyss creatures he wants to collect? Chu Qingyu stared at the silhouette of the fire giant. It seemed that even until now, this fire giant hadn't truly shown full strength. When she saw this awakened one in the dark forest, the flame figure displayed was definitely not this tall or big. What kind of hidden profession is this? Chu Qingyu was puzzled. In past frontline strategies and intelligence, there were no skills with such release effects. She suspected that even if the other party had some rare hidden profession, they definitely would not be an unknown person. "Captain, is he going to explore deeper?" a team member asked Chu Qingyu in surprise. Further ahead in the black mist, there were stronger abyss creatures. And now the awakened ones in Summer City could only do their best to block the spread of the abyss black mist. Going deeper, there would be no other awakened ones for support. It was evident that the fire giant was quite confident. "Let him go, an awakened one of this level knows the abyss as well as we do," Chu Qingyu said firmly. And within the black mist ahead, Lin Chi was always paving the way with the ice sword technique and the flame giant hammer, unstoppable. They also could not see any abyss creatures, they had already transformed into his experience points. "You killed the abyss magic wolf, gained experience plus 1220. You killed the abyss evil spirit. Gained experience plus 1520. You killed the abyss puppet, gained experience plus 1370. Level up plus 1. You gained the trait innate dominance, purple. Leveled up." Lin Chi felt a stir in his heart. He glanced at the newly gained trait and realized it had a dominance effect. It could immunize against a certain degree of negative effects. Leveling up here is fast. Lin Chi grinned. At this moment, he had already entered the depths of the black mist. Around him, he could hardly see any other awakened ones. Instead, he noticed a few fallen pieces of equipment quietly lying not far away. There was even a ring. Chapter 14, Directly Kill to the Entrance. Ring of Evil Spirits, Silver. Category, Ring. Equipment requirement, Constitution greater than 100, Spirit greater than 100. Effect, Storage plus 30 slots. Special effect, Summon a same level evil spirit to participate in battle. Description: an item from the abyss, only powerful and resilient warriors can withstand the invasion of the abyss. A silver-level ring? Lin Chi picked up the ring, his eyes brightening. With an extra 30 storage slots, it could alleviate his troubles in collecting materials. Items like rings require blueprints to forge. And the equipment blueprints given by Shen Bailu did not include ring blueprints. Even if he had previously refined the ring in his hand, the storage slots did not increase. I need to find a way to get some storage ring blueprints later. Lin Chi pondered. He couldn't let the storage slots restrict him, could he? At the same time, he was also curious. After forging equipment with storage slots, what could he gain through the trait, Molten Core? Putting on the ring, Lin Chi gathered the materials in one go and then looked deeper into the black mist. The abyss creatures he encountered did not have clear level divisions. Even the equipment that dropped did not require levels but rather basic attributes. But Lin Chi knew that the attributes of abyss creatures were actually quite high, and the black mist would give them even greater attribute boosts. The most ordinary abyss creatures could exert several times their own strength under the enhancement of the black mist. Moreover, when appearing in large numbers, they would pose an even greater threat. Even now, there was still not much information in the world about the abyss. These creatures were extremely special. Completely different from the monsters wandering around the world. Lin Chi didn't think much. In fact, after delving into the black mist, he hadn't really seen several abyss creatures. Basically, his attacks had cleared entire areas before he even arrived. Bring on some strong monsters. Lin Chi strode deeper into the black mist. To be honest, he didn't feel any sense of oppression from the abyss creatures yet. Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly. In the front, where the black mist was filled with monstrous roars, a bubbling sound of a viscous liquid flowed out. It sounded like a very thick liquid, as if it were boiling, constantly bubbling. Meanwhile, a thick blood bar appeared in Lin Chi's vision. Finally, a boss appeared. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. Outside the black mist. After Lin Chi dove in, the awakened ones outside suddenly felt much more at ease. The abyss creatures they were facing were constantly pouring out from the abyss. Lin Chi effectively cut off the abyss creature's escape route. Swish! Epic level weapon two-handed greatsword slashed down fiercely. Chu Qingyu cut the abyss creature in front of her in half. Only then did she turn to glance into the depths of the black mist. It was pitch black there, and nothing could be seen. But the strange sounds occasionally emerging were undoubtedly proof that the fire giant was continuously killing abyss creatures and delving deeper into the black mist. Captain, do you think that person is the one fighting at the very front of the raid team? A team member leaned in to ask. That fire giant was too fierce. Moreover, as he went deeper into the black mist, they could distinctly hear the strange sounds from his battle gradually diminishing. This indicates, the other party is getting closer to the source of the black mist. Chu Qingyu shook her head, she was also guessing the identity of that awakened one. But the other side really had no need to reveal anything to them. Gurgle. Gurgle. But just then, Chu Qingyu heard the sound of liquid flowing, and her expression changed suddenly. She clearly noticed. In the black mist ahead, a pitch-black liquid was flowing out from the ground. This is... Her body tensed up, and she tightly gripped her great sword. Abyss Guardian. The most powerful boss-level creature in the black mist before the abyss truly opened. She didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and immediately shouted around her. Fall back. Avoid the black liquid. This black liquid, if even an awakened one just touched it, their total health would continually decrease. Unless purified, this negative state would be hard to recover from. She glanced again into the depths of the black mist. That awakened one was truly in danger. In the City Lord's mansion of Summer City. City Lord Xiaoyang frowned as he looked at the few people in front of him and said, "Isn't the price you reported a bit too high?" The people in front of him were from several strong guilds. Fortunately, they had arrived early in Summer City today and could serve as part of the high combat power in Summer City. Of course. Even if these people couldn't play a decisive role, they could at least alleviate the manpower shortage. But in front of him, a slender man smiled and shook his head. The rules are clear to City Lord Xiaoyang, but these years, every guild hasn't had it easy. Moreover, with the abyss descending, we must also risk our lives, and the price of 800 gold coins per person isn't too high. 800 gold coins were enough to buy a house in a first-tier city. Xiaoyang knew that these people were taking advantage of the situation, but he indeed needed their help. These people were truly risking their lives, and he had to move the first group of awakened ones to get them to assist. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyang's expression suddenly relaxed. Then how about this? It's the stage where abyss creatures are emerging, and I will price according to your specific strengths. If someone can strike the abyss entrance, then don't mention 800 gold coins, even if it's 2,000 gold coins, I can offer. How could a high-ranking person be troubled by such a small problem? But bargaining was also like this, the surface appearance still needed to be maintained. Several awakened ones looked at each other, they knew that someone like Xiaoyang wouldn't lie. Then it's a deal. You killed the Abyss Guardian, gained experience plus 4,798. Level plus 1. You gained the attribute Strong Physique, blue. I'm level 13 now. Lin Chi glanced at the experience bar, stretching his muscles. The Abyss Guardian, the strongest boss-level creature before the Abyss entrance opened. It was enhanced by the Abyss Black Mist itself, and coupled with quite repulsive negative effects, it could spread black liquid over a large area. This directly prevented many awakened ones from approaching the body of the Abyss Guardian. Stepping on the black liquid, even touching a little would continuously reduce the total health limit. If he encountered other Abyss creatures on the way, it would naturally be very dangerous. However, Lin Chi didn't feel that power. He took it down with one move, what more was there to say? He didn't even look at the items dropped by the Abyss Guardian at first, but instead turned his gaze toward the Abyss entrance ahead. That was a black surface dotted with sparkling lights like stars in the night sky, constantly rippling. Chapter 15, Come to Support? He's already blocked the door. Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 3 days 12 hours 28 minutes. Current Abyss amplification, level 2. Lin Chi withdrew his gaze from the Abyss entrance and shrugged. He knew. When the entrance to the Abyss truly opens, the Awakened can also pass through the entrance and enter the Abyss. However, this situation is rare. Because the creatures that emerge from the Abyss will undergo a qualitative change. Under normal circumstances, the Awakened can't even dream of breaking into the Abyss. In fact, some reports have even recorded that a deep Abyss dragon once appeared in the Abyss, and a single dragon destroyed an entire city. Even if it doesn't open, over time, the creatures walking out of the Abyss will only get stronger. At the same time, the enhancement effect of the abyssal black mist will gradually increase. Lin Chi thought to himself. Although he had already reached the entrance of the Abyss, he had not yet had enough of the killing. He had only leveled up twice since coming here, which was far from Lin Chi's expectations. He simply continued to maintain his smelting skill, standing right at the entrance of the Abyss. He waited for the next wave of abyssal creatures to emerge. It was only then that he turned his attention to the items dropped by the previous abyssal guard. Shadow of the Abyss, gold. Category, necklace. Equip requirements, constitution greater than 200, spirit greater than 500. Effect, strength plus 125, agility plus 125. Special effect, corrosive territory, active skill, consumes 500 mana, releases corrosive liquid to cover a 10 by 10 meter area, causing enemies stepping into the area to lose minus 200 of their total health per second. Description, an item containing the essence of the Abyss. If the holder's mind is not strong enough, they will gradually fall into the Abyss. Guard sword, silver. Category, weapon. Equip requirements, constitution greater than 200, spirit greater than 100. Effect, strength plus 250. Lin Chi stored all these items into his ring, but the one he cared about most was the gold quality equipment. The Shadow of the Abyss necklace, it can release a corrosive area similar to that of the Abyssal Guard? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. There was no denying that this skill was extremely annoying. But now, he could use it too. It's a shame that this equipment wasn't crafted by me. Lin Chi shook his head. Equipment skills have a fixed upper limit, and it's not that the higher the spirit value, the more impressive the effects. But now, Lin Chi was still quite satisfied. He planned to wait until he returned and then refine this necklace too. If it could be upgraded, then the skill would naturally belong to him. As expected, as the monster strength increases, the drop rate of items also rises. Lin Chi seemed to realize something and once again looked towards the Abyss entrance. At this moment, the entrance to the Abyss was once again rippling like the starry sky. Gradually, a vortex began to form. Another wave of abyssal creatures was emerging. Minus 1,270. Minus 900. Minus 1,270. Minus 1,460. However, Lin Chi couldn't fully see the abyssal creatures emerging. At this moment, the flames surrounding him were so vast that they completely blocked the entrance to the Abyss. As soon as the creatures emerged from the Abyss, they would immediately suffer the burning damage from Lin Chi's flames. The dense damage numbers started floating up. Hey! This is good. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This saved him the trouble of exploring around for monsters. As for the materials dropped all over the place, he just had to reach out and collect them, and the flames in his hands would also deal quite considerable damage. The blacksmith smelting skill can be used like this. He had been killing too quickly before, and hadn't noticed. Lin Chi thought that if other blacksmiths could find a way to boost their attributes, aside from lacking attack skills, they wouldn't be weak at all. It wasn't hard to understand why someone like Shin Bailu, who seemed to come from a prestigious background, valued blacksmithing so much. Wait. Did I forget something? Lin Chi suddenly remembered that he was already level 13, but hadn't learned his second main profession skill. The next blacksmith skill is identification. I haven't learned that yet. Hidden equipment, he still hadn't come across any. That was normal, awakened people rarely even saw bronze equipment in the early stages. Let alone hidden equipment. In addition, there were also some hidden materials that required the identification skill. And Lin Chi was certain. His next main profession skill was absolutely different from the secondary profession of a blacksmith. Never mind for now, let's talk about it later. Outside the black mist, Chu Qingyu glanced around, feeling somewhat confused. Not far away, the last batch of abyss creatures had been eliminated by other awakened ones. But within the black mist, no other abyss creatures emerged. Captain, what's going on now? A team member stepped forward to ask. The abyss creatures have been wiped out? How is that possible? The abyss entrance hasn't even reached the opening time yet. How could the abyss descent end so easily? By the way, the eroded area caused by the abyss guardians has long since stopped spreading, and is even continuously shrinking. Another team member also looked puzzled. This doesn't seem right. The Summer City defense team had long mastered the intelligence on abyss guardians. These creatures are extremely strong, and under the enhancement of the abyss black mist, they are even more repulsive. Even that awakened one, when entering deep into the black mist, should also be on guard against the erosion area caused by the abyss guardians, right? However, they had only heard some strange noises before no other sounds came from inside. What's more critical is, now there was a gap right in front of them. It had been a long time since they saw any other abyss creatures coming out of the black mist. Could it be the abyss entrance is about to increase its enhancement level now? Chu Qingyu speculated. Every time the enhancement level of the abyss entrance increased, it would pause for a period of time before more abyss monsters continued to emerge. Of course, this does not mean the awakened ones have enough time to rest based on previous records of abyss descents. Because in most cases, the monsters that had emerged from the abyss before were enough for the awakened ones to handle. During an abyss descent, usually, what the awakened ones could do was only delay the speed of the abyss black mist's spread. Moreover, even if the awakened ones killed off the abyss creatures, they had to be careful, as the monsters experiencing the next level of abyss enhancement would be even stronger. Captain, the black mist is also dissipating. One team member muttered, unable to suppress the surprise in their expression. Has this kind of situation ever occurred? At the very least, the Summer City defense team had no corresponding intelligence. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. You awakened ones from Summer City are surprisingly stronger than I expected, even managing to create a gap during the enhancement phase of the abyss. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu frowned and turned to look, seeing several awakened ones dressed in obviously high-quality gear slowly approaching. Have the reinforcements summoned by the city lord arrived? She deduced that these people should come from a few awakened guilds. Guilds that could arrive in Summer City this early should not be very strong. So, if Summer City had spent a large sum of money now, what was the point of such little assistance coming or not? But suddenly, those awakened ones clearly noticed something. Wait, how is the black mist dissipating? Did you arrange people deep in the black mist? One awakened one seemed to realize something and immediately asked Chu Qingyu and the others. Only this could explain the situation of the abyss black mist. This means Summer City still has awakened ones deep in the black mist, hunting down abyss creatures. And they must be at a very high level. No wonder the attitude of the Summer City Lord towards them wasn't very warm. It turned out they had invited other masters. However, Chu Qingyu did not pay them any mind at that moment, waiting for the black mist to retreat. The monsters currently emerging from the abyss were not the strongest batch yet, but for most awakened ones in Summer City, they were already very challenging. Not all awakened ones dared to level up recklessly after their job change. Quite a number of them would even fail the initial job change task after becoming an awakened one. Gradually, as the black mist dispersed, people indeed did not see any other abyss creatures within. But when the black mist gathered near the abyss entrance, those few foreign awakeners all looked stunned. They clearly saw a blazing flame rising in the black mist near the abyss entrance. That was a giant fiery figure. What kind of awakening profession is this? Is he blocking the abyss entrance? Even those who came from the guild could not figure out what profession's skill effect this was. However, in the black mist, the shimmering fiery giant seemed to just stand there quietly. Yet, at the abyss entrance, not a single abyss creature came charging out. Just the fire's burning damage was enough to annihilate abyss creatures. Current abyss amplification, increasing. Lin Chi shrugged. During this time blocking the entrance, he had gained a lot. Not long after he just leveled up, his level increased once more. He was now level 14, gaining a new green property precision bonus, which could increase attack accuracy and critical rate. In addition, his several rings were already filled with various materials. It's time to go back and rest a bit. Lin Shi made up his mind. The abyss amplification still needed some time to increase, and during this period, only a few creatures would occasionally emerge from the abyss entrance. He didn't need to stay here any longer. He might as well go back and sort things out. With so many abyss materials and gear, tossing them all in, if I can't forge epic gear, turning all my gear into golden quality shouldn't be too much, right? Under normal circumstances. Let alone at the current level stage, even after level 30, epic quality gear was still rare. Higher quality gear mostly came with higher equipment requirements. Lin Shi also knew that, aside from a few top guilds and large powers, ordinary awakeners would face the possibility of not even seeing golden quality gear after their later job changes or level ups. At different levels, the bonuses from high-level ordinary quality gear might not be lower than those from low-level high-quality gear. But these, Lin Shi didn't care much about right now. No gear could withstand his forging. He maintained the smelting skill and left the abyss entrance, passing by the surrounding awakeners. For a moment, the awakeners all turned their gazes toward him. Chu Qingyu took a few steps forward, wanting to talk to Lin Shi. The power of the awakener in front of her exceeded her imagination. But she noticed. The fire giant merely nodded to her and then left. The speed was too fast, disappearing from sight in a short time. Such speed indicated unimaginable agility attributes. And beside her, those few awakeners from different guilds began to whisper. This one couldn't be from the very top guilds, could he? This situation truly exceeded their expectations. When Lin Shi returned to Summer City, he clearly noticed that the streets were much emptier now. The abyss arrival was both a danger and an opportunity. Especially in the early phase, when the strength of abyss creatures wasn't that high, it was the best time for awakeners to level up. And Lin Shi indeed did not plan to miss the chance of the abyss arrival. The further we go, the stronger the abyss creatures become, leading to more experience and increased drop rates. Other awakeners probably would bring out their useful items to farm monsters now. At this current stage, the Summer City defense team still maintained ample strength. As he had seen earlier, Chu Qingyu and others were merely maintaining order at the outer edge of the abyss black mist, sealing off the activity range of abyss creatures. If it really came to needing Summer City to fight with all their might, the city defense team will definitely bring out many powerful tools. But for now, these must be reserved for the opening of the abyss. And similarly, Lin Shi now also plans to further enhance his attributes. Taking out the materials he had previously collected from the ring, Lin Shi immediately began forging and refining. This time, the various abyss materials would definitely provide him with attribute values far beyond the past. You successfully forged the puppet hammer, bronze, ×1 in game strength plus 230, spirit plus 80. You successfully forged the demon wolf necklace, bronze, ×1 in gained agility plus 170, constitution plus 120. You successfully forged the guardian armor, silver, ×1 in gained constitution plus 280, agility plus 100. One must say, the materials from abyss creatures are of high quality. Among the equipment Lin Shi forged, there often gleamed bronze-colored equipment. Even silver-quality equipment was no longer rare. The attribute boosts from every piece of equipment, even an awakener who has undergone the next job change, cannot compare. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. After reaching level 30, awakeners undergo job changes, and their basic attributes gained from leveling up will also receive corresponding enhancements. Furthermore, the original free attribute points would suddenly increase to 20 points per level. But even so, other awakeners still cannot compare to him. As long as he forges a piece of bronze-quality equipment, he can nearly match the experience of an awakener who is about to level up close to 10 times from their next job change. The effects of these attributes become more evident as my strength increases. Lin Shi was acutely aware of the power of the attribute boosts. Just a little over half a day had passed. Lin Shi had already consumed most of the previously collected materials. He looked at the equipment placed before him, and his eyes reflected a dazzling golden glow. After forging and refining, all that remained in front of him were items of golden quality. Every single one. If I refine all these, can I create an epic quality item? Lin Shi felt a rush of excitement. Chapter 17, Forge Epic Quality Equipment. Refine. Lin Shi gritted his teeth. These golden quality items in front of him would definitely be among the best equipment for any awakener in the current stage. It should be noted that, generally speaking, golden quality equipment is already quite rare before level 30. But Lin Shi was not satisfied with this. Even if the refinement doesn't yield an epic level item, wearing these items would be like adding icing on the cake. Casually using the remaining materials, he forged a silver-quality big hammer as a forging tool. Lin Shi took the already golden-quality weapon, the King Stone Hammer, as the main equipment, then placed other equipment onto the forging table. Clang! The forging hammer in his hand fell, producing a dull yet explosive sound. Flames instantly engulfed all the weapons. There was a blazing light blooming in the flames. Refinement successful. Immediately after, the brilliance in the raging fire became even more dazzling, illuminating the entire forging room, and even hinting at projecting through the gaps of the forging room. Lin Shi noticed. Within this flame before him, intricate runes were clearly flashing. This was the characteristic effect of epic quality equipment. It worked. You successfully forged the Abyss Hammer, Epic, ×1, gain strength plus 600, gain skills, falling explosion, corrupting domain, mighty force. The flames gradually faded, and on the original forging table lay a big hammer as dark as the night. Upon it, intricate runes faintly shimmered, looking exceptionally heavy. Lin Shi did not immediately pick up the big hammer to weigh it. Instead, he opened his panel to view the skills gained from this forging. Skill, Falling Blast. Effect, enhances the next attack, increasing damage by 200%, ignores 50% of the enemy's armor, guarantees a critical hit, and the skill carries explosive damage that can affect the surrounding area. Description, upgraded from the Explosive Strike skill. Skill, Erosion Domain. Effect, summons an erosion domain covering 30 by 30 meters, dealing -500 total health per second to enemies that step into the area. Description, a skill from the Abyss, derived from the erosion area skill of the Abyss Guardian. Skill, Mighty Force. Effect, passive skill, when releasing a skill, gains a mighty effect that prevents the skill from being interrupted. The Abyss Shadow Necklace from the Abyss Guardian has already been sacrificially refined by Lin Shi. And he was very satisfied with the results he received. Not only did he gain its inherent skills, but also due to forging an epic quality equipment, the skill effects were similarly enhanced. As for the mana cost of these skills, Lin Shi simply ignored it. He put away the panel and then grasped the Abyss Hammer in front of him. It still purely increased strength. But compared to the golden quality Stone King Hammer, the power boost of this Abyss Hammer was not just double. A single weapon comes with 3 skills, tisk. Lin Shi couldn't help but click his tongue. Epic quality equipment is indeed powerful. Moreover, perhaps it was because he used a lot of Abyss materials during forging and refining. The equipment requirement for this great hammer changed from level requirement to attribute requirement. He could directly use it anyway. Speaking of which, after my next job change, many equipment requirements will also add similar restrictions. Lin Shi suddenly thought of some equipment requirements after level 30. After all, the equipment awakened ones get after job change can roughly be allocated according to their own profession. But these restrictions are something he doesn't need to care about. Attribute values not meeting equipment requirements? That doesn't exist. It's only the 14th level, and my attribute values are likely already higher than many high-level awakened ones, right? Even in the intelligence from Summer City High School, there was no specific information about the third job change. But Lin Shi could roughly judge. Let alone the third job change, even with more changes, the basic attributes gained from leveling cannot compare with him. He reined in these thoughts. Lin Shi looked at his experience bar again. After forging the epic Abyss Hammer, his experience bar had already reached 4/5. He estimated that with the next leveling session, he would reach level 15. And by then, the next red word would rotate again. Looking at the sky, due to the arrival of the Abyss, Summer City was shrouded in thick clouds, and the starry sky was nowhere to be seen. But Lin Shi felt no drowsiness, so he just walked out the door. The experience needed for leveling up is getting more and more. Lin Shi shook his head. Even he had to roll up his sleeves now. But in any case, his leveling speed was already astonishing. Newbie awakened ones have a month to quickly level up. But over the past years, awakened ones in Summer City typically reached only about level 20 after a month of leveling. A considerable number of awakened ones couldn't even reach level 15. He had only just awakened for a few days, and still managed to reach this level while balancing work and rest. Lin Shi first glanced toward the West City. The Abyss enhanced the levels, surely another upgrade had occurred. But he didn't rush to go immediately, instead, he headed to the trading house. He didn't recklessly put up the ring when refining equipment. But his storage space was still insufficient. In the end, I came to the exchange to see if there were any suitable storage rings, preferably with forging blueprints. Due to the arrival of the Abyss, the entire Summer City was bustling with activity. The exchange, of course, did not have a closing time. When Lin Shi walked in, he saw that everywhere was filled with awakened ones. To cope with the arrival of the Abyss and seize the opportunity to level up, the awakened were all figuring out how to buy suitable equipment and items. On the contrary, the number of people selling rings was relatively lower. Not everyone could gather a full storage ring of materials or equipment each time they went out to level up like Lin Chi. Lin Chi stood in front of the equipment sales section, glanced around, and frowned slightly. The best ring suitable for me is only of bronze quality. There were indeed higher quality rings here, but the level requirements were relatively higher. Accustomed to using the equipment he forged himself, Lin Chi really looked down on these items. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chi went around to the other side to search for the forging blueprints sold at the exchange. He planned to simply forge a ring himself. Before long, Lin Chi's gaze was drawn to a particular blueprint. That was the blueprint for forging rings. As long as the forging was successful, it would definitely be of bronze level. Moreover, the description at the top even stated, suitable for forging with abyss materials. Chapter 18, What use do I have for a ring? Forging preview, black fog ring, bronze quality, 10 slots, plus 45 strength, plus 45 spirit, wearing requirement equivalent. Current auction price, 23 gold coins. Buy it now price, 30 gold coins. Lin Chi immediately bought it at the buy it now price. The ring forging blueprints were not common in Summer City, especially those suitable for forging with abyss materials. It was likely that someone had obtained this blueprint long ago and was taking advantage of the abyss arrival to sell it. Bronze quality rings were naturally not great, but Lin Chi had the fortune refinement. Afterwards, Lin Chi took out several remaining abyss materials, listed them in the trading section, and quickly left without hesitation. In one go, he spent 30 gold coins, which made Lin Chi feel a bit of pain in his heart. However, it wasn't a big deal, he could sell a few unnecessary materials later and have enough gold coins again. After resting a bit at home, Lin Chi, taking advantage of the night, went out to the city again. Due to the level enhancement from the abyss, the black mist outside the city had not receded because he blocked the entrance earlier, rather, the covered area had increased a bit. Release the forging skill. Lin Chi transformed into a flame giant once more, stepping into the black mist. Minus 1790. Minus 2390. Minus 1980. Flames-colored numbers floated up one after another. The abyss creatures appearing in the black mist had indeed received a substantial enhancement. Lin Chi also learned that when the enhancement effect of the black mist reaches a certain level, these abyss creatures, even if wounded, would gain a health restoration effect as long as they were in the black mist, along with corresponding boosts to their defense and attack power. So, other awakened ones, unless they could kill these monsters in one strike, would face considerable pressure. Even if they could clear large areas, they had to be careful of their mana running low. But these concerns were not in Lin Chi's consideration. Releasing the ice sword technique, sweeping in all directions. Once again, inflicting massive damage numbers. At the same time, Lin Chi's experience bar was increasing at a noticeable speed. Even if he only cleared out the outer areas, he could level up to 15 by dawn. The new red wordings were already waving at him. At the Summer City Lord's mansion. City Lord Xiaoyan looked at the map placed in front of him, his expression heavy. Now the main abyss entrance is still the one in the West City, where the abyss enhancement effect is rising the fastest. It can basically be determined that this abyss arrival focuses on the West City. With the arrival of the abyss, the entire Summer City was affected, and there was naturally not just one entrance. However, currently, the entrance to the abyss in the West City had the strongest amplification effect. Chu Qingyu nodded. The high-level awakened in Summer City are ultimately still too few, and we cannot accurately estimate the true intensity of this abyss descent for now. I wonder if the items reserved in the city are enough to use. Summer City was just a small city located in the rear, and there weren't suitable leveling areas for high-level awakened ones nearby. Therefore, it was only suitable for the initial growth of novice awakened ones. Facing the descent of the abyss, it was somewhat difficult. Xiaoyan looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "That awakened one with the skill to transform into a fire giant, I checked the information and found no profession with the same skill effect. But if he could help us face the descent of the abyss, we can show him some goodwill when we encounter him again. I wonder if he comes from a top guild." To this, Chu Qingyu nodded. Their understanding of that awakened one was still too little. But at this moment, a figure quickly walked into the room. "City Lord, the abyss entrance to the north of the city is about to open." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's gaze immediately sharpened. This time, the abyss entrance actually did not open at the same time. "First, fully support the northern city," he ordered immediately. Level +1. You have obtained the entry Wash Away the Dust, red. Outside the abyss entrance in the East City, Lin Chi held his flaming hammer against the entrance. After a series of experience gain notifications ended, a radiant glow of leveling up finally appeared on his body. Level 15. A new red entry also appeared on Lin Chi's panel. Current entry, Wash Away the Dust. Effect: when collecting materials, all the essence of the target can be condensed into any one material, the quality of the material gets a corresponding boost, and it can be automatically collected and stored, with no limit. Goodness, what a wash away the dust. Lin Shi felt a stir in his heart. Originally, when he killed a monster, he had to collect materials from each part of the monster one by one, and the materials were not fixed. Although it counted as automatic collection, it still couldn't avoid the step of putting them into the storage ring. Now it became convenient in one go. Whatever forging materials he needed later, he could just directly auto-collect based on any material. Moreover, if the monster's strength was high enough, the quality of the materials would also increase. Higher quality materials naturally have a higher chance to forge good equipment. Does that mean, if I kill an ordinary boss, there's a chance I can collect bronze quality materials? Lin Shi then turned to look at the abyss entrance. A guardian of the abyss just happened to spawn from the entrance, and before it took 2 steps, it collapsed under Lin Shi's flames. Immediately, a crystal core automatically appeared, then suddenly disappeared. And Lin Shi just had a thought, and the crystal core from before appeared in front of him. Material: Guardian of the Abyss Crystal, Gold. It really has been elevated by a tier. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. At this abyss entrance, a boss would appear periodically. He had collected materials from several guardians of the abyss. But occasionally, there would be a silver quality guardian of the abyss crystal, and even the drop rate for this kind of material couldn't be guaranteed. And now, this material had actually turned into gold quality. Besides this, Lin Shi also realized a very serious issue. So what use do I have for the ring? If he had known, he wouldn't have bought that ring blueprint. After obtaining this entry, the materials he could store simply had no limit. The problem that had troubled Lin Shi was easily solved. But Lin Shi glanced at the pile of equipment stored in the ring slot and put these thoughts away. Alright then, the ring slot is still useful for now. After all, it can still store the equipment that dropped. These equipment can also be taken back to refine. Monsters don't only drop equipment and materials, sometimes they drop skill books and even rarer items. But with this, Lin Shi still feels at ease. He doesn't have to worry about collecting and storing materials anymore, so isn't he free to farm at will? Current abyss amplification, upgrading. However, soon after, Lin Shi glanced at the abyss entrance in front of him and curled his lip. The abyss amplification has entered the upgrading phase again. As the time for the abyss entrance to open draws closer, the effect of the abyss amplification will only get stronger. Previously, when Lin Shi was farming monsters, the abyss amplification had already been upgraded to level 4. He was just planning to see if there were any other isolated monsters in the black mist. Suddenly, Lin Shi heard someone shout from the outer area. The abyss entrance in the north of the city has been opened. Chapter 19, Charge straight into the abyss. The abyss entrance is open. This means, under the current abyss amplification, a large number of monsters will continuously pour out from it. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled, and he glanced at the abyss entrance hidden in the black mist not far away. The abyss entrance in the east of the city won't open for another 2 days. But other places have opened first. Without any hesitation, he headed straight north towards Summer City. Before the East City Abyss entrance opens, the abyss north of Summer City is definitely the best place for him to level up. He originally planned to wait until the abyss entrance opened so he could charge into the abyss. When Lin Shi arrived north of Summer City, his first sight was of the area shrouded in thick, dark mist. From the peripheral area, he could only see glimmers of light occasionally shining through the black mist. Many skills were completely hidden under the mist, making it impossible to see anything else. Meanwhile, the city's defense team was still stationed at the edge of the black mist and had not ventured deep inside. They guarded a safe area for some awakened ones to recover. At the same time, they prevented abyss creatures from wandering into Summer City. Unlike the wild monsters usually seen, these abyss creatures can almost disregard their wandering range. New awakened ones, huh? At this moment, Chu Qingyu walked past Lin Shi and glanced at him. Noticing that Lin Shi wasn't wearing any equipment, she frowned slightly. This student, which school are you from? Seeing Lin Shi's condition, she thought he was an unawakened youth. At this stage, even new awakened ones should have already started to level up. Although the equipment may not be good, they should at least have managed to gather a few pieces. But Lin Shi arrived here, not to mention equipment, he didn't even have a weapon in sight. Summer City High School, new awakened one, Lin Shi admitted. He could roughly guess what Chu Qingyu was thinking now, raising the ring on his hand that proved his identity as an awakened one. However, Chu Qingyu sighed softly. Now that the abyss has descended, the situation is different. I still recommend you wear your equipment before entering the black mist. By the way, where are your teammates? She looked around but found that only Lin Shi was there. With helplessness, she rubbed her temples. These students now all carry a clear kind of foolishness. It's too dangerous to level up in the Abyss Blacksmith while not wearing any equipment. Even with the Abyss descending, Summer City strictly cannot prohibit new awakened ones from leveling up. Only by doing this can they cultivate powerful awakened ones instead of just pile up useless levels and equipment. I don't have teammates, Lin Shi spread his hands. It's not that teammates would only hold him back. Leveling up in a team often also results in experience bonuses. But his situation is not easy to explain to others. So it was just laziness in forming a team. No teammates. Xu Qingyu frowned even more, glancing again at the fairly good-looking boy before her. She could not see any isolated aura from this kid, so why couldn't he even form a team? But this situation is not too uncommon. After thinking for a moment, she simply took out a scroll from her ring and handed it to Lin Shi without hesitation. This is a retreat scroll. It can help you attract a certain degree of monster aggression after use. Remember, if you encounter danger in the Black Mist, do not force it. Hopefully, this foolish boy won't die here before waiting for new recruits from the guild. She turned and left, handling other matters. Lin Shi held the scroll, a bit stunned. For him, this item takes up storage space. After thinking for a moment, he did not waste the other's goodwill and stored it in his ring, planning to use it when necessary before directly stepping into the Black Mist. The visibility in the Black Mist is low, only around oneself. But as soon as Lin Shi walked in, he saw some boys and girls not far away casting skills. Lin Shi just took a brief glance and understood. After a few days since their awakening, these boys and girls had generally leveled up to around level 5. For them, working together to deal with some isolated abyss creatures at the edge of the Black Mist was already their limit. As he gradually ventured deeper, he could also see some higher-level new awakeners. But even at the front, only a few awakened teams could each have 2 skills to rotate and use. In such a short time, reaching level 10 was already quite fast. After all, the experience required to level up increases with each level. But Lin Shi didn't even plan to take out the Abyss Hammer here. Occasionally, some reckless monsters lunged at him, which he could directly turn into forging materials and experience with his bare hands. Abyss creatures usually have no level, but they do have corresponding attributes. Even new awakeners can harvest decent experience here. But for Lin Shi, the experience here was a bit lacking. He quickly ventured deeper into the Black Mist, and when he noticed that even normal awakeners became fewer around him, he finally took out the Abyss Hammer. Then, a flame began to envelop him, and he stepped forward, walking straight toward the Abyss entrance. Along the way, Abyss creatures pounced on him. But as soon as they touched the flames surrounding him, a damage number swiftly floated above them, and their health was instantly emptied. Even just now, Lin Shi's attribute values were already quite powerful. For him, leveling up was just a way to gain attributes. Finally, Lin Shi wielded the flame-covered Abyss Hammer and crossed a large area of black mist, arriving at the Abyss entrance. Current Abyss Amplification, Level 5. This Abyss entrance outside North City only displayed an amplification message. Aside from this, there was nothing else. But in front of Lin Shi, a large number of damage numbers kept floating by, which made Lin Shi's experience points increase rapidly. The Abyss entrance before him had already fully opened. After blocking a wave of Abyss creatures, the Abyss entrance finally revealed itself completely. Standing in the black mist, it looked like a huge portal standing 6 stories high. Its surface, adorned like a magnificent starry sky, coalesced into a whirlpool. Abyss creatures surged out from here. Lin Shi grinned and stepped directly into the abyss. What came into view was a huge, cylindrical mouth. Surrounded by circles of writhing, fearsome teeth, they suddenly surged toward Lin Shi's figure to devour him. A golden-level boss is waiting right here. Similar to other abyss creatures, there are no level distinctions, but it is currently enhanced by the 5th level abyss. Whose size is this? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Chapter 20, Do You Desire Power? PSH. The ice sword technique begins, and a massive long sword formed from ice is thrust directly into the abyss worm's large mouth. Stuffed full. In an instant, countless shards of ice exploded from within the abyss worm, scattering in all directions. Minus 10,060. You have killed the abyss worm, golden, gained experience plus 5,700. This is clearly a stronger abyss creature than the abyss guardians. In front of Lin Shi, a tooth swiftly condensed with brilliance and then disappeared without a trace. In addition, there was a piece of equipment emitting a faint golden hue that dropped to the ground. Lin Shi picked up the equipment, glanced at it briefly, and then started observing the inside of the abyss. Even the intelligence acquired by Summer City High School had little record of the abyss's interior. What he saw was a world shrouded in complete darkness. But some areas flowed with lava, emitting a faint glow, illuminating the surroundings. However, after scanning the area, Lin Shi couldn't help but frown. He found that there were not many abyss creatures inside the abyss. only a few scattered ones wandering around. This is different from the intelligence, Lin Chi wondered. Isn't it said that the interior of the abyss is extremely dangerous? Even if outside awakeners could break in, they should lose most of their numbers here. But the monsters in front of him are fewer than those wandering in the black mist outside. Could it be that the abyss here is different? Lin Chi pondered. The abyss cannot simply be treated as a dungeon, it's more like a world, different from the outside world. Almost every entrance into the abyss leads to different regions of the abyss. Lin Chi simply decided to walk forward, he was not afraid of getting lost in the abyss. Evil old demon, you and I have been trapped in the abyss together for who knows how long. In the pitch-black abyss, a melodious voice of a young woman echoed. Now that we've finally waited for a crack to open in the abyss, do you intend to guard the abyss core forever? This is a girl wearing a snow-white robe, her long hair flowing down, surrounded by a faint glow, looking incredibly pure. However, beneath her is a massive magic circle. The magic circle is outlined by blood-red liquid, extending crimson chains that are shackled to the girl. Before the girl, there is an old man in a black robe, constantly emanating black mist, appearing extremely sinister. On the ground around the old man, there is also a magic circle, emitting bright light, continuously dispersing the black mist surrounding him. Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden, if it weren't for your desire to seize my abyss core, how would you and I be trapped here together? The old man let out a strange laugh, and in front of him, there was a mass of dense black mist that seemed to be nurturing something. When Lin Chi arrived here, following the glow in the abyss, he happened to stumble upon this scene. He blinked in astonishment. What's going on? Accidentally entering the abyss, and encountering a holy maiden and a demon fighting over treasure. What am I here for? What kind of chaos is happening in the abyss? From the words of these two, Lin Chi was also gathering information. In the currently explored areas by humans, there is no heavenly palace present. However, in these years of exploration, even races like elves and giants have begun appearing in many human settlements. Correspondingly, there are now more choices for awakeners' job changes. These two might be from areas beyond what has currently been explored. Lin Chi did not deliberately unleash his forging skill, he simply walked forward to observe the two people. As for evil creatures like you who attempt to reach into the abyss, the heavenly palace will naturally eliminate you. The voice of the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace became a bit colder. She seemed to sense something, her gaze suddenly fell on Lin Chi, who was approaching this way, and she began to scrutinize him closely. The evil old demon also obviously noticed Lin Chi, his old face shifting with emotion. A little guy who accidentally wandered here from the abyssal rift? You must be extremely frightened to have fallen into this place. Do you desire power? He spoke slowly, his words filled with a tempting allure. It felt a bit like some kind of mission scenario. However, there was no task prompt in the abyss. Lin Chi had a rough judgment. As for the desire for power, his power attribute was not necessarily lower than that of these two in front of him. Splash! At that moment, the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace suddenly stood up, the crimson chains on her body making a clanking sound as she moved to the edge of the formation, gazing at Lin Chi. On her pure and flawless face, there was revealed a hint of pitiful charm. Little brother, do not listen to that demon's seduction. You should be quite young, right? It's very dangerous here, quickly come to your sister. She seemed to possess an innate holy aura that could move the hearts of people. Is this making me choose between two factions? Lin Chi quietly pondered. He glanced at the wrinkled old man, then looked at the sacred maiden. Then, Lin Chi broke into a smile. He immediately stepped towards the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace. Do not trust her, she has no good intentions, the old man warned coldly. But Lin Chi paid no mind and had already stepped into the crimson formation. You are affected by negative status, weak. You are affected by negative status, imprisoned. You are affected by negative status, mana cleared. In an instant, Lin Chi received a series of negative status alerts. As expected. Though the interior of the abyss is different from the outside world, it is still a digitized realm. At this moment, the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace suddenly leaned in closer. Soft jade and warm fragrance. Little brother, you are truly your sister's savior. She whispered softly in Lin Chi's ear, but in her hand, a staff suddenly appeared. Damn it! The evil old demon immediately shouted in anger. Do you know what you have done? You have disrupted our balance, she will take my abyssal core. And the staff in the sacred maiden's hand was already pointed at Lin Chi. Her smile seemed no longer pure, revealing an air of greed. But at this moment, Lin Chi smiled as well. A ball of blazing fire erupted around him, quickly engulfing his entire body. Even the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace, who was clinging to him, was immediately scorched by the roaring flames. Ah, you! The sacred maiden let out a piercing scream, her eyes in the blazing fire revealing disbelief. The formation here even affected her mana, and she could only hope to absorb Lin Chi's life force to regain balance. But why could this boy still unleash skills? Moreover, she clearly felt her own life force draining rapidly. You have killed the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace. Level +1. You have obtained the trait, Ancestral Physique, Gold. No boss tier? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, and he did not even receive a prompt for gaining experience. But he had genuinely leveled up. Chapter 21, Rich Rewards. Abyssal Core. This is impossible. You did not accidentally wander into the abyss? Opposite him, the evil old demon clearly realized the situation at this moment. The boy in front of him was definitely not just a simple intruder into the abyss. Accidentally wandered in? I came in killing my way through. Lin Chi shrugged. He did notice that, as the sacred maiden of the heavenly palace died, the brilliance of the formation around the evil old demon visibly waned quickly. Don't worry, your turn is coming soon. Lin Chi said calmly. After the sacred maiden was killed, several pieces of equipment exploded on the spot. Lin Chi did not hurry to pick them up, rushing straight towards the evil old demon. Fierce flames burned, transforming Lin Chi into a fiery giant, wielding a massive flame hammer, smashing it down towards the direction of the evil old demon. This was the first time he had encountered a monster that could communicate. Clearly, this should not be something an awakening being at this stage could encounter. However, Lin Chi was not an ordinary 16th level awakener. For these two beings inside the abyss, he couldn't even see their ranks. But it was certain that their condition was very poor. After all, it had to match the current abyss entrance. In a normally opened abyss entrance, generally, there shouldn't be any abyss creatures that exceed balance too much. Boom! The fiery hammer smashed down, causing the ground to tremble violently. A large amount of splattering flames fell in all directions, illuminating the entire area brightly. You killed the evil old demon. Level +1. You gained the skill, Familiarity, Purple. The brilliance of leveling up blossomed once again. Leveling up 2 levels at once. Lin Chi glanced again at the spot where the Heavenly Hall Saintess originally was and shook his head. What a pity. He suspected that if he hadn't entered this abyss entrance at this stage, after leveling up further, he might still be able to forcibly level up by killing the two here. But the current problem wasn't too big. Just entering one abyss entrance had already raised him to level 17, saving him a lot of effort. Lin Chi immediately checked his skill panel. Current skill, Primal Body, Golden. Effect, all negative effect resistances increased by 50%. Why isn't it Primal Holy Body? Lin Chi complained inwardly. After all, it was just a golden skill, what else could it be? Current skill, Familiarity, Purple. Effect, all released skill effects increased by 30%. Both skills provided significant boosts to his power. Lin Chi was quite satisfied. They probably didn't drop any materials due to the special nature of the Heavenly Hall Saintess and the evil old demon. However, they still left him a few items on the ground. Special monster drops in the abyss must have good things, right? Lin Chi quickly put these items into his bag. Erosion Staff, Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment Requirement? Effect? Description? Erosion Necklace, Epic. Category, Necklace. Equipment Requirement? Effect? Description? Erosion Sphere, Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment Requirement? The 3 pieces of equipment that dropped all had their effects shown as question marks. Clearly, these were hidden attribute items that needed identification before use. However, even so, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel excited. 3 pieces of epic quality equipment, no matter where they were placed, would surely make anyone drool. I wonder if this epic quality meets the ranks of those 2. Lin Chi thought, collecting the 3 pieces of equipment into his ring. It was also possible that those 2 had undergone some changes, such that even their equipment was eroded. Besides the equipment, Lin Chi also discovered a book emitting a faint glow. Skill book. He let out a breath. After leveling up and grinding monsters until now, he had finally dropped a skill book. The drop rate for this thing, especially at this stage, was utterly negligible. At least in the trade market of Summer City, there were no skill books for sale. Lin Chi quickly picked up the skill book. Skill, Curse of Disaster. Mana cost, 1850. Effect, releases a magic array covering a 10 by 10 area, causing weakness, imprisonment, dizziness, slow, mana loss, health deduction, and increased damage taken to the enemy stepping inside, randomly 3 negative effects. Learning requirement, Mage class. Such skill books generally recorded the initial effects of the skills. Later, with improved skill proficiency or one's own mental attributes, the power and effect of the skill could be enhanced. Furthermore, awakeners would undergo subsequent job changes. He would also fully enhance his skills. As for the power of this skill, Lin Chi had personally experienced it. When he stepped into that scarlet formation, he clearly suffered multiple negative states in an instant. His mana points were even completely emptied. This skill, even when faced with high-level awakened ones, is undoubtedly powerful. However, he didn't need mana points. There are job requirements, that's a bit difficult. Lin Chi pouted. If one had to say, the blacksmith profession indeed has some limitations in this regard. It is neither a ranged class nor a melee class. For these items with job requirements, they can't be used directly. The equipment is easy to solve, but the skill needs to be replicated. Lin Chi decided to find a way to sell this skill book later, then have the buyer demonstrate it in front of him. This skill, paired with his previously obtained corruption domain skill, the effect of farming monsters would be extraordinarily good. After counting his spoils, Lin Chi walked back to the extremely dense black mist. From the situation of the previous two, they must be fighting over something, which led to them being trapped in the abyss. But Lin Chi estimated that even if those two reconciled, they wouldn't easily escape the abyss entrance. He didn't think too much and fixed his gaze on the black mist. Abyss core. Description. Okay, another item that couldn't be viewed. Not even its quality can be seen. And in past information, there was no mention of this item at all. Lin Chi suspected that even identification might not reveal the effect of this item. Something that made those two fight over it must be unusual. Lin Chi directly put it into his ring. But in an instant, the ring on his hand began to show a wave of black. Are the storage slots decreasing? Lin Chi's mouth twitched. This thing even wastes ring space. Fortunately, it was just a ring of ordinary quality. He transferred the items in it to other rings, leaving only this abyss core. Soon, the ring turned completely black. And aside from having only one storage slot left, there were no other changes. Ring of Abyssal Corruption. The prefix of Abyssal Corruption was added to the ring's name. But from this point, Lin Chi could also judge. This abyss core is definitely extraordinary. Chapter 22, Danger? Does not exist. I'll try to identify it when I get back. Lin Chi still hadn't learned the second skill of his profession until now. However, now he was already level 17. He could indeed learn two skills from his profession at once. The later he gets, the more useful the blacksmith's skills become. Glancing around, Lin Chi didn't stay here for long. The inside of the abyss is not all interconnected. There are vast areas that may have towering mountains, making it nearly impossible to find an end, while others are bottomless abysses. Exploring inside the abyss either leads to blocked paths or one might get lost and cannot find the exit. He directly returned the way he came. After exiting the abyss entrance, Lin Chi noticed that awakened ones were gradually appearing deeper in the black mist. However, they were still quite a distance from the entrance of the abyss. There will always be someone wanting to fight hard. Lin Chi sighed. Many awakened ones do not want to remain trapped in their current state, wanting to use the arrival of the abyss to upgrade their power as much as possible. And because Lin Chi had fought his way into the abyss entrance earlier, the monsters here had become noticeably sparser, and no more monsters had surged out. He didn't even release the forging skill, slowly walking towards the outer edge of the black mist. Not far away in the black mist, Shinbailu, holding a pure white staff, had a group of light rapidly condensing in front of her, with complex runes shining. Suddenly, it fell onto a creature from the abyss. Whoosh! Minus 1890. Damage numbers floated by, and this abyss creature could not withstand her strike, crashing down. Shinbailu took a slight breath and glanced at the three puppet dolls in front of her. The three puppet dolls gathered around her, blocking the rushing abyss creatures as she released her skills. Even though the abyss creatures here attacked fiercely, the puppet dolls remained steadfast. Shinbailu recovered a bit and lifted her staff again, choosing a suitable target. But at that moment, she suddenly spotted a figure in the black mist. Lin Chi? A look of surprise instantly appeared on Shinbailu's small face. How did he come here to the depths of the black mist? But she had no time to think further. Shinbailu noticed that an abyss evil spirit was suddenly flying towards Lin Chi. Arcane Flame. A ball of flame, glowing with runes, burst forth from Shinbailu's staff, smashing into the abyss evil spirit and burning it clean. She looked at Lin Chi, who seemed unaware, and helplessly shook her head. And in the black mist ahead, Lin Chi looked at the abyss evil spirit that had turned to ashes beside him, the corner of his mouth twitching. He had naturally noticed Shinbailu long ago and had no intention of avoiding her. However, Shinbailu seemed to misunderstand something, even taking the time to help him deal with monsters. Shinbailu invites you to join the team. Then, Lin Chi noticed a line of prompts. In an instant, he found it quite amusing. Lin Chi, hurry. My puppet dolls can protect you, Shun Bailu shouted. They were already deep in the black mist, where there were plenty of awakened ones with high levels. But the monsters pouring out of the abyss were too many for the awakened ones to care for each other. Shin Bailu guessed that Lin Shi might also want to seize the opportunity of the abyss's arrival to gather materials and level up. However, for a blacksmith, this was too dangerous. Even with abundant resources, Lin Shi should be at a similar level to her now. Logically, he should not need to put himself in danger. Moreover, Shin Bailu did not see his teammates beside Lin Shi. She didn't know what had happened, but she didn't want to see Lin Shi die at the hands of the abyss creatures here. But there were too many abyss creatures. Just as she cleared one batch, another wave of abyss creatures surged in. Abyss beetles? Suddenly, Shin Bailu seemed to realize something, her eyes narrowing. Among the common abyss creatures, they were quite strong and often appeared in groups. The danger level of a swarm of abyss beetles was almost on par with that of a boss-level abyss guardian. She didn't dare hesitate and quickly commanded her 3 puppets to clear the abyss creatures blocking the way, rushing towards Lin Shi. This would undoubtedly attract a large amount of hatred from the abyss creatures, but at this moment, she couldn't afford to worry about that. At that time, the team entry prompt finally came through. Shin Bailu felt a bit relieved, but her small face was still full of tension. There were still some abyss creatures between her and Lin Shi. And Lin Shi saw Shin Bailu's reaction. He shrugged, this time not refusing Shin Bailu's kindness. Moreover, he already had other ideas in mind. Sasha. The surrounding abyss creatures charged in, making a series of unpleasant howling sounds. Seeing this, Shin Bailu's pretty face turned pale. In the end, didn't she make it in time? Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately took out a scroll from her ring and prepared to cast it towards Lin Shi. But then, Shin Bailu's movements suddenly froze. Under her astonished gaze, Lin Shi actually pulled out a completely black large hammer. He hadn't even shown any signs of releasing his skill. The heavy-looking hammer was vigorously swung by Lin Shi, creating a blur of shadows in the air. Bang! 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 Immediately after, the violent sounds of heavy objects crashing echoed one after another. In Shin Bailu's disbelief, the abyss creatures were suddenly smashed to pieces by the hammer. Just one blow. Your teammate Lin Shi has killed an abyss beetle, gaining experience plus 960. Your teammate Lin Shi has killed an abyss beetle, gaining experience plus 960. Level plus 1. A burst of light signifying an upgrade radiated from Shin Bailu. It made her already graceful figure look even more exquisite and charming. But until the light faded, Shin Bailu still had her mouth slightly open, staring at Lin Shi in shock. She didn't even notice that she had reached level 12. She had been leveling up here in the black mist for a long time. However, she had never expected that awakened ones at her current stage could have such a high monster-killing efficiency. At this moment, she couldn't help but begin to doubt, was Lin Shi really just a blacksmith? Level 12 already? Have you been leveling up all by yourself? At this moment, Lin Shi slowly walked over, as if completely unconcerned with the other abyss creatures around. He glanced at the 3 puppet dolls in front of Shin Bailu, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. After all, being from a noble family, he had never truly seen such puppets before. It was said that the cost of a puppet doll could reach several hundred gold coins. Additionally, Shin Bailu was tightly clutching a scroll meant to support him, which was quite impressive. No wonder her leveling efficiency was so high. At this moment, Shin Bailu finally calmed her emotions. She looked at Lin Shi with complex feelings. She realized that Lin Shi's situation was definitely not as simple as she had thought before. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Shi's level in the party. Suddenly, her eyes widened again. You are level 17? Chapter 23 Shin Bailu, am I being carried? Shin Bailu had always been confident, never believing that at this stage, level or profession determined everything from then on. They could only serve as a reference. The power of awakened ones doesn't just come from their own attributes and skills, but also from how to allocate and use them reasonably. So, her usual leveling methods could completely utilize more than just these puppet dolls for assistance. Her family could even arrange for powerful awakened ones to support her, creating a suitable leveling environment without forming a team. But then, it would only produce an awakened one who knows nothing but releasing skills. They would never be able to face danger alone. However, Lin Shi now made her start to doubt her previous understanding. Can a blacksmith profession really reach level 17 in such a short time? Absolutely impossible. Not to mention that blacksmiths are not suited for combat in the early stages, even any profession ranked high on the charts could not achieve such high leveling efficiency. Especially since the required experience increases significantly with each level. The gap of 5 levels may seem small, but it actually requires a huge amount of experience. I level up a bit faster. Lin Shi could see Shen Bailu's surprise, only smiling slightly. For him, the level only represented the number of attributes. His own attributes were already extremely outrageous. After a long time, Shen Bailu finally withdrew her gaze from Lin Shi, yet her complex feelings remained unsettled for a long time. She had long known that Lin Shi would never be depressed just because he awakened the blacksmith profession. Considering Lin Shi's performance back in school, as long as he awakened a combat profession, even a very ordinary one would definitely allow him to surpass other awakened ones. But she still underestimated Lin Shi. However, she naturally wouldn't delve deeper into this. Don't explore Lin Shi's secret. After thinking for a moment, she tentatively asked Lin Shi, "Do you want to level up with me?" She was obviously overthinking. With Lin Shi's strength, he didn't need her support at all. Sure. Lin Shi didn't refuse at all. Although one of his rings had been ruined by the Abyss Core, his backup rings were still not full, since monster materials didn't take up inventory space. He originally planned to practice leveling up while returning home. Shen Bailu smiled brightly, silently agreeing not to say anything more. Usually, she rarely interacted with others in class and seldom smiled, always appearing rather plain. But now, the girl's smile seemed to make the monsters rushing in from the black mist vanish into thin air, full of youthful vibrancy and beauty. Lin Shi held the abyss hammer, strolling casually alongside Shen Bailu as they moved through the black mist. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move whenever he saw the opposite sex. In the past 2.5 years at Summer City High School, he and Lu Ruoyan had been close, but it wasn't because he pursued her. Especially with someone like Lu Ruoyan. He always followed a principle, not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not being responsible. -1620. -1750. -1990. Damage numbers kept floating by. Shen Bailu, holding her staff, was momentarily unsure how to strike. She initially planned to treat Lin Shi as a warrior class and take on the main attack while being shielded by her puppets. However, Lin Shi's monster-killing efficiency was too high. Up until now, she hadn't seen a single abyss creature that could withstand one of Lin Shi's hammer strikes. As for her skills, while they could attack distant monsters naturally, they wouldn't help clean up the monsters in front of their duo. Soon, Shen Bailu adapted. Since the nearby monsters posed no threat, she decided to clear away the distant monsters, which could also provide experience for the team. In a team, experience gains were added. Lin Shi also experienced the benefits of this boost. And there was no need to worry about dropped materials and equipment. Whoever defeated the monster would naturally get the materials and equipment first. Suddenly, Lin Shi noticed a large area of pitch-black liquid surging on the ground nearby. His eyebrows instantly raised. Without a doubt, they encountered the Abyss Guardian in the black mist again. "It's a boss!" Shen Bailu exclaimed, instantly recalling the common boss-level creatures found in the black mist. She hurriedly looked at Lin Shi, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. From their earlier monster kills, she couldn't gauge Lin Shi's upper limits in strength. She wondered if they could deal with the Abyss Guardian. But then, Shen Bailu's beautiful pupils widened slightly. She clearly noticed. Under Lin Shi's feet, a vast area covered in pitch-black liquid suddenly appeared. This directly encompassed Shen Bailu and her puppets. Moreover, this black liquid seemed even more sinister than what they had just seen. Another boss? Shen Bailu's heart raced. She naturally knew the effect of this black liquid could quickly drain health limits. Yet she realized, even though she was standing in the area covered by the black liquid, she wasn't taking any damage. And this was Lin Shi's skill, the erosion domain. Stronger than the Abyss Guardian's erosion effect. Your teammate Lin Shi kills Abyss Beetle, gains experience plus 960. Your teammate Lin Shi kills Abyss Demon Wolf, gains experience plus 1380. Your teammate Lin Shi. Shen Bailu stared at the continuous pop-up messages, her expression dazed. What happened? She hadn't seen Lin Shi doing anything else. Then, she noticed that Lin Shi was striding forward. That was exactly where the Abyss Guardian had just appeared. Bang! A dull sound came from the darkness. Shen Bailu received a notification. Your teammate Lin Shi killed the Abyss Guardian, gaining experience plus 5170. Shen Bailu silently lowered her head and glanced at her experience bar. She had just leveled up to level 12, but now her experience bar had already grown by more than half. Am I being carried? She felt somewhat speechless. So this is what her classmates often talked about, finding a big shot to carry you. Her emotions became more and more complicated. Deep in the black fog, Lin Shi was about to turn back when he suddenly noticed that several awakened ones were running frantically nearby. From their demeanor, it looked like they were escaping wildly. Among them, he even saw a familiar figure, Lu Ruoyan. Damn it, we just started to explore the black fog. How did we encounter the Abyss Guardian? What's there to panic about? It won't be long until we level up and can surely defeat the Abyss Guardian. Long bro, it's not the time for such talks, let's run. The few individuals were clearly from the same team, but at this moment, they looked extremely disheveled as they fled. One of the boys paused for a moment while running, glancing back. Wait. Did we escape the monster's aggro range? He noticed distinctly that the originally pitch-black liquid had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that the terrifying Abyss Guardian had left. But just then, he suddenly shuddered. Not far away in the black mist, he clearly saw a figure. Standing calmly in the fog, holding a large hammer. Chapter 24, Can Kill in One Hit, Why Waste Words? A hidden warrior class? Wang Feilong instantly thought of this in his heart. This area has already penetrated deeply into the black fog. The ones able to kill monsters here, aside from high-level middle-aged people, could only be early-stage strong players. He didn't see the person's face clearly, but this person was obviously around the same age as him, and the large hammer in their hand was particularly eye-catching. Warriors using hammers as weapons were extremely rare in the current stage of Summer City. After the skilled selection, the team that this person is in will probably be a strong competitor. Who is this person? Which school's awakened one? Wang Feilong's emotions turned rapidly. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Qi? Her position was closer to Lin Qi, and she vaguely discerned the figure in front, but she found it hard to believe. Shouldn't that blacksmith be hiding in the city looking for a place to forge? How dare he come out to level up, even venturing deep into the black fog? She still felt she must have seen it wrong. But Wang Feilong furrowed his brows tightly. You mean he is that blacksmith? Since awakening, he had never looked highly upon Lin Qi, but he remembered the grudge from when this blacksmith first saw him in a pathetic state. But if that person holding the hammer is really the blacksmith, he wouldn't believe it. I must have seen it wrong. Lu Ruoyan shook her head. If it's Lin Qi, not to mention diving into the black fog, even approaching the edge of the fog would easily get him dealt with by just an abyss goblin. But the next moment, Lu Ruoyan suddenly froze. It seemed she realized something, her eyes couldn't help but tremble, and her face changed from green to white. In her line of sight, next to that figure holding a large hammer, there was clearly a girl's figure. Shen Bailu. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan realized that the figure holding the great hammer was likely really Lin Qi. At the awakening, she had personally seen Shen Bailu invite Lin Qi. It really is that blacksmith. Wang Feilong noticed Lu Ruoyan's expression and immediately reacted. His brows furrowed even tighter, and the long sword in his hand was subconsciously gripped. He thought the other party was some powerful hidden profession. It turned out they were just shocked by that blacksmith. At this moment, Shen Bailu also noticed Lu Ruoyan and the others. The team formed by these people was able to venture deep into the black mist, which could be considered impressive in Xia City. But it wasn't worth her attention. Instead, she turned to Lin Qi beside her and asked, "Do you want to continue leveling up?" The Abyss Guardian, known as the strongest boss before the Abyss opened, had already been defeated by Lin Qi. However, she hadn't been of much help as a teammate. This made her feel like she had become a burden to Lin Qi. Let's level up one more time. Lin Qi smiled lightly. The experience boost from teaming up was quite good. His experience bar had already increased by a bit, and there was still space in the ring, so he planned to try leveling up to 18 before deciding. However, as time passed, more awakeners were trying to enter the depths of the black mist around them. Compared to the abyss entrance in the west of the city, this pre-opened abyss entrance was still accessible to ordinary people. Some people are getting too nosy, let's head to the abyss entrance. Lin Qi said again. He walked towards the abyss entrance with ease. Seeing this, Shen Bailu's expression became somewhat strange. Why did it feel like Lin Qi had been to the abyss entrance before? No wonder this blacksmith can come here, it turns out he really is being kept by her. Just as Shen Bailu was about to follow Lin Qi into the black mist, Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Shen Bailu's brows immediately furrowed, her footsteps coming to a stop as she shot a cold glance at Lu Ruoyan. Her personality was indeed a bit indifferent, but that didn't mean she had no anger. Lu Ruoyan, however, seemed oblivious, walking over with Wang Feilong and the others. I know you, the arcane mage, the third hidden class on the celestial ranking. Wang Feilong crossed his arms, raising his chin slightly toward Shen Bailu. Shen Bailu was indeed a well-known figure, often discussed among students in all high schools in Xia City. Even among all the schools in Xia City, her name was well known. With a mysterious background and outstanding looks, many speculated she was raised in this rear city by a prominent family. There had been precedents for this in the past. Before awakening, Wang Feilong had also shown interest in Shen Bailu, but his family warned him not to provoke her, so he had to give up. But now, he too had awakened his hidden class. Even if his ranking on the celestial ranking couldn't compare with the arcane mage, he believed he wouldn't be too far off. You even brought that blacksmith here to level up, aren't you afraid he'll drag you down? Lu Ruoyan said, wrapping her arm around Wang Feilong's. Shin Bailu frowned even more, she hadn't intended to bother with these people. But their words were too excessive. Our entire team has already leveled up to 10. Wang Feilong stared at Shin Bailu and slowly spoke. Do you want to join our team? It's better than bringing around a blacksmith dragging you down. Even if you want to train a logistics person, there's no need for you to be here yourself, right? He was very aggressive and didn't care about the reactions of other team members. If he could recruit Shin Bailu into their team, he would really have a chance to challenge the strongest guilds. No need. Shin Bailu maintained her good manners and summoned 3 puppet dolls from the Black Mist, intending to catch up with Lin Qi. But when Wang Feilong and Lu Ruoyan noticed those 3 puppet dolls, their eyes couldn't help but widen. The cost of these things was extremely high, even Wang Feilong couldn't afford one. You actually used 3 puppet dolls just to bring that blacksmith to level up? Lu Ruoyan was shocked. Jealousy made her somewhat frantic. Indeed, she was nowhere near Shin Bailu. Wang Feilong's expression also changed, revealing a hint of greed in his eyes. He could already confirm that if he could get Shin Bailu to join the team, even if both sides developed further, he could definitely rise to the top in the future. A wave of jealousy surged in his heart. Why was that blacksmith favored by Shin Bailu? How could he, a prestigious hidden profession, not even be better than a blacksmith? Shin Bailu, why do you care about that blacksmith's life or death? A waste like him, I could easily crush with a finger. He spoke again. Bang! Just then, Wang Feilong's words were abruptly cut off. A pitch-black great hammer suddenly fell where Wang Feilong had originally stood, smashing heavily into the ground. At the same time, damage numbers floated above Wang Feilong's head. He suddenly transformed into a beam of light, disappearing into the black mist. Escape scroll? Lin Qi walked out from the depths of the black mist, raising an eyebrow. This item was worth even more than the battle retreat scroll given to him earlier by Chu Qingyu. How could Wang Feilong and the others dare to venture into the black mist without carrying enough life-saving items? Seeing Shin Bailu's shocked expression, Lin Qi just shrugged his shoulders. I saw you hadn't caught up, so I came to have a look. Chapter 25, which blacksmith levels up so fast? This. Beside the abyss hammer, the faces of Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 turned pale. They recognized this hammer. This was the great hammer that Lin Qi had just held. But they couldn't react in time to understand what had just happened. They hadn't seen how this hammer had smashed down here. Instead, Wang Feilong's health plummeted to the brink, automatically activating the escape scroll to teleport away. Lin Qi, it's you. Finally, Lu Ruoyan came back to her senses, glaring angrily at Lin Qi. She didn't believe it was Lin Qi's own skill. After all, they hadn't even seen the shine of a skill, let alone that a blacksmith profession could have combat skills in the early stages. This must have been an extremely luxurious item prepared for Lin Qi by Shin Bailu in advance. But even so, it made her feel uncomfortable deep down. She considered herself destined to achieve far more than Lin Qi in the future, yet Wang Feilong was almost taken down by a single hammer from Lin Qi. Lin Qi, do you know what you've done? Lu Ruoyan's voice became sharp, you attacked a fellow student. But before her words could finish. Slap. Shin Bailu had already arrived in front of Lu Ruoyan, delivering a heavy slap. In the area around Summer City, and under level 30, awakened ones cannot engage in life and death battles. This is just sparring, Shin Bailu said calmly. Since it's a sparring session between teams, then let me send you away. She waved her hand, and 3 puppet figures suddenly rushed forward to take Lu Ruoyan and the others away. For a moment, Lin Qi looked at Shin Bailu with a strange gaze. This little girl, was she so decisive in her actions? He had already heard Wang Feilong's words and knew that the other party harbored ill intentions, so he directly smashed down with a hammer. Why waste words when one hit could finish it? In contrast, Shin Bailu's actions left him quite astonished. Seemingly noticing Lin Qi's gaze, a slight blush appeared on Shin Bailu's cheeks. What she said just now was too much. She instinctively explained to Lin Qi. And she hadn't intended to endure it quietly. But there was another reason she hadn't mentioned. Although awakened ones under level 30 have protective rules, plus Summer City, a place to train beginners, provides protection for novice awakened ones, battles between awakened ones won't result in death. However, Lin Qi had struck first. If Wang Feilong and the others' families sought revenge, they might retaliate against Lin Qi. By taking action herself, she would help Lin Qi suppress unnecessary trouble. Lin Qi smiled and didn't say much. He understood Shin Bailu's intentions clearly. After thinking for a moment, he took the Disaster Declaration skill book from his ring and handed it to Shin Bailu. Is this a skill book? Shinbailu instinctively took it in her hand. Her gaze landed on the skill book, and her eyes couldn't help but widen. She could easily tell that this skill was incredibly powerful. In fact, as the skill effect improved, it might even surpass some of her later career skills. And this kind of skill was nearly impossible to find in Summer City. It's a gift for you, try using it later. Lin Chi winked. This would perfectly solve the issue of him replicating this skill. It was definitely more useful than the ice sword technique. Shinbailu gave Lin Chi a deep look but hesitated. This is too precious. Perhaps even her puppet could not trade for this skill book. Consider it a reward for our future cooperation. Lin Chi said with a smile. He was indeed interested in the blacksmith's main career dungeons that Shinbailu had mentioned. Upon hearing this, a bright smile quickly appeared on Shinbailu's charming face. All right. She agreed without hesitation. After some leveling, Shinbailu was almost at level 14. Meanwhile, Lin Chi had finally reached level 18 and obtained a new blue attribute, mental focus, an enhancement to the mental attribute. As for the ring he held, it was already filled with equipment. You're level 18 now. Shinbailu's gaze was deep. How long had it been since the awakening? A level 18 new awakener would be hard to believe if someone mentioned it. Not to mention, after fighting all this time, she was even more certain that Lin Chi's combat power was far beyond what a typical level 18 awakener could compare to. When those top guilds arrive, they will probably be fighting to recruit you. Shinbailu shook her head. She had realized that her previous guesses about Lin Chi were wrong. Even with an abundance of resources, it would be impossible to cultivate a level 18 blacksmith main class in such a short time. Lin Chi was definitely no ordinary blacksmith. A guild recruitment? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lin Chi was also aware that the information held by those top guilds was crucial for any awakener. But right now, he didn't need to worry about that. This time, leveling up was nearly done. He was still calculating what kind of equipment he could forge after refining and crafting all the materials and gear he had. At the very least, his attributes would undergo another significant improvement. After bidding farewell to Shinbailu, Lin Chi happily made his way back to Summer City. On the way back, he didn't encounter Wang Feilong, Lu Ruoyan, or the others, but he didn't mind. Your world business card has successfully received 156 gold coins and 73 silver coins. Please check your balance. As soon as he left the range of the Black Mist, Lin Chi received the notification of his gold coins being deposited. The Black Mist seemed to have some ability to block information. Lin Chi glanced at his gold balance, his eyebrows raising slightly. Clearly, some of the materials he had posted for sale at the auction house had been sold for a good price. The abyss was descending, and everyone in Summer City was on high alert. As soon as Lin Chi arrived at his doorstep, his steps suddenly halted. Oh, I almost forgot, I need to learn the skill. His previous skills were enough, and he hadn't thought about learning his main career skills. This time, Lin Chi decided to learn his two main career skills first. The identification at level 10 and the equipment repair at level 15. Now, his ring could hold several pieces of equipment that needed identification. Moreover, Lin Chi was certain that even these two skills, common among ordinary blacksmiths, would produce additional effects when used by him. This might help with the upcoming forging and refining. Lin Chi glanced at the rings in his hand and quickly headed to the Awakening Hall. His ring already contained several pieces of epic quality equipment. Lin Chi felt that, after sufficient preparation, he might even have a chance to forge some legendary quality equipment. Welcome to the Awakening Hall. Ha! The receptionist girl in the Awakening Hall was momentarily stunned by Lin Chi's appearance. Little brother, did you level up to 10 so quickly again? At this stage, among the entire Summer City, there shouldn't be too many level 10 awakeners. What's more crucial is that she clearly remembered Lin Chi was just a blacksmith. Which blacksmith levels up so fast? Chapter 26, Identification. High-quality refining materials. Others think I am only level 10, but I am actually 18, and I am still growing. Lin Chi silently scorned. Of course, he was thinking about levels, not some unit of length. I do grow a bit faster, Lin Chi replied with a smile. With previous records, he didn't spend much time in the hall, and under the receptionist's shining gaze, he walked into the trial ground. He really is a level 10 blacksmith. The receptionist propped her chin, her little face filled with surprise. When she saw Lin Chi before, she guessed this boy might be from some big power or was favored by a big power. But even so, is this leveling speed not too fast? She suddenly recalled what Lin Chi just said. Growing fast? Is leveling up described like this? At that moment, her cheeks flushed. I wonder how many little girls will suffer in the future. Detecting profession as blacksmith. Current level can learn two skills, equipment identification and equipment repair. Please meet the requirements. Determine which materials are suitable for forging current equipment from the following materials. In the center of the square. The brilliance in front of Lin Shi gradually solidified, forming into a wide forging platform. Behind the forging platform, different pieces of equipment appeared one after another. Another knowledge test? Lin Shi pouted. He again felt that being a blacksmith was truly not suited for combat, as the continuous skill learning from his profession did not require any monster trials. This only required him to identify and categorize materials. At this moment, in front of the forging platform, pieces of forging materials had already appeared. However, as soon as these materials appeared, Lin Shi noticed. One by one, these materials quickly gathered together, turning into a molten iron-like material. The red line effect, wash away the impurities, was triggered. Lin Shi's face instantly froze. Do I have to turn off the effect of the line? He was speechless. With only one material left, what's the point of categorizing it? Requirements exceeded. You comprehend the professional skill. Identification, automatically upgrading to the next professional stage skill. But the next prompt quickly calmed Lin Shi's emotions. Goodness! Not only did he complete the trial automatically, but he also exceeded the requirements. Does that mean the identification skill directly became the effect of the next transfer for the blacksmith? Every time an awakener changes jobs, the skills will undergo corresponding changes and enhancements. He didn't even have time to carefully check the newly learned identification skill when another prompt came. Please meet the requirements, use the following materials to fill in the gaps in the equipment. Lin Shi pulled the corner of his mouth. He knew this was the learning condition for the equipment repair skill. However, without even looking at the damaged equipment and materials in front of him, he casually picked up the hammer tool next to him, lightly tapping on the forging platform. Bang! What is there to repair? Just forge the original materials into equipment and refine it. This is even more effective than common equipment repair. Requirements exceeded. You comprehend the professional skill. Repair, automatically upgrading to the next professional stage skill. Done and done. Lin Shi put down the hammer and immediately checked the two newly learned skills. Skill, identification. Effect, can identify hidden attribute equipment, increasing the probability of discovering extra effects of the equipment, and when targeting other objects, can identify target attributes and skill weaknesses. Skill, repair. Effect, when repairing equipment durability, increases the extent of durability increase and has a chance to enhance equipment attributes, and when targeting other targets, can. The ability to repair target life and mana values, the effect can be sustained. Two very useful skills. Lin Shi sighed. Equipment identification and repair are also considered the most basic skills of a blacksmith. Some awakeners specifically learn the blacksmith profession, mostly for these two skills. And Lin Shi's two skills have also been enhanced accordingly. At the same time, because he is a main profession blacksmith, he also has additional effects. I can also identify the attributes and skill weaknesses of other targets. His identification skill is even more useful than the insight learned by some professions. As for the repair skill, it added a healing spell effect, which Lin Shi didn't care too much about. However, he noticed the sustained effect part. It's like I can add a long-term healing buff to equipment or other targets. Very nice. These two skills can already play a certain role in his upcoming equipment forging. Lin Shi smiled as he walked out of the awakening hall, just in time to meet the receptionist's clear gaze. The receptionist girl's face showed a strong sense of astonishment. This time, so fast again? She remembered the last time Lin Shi entered the trial field, he didn't spend much time either. She had originally thought Lin Shi had failed in skill learning. But now, it didn't seem like that at all. However, looking at Lin Shi's face, the receptionist smiled faintly. Little brother, it's not good to be so fast. After all, he was just a young boy. If she let go, wouldn't she make him blush and stammer? Next time you try it, you'll know. Lin Shi responded with a smile. As he reached the door of the hall, he paused his steps and turned to look at the astonished receptionist, winking. It's settled then. Not proactive, nor rejecting. Lin Shi adhered to this principle. The receptionist blushed, cautiously glanced around, then lowered her head and snorted softly. Today's kids only know how to boast. Lin Shi returned to his blacksmithing room at home. Immediately placed the equipment from the ring on the forging table. In an instant, golden, silver, various gleams of light shone, illuminating the entire blacksmithing room brightly. If this were outside, it would definitely be called a treasure trove. But Lin Shi didn't care much, casually swept it aside, clearing his space. He placed the three hidden pieces of equipment that exploded from the abyss. Identification. Lin Shi gently tapped one of the pieces with his fingertip. In an instant, the radiance of runes flowed, blooming at the tip of his fingers. Erosion necklace, epic. Category, necklace. Equipment requirement, constitution greater than 1000, spirit greater than 1000, strength greater than 500. Effect, agility plus 300. Special effect, erosion state, active, causes the wearer to endure abyss erosion, gaining constitution plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, strength plus 500, but losing health and mana limit every second. Description, once worn by the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Temple, a symbol of purity, it was corrupted by the abyss and turned into an epic quality item, receiving an appraisal from a powerful being, revealing an agility bonus unaffected by the erosion. Lin Shi stared at the equipment in front of him, speechless. Did I get an epic quality item, or did I get garbage? Based on the equipment's description, he could roughly judge that the necklace should have been above epic quality originally. But no matter how strong the necklace's description sounded, if placed in front of other awakeners, it would definitely have both advantages and disadvantages. But fortunately, Lin Shi didn't plan to use it anyway. This necklace, at least, has high enough quality. Definitely a top-notch crafting material. Chapter 27, Legendary Equipment. Abyssal Ruins. Lin Shi continued identifying other hidden attribute equipment. Without a doubt, the equipment with the erosion prefix all had some problems. They had been eroded by the abyss, which meant that even if worn, they would reduce health and mana limits. The flaw is obvious, but if one can withstand the erosion, the attribute bonuses are even more significant. The equipment dropped inside the abyss can't be. Everyone has this kind of problem, right? Lin Shi mumbled. It's indeed rare to reach the depths of the abyss, even if there's intelligence, it is mostly controlled by major powers for top guilds. He didn't really care that much. Once he went back into the abyss, he would know. After all, most of it was used for sacrificial refining. Lin Shi glanced at the pile of equipment on the forge. He placed the abyss hammer in the center. If we're going to play, let's play big. He had long since decided to refine all the equipment together in the abyss hammer. With so much equipment, even if he couldn't refine legendary quality, it would still enhance many attributes of the abyss hammer. Moreover, he also had a lot of materials here. Even if he forced it, he could pile up legendary quality equipment. Boom! As Lin Shi's tool hammer fell, flames suddenly engulfed the entire forging room, wild yet not enough to burn the room down. Gradually, the flames converged, blooming a brilliant light on the forge. Sacrifice successful. Lin Shi stared at the brilliance on the forge, his eyes slightly squinting. The exterior of the abyss hammer didn't change much, but there was a faint layer of black mist flickering around it. As expected, refining with just these few pieces of equipment still can't yield legendary quality. Lin Shi wasn't discouraged. Actually, according to his estimation, to refine legendary quality from epic quality equipment, he would need at least more than 10 pieces of epic equipment. However, from the descriptions of those 3 pieces of equipment that burst from the abyss earlier, all 3 were originally above epic quality. As sacrificial refining materials, their effects should be stronger. It shouldn't be far off. Lin Shi gauged. As long as he took another step, he was sure he could refine legendary quality equipment. With the forge cleared out, Lin Shi wasted no time and began forging directly. This was his next plan. With the washing away elegance attribute, he had already obtained a lot of useful materials. First, he would forge these materials into equipment and then refine again. He swung the abyss hammer, beginning to strike one hammer after another in the forge. You successfully forged a wraith necklace, silver, ×1, gaining spirit plus 70, constitution plus 50. You successfully forged a guardian sword, silver, ×1, gaining strength plus 90, spirit plus 30. You successfully forged a magic wolf leather armor, bronze, ×1, gaining constitution plus 60. It must be said, the materials obtained through washing away elegance had significantly improved in quality. The vast majority of equipment he forged was at least of bronze quality, occasionally yielding silver quality. This also brought him a considerable gain in attributes. It's all thanks to the abyss materials. Lin Shi sighed. The arrival of the abyss was definitely a great opportunity for him. Outside, it was hard to find such good materials except in a few places in some dungeons. Finally, after a round of forging, Lin Shi used up all the materials in hand. He didn't stop, immediately proceeding with the refining again. You successfully refined an abyss necklace, epic, ×1, gaining constitution plus 300, spirit plus 300. You successfully refined an abyss armor, epic, ×1, gaining constitution plus 500, agility plus 100. The original equipment was refined into epic quality, and besides that, Lin Shi also gained several skills related to abyss creatures. But he was currently more focused on the refining. After refining all the newly forged equipment, Lin Shi took a deep breath. Once again, he placed the Abyss Hammer on the forge. It's a success or failure, this time is crucial. He had essentially smashed his entire treasure vault into this Abyss Hammer. Finally, the raging flames gradually solidified on the forge, revealing a hammer enshrouded in faint black mist. Sacrifice successful. You successfully forged the Abyss Void, Legendary, ×1. Gained power plus 1600, gained skills, Abyssal Explosive Break, Abyssal Domain, Fierce State. Finally out. Lin Shi tightened his fists. It was worth all the equipment he had spent. Legendary quality weapons all have their special names. Now, the Abyssal Hammer has been refined into the Abyssal Ruin. He picked up the massive hammer, shrouded in swirling black mist, feeling the overwhelming power within. Like before, this hammer only increased the power attribute. But Lin Shi, relying on the ability weaving entry, could change which attribute it enhanced at any time. He immediately checked the current hammer. Abyssal Ruin, Legendary. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Lin Shi. Effect, power plus 1600. Special effects, Abyssal Explosive Break, Abyssal Domain, Fierce State. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensed from abyssal power, containing great force, intimidating the abyss. What Lin Shi cared about most were the skills gained from forging this Abyssal Ruin. Although he didn't gain any new skills, the original skills had significantly increased. For example, the current Abyssal Explosive Break not only greatly enhanced Lin Shi's next attack but also made his attack deduct the opponent's health and mana limits. In addition, the aftershocks caused by the explosive break had the same effect. And the Abyssal Domain was clearly an advanced skill of the Erosion Domain, with a larger range and draining more health and mana per second. As for the Fierce State, it ensured that every strike from Lin Shi would not be interrupted. This is truly a legendary quality equipment. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel. The massive hammer in his hand was enveloped in a layer of black mist, appearing somewhat sinister, just like the entrance to the abyss. But with just a thought, the outer layer of black mist would vanish. This was a weapon that belonged solely to him. Although Lin Shi had never seen other legendary quality equipment, he wasn't sure which level stage the current Abyssal Ruin corresponded to. But according to his estimation, even some high-level legendary quality equipment would not be stronger than the Abyssal Ruin in his hands. Having a legendary quality weapon at this stage already surpassed all other Awakeners. Moreover, Lin Shi's current base attributes were already absurdly high. Lin Shi glanced at the time. The largest abyssal entrance outside the city is almost ready to open. He was even confident that without using any skills, he should be able to directly smash it. Chapter 28, The Strength of the Abyss. A layer of black mist swirled around the Abyssal Ruin hammer. It seemed to gather an entrance to the abyss here, exuding an evil unique to the abyss. Legendary equipment, without a doubt, was the top quality among all known qualities of equipment. Fancy appearances may seem tacky, but who wouldn't want to recharge for a cool skin? Lin Shi recalled some old jokes from before he crossed over, and couldn't help but smile. For the current Abyssal Ruin hammer, Lin Shi had only one evaluation: it's just enough. He placed the Abyssal hammer into his ring, finding the forging table empty. It's time to go back into the abyss for supplies. But Lin Shi wasn't in a rush. He planned to cook a delicious meal with the monster meat he had collected, then sleep for a while. In fact, once an Awakener's attributes reach a certain level, they hardly need to eat or sleep. Even if they fall into negative states like weakness or frenzy, just a healing spell or a few healing potions could fully restore them. But Lin Shi didn't want to push himself. Having constrained himself like a beast before crossing over, to learn and work, and still applying that same grind in the new world, would mean his crossing was in vain. As the sky approached afternoon, Lin Shi finally stepped outside, heading west towards the city. But not long after arriving outside the city, Lin Shi noticed that many Awakeners had already gathered here. They were all engaged in battles with the abyss creatures in the black mist. Many Awakeners had even entered the area covered by the black mist, as if the entrance to the abyss had not opened at all. Seeing this, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows immediately. It had only been 3 days since he was last here. How had the Awakeners of Xia City become so brave? At this stage, new Awakeners were barely at level 10. As for the originally high-level Awakeners of Xia City, they either remained in the rear, ready to respond to various situations, or like the city defense team, stationed in various places, guarding against the abyss creatures affecting Xia City. The situation at the western entrance of the abyss was indeed a bit off. Soon, Lin Shi understood. There are powerful Awakeners from guilds who have come in advance. From deep within the black mist, waves from skills occasionally emerged. These were obviously caused by powerful high-level skills. When the abyss descends, it often brings many new Awakeners who change to hidden classes. This naturally attracts the attention of many guilds. Those guild Awakeners who came to recruit would also conveniently level up at the abyss entrance. Lin Shi also noticed that there were some new Awakener teams in the outer area of the Black Mist. Very brave. Lin Shi commented. The Abyss creatures here had undergone a level of Abyss enhancement that was not comparable to before. He was just about to make his way through the crowd and into the Black Mist ahead. But not far away, the voice of Chu Qingyu came. It's you again. Chu Qingyu looked at Lin Shi with some curiosity, as she still remembered this new Awakener. It was already quite dangerous for someone to venture into the Black Mist alone. Now that the largest Abyss entrance outside Xia City had opened, he actually came again. Thank you for the escape scroll you sent, but I didn't use it. Lin Shi took out the scroll that Chu Qingyu gave him earlier and returned it again. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu's expression immediately became complex. She could see that this young man in front of her seemed very confident. Earlier, when he ventured alone at the Abyss entrance, he hadn't been affected at all. He must be another powerful hidden class. Chu Qingyu made her assessment. But she still shook her head. What I gave you doesn't need to be returned, this time, you probably won't use it. The Awakeners from some guilds have come in the depths of the Black Mist, and they blocked off the front area. The outer area is relatively safer. Blocked off the front area? Lin Shi squinted his eyes. He could hear the implied meaning in Chu Qingyu's words. These guilds were indeed very overbearing. They directly took the largest Abyss entrance outside Xia City as their leveling ground. Do they have the strength to fight into the Abyss? Lin Shi asked again. In response, Chu Qingyu was quite dismissive. They're not the top guilds, and not the entire guild came. Even if they could fight in, they wouldn't be able to. At this point, she fell silent. She just glanced at Lin Shi and said, when the guild recruits, you'd better not choose those guilds that arrived first in Xia City. Having external Awakeners assist Xia City in resisting the Abyss creatures is ultimately a good thing. It can alleviate the pressure on the city defense team to a considerable extent. Just blocking some creatures leaking out from the Abyss entrance, rather than clearing the Abyss itself. Lin Shi understood. The Awakeners from the guilds that had come to Xia City now, although considered high level, did not mean their strength was very strong. So, the intensity of this Abyss descent is only like this? Lin Shi slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Wasn't it said that under the circumstances of Abyss descent, some cities could face annihilation? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu looked at Lin Shi with strange eyes. Is the strength only this much? Although the Abyss creatures do not have levels, under the Abyss amplification, each one is already equivalent to an awakened one with decent level and equipped gear. If there's no external awakened ones helping to suppress them, just the current opening of the Abyss entrance would require the entire defense team to be mobilized. At the same time, they must also be wary of a boss bursting out from the Abyss entrance. Currently, what the entire Summer City is on guard against are precisely these bosses. They need to preserve their strength as much as possible before the boss appears. The strength of those bosses is absolutely not something that common Abyss creatures can compare to. They represent the greatest danger when the Abyss descends. Didn't expect this boy to be quite arrogant. Chu Qingyu glared at Lin Shi once again. I suggest you try to find the weakest Abyss magic wolf first. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged and turned to enter the Black Mist. He actually knew that the greatest danger of the Abyss descent comes from the bosses inside the Abyss. For example, within the Abyss entrance he had previously entered, hid the Celestial Hall Saintess and the evil old demon. Such untold beings, once they escape from the Abyss entrance, their destructive power is naturally unimaginable. Just to know, one item of corrupted gear from them is already of epic quality. I wonder what level the Abyss amplification here is, Lin Shi muttered. One thing is for sure. As the largest Abyss entrance outside of Summer City this time, the boss hidden inside the Abyss is definitely more powerful. He took out the Abyssal Hammer and slowly moved forward. Not far away, a massive Abyss magic wolf moved its limbs, its ferocious eyes, glowing with crimson light, suddenly locked onto Lin Shi. Abyss Magic Wolf King. A piece of information instantly appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. Just in the surrounding Black Mist, a boss-level monster has already appeared. Hiss. A flash of light passed through the mouth of the Magic Wolf King. It was a rookie awakened one that it had clamped in its jaws, almost bitten in half. In a near-death state, the rookie activated the items they carried to escape disaster. Run. Immediately, awakened ones around cried out in alarm. Roar. The Abyss Magic Wolf King let out a sky-shattering roar. Faintly, a cool moonlight was indistinctly visible behind the Magic Wolf King, transforming into a dim round moon. Puff. A wolf claw suddenly appeared at the edge of the dark moon, clawing at the boundary, then leaping out fiercely. It transformed into a brand new Abyss Magic Wolf. Then, an endless stream of Abyss Magic Wolves surged forth from the round moon. It's a summoning skill. Run. The awakened ones around all changed their expressions drastically. This level-less Abyss Magic Wolf King, probably even an awakened one who has gone through the job transition wouldn't be a match. In an instant, with so many abyss magic wolves appearing, they were enough to break through a hole in the defense line in a short time. Lin Shi shook his head at this scene. Do they not understand the dangers of the abyss descent, yet dare to rush in here? During his 2.5 years in Summer City High, everyone could learn a lot of related knowledge. Anyone who understands the abyss descent should know the strength of abyss creatures. So, when he first saw so many rookie awakened ones here, he felt surprised. Aren't they just here to deliver themselves? He did not pay attention to those awakened ones scattering in panic, and instead stepped forward, walking directly towards the Abyss Magic Wolf King. And outside the black mist, Chu Qingyu also received the news that the Abyss Magic Wolf King had appeared ahead. She frowned and immediately took action. With a great sword appearing in her hands, she charged fiercely into the black mist. Blocking the boss to prevent too much damage is the duty of the Summer City defense team. Not all rookie awakened ones can have life-saving items. Moreover, even if they could be transmitted out from the black mist, there is also the possibility of encountering deep abyss creatures rushing out from the black mist. This would undoubtedly bring despair to the already dying awakeners. However, as Chu Qingyu just entered the black mist, her steps slightly paused. Why are there still abyss guardians? Her expression suddenly became serious. On the ground ahead, a vast expanse of pitch-black liquid suddenly emerged. Moreover, in Chu Qingyu's eyes, this pitch-black liquid seemed even more sinister than the corruption area of the abyss guardians. The black liquid was boiling, constantly surging. It wrapped around many abyss magic wolves nearby. Indiscriminate attack abyss guardians? Chu Qingyu's gaze flickered. She realized that things were not so simple. It could also be unknown creatures that rushed out from the abyss entrance. She cautiously took a step forward, preparing to retreat at any moment. But to her surprise, she was not harmed at all. Instead, around her, the pitch-black liquid was taking down the abyss magic wolves, as if their bodies had corroded completely in the black liquid. Not a single material was left behind. This extremely illogical scene shocked Chu Qingyu even more. Captain, this situation, could it be that the boss from the abyss has appeared? A member of the city defense team hurriedly asked from behind, looking extremely uneasy. If so, then they might have encountered the strongest boss of this abyss invasion. Doesn't seem like it. Chu Qingyu shook her head. Although she was standing in the pitch-black liquid, she clearly was not affected at all. This did not seem like an indiscriminate attack. Gah! Suddenly, a low howl filled with terror came from deep within the black mist. Chu Qingyu's eyes narrowed, and she immediately rushed forward. This must be the voice of the Abyss Magic Wolf King. But it sounded as if something even more terrifying had seized its neck, as if it encountered a natural enemy. When she arrived at the depths of the black mist, she only saw the scattered wolf corpses. The Abyss Magic Wolf King had been eliminated. Who eliminated it? Chu Qingyu raised her eyes to look around, and her gaze suddenly stopped at the black mist ahead. In the depths of the black mist, a blurry figure flickered. She could only vaguely see that the figure was wielding a hammer. It's that one. Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed, and she instantly realized. This time, that awakening person enveloped in flames did not release their original skills again. They appeared at this abyss entrance and casually eliminated the Abyss Magic Wolf King. What does he want to do this time, kill his way into the abyss? Chu Qingyu murmured. The speed of that awakening person was too fast, she simply couldn't keep up. Lin Shi was carrying a large hammer and had gradually delved deeper into the black mist. The number of awakeners visible around also significantly decreased. At this abyss entrance in the west of the city, the level increase was not low. Although Lin Shi could take down enemies in one hit, he could also tell from the damage numbers. The abyss creatures here were clearly much stronger than those from the previous abyss entrance. After moving forward for a distance, Lin Shi vaguely saw some more awakeners appearing ahead. Just now, we let go of an Abyss Magic Wolf King. The Summer City defense team should be in a mess by now? A voice came. Just right, it's also a way to give them some work, so they don't think we came here just to occupy the abyss entrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's brow immediately raised. He knew that the awakeners appearing ahead must be from various guilds. As he had expected, these people directly wanted to use the abyss entrance as their leveling ground. I wonder how long it will be before the boss inside the abyss appears. Another awakener said. If it really appears, will we be able to escape in time? This was clearly their biggest concern. They can deal with the monsters outside the abyss entrance, but they do not mean they can handle the creatures inside the abyss. If the boss from the abyss really appears, they can only escape quickly. As for confronting, unless they are willing to lose more than half of their guild members to the hands of the abyss boss, it's impossible to win. In front of some powerful boss, even life-saving items will lose their effect. Don't worry. From what we can see, the intensity of the Abyss invasion that Summer City is facing this time is not too high. Even if a boss appears, it won't keep us all here. The mess can be left for Summer City to deal with. Hearing their words, Lin Chi shook his head. His impression of the guilds in this world has always been mixed. After all, when awakeners reach high levels, there are no complete protective measures in the monster activity areas they go to. At the same time, many high-level awakeners have no restraints. Naturally, they can do anything. Ha! Which guild are you from? This place is occupied by us. At this moment, an awakener in front noticed Lin Chi walking over and immediately shouted. Friend, go to another place, give our guild some face. At the same time, other awakeners also set their gaze on the figure in the black mist, carrying a large hammer, with an unkind look in their eyes. If others dare not enter the training ground occupied by someone, that is common sense. Don't worry, I will go to the Abyss interior and won't disturb you, said the figure carrying the large hammer calmly. Go to the Abyss interior? Who believes that? The leading awakener smiled mockingly. Friend, draw a line, tell me, which guild are you from? Those who can come here should not be local awakeners from Summer City. They also prepared to release their skills. Once something went wrong, they would immediately attack. Hearing this, Lin Chi smiled. Draw a line? Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce flame ignited on his body. In the dense black mist, the figure carrying the large hammer was suddenly surrounded by blazing flames. Under the astonished gazes of many awakeners, the flames quickly solidified, transforming into a fire giant. Just the hammer in his hand was already as tall as a person. I'm not one for talking nonsense with others. As the flames surged, layers of voices were heard. That fiery giant hammer then struck with an incredibly powerful force towards the gathered awakeners. Is he an awakener from a top guild? All the awakeners were shocked. This is the only possibility. If the other party was an awakener from a top guild, they could have told them earlier. They hurriedly prepared to release their skills, either to block the incoming fiery giant hammer or to retreat quickly. However, the fiery giant hammer was too fast. It struck down powerfully, leaving them no time to react. Boom! The fiery giant hammer slammed into the ground, creating a horrifying ripple of dust in the ground. The surrounding black mist was swept away, billowing in all directions. At the same time, beams of light flashed and then disappeared into the black mist. Lin Chi paid no more attention to them and walked straight ahead. These high-level awakeners like to use rules, so he could naturally discuss his rules with them too. Bang! Further ahead, the ground trembled, surging with streams of pitch-black liquid. High-level Abyss Guardian. A line of information floated before Lin Chi's eyes. It was a tall figure covered in pitch-black armor, over 5 meters tall, holding a shining two-handed giant sword. The pitch-black liquid spread at his feet, constantly writhing on the ground, looking particularly sinister and disgusting. After all, this is the largest abyss entrance outside of Summer City. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Earlier, when he teamed up with Shin Bailu to level up in the northern part of the city, he had also encountered several mid-tier Abyss Guardians. Compared to the most ordinary Abyss Guardians, their strength had indeed improved by more than one level. And the Abyss Guardians wandering outside this entrance have already reached the high tier. It was clear. The awakened ones gathering earlier must be preparing to deal with this boss in front of them. Then I'll reluctantly accept it. At this moment, the flame giant formed by Lin Chi was even taller than the high-tier Abyss Guardian. And beneath his feet, a pitch-black liquid was rapidly spreading out. Abyss Domain. This liquid was more viscous, darker, and more sinister. As if it had a will of its own, it covered the original erosion domain in a very short time. At the same time, the total health bar of the high-tier Abyss Guardian was visibly decreasing. It lowered its head and glanced at the black liquid beneath it, seemingly puzzled. But immediately after, the flame giant hammer in Lin Chi's hand had already struck towards the high-tier Abyss Guardian. Minus 9,732. Deductions of nearly 10,000 health points meant this was the limit of the Abyss Guardian's health, not Lin Chi's limit. If that's the case, then the total health of the high-tier Abyss Guardian must be over 10,000? This was still under the influence of his Abyss Domain skill. Lin Chi estimated. He had no doubt that if this thing entered Summer City, without any high-level awakened ones to stop it, it would definitely cause a catastrophe. You killed a high-tier Abyss Guardian, gained experience plus 12,000. Level plus 1. You gained the attribute defense boost, green. Upgraded again. Lin Chi shrugged. Even until now, he hadn't deliberately leveled up or farmed monsters. But his level continued to rise rapidly. As for the newly acquired attribute, Lin Chi just glanced at it briefly. The green attribute represented, for him, that the next upgrade would grant him a red attribute. Putting these thoughts aside, Lin Chi's gaze fell back on the place where the high-tier Abyss Guardian had just been. After automatically collecting the materials, a few items were left on the ground. He immediately picked them up and took a look. Abyss Wrist Guard. Hidden equipment? Lin Chi's eyebrows raised. In most cases, hidden equipment's attributes were stronger than other equipment. He directly released an identification skill. In an instant, the attributes of the equipment were displayed in front of him. Abyss Wrist Guard, Gold. Category, Wrist Guard. Equipment requirement, Strength greater than 600. Effect, Constitution plus 200, Spirit plus 200, Strength plus 200. Special effect, Abyss Enhancement, gains level 1 Abyss Enhancement. Abyss Enhancement set, 1/6 add more set parts to gain equipment attributes and quality improvements. Description, equipment submerged in the abyss, completely corroded, becoming a part of the abyss. It is said that collecting the entire set can grant extraordinary power. Set? Lin Chi's eyes brightened. Although the current wrist guard was only a gold quality equipment, it was a set piece. Just one piece is gold quality, so a full set must be epic quality? Lin Chi understood the power of this equipment well. In general, just having one epic equipment was already very powerful. Even for him now, wanting to forge epic equipment would require many pieces for refining. Moreover, under the bonus effect of the set, it might achieve an effect where all equipment is epic level. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chi immediately equipped the wrist guard. On his arms appeared a pair of entirely black wrist guards, just like the previous high-tier Abyss Guardian. He planned to see if he could collect a full set. If he could, he would keep it for himself, if not, he would use it for refining. In addition, there was also a ring and a skill book left on the ground. 32 slots. Lin Chi immediately changed it. He currently doesn't mind having too many rings. As for the skill book, Lin Chi felt a bit complicated inside. Generally speaking, there are many skills he can't learn directly. Just the Calamity Proclamation skill, he had replicated through Shen Bailu. Skill, Summon Abyss Guardian. Mana cost, 1500. Effect, Summon an Abyss Guardian to fight. Learning requirement, Spirit greater than 600. No requirements? Lin Chi's eyes slightly widened. He directly ignored the part about needing spirit greater than 600. Doesn't this mean there are no requirements for him? In fact, for Lin Chi, most items that dropped from the Abyss Descent had no usage requirements. These things don't even require a level. I don't care about this or that. Lin Chi smashed the skill book into his hand. As the skill book transformed into a beam of light and entered his body, he instantly mastered the skill. After tidying these up, Lin Chi finally turned his gaze forward. Current Abyss Amplification, Level 7. The opened abyss entrance churned with whirlpools on its surface. Lin Chi stepped right in. Chapter 31, The True Abyss Entrance. Captain Chu, did a top-tier guild's awakener go in before? Which guild are they from? Do you know their identity? A series of questioning voices continued to ring out. Chu Qingyu frowned as she looked at the few awakeners in front of her. These people had suddenly been teleported out of the black mist. And each person's health was just a sliver. They gulped down healing potions as soon as they emerged. Only now did they finally recover. I didn't see other guilds' awakeners. Didn't you all enter together before? Chu Qingyu thought about their questions and shook her head. During this time, those who entered the black mist were all new awakeners. Moreover, she had a pretty deep impression of that somewhat arrogant young man before. What did you encounter? She suspected these people had fought among guilds. This wasn't uncommon. However, the people who teleported out looked like they all came from the same guild. It was more like others had solved them without any resistance. An awakener surrounded by flames. One awakener said solemnly. They had wasted a life-saving item and suffered heavy losses. The higher the level, the more valuable the life-saving item consumed. Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed, and she instantly understood. These people came to Xiaocheng, looked down on everything, and this time they kicked a hard board. Everyone, take a rest before entering the black mist again. She called out to the awakeners in front of her. The abyss descent that Xiaocheng faced this time was indeed not of the highest danger level. From the current situation, as long as they could stabilize it. Even if the boss in the front abyss entrance charged out, they would have the ability to keep it outside Xiaocheng. Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 129. Current abyss amplification, level 8. But just then, a piece of information suddenly appeared in front of Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. Isn't the largest abyss entrance outside Xiaocheng already opened? Then where is this prompt coming from? She looked around in confusion, only to see the others also looking puzzled. It seemed they did not understand why a prompt for an abyss entrance suddenly appeared. Gradually, Shu Qingyu's face became extremely serious. Even her eyes showed a hint of shock. The unopened abyss entrance's amplification level had already reached level 8. One could only imagine. Once abyssal creatures step out, how terrifying it would be. The abyss entrance west of Xiachen was not the largest abyss entrance this time. The real horror, everyone in Summer City, surprisingly, had not noticed. Then, Shu Qingyu slowly raised her head, her pupils reflecting a pitch-black scene. And around her, other awakened individuals seemed to realize something, slowly lifting their heads to gaze at the sky. There, in the sky directly above Summer City. But at this moment, a thick darkness had already emerged from the swirling storm clouds. Earlier, when the abyss descended, the entire Summer City had already been shrouded in dense black clouds. At night, you couldn't see the stars, and during the day, it was hard to see the sun. But who could have anticipated? This was not what people had previously thought, merely an effect from various abyss entrances outside the city. Instead, there was one major abyss entrance, located right in the sky above Summer City. Now, all the awakened individuals in Summer City could see the prompt that this abyss entrance was about to open. In the Summer City Lord's mansion, Lord Xiaoyang and a group of high-level awakened individuals on standby suddenly changed their expressions. An 8th-level abyss entrance. The cities previously destroyed by the abyss's descent seemed to have faced the 8th-level abyss entrance. But now, the abyss entrance above us hasn't even opened yet. This means the level of the abyss enhancement will increase, right? The level of abyss enhancement is not simply equivalent to raising the level of abyss creatures by 1. Because abyss creatures themselves do not have a concept of levels. They are completely different from the common monsters found in the world. Each level of enhancement will increase various attributes of abyss creatures to a certain extent. And at the 8th level of enhancement, even common abyss creatures like Abyssal Wolf could unleash power equivalent to a wild boss. Let alone, with the descent of the abyss, there will often be real boss appearing from various abyss entrances. There is just over an hour left. Xiaoyang's face turned extremely grim. The current situation was no longer something he, as the Lord, could resolve. Everyone, inform all available personnel to evacuate as many people in the city as possible. Especially the students in each school and new awakened individuals. We probably need to preserve the last spark of hope for Summer City. Within the abyss, Lin Shi directly unleashed the abyss domain skill, enveloping the surroundings. It captured all the abyss creatures in the area. The fire giant hammer in his hand swept around, conjuring a violent firestorm within the dark, swirling mist of the abyss. Minus 1750. Minus 1908. Minus 2370. Damage numbers continued to float up around Lin Chi. He had just stepped into this abyss, but what he saw here was completely different from the last time. The area was filled with swarming abyss creatures, rushing towards him like a raging tide. Now this is more like the inside of an abyss. Lin Chi grinned. Although these several abyss entrances were spread around Summer City, each abyss entrance led to different areas within the abyss. Moreover, each year's abyss descent would randomly appear in multiple regions. The abyss is a world. But even so, not long after, the area around Lin Chi quickly became empty. The abyss creatures were numerous, and the abyss enhancement level was high. But it couldn't compete with his ability to kill in one strike. Releasing skills was just to improve efficiency in monster hunting. Lin Chi took a moment to check his experience points. He had just stepped out of the abyss for a while. But his experience bar had already risen a notch. I wonder if clearing this area of the abyss will be enough to boost me to level 20. Lin Chi pouted. During this time, he had also realized a problem with the abyss descent. The experience points given are still too little. This may be the reason why abyss creatures have no levels. But as long as I kill enough, I can still level up. Lin Chi quickly picked up the equipment and items scattered around and continued to move forward. There must be a boss deep within this abyss. For the abyss, it's not the abyss coming down, but I have come to the abyss. Chapter 32, Conquering the Abyss Bone Dragon. Not far away, a piece of equipment shining with golden light caught Lin Chi's attention. Abyss wrist guard? Another wrist guard. Lin Chi's lips curled up. What he wanted was other parts of the abyss amplification set. Do these abyss creatures just wear wrist guards? A quick identification showed that the attributes of this wrist guard were even worse than the last one. Just refining materials. Lin Chi still happily put it away. He really hoped all the gear that dropped would be of golden quality. After tidying these up, he continued on his way, venturing deeper into the abyss. Gradually, Lin Shi discovered the structure of this abyss. This seems to be a nest? Like a nest built by some kind of bird. The ground beneath his feet was covered with dark gray dust from the abyss, but it could still be discerned that it was made up of countless bones of creatures. Lin Shi followed these bones, moving further in. Before long, he noticed that in the dark area ahead, there were clearly burning clusters of ghostly blue flames. Abyss undead bird. Each cluster of flames was a pure skeletal bird, entirely enveloped in a ghostly blue glow. Could this be the bone dragon's nest? Lin Shi squinted slightly. He had studied information about the abyss during high school at Summer City. And this place looked very much like the documented bone dragon's nest. Surrounding were some monsters like abyss undead birds. It would be interesting if I could encounter a bone dragon. Lin Shi grinned. Some giant dragons in this world have a habit of collecting treasures. Just like bone dragons, they would also hide treasures in their territories. Lin Shi speculated. If this really is the bone dragon's nest, then he should be able to find the bone dragon's treasure. He was full of energy and immediately strode forward. The abyss undead birds ahead clearly noticed his movement and flapped their wings, swirling with ghostly blue flames, rushing towards him. Each undead bird had a wingspan of over 2 meters. But as they approached Lin Shi, their speed suddenly dropped, some falling, others crying out in woe. Disaster declared. Below, blood-red magical patterns spread through the dark liquid, covering all the undead birds. Lin Shi didn't even need to swing his hammer, he just stepped towards the group of undead birds. When he reached the spot where the undead birds were, only a few pieces of equipment remained. Lin Shi turned to look at the tall figure behind him and commanded, "Watch out, pick up any equipment that's left." That was the Abyss Guardian he had summoned. In the depths of the abyss, Lin Shi didn't expect it to play a significant role. But Lin Shi's area of damage was extensive, so having a summoned creature to help check for missing items was still decent. Lin Shi had already delved even deeper into the abyss. He was certain that this was definitely a nest of some abyss creature. That meant, at the center of the nest, would be the location of the boss in this abyss. Roar! Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from the center of the nest. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. He clearly saw, far away, a burst of ghostly blue flame rising in the center of the nest, violently swallowing a dark shadow before slowly settling back down. Boss! Abyss Bone Dragon! Lin Shi released an identification from afar, and the monster's information flashed away. It really is a bone dragon. He felt a bit delighted in his heart. 2.5 years of study did not deceive me. Immediately quickened his pace, rushing toward the center of the lair. The bone dragon often signifies an immense power. Lin Shi had also learned that a few years ago, when the abyss descended, a small city had been destroyed by a bone dragon that crawled out from the abyss. With overwhelming attributes and the amplification from the abyss, it was completely beyond what the awakened ones in the small city behind could resist. It was only later, when the abyss ended, that awakened ones from other guilds arrived to hunt down that bone dragon. But Lin Shi did not care about that. He was more eager to see if the current bone dragon, amplified by the abyss, could compare to him. 2102. 2280. 2790. Ahead, abyssal creatures occasionally lunged towards Lin Shi from the edges of the lair, voluntarily offering materials and equipment. However, unlike many monster distribution areas in the outside world, the closer he got to the center of the bone dragon's lair, the fewer abyssal creatures were around. As for the strength of the monsters increasing, it was not significant. Thinking carefully, it was quite normal. Monsters like bone dragons wouldn't let too many abyssal creatures get too close to their lairs. The monsters wandering around the lair were merely in an ecologically dependent relationship with the bone dragon. At this moment, the abyssal guardian arrived beside Lin Shi, holding a piece of equipment in its hand with black gloves. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly, taking the item into his hands, revealing an identification skill. This was another part of the abyss amplification suit. Abyssal belt, gold. Category, belt. Equipment requirement, constitution greater than 600. Effect, constitution plus 220, spirit plus 220, agility plus 220. Special effect, abyss amplification, gains level 2 abyss amplification. Abyss amplification set, 2/6 increasing set components grants equipment attribute and quality boost. Description, equipment submerged in the abyss, completely eroded, becoming part of the abyss. It is said that collecting the entire set grants extra powerful abilities. After equipping it, all attributes increased by 20 points, and the abyss amplification effect reached level 2. At this rate, gathering a full set will give at least level 6 abyss amplification. Lin Shi stretched and moved his limbs. And if the quality improves after gathering the full set, then the abyss amplification effect should also experience a qualitative leap. The overall quality of this suit could no longer be seen simply as gold equipment. Traveling further, he was now close to the center of the lair, and the surrounding abyssal creatures were becoming fewer. Finally, the air was filled with a putrid stench that seemed almost tangible. Lin Shi had no doubt that if an ordinary person took a whiff, they would be sent reeling. But with flames engulfing his body, he easily blocked out the foul odor. And Lin Shi finally saw the figure of the bone dragon clearly. Abyssal bone dragon. A massive skeletal structure loomed at the center of the lair, with just the skull being taller than a person. A pair of dragon wings had yet to spread out, but the skeleton was still incredibly enormous, emanating a fierce might under the burning ghostly blue flames. Here, there were no other abyssal creatures. Only this bone dragon slowly raised its head, flames gathering in its eye sockets, shining with an incredible light, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Its gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Shi. Roar! The roar echoed in all directions, the invisible sound waves stirred up swirling dust around, crashing towards Lin Shi. Bang! But what greeted it was Lin Shi's sudden hammer swing. Chapter 33, Dragon Slaying. Red text. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Shi's massive hammer was also surrounded by roaring flames, forming a stark contrast to the ghostly blue flames on the bone dragon's body. The fiery giant hammer struck the head of the abyssal bone dragon. In an instant, a blend of ghostly blue and fire-red flames erupted, creating a whirlwind of flames. The enormous body of the abyssal bone dragon was sent flying backward as well. A heavy impact struck the nest, causing the entire nest to violently tremble. No health bar? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him. As a boss inside the abyss, this abyss bone dragon clearly had some special traits. His hammer blow didn't even manage to destroy it. Earlier, when he was inside the abyss, he saw the heavenly temple saintess and the evil old demon, two other bosses, and the situation was similar. Inside the abyss, logic couldn't be applied, especially before abyss bosses entered the outside world. Such peculiarities would always exist within the abyss. However, his hammer blow had clearly dealt a severe blow to the abyss bone dragon. Its skull was sent flying. The entire head was completely smashed to pieces. Several completely cracked gaps spread to the neck. The abyss bone dragon flapped its wings, finally struggling to get up, spreading its wings and flying into the air. Cracked bones were rapidly reassembling, and it opened its mouth, filled with cracks, seemingly wanting to roar again. But it was clearly severely damaged and couldn't make another roar. Lin Shi weighed the abyssal ruin hammer in his hand while assessing the situation of the abyss bone dragon. This might mean simply attacking the bone dragon's body doesn't cause significant damage. Instead, the place where it truly takes damage, at least, is not its head. But this was not a big problem. If one hammer didn't finish it, a few more would do the job. Lin Shi didn't mind tearing the entire nest down. But Lin Shi noticed that there was a ghostly blue flame swirling from the abyss bone dragon's abdomen. Soon after, the ghostly blue flames extended from its abdomen to its neck and mouth, suddenly spraying towards Lin Shi. The scorching dragon's breath. Lin Shi easily avoided the blast of flames, which landed on the nest, but easily burned a large hole through the bone-constructed nest. But the bone dragon's movements still didn't stop. Its wings flapped, soaring through the air, spreading a line of ghostly blue flames across the ground. It forcibly split the battlefield in two. Trying to block my movement? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. This bone dragon clearly had some intelligence. At this moment, it was flying high in the air, using only the dragon's breath from its mouth to deal with him. This highlights the role of ranged or flying skills. Lin Shi clicked his tongue. After all, he was just a blacksmith. On the surface, there seemed to be no good way to deal with such a monster that constantly flew high in the air. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi suddenly leapt from the ground, hurling the abyssal ruin hammer into the flames. Whoosh! The sound of it cutting through the air rang out, and the trajectory of the abyssal ruin hammer was almost invisible to the naked eye. The next moment, boom! The impact sounded loudly around the abyss bone dragon, and its body, once flying high, violently shook, wobbling and falling towards the ground. One of its dragon wings was shattered by the abyssal ruin hammer, slowly falling to the ground. Who said blacksmiths can't attack from a distance? Lin Shi grinned. His movements were fast, picking up the abyssal ruin hammer and smashing it towards the fallen bone dragon. First, destroy the bone dragon. If I can't find its core, I'll just destroy the nest again. Whoosh! The fallen bone dragon continued to spray ghostly blue flames from its mouth, scorching everything. But Lin Shi's hammer had already fallen. This time, it completely shattered the upper half of the bone dragon's body. Abyssal explosion. Lin Shi released a skill. The shattered bones flew in all directions, and the ghostly blue flames could no longer find an outlet, scattering across the bone dragon's body, causing the remaining bones to explode as well. At the same time, another burst of ghostly blue flames rose from the center of the nest. This caused the shattered bones to rapidly reassemble, attempting to form the Abyss Bone Dragon's shape again. There is the true form of the Abyss Bone Dragon? After all, the past knowledge about the Abyss Bone Dragon wasn't much, and this was Lin Chi's first encounter with such a special monster. Next time I meet it, I'll know how to smash it down in one blow. Immediately, he charged forward, raising the abyssal hammer high, and smashed it down toward the ghostly blue flames that were condensing bones. Boom! This time, within the ghostly blue flames, a shadow of a gigantic dragon was faintly discernible, desperately struggling as if trying to dodge the blow. However, the abyssal hammer fell down. The ghostly blue flames completely exploded apart. You have killed the Abyss Bone Dragon. Level +1. You have gained the entry Flame Creation, Red. At the same time, numerous prompts appeared instantly before Lin Chi. As before, killing the boss within the abyss didn't grant him experience points, but his level directly rose by 1. He reached level 20 and earned a new red entry again. Lin Chi glanced around, his gaze quickly landing on the panel. Current entry, Flame Creation. Effect, can absorb and be immune to all encountered flames, making it one's own. The effect of the entry was very simple. But Lin Chi was still stunned for a moment, then slowly uttered a sentence, Flame. Flame technique? This effect made him think back to the web novels he had read before traveling. But this entry was incredibly outrageous. Direct immunity to all flames. Moreover, it could absorb them. Originally, the forging skill had allowed Lin Chi to be immune to regular fire damage. However, there wasn't just one kind of fire in this world. Like the ghostly blue flames spat out by the Abyss Bone Dragon just now. Or some awakened ones who had changed jobs to fire-type classes, also casting different kinds of flames. But now, Lin Chi could officially declare that before him, any fire-type profession was useless. Complete immunity, how could this be broken? More importantly, with this entry, he could also absorb flames. Lin Chi immediately walked to the side, reaching out toward the still burning ghostly blue flames left behind by the Abyss Bone Dragon. Absorb! In an instant, the flames in Lin Chi's hand were stained with a ghostly blue hue. This was the Abyss Bone Dragon's flame. He knew very well the destructive power of this dragon's flame, just the burning could pierce through the bone dragon's lair. Even the forging skill that the master blacksmith profession learned first began to change as well. Familiar with flames, including the Abyss Bone Dragon's flame, this additional line appeared in the effect description. This thing should be very good for forging. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim. After gathering these, Lin Chi finally focused his gaze on the items dropped by the Abyss Bone Dragon. Chapter 34, 9-Level Amplification. Treasure. Sigh of the Bone Dragon, Legendary. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirement, Spirit greater than 1000. Effect, all attributes increase by 10%. Special effect, Bone Reshape, passive skill, automatically blocks when receiving fatal damage, regaining 5% health per second, lasting 5 seconds. Description, the last sigh released by a powerful dragon race, after suffering from the erosion of the abyss and descending into a bone dragon, containing its unwillingness. Lin Chi picked up this necklace-shaped equipment and casually performed an identification release. The pendant of this necklace looked like a dragon's eye, interwoven with lines condensed from ghostly blue flames, looking quite extraordinary. A legendary piece of equipment. Lin Chi was very satisfied. As a powerful boss inside the abyss, even Lin Chi consumed several blows to eliminate it without understanding the opponent's mechanics. It's only reasonable that a legendary quality equipment dropped. Besides this equipment, Lin Chi also discovered a few pieces of gold quality equipment. Armor of the Abyss, Gold. Category, Top. Boots of the Abyss. Category, Boots. The Abyss set had collected 2 more components. And the attributes of the 4 pieces of equipment were further enhanced. The Abyss augmentation level has now risen to level 4. Just need a pair of pants and a hat. Lin Chi changed into these pieces of equipment and moved around a bit. Though he didn't think much of the bonuses from these gear, they were just enough to complete his various equipment parts. If I can collect more, I can go and refine them one by one later. Lin Chi didn't push himself too hard on this. He glanced around the area and smirked. Is this it? Just these few pieces of equipment? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Clan in this world would have treasures hidden away? Where are the treasures? The skeletal dragon Sai necklace could still be said to be something the abyssal skeletal dragon possessed, but as for the abyssal augmentation set pieces, they should belong to the prey the skeletal dragon devoured before. These shouldn't count as treasures of the skeletal dragon. Lin Chi immediately started searching in the lair. Soon, he discovered a cave hidden by eerie blue flames at the center of the lair. There really is a hidden place. Lin Chi's eyes lit up, and he jumped inside. Above Summer City, thick clouds of black mist erupted from the abyss entrance, pushing away the dark clouds in the sky. It looked like a black single eye opened in the firmament. Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 4 minutes 21 seconds. Current abyss augmentation, level 8. Chu Qingyu stood beside the city lord, Xia Yang, looking up at the sky, her small face already heavily furrowed. Less than 5 minutes left. The abyss entrance was about to open. The residents in Summer City are still evacuating. Chu Qingyu looked at Xia Yang. When the warning first came that the abyss entrance had appeared, there was only an hour and a half left. With such little time, it was impossible to evacuate everyone in the city. And now, all the high-level awakeners in Summer City had gathered. But they all knew. Even just the current level 8 abyss augmentation, the monsters pouring out from the abyss entrance were definitely beyond their ability to withstand. Xia Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. As the city lord, he had already equipped the strongest gear in the city. He himself would act as the main force to resist the opening of this abyss entrance. Let's try to hold on as long as we can. Xia Yang whispered, hopefully, we can hold on until help arrives. This change was too sudden. Due to the abyss's arrival, Summer City had already raised its alert level, but this unexpected change still left them helpless. Over the years, several cities had been destroyed due to the abyss's emergence. No matter how well defended they were, it was hard to withstand such a random and chaotic arrival of the abyss. Especially on the front line, there was also the abyss. This wasn't in the form of an abyssal arrival, but something that has always existed. It also required many high-level awakeners to keep suppressing. Chu Qingyu said nothing more but instinctively looked toward the west of the city. Originally the largest abyss entrance outside of Summer City, that direction had already withdrawn its resisting forces. The abyss entrance in the west would inevitably begin to spew forth black mist, invading Summer City. However, for some reason, Chu Qingyu suddenly thought of the figure of that fiery giant. According to the awakeners from the guild, that awakener had already gone to the abyss entrance in the west. She had always been unaware of the other's profession and level. But somehow, she felt that only the top awakeners from the best guild could compare to him. And until now, the west abyss entrance had not allowed any abyssal creatures to invade Summer City. Is it because of him? Chu Qingyu whispered, unsure. Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 3 minutes 59 seconds. Current abyss augmentation, level 9. But just then, all awakeners present noticed that the information from the abyss entrance in the sky had changed once again. Level 9. The most unwanted thing has still happened. The abyss amplification level has reached the highest level recorded in the abyss's arrival. If level 8 abyss amplification means that when the boss rushes out from the abyss entrance, it could possibly annihilate a small city. Then, level 9 abyss amplification means that no matter what, Summer City will definitely be destroyed. Even if powerful awakeners come to provide support, it will still happen. Even just the aftermath of the battle will reach an unstoppable level. A trace of despair showed on everyone's faces. Everyone, you should retreat. Summer Yang turned around, facing Chu Qingyu and the others behind him. The meaning of blocking the abyss entrance in the sky has already lost significance. In the cave, Lin Chi had not taken a few steps when he saw several golden objects scattered on the ground. Gold coins? Lin Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. God knows where that abyss bone dragon collected these gold coins inside the abyss. Gold +1. Gold +1. Picking up gold coins is not a hassle for Lin Chi right now. The more, the better. He delved deeper into the cave and suddenly came upon a vast area. A golden glow gathered in one spot. A pile of gold coins, 5 treasure chests, and a pile of equipment. Now, this looks like a treasure. Lin Chi's mouth widened in a grin as he waved his hand to sweep all the gold coins into his world business card. Balance, 1,226 gold coins, 79 silver coins. A total of more than 1,000 gold coins. Lin Chi quickly stored all the equipment into his ring. All of them are golden quality. Additionally, among the pile of equipment, he also found the last 2 pieces of the Abyss Amplification set. The Abyss Amplification set is completely collected. Chapter 35, Abyss Giant. Disaster of Annihilation. Lin Chi did not hesitate and directly put on the remaining pieces. In an instant, a pitch-black helmet covered his head, engraved with complex patterns. The whole person was shrouded in dense black mist. Looking down at himself. Looks a bit like a high-level Abyss Guardian. Lin Chi smacked his lips. At this moment, his entire set of equipment had been upgraded to epic quality. And compared to the basic attributes enhanced by this equipment, what he cares about most is still the bonus effect of the set. Special effect, Abyss Amplification, obtains level 7 Abyss Amplification. Abyss Amplification set, 6/6 complete the collection effect, all equipment promotes to epic quality, attributes greatly enhanced. An epic quality set, with level 7 abyss amplification. Lin Shi could feel that he had an instinctive sense of being in the abyss. I'll wear it for now. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. With the bonus of true form of weapon soul, this equipment can still provide him with a certain boost. As for the contents of the 5 treasure chests, they sparkled in Lin Shi's eyes. 2 of the chests contained a total of more than 200 gold coins, while the remaining 3 chests revealed a skill book, a ring, and an abyss core. Skill, Bone Dragon Breath. Mana cost, 800. Effect, release a flame breath of the Bone Dragon. Lin Shi glanced at the skill description and then stored it. This skill is not as good as the Declaration of Disaster for him right now. He has already mastered the flame of the Bone Dragon, but that ring caught his attention. 80 slots. One can replace several. He immediately replaced one on his hand, and his storage space was once again increased. As for the Abyss Core, Lin Shi already had 2 in hand. But this item, even Lin Shi's identification, cannot see its attributes. Simply occupying space in the ring, it doesn't have much use. Lin Shi pouted. He originally planned to put it in a ring with fewer slots. But after thinking, he cautiously tried to move this Abyss Core to the originally stored Abyss Core in the black ring. In an instant, Lin Shi's hand was empty. This Abyss Core automatically merged into the black ring. And the 2 Abyssal Cores suddenly gathered and fused together. Abyssal Core? The information still showed no changes. Never mind, it only takes up 1 ring anyway. Lin Shi shrugged. He always felt that this thing must be very useful. But he just didn't know its specific use for now. The entire Bone Dragon's treasure place was directly emptied by Lin Shi. He neatly clapped his hands and glanced around, feeling a little reluctant to leave. This Bone Dragon from the Abyss has no taste, only knows how to collect golden equipment. The only legendary quality equipment he gained from this trip was dropped by the Abyssal Bone Dragon itself. But even so, it was still a huge harvest. But suddenly, Lin Shi noticed a small crack in the cave of this treasure location. Hidden in the corner, it was almost impossible to find without careful looking. There could be other treasures? Lin Shi was astonished. Could it be? He walked up to the crack and took a look inside. In an instant, Lin Shi was stunned. A passage? The abyss is a world, but many places are blocked by chasms. Even entering from the entrance of the abyss would only lead to different areas. This basically makes it difficult for awakeners to explore different places in the abyss. Is there a path leading to other abyssal areas beneath the nest? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, and a ball of dark blue flame erupted in his hand. Now that he was here. Once the abyssal descent ends and the entrances around Summer City close, it would be much harder for him to enter the abyss again. Soon. Under the burning of the dark blue flame, the crack quickly widened enough for Lin Shi to pass through. He jumped straight in. Current abyssal amplification, level 9. Noticing the information appearing before him, Lin Shi's eyes flashed. Where did he go? The highest level of amplification at the several abyss entrances around Summer City was only level 7. Logically, although the abyss entrances lead to different places. Some information about the abyss in this world speculated that the abyss entrances appearing in the same area mostly lead to abysses in the same range. In other words, if this abyss with level 9 amplification were to appear along with the abyssal descent, it would also appear around Summer City. Fortunately, this abyss did not descend together. Lin Shi sighed. Otherwise, it would definitely be a catastrophe for the entire Summer City. His home was still in Summer City. If Summer City fell, it wouldn't be good for him either. Lin Shi was falling quickly, and soon, he had already left the range of the nest. Yet, he was still descending into the darkness below. Based on his estimation, that nest should be at a considerable height in the abyss. Falling like this, once he touched the hard ground, he would also receive some impact damage. However, Lin Shi didn't care. He could completely use the flame giant formed by forging in the abyssal domain to slow down the impact. Falling damage was ineffective against him. Gradually, Lin Shi noticed that a lava area appeared below, illuminating the surroundings brightly. And this lava surrounded a solitary island. On the solitary island, a huge dark shadow was lying flat. Abyssal giant. Another boss? Lin Shi's eyes brightened. Could this journey inside the abyss yield so many rewards? Countdown to start, 2 seconds. Countdown to start, 1 second. In Summer City. In the city, Xiaoyan looked up and stared firmly at the abyss entrance in the sky. This abyss entrance had finally opened. In an instant, scalding lava flowed down from the sky, forming a column of lava, rolling down over Summer City. Sizzle. Above Summer City, a gigantic magical array emerged, gathering countless runes, forming a shield of gathered runes. But As the magma flowed continuously, this barrier was gradually deforming. The barrier is about to collapse. Not far away, Chu Qingyu spoke in a deep voice. Now in Xiacheng, only some high-level awakened ones remained. As for the awakened from various guilds, they had already retreated. They were here to fight until the end, trying their best to delay the invasion speed of the abyss creatures, buying time for others to escape the city. But just then, bang! A large hand unexpectedly reached out from the abyss entrance, grasping the edge of it. Immediately after, a huge eye appeared at the abyss entrance, a vertically oriented single eye glowing with blue light, gazing down at Xiacheng. Abyss Giant. In an instant, everyone in Xiacheng saw this boss's information. The level 9 enhanced abyss entrance had only shown this one boss-level creature. But no one could doubt its power. It was said that the abyss giant fed on dragons. Chapter 36, The Giant Comes. The giant leaves. Crack. Crack. In the barrier of the magic array above Xiacheng, cracks gradually opened, making a not-so-loud sound of breaking. Even so, this breaking sound was like a bolt from the blue for those still in Xiacheng. What was even more terrifying was that the large hand outside the abyss entrance was obviously exerting force. It forcefully tore open the abyss entrance, allowing more magma to surge down. At last, the barrier completely shattered, turning into dots of light vanishing into the air. What followed was the torrential magma pouring down from the abyss entrance. It's over, someone murmured. The magic array that enveloped Xiacheng could only delay for a short while. But under the level 9 enhanced abyss entrance, it was simply not enough. Even this magma, perhaps it had also been enhanced by the abyss. Be on guard. At this moment, the city lord, Xiayang, suddenly shouted to the surroundings. From the scorching magma falling to the ground, large magma monsters gradually began to take shape. As for the abyss entrance, they could already see the head of the abyss giant clearly. Its face was similar to a human's, but it had only one vertically oriented large eye, red skin, a face full of muscles, and a horn growing on top of its head. That massive single eye swept around outside the abyss and quickly focused on Xiayang and Chu Qingyu and others. This boss would truly walk out from the abyss entrance. Why is your head so pointy? Inside the abyss, Lin Shi approached the abyss giant with a big hammer, somewhat curious. In theory, he had already entered this boss's activity range, and the other party should respond. Yet the abyss giant in front of him lay on the ground, burying its head into the edge of the magma, not attacking him immediately. Then let me ask you. Lin Shi went to the abyss giant's head, immediately looking into the magma. Suddenly, Lin Shi's face darkened. He saw Xiacheng beneath the abyss entrance. This was actually an abyss entrance located in the sky above Xiacheng. How could he not understand the situation at that moment? You're hiding really deep. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, tightening the handle of the abyss ruin hammer. He noticed that a large amount of magma was flowing down, igniting a great fire in Xiacheng. This was clearly a sign of wanting to destroy the entire Xiacheng. In the next moment, Lin Shi swung the hammer and struck fiercely at the head of the abyss giant. The abyss ruin hammer wrapped in azure roaring flames raised a wave of fire on the ground. Bang! In Xiacheng, Chu Qingyu and the others had already used their skills to block as much as possible the magma monsters in front of them. Wherever these monsters went, they would stir up flames and thick smoke around them. A large area of ash permeated throughout Summer City. But compared to these magma monsters, what people cared about the most was undoubtedly the boss in the abyss entrance above. It was like a sword hanging over everyone's head. It could fall at any moment. And once it fell, it would bring the deepest despair to Summer City. There was absolutely no chance of resistance. It's useless, our resistance is pointless. Someone despairingly retreated to the back. In this situation, even the life-saving tools on the Awakeners would be of no effect. Level 9 Abyss Amplification was enough for the Abyss Giant and Magma Monsters to cover the entire range of Summer City with their attacks. No one had the possibility of escaping. Chu Qingyu struggled to grip her large sword, pushing back the enemy before her, filled with helplessness inside. She couldn't help but glance up at the abyss entrance in the sky, wanting to observe the progress of the Abyss Giant's arrival. Bang! But just then, a violent crashing sound suddenly came from the abyss entrance. Under this crashing sound, people seemed to faintly feel an invisible sound wave. However, the area affected by the sound wave was not within Summer City. Inside the abyss? Xia Yang immediately looked up. He realized that something must have happened inside the abyss entrance. Did that abyss giant make some big move again? But looking at the scene of the abyss entrance in the sky, even he was stunned. Where's the abyss giant? He murmured to himself, subconsciously looking around. The abyss giant had not descended into Summer City. But other people clearly noticed that the abyss giant, who was originally clawing at the abyss entrance, had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if It had been knocked away by some other terrifying existence inside the abyss. But how could this be possible? Chu Qingyu's small face also froze. In the very next moment after the crashing sound was heard, she clearly noticed a ghostly blue flame flashing within the abyss entrance. The flame was like a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, moving at great speed, trailing a long flame tail. But it had clearly smashed the head of the fire giant. For some reason, Chu Qingyu inexplicably thought of the awakener who was wrapped in flames. When he dealt with monsters, it seemed like a similar scene. Could it be that there is more than one boss inside the abyss? People looked around in confusion, completely oblivious to what was happening at that moment. Boom! Before Lin Shi, scalding lava splashed in all directions, spilling over a large area around. The abyss giant was smashed into the magma with one of his strikes. But this thing clearly had extremely high defense. Even though he smashed its head with one blow, Lin Shi still couldn't kill it in one hit. It really is the level 9 abyss amplification. Lin Shi sighed, not too shocked about it. With level 9 abyss amplification, it's not just about greatly increasing the defense or health of abyss creatures. It also endows abyss creatures with certain characteristics. Splash! In the lava. The abyss giant slowly stood up, its form was almost like a small mountain. Lava flowed down its body, stirring up thick smoke around it. And what was even more terrifying was its head, which resembled a mountain, was now deeply caved in, pouring hot lava. Only that vertical eye shone with an increasingly bright azure light, becoming larger and larger, taking up almost half the head's position. Just like a second phase? Lin Shi felt no panic about this at all. He knew very well that this should be the characteristic endowed to the abyss giant by level 9 abyss amplification. No matter how much damage his previous strike had done, it would not be able to kill the abyss giant in one hit. But it will forcibly activate the opponent's second phase. Roar! The abyss giant suddenly swung its arms back, its head leaning forward, letting out a furious roar at Lin Shi. Suddenly, waves of sound appeared, crashing toward Lin Shi like a hurricane. However, Lin Shi's movements were faster, the massive hammer flew straight out of his hands. The abyssal fragment, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, suddenly arrived in front of the abyss giant. Chapter 37, One Hammer, One Phase. Can you endure it? Boom! The abyssal fragment hammer forcefully bypassed the sound waves, striking the single eye on the abyss giant's forehead. At the same time, Lin Shi leaped into the air, catching the returning abyssal fragment. He intended to deliver a swift and decisive combo. Noticing the abyss giant's condition at that moment, Lin Shi's movements slightly paused. The mountain-sized abyss giant slumped into the magma after being struck in the eye. Yet, it still had not died. However, its massive single eye had fallen off like a large ball. It splashed into the magma, sending scalding waves, still floating within it. 3 phases? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. With one hammer strike, did it force the boss to change phases? He noticed. In that enormous single eye, crimson light was rapidly condensing. The pupil moved, and its gaze suddenly fell upon him. In the next moment, a destructive crimson light beam suddenly shot towards him. Seeing this, Lin Shi laughed. How many phases do you have? He allowed himself to fall into the magma, feeling no burn from the flames. Once again, he erupted forward, moving toward the eye's position. With a swing, the hammer descended. The giant's single eye was utterly shattered. With that, the abyss giant's body instantly lost its strength and fell down. You have killed the abyss giant. Level +1. You have obtained the soul harvesting entry, Golden. The glow of leveling up suddenly burst forth from Lin Shi. He had forcibly leveled up after killing the boss deep within the abyss. Level 21. This trip to the abyss was undoubtedly rewarding for Lin Shi. Soul harvesting? Lin Shi glanced at the prompt, raising his eyebrow slightly. This entry sounded, on the surface, not very orthodox. He landed in the magma without rushing to move, opening the entry panel first. Current entry, Soul Harvesting. Effect, every monster you kill will drop an additional same level essence material. Essence, Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Back in summer school, he had learned that some high-level awakeners had many ways to enhance their equipment. Like embedding jewels, or upgrading equipment. An essence was also a material used for enhancing equipment. Only a few monsters could possibly drop such materials. Not a forging material, but an enhancing material Lin Shi understood well. This was similar to his ritual, but it was different. Consuming essence directly would enhance some equipment's attributes. As a golden entry, it's already very useful. Lin Shi made his assessment. He calmed his emotions and looked around again. The materials dropped by the abyss giant had already been automatically collected under his cleanse all entry effect. And on the magma, there were still several items floating with different glows. Those were the drops from the Abyss Giant. At least it should drop a legendary quality item. Lin Shi rubbed his hands. As the internal boss enhanced by the 9th level Abyss, it would be unreasonable not to drop a legendary quality item. He quickly walked over to the several items, waving his hand to collect them all into his ring. Only then did he leisurely check them out. Eye of the Giant, Legendary. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirement, Strength greater than 1000, Spirit greater than 1000. Effect, all attributes increase by 12%. Special effect, Giant's Gaze, active, release a giant's eye that automatically attacks enemy targets with a light beam. During the skill duration, all damage is borne by the Eye of the Giant. Description, the giant's vertical eye, said to be bestowed by gods, contains powerful strength. Undoubtedly a legendary quality equipment. However, Lin Shi looked at the necklace in his hand, which resembled a blue eyeball, and couldn't help but curl his lip. Why is it another necklace? Previously, he had obtained a legendary piece of equipment from the Bone Dragon, which was also a necklace. The two abyss areas are interconnected. Even the dropped equipment is the same type? I must refine these for you later. Though he said so, Lin Shi still felt delighted in his heart. Legendary quality, even if used as refining materials, is definitely a big profit. He simply took off the Sai necklace from the Bone Dragon and wore the Eye of the Giant instead. In comparison, the properties enhanced by the Eye of the Giant were somewhat higher. In addition, there were also two pieces of epic quality equipment. Giant leather armor, epic. Giant leather pants, epic. After identification, Lin Shi just glanced at them and then put them into his storage ring. The Abyss amplification set he was wearing was already of epic quality. And the set effect is undoubtedly stronger than these two separate epic quality pieces. I can refine them later. Lin Shi did not care about this. While he was complaining about the Abyss Giant only dropping one legendary quality equipment, he caught a glimpse of a ring out of the corner of his eye. Ring of the Giant King? A ring with hidden attributes. Lin Shi's breath quickened. Compared to the equipment he was wearing, the most useful thing for him right now was undoubtedly this ring. Even now, it was the first time he encountered a ring with hidden attributes. He immediately released an identification spell. Ring of the Giant King, epic. Category, ring. Effect, 220 slots of storage space. Special effect, bodyguard, passive, can increase bodyguard effect by 10%. Description, it is said that the Giant King created many rings as tokens, giving them to his tribe, providing giants with ample food reserves. Damn. 220 slots of storage space, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. This ring directly solved his storage space shortage problem significantly. Ring of the Giant King, 1 is better than 6. Lin Shi immediately put on this ring. Adding to the ring he obtained from the Bone Dragon's treasure, he estimated that even if he wandered around the abyss again, it would be more than enough. However, the fact proved that the connection between the two abyss areas was already a coincidence. Even if Lin Shi looked around, all he could see were vast stretches of magma, unable to see any other regions. Aside from these, the Abyss Giant also dropped a skill book. This was all the items. But Lin Shi looked at the description of the skill book and was momentarily stunned. Skill, Bone Dragon Summon. Mana consumption, 1800. Effect, summon a bone dragon to fight. Ha? No way. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why would there be a skill book for summoning a bone dragon here with the Abyss Giant? Didn't it say that Abyss Giants feed on dragon species? This can't be for the convenience of the Abyss Giant's meals, right? Lin Shi felt speechless. Summoning it over to eat, that's just too much, Lin Shi thought. The bone dragon is all skin and bones, and there's not much meat, Lin Shi muttered. Unless the Abyss Giant could boil the big bones into soup. Learning requirement, spirit greater than 1200. He looked again at the learning requirement of this skill book, and just like the previous summoning Abyss Guard, it was like having no requirement for him. Of course, he learned it directly. Then, Lin Shi waved his hand, releasing a formation in front of him, with light shimmering, and a large skull with bones emerged from it. Its head had double horns, and the jagged skeleton extended downward, with a blazing flame burning fiercely within the skull, transforming into a pair of gigantic flame wings. It was remarkably similar to the abyssal bone dragon before, but it lacked the prefix of abyssal. Bone Dragon. Level, 21. Health, 12,000/12,000. Lin Shi's gaze quickly swept over the attributes of this bone dragon. The bone dragon summoned by this skill was not the abyssal bone dragon, the flames burning on it were not the haunting blue fire of the abyssal bone dragon but ordinary flames. Yet, even though it wasn't as fearsome as the abyssal bone dragon, it could still receive enhancements from the abyss. But at the current level of Lin Shi, which was 21, this bone dragon's health had already reached over 10,000. This was even higher than some high-level boss's health. Especially with such a massive size, plus a pair of fiery bone wings, it was capable of soaring through the sky. It can temporarily serve as a flying mount. Lin Chi's heart stirred. This could greatly fill the gap of not having flying skills right now. For summon skills like this, unless one was a summoner class, the monsters summoned would have a time limit. But even using this bone dragon just for travel was enough for Lin Chi at the moment. He had gathered all the items dropped by the abyssal giant. And in the center of this isolated island surrounded by magma, Lin Chi also discovered an abyssal core. He stored it in the black ring on his hand. I will find out the use of this thing sooner or later. Up until now, Lin Chi had already collected 3 abyssal cores. After organizing everything, Lin Chi patted his hands, leaped onto the head of the bone dragon, stepping on the flaming bones, and commanded the bone dragon to fly towards the entrance of the abyss. Having pierced through 2 areas inside the abyss, he had already gathered plenty. Especially the materials from the abyssal giant and the bone dragon, which were absolutely top-notch forging materials. Even if he continued exploring here, it would be hard to find other abyss areas. It's better to go back, forge, and refine first. The abyssal giant has disappeared? Chu Qingyu cleaved a magma monster with her sword and looked up at the abyss entrance in the sky. She clearly noticed that the prompt information representing the abyssal giant had vanished. The boss has left? Other awakeners looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. This doesn't seem right. They had all seen the information on the abyssal giant. This meant that the abyssal giant must have charged out from the abyss entrance, truly descending upon Xia City. Was it attracted away by another powerful entity within the abyss? Someone guessed. They had all heard the intense crashing sounds coming from the abyss entrance clearly. However, there was too little information regarding the level 9 abyssal enhancement entrance. It was truly difficult to know the specifics. It's also possible that the abyssal giant was defeated. At this moment, Xia Yang's voice suddenly rang out. He looked serious, showing no signs of joking. Hearing this, the surrounding awakeners were momentarily stunned. The abyssal giant was defeated? This is impossible. Huff. Huff. But just then, an odd sound suddenly echoed from the sky. It sounded like the fluttering of wings. The people here immediately became alert, not daring to show any sign of slack. Even now, they still didn't notice the prompt information of the abyssal giant. But at this moment, it seemed that the abyss entrance contained only the abyssal giant and other unknown abyss creatures. Then what was this sound of wings flapping? Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the abyss entrance. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. At the abyss entrance, they clearly saw a large head. Next came the burning flames and the massive skeletal structure with wings formed of fire. Bone dragon? Chu Qingyu's heart tightened. A skeletal dragon unexpectedly emerged from the entrance of this abyss? However, she also noticed that the skeletal dragon did not emit the warning signals like those of the abyss giants. It was as if it was not a boss at all. Prepare to face the enemy. Xia Yang's deep voice echoed out. The situation at the abyss entrance was very strange. The abyss giant they expected had not appeared, instead, a skeletal dragon had come out. Moreover, it was not like the skeletal dragons described in previous reports. But they still had to be on guard. This might just be some unknown abyss boss. Who? However, that large skeletal dragon only flapped its wings once in the air and then flew away into the distance. It actually sank into the lava flowing from the abyss entrance, disappearing without a trace. Outside the abyss entrance, everything returned to calm once more. Only the lava continued to flow down into Summer City. Where is the skeletal dragon? Everyone exchanged looks. Many people had cold sweat running down their foreheads. That skeletal dragon had suddenly vanished. But they feared that in the next moment, the skeletal dragon would appear beside them, taking their lives with a single breath. After a long while, the abyss entrance remained completely calm. There were no signs of any further disturbances. It seemed that both the abyss giant and the skeletal dragon had ceased to exist. What on earth is happening? Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. They even doubted whether they had truly escaped the danger. Current abyss amplification, level 9. Abyss descends, calculating. Suddenly, Chu Qingyu noticed this piece of information. Abyss descends, why is it suddenly starting to calculate? This was a sign that the abyss descent was about to end. In a corner of Summer City, Lin Chi had already returned home. He glanced around and shook his head. Summer City had become desolate, and he could not see any other residents on the nearby streets. Further away, lava continued to flow down from the abyss entrance, emitting thick smoke and filling the air with a pungent odor. Summer City was really caught right in the middle of this abyss descent. Lin Chi sighed. He couldn't help but doubt that if the Abyss Giant or the Skeletal Dragon had come out, it would be enough to annihilate the entire Summer City. There were no high-level Awakeners in Summer City right now, and it was difficult to stop such a disaster of this level. He looked up again at the Abyss entrance in the sky. It's about to calculate. Lin Chi smacked his lips. Chapter 39 Rewards for Abyss Settlement. When the Abyss descends, the boss within will come out from the entrance, bringing great danger. As a count, there were only 5 entrances to the Abyss descent in total. Lin Chi alone had dealt with 3 bosses from inside the Abyss. The other 2 entrances probably had bosses that wouldn't come out. Lin Chi was not surprised by this. Only with a sufficiently high Abyss amplification level would the boss appear. For example, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Palace and the evil old demon he encountered previously had a high probability of not coming out of the Abyss entrance when there were no other intervening factors. What a pity, I killed them a bit too early. Lin Chi pouted. That Abyss Giant was undoubtedly the strongest boss to appear in this Abyss descent. But because it was defeated, the Abyss descent must also come to an end now. Otherwise, Lin Chi was thinking of grinding through the Abyss entrances one by one. This would at least allow for a 2 or 3 level increase. However, Lin Chi did not mind too much. During the Abyss descent, the experience gained from monsters is ultimately too little. If it were monsters of equal strength in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't have only gained this little level by now. This was still under the situation where he had directly leveled up by defeating the Abyss bosses. Lin Chi's greatest concern was still the materials and items dropped by abyssal creatures. In terms of dropped materials and items, abyssal creatures were not shy at all. He went directly to the forge and began crafting. Soon. In the forge, a ghostly blue flame rose, and the clear, pleasant sound of hammering rang out. You successfully forged abyssal black armor, silver, X1, gaining constitution plus 230, agility plus 60. You successfully forged abyssal ancient shield, gold, X1, gaining strength plus 200, constitution plus 200. You successfully forged. I have to say, these materials with substantial abyssal enhancements were of excellent quality. The equipment Lin Chi forged had a minimum quality above silver. This was a level that the previous materials could hardly achieve. According to Lin Chi's estimation. With just these materials, he could at least refine a legendary quality piece of equipment. While Lin Chi was focused on forging, in Summer City, Chu Qingyu and others were still in a state of shock. The Abyss has descended, why has it ended? That Abyssal Giant really won't come out? Other Abyssal bosses from the entrances have all. For a moment, everyone found it hard to understand. Is this the normal situation for the Abyss's arrival? The Abyss entrance's enhancement had reached level 9. Yet even now, they had not truly faced a single boss that rushed out from the Abyss. It was as if all the bosses hadn't rushed out of the Abyss entrance at all. City Lord, do you think something strange happened inside the Abyss? Chu Qingyu approached Xiayang, tentatively asking. They had previously prepared for the worst-case scenario of Summer City's destruction. But the Abyss's descent ended so hastily. Even she found it hard to react. Xiayang looked somewhat relaxed, no longer as tense as before. I'm actually wondering, during this Abyss descent, did not a single boss appear at all? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu was taken aback. Then, she understood the meaning behind Xiayang's words. Perhaps apart from that Abyssal Giant, other bosses also appeared. Of course, at other Abyss entrances. You mean, there are other Awakeners who have also defeated bosses inside the Abyss? Chu Qingyu immediately asked. She suddenly thought of that Awakener surrounded by flames. Earlier, that Awakener had likely entered an Abyss entrance. And had defeated one of the bosses inside. Xiayang nodded. In this crisis Summer City is facing, the only one capable of doing that is probably that person. He had never truly seen that fiery enveloped Awakener. However, he guessed that the level of that Awakener must be higher than all previous Awakeners from various guilds. So much so that the person could solo an Abyss entrance. But, he is all alone when it came to this, Chu Qingyu felt somewhat uncertain. Soloing an Abyss entrance was too hard for her to imagine. Xiayang, however, confidently nodded. I know some information about top Awakeners. There are often Awakeners entering the Abyss on the front lines. If the Awakener is quite knowledgeable about the Abyss, it is not impossible to achieve this. But there was one doubt he didn't mention. That Abyss entrance in the sky, under the level 9 Abyss enhancement. Even if it were a top Awakener, they would probably encounter great danger within. Not to mention, there was also an Abyssal Giant inside. But fortunately, the Abyssal Giant didn't truly descend. Go inform the evacuating residents, the crisis is lifted. Xiayang waved his hand again. Let's wait and receive the Abyss settlement. This was one great benefit of the Abyss's arrival. The Abyss settlement. The rewards will be calculated based on the Abyss creatures that the Awakeners hunt during the Abyss's arrival. Awakeners can gain certain experience, materials, and item rewards during the settlement. After going through this Abyss arrival, the strength of all Awakeners in Xiacheng can be correspondingly enhanced. Successful forging. You have successfully forged Abyss Fawn, Legendary, ×1, gaining strength plus 1200, constitution plus 200, and acquiring the skill, Abyss Corruption. On the forging table, a black long sword, resembling a fawn, quietly lay there, shrouded in thick black mist. Lin Shi let out a light breath, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he forged yet another piece of legendary quality equipment. However, regarding the attributes of this equipment, Lin Shi merely glanced at it before focusing on the Abyss Corruption skill it carried. Skill, Abyss Corruption. Effect, after release, each attack carries the Abyss Corruption effect, reducing the enemy's life and mana limits, while forcibly damaging the durability of the enemy's equipment. This effect is somewhat similar to that of the Abyss Domain but further damages equipment durability. Lin Shi's expression became a bit strange. The effect of this skill feels somewhat sinister. When durability reaches 0, even the highest quality equipment will lose most of its effectiveness, and can only be used again once repaired. And all along, Lin Shi had been rather quick to change equipment, so he never encountered the issue of losing durability. Just as he was planning to forge through his remaining materials, he suddenly saw a prompt appear before him. Abyss Arrival, Settlement Completed. The settlement rewards from the Abyss are here. Lin Shi's eyes brightened instantly. Chapter 40, Become the Abyss Lord. Abyss Arrival, Settlement Completed. Will you claim your rewards now? Claim. Lin Shi stood still, waiting for the rewards from the Abyss Arrival to be distributed. He had known for a long time that after passing through the Abyss Arrival phase, he would be able to claim rewards. This is actually similar to clearing a dungeon. It's just that the Abyss is very special, rewards cannot be claimed immediately after clearing the Abyss's internal challenges. Claim successful. You gain level +1. You gain level +1. The light of leveling up suddenly burst forth from Lin Shi. He directly rose 2 levels. Lin Shi felt a stir in his heart. The Abyss settlement could even directly force him to level up. This is definitely faster than the experience gained from dungeon settlements. You obtained the attribute Surge of Power, purple. You obtained the attribute Pure Vitality, blue. The 2 attributes that came with the upgrade could increase his strength and mental attributes. Lin Shi let out a hearty breath. I'm level 23 now. After many encounters and leveling up, he finally experienced the thrill of rapid leveling. Instantly rising 2 levels. This is actually very rare at this current stage. Even for dungeon clearances with corresponding levels under 10, the experience they give cannot directly force an Awakener to level up by 1. But precisely because of the Abyss's uniqueness, Lin Shi was able to ignore the limits of experience and levels. And the Abyss settlement clearly had not finished yet. Before Lin Shi, more prompt messages continued to appear. You obtained the equipment Abyss Lord Crown, Legendary. You obtained the Abyss Core, Awakened. You obtained the skill, Abyss Summon. Settlement completed. Only at this moment did the Abyss Arrival settlement finally come to an end. Before Lin Shi, a dark crown and an Abyss Core condensed from black mist appeared. The settlement unexpectedly also granted a legendary piece of equipment. Lin Shi first turned his gaze to the dark crown. It looked somewhat like a crown, but entirely black, with only a groove at the front that seemed made for embedding something. Abyss Lord Crown, Legendary. Category, Helmet. Equipment requirements, Lin Shi. Effect, all attributes plus 400. Special effect, territory enjoys level 1 Abyss Amplification. Abyss Lord set, 1/6 increase set components to gain gear attributes and effects enhancement. Description, an equipment of the Lord who controls a part of the Abyss, a symbol of the Abyss Lord. Since it was a settlement reward, Lin Shi did not need to use his identification skill again. However, looking at the introduction of this Abyss Lord crown, Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. The territory enjoys Abyss Amplification? Lin Shi was a bit puzzled. He had already assembled a set of epic quality Abyss Amplification gear on his side. The effect of the set was to grant him a direct level 7 Abyss Amplification. But this Abyss Lord crown was clearly different. What is an Abyss territory? Even in the information Lin Shi had come across in the past, it was not mentioned. But as a traveler, he still had some experience from playing online games before his crossing. A lord should be able to govern a piece of territory. And from the effect of this equipment, it suggested he could amplify his own territory. But the key is... Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Where did I get a territory? He tried to wear this Abyss Lord crown but saw no territory of his own. This item should still be a legendary quality set. Lin Shi was increasingly confused. It couldn't be that he had to gather a complete set of equipment before he could have a territory, right? That would be too pointless. But at least it was a legendary quality piece, it was good as refining material. Lin Shi put it away for now and decided to check other Abyss settlement rewards. Then, he reached out again to grab the Abyss core in front of him. Unlike the 3 Abyss cores he had gotten before, this Abyss core was no longer a question mark. It was marked with the words awakened. Abyss core, awakened. Effect, with this, gain your own territory within the Abyss. Oh. At this moment, Lin Shi instantly realized what his territory was about. The Abyss core can allow me to have a piece of territory within the Abyss? This was clearly the true function of the Abyss core. Become the lord of a region in the Abyss. This thing was a bit like a guild token from online games before he crossed. Well then, the Abyss Lord crown is quite useful. Lin Shi directly abandoned the idea of treating this helmet as refining material. This time's Abyss settlement rewards were undoubtedly complimentary. Immediately, Lin Shi brought the awakened Abyss core to the dark ring he was wearing. A flash of light occurred. The Abyss core merged directly into the dark ring. Your territory range has been increased. A prompt message followed. Collecting Abyss cores can increase territory range. Lin Shi had already gained a complete understanding of the Abyss core's function. Now, his Abyss core had become 4 in 1. This meant his territory range in the Abyss was certainly elevated accordingly. Moreover, Lin Shi also realized. As long as he wanted, he could use the Abyss core in his hand to teleport into his territory at any time. But there was no rush. Lin Shi still had some materials that had yet to be forged. And after forging, he still needed to carry out another round of refining. According to Lin Shi's estimation, the equipment and materials obtained this time in the Abyss should be enough for him to forge 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. After that, Lin Shi opened his skill panel, looking at the newly acquired skill. Skill, Abyss Summon. Effect, can summon any creature from the territory to fight. Good heavens! Lin Shi was shocked. The Abyss settlement reward this time was truly completely well matched. First, the Abyss amplification for the territory, then acquiring a territory. Then, the ability to summon creatures from the territory to fight. This effect was entirely equivalent to a moving Abyss big boss. What creatures are in my territory? Lin Shi couldn't help but feel the urge to go check his territory. However, plans must still be completed step by step. First, use up the materials on hand before anything else. He immediately continued forging. The attribute boosts from each forging were obvious. Lin Shi knew very well that a considerable number of awakeners in this world actually own territories. Especially those guild leaders, whose guild residences were territories solely owned by the leader. Similarly, the lord of this summer city, in a sense, could also be considered a lord. However, the bonuses they received were much less than those of true lords. Finally, after using up all the materials and conducting a round of ritual refining, a legendary quality piece of equipment appeared before Lin Shi once again. You have successfully forged Abyssal Guardian, legendary, gaining Constitution plus 1200, Strength plus 400, and the skill, Immovable Shield. Chapter 41, Abyssal Territory. The beginning of calamity. Skill, immovable as a mountain. Effect, passive skill, when holding a shield, stand still for 5 seconds to gain full immunity to any control effects. Lin Shi glanced at the skill and roughly understood it. As a passive skill, it's quite powerful. However, this passive skill requires standing still for 5 seconds while holding a shield to activate. This limitation was quite obvious. Lin Shi looked at the Abyssal Fong Longsword and the Abyssal Guardian Shield placed on the forge. 2 legendary quality pieces of equipment. This was the biggest gain from the previous Abyssal expedition. Additionally, he had a Bone Dragon Sai necklace in his ring. This was also a piece of legendary quality equipment. Looking at the attributes of these equipments, even among high-level awakeners, they would still be considered top items. But Lin Shi did not plan to use them. They were all ritual refining materials. He directly turned these 3 legendary quality pieces of equipment into ritual refining materials for the Abyssal Hammer. As a result, the attribute boost of the Abyssal Hammer surged again. Legendary quality was the highest equipment quality Lin Shi currently knew of. But Lin Shi was sure. With the ritual refinement attribute, as long as he had enough equipment to refine, he would definitely be able to raise the quality of the Abyss. However, he had no idea what the quality would be at that time. After using up all the gains from this journey, Lin Shi was left with only the Abyssal Hammer and an epic quality Abyssal Amplification set, as well as a legendary quality Giant Sai necklace. As for the Abyssal Lord's helmet, he did not intend to use it right now. He wanted to check out his own territory first. Attribute Surge. After this round of forging, Lin Shi had indeed gained a huge attribute boost. His various basic attributes had already reached an extremely outrageous level. But Lin Shi did not feel proud because of this. His current shortcomings were very evident. That was, he was not comprehensive enough. For example, his agility attribute was high, but he did not really have a skill to travel quickly nor a flying skill. In addition, compared to those wizards who could cast large-scale forbidden spells, he still leaned more toward pure physical attacks. All of these needed future enhancements. After organizing these, Lin Shi immediately raised his hand, focused his mind, and entered his own territory. Through the territory gained from the abyssal core, he wanted to see how it differed from the territories he had known before. The scene before him changed rapidly. Soon, Lin Shi stepped into an area covered in magma under the glow of a radiant light. Seeing the surroundings, Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. Is this the interior of the abyss? He was very familiar with the scenery here. But wasn't this the very abyss he had been grinding in before? Molten lava surged all around, surrounding this lonely island, greatly resembling the area where the abyss giant used to be. Only that, from the sights around him, Lin Shi still judged that this was not the same island where the abyss giant was located. In comparison, the area here was obviously larger. The surrounding lava provided light to this region, while the dome above was completely dark. Further away, the lava seemed to transform into a vast sea, boundless and endless. No other islands could be found. Only in the center of this area, there was a thick, nearly concentrated mass of pitch-black mist, which was the core of the abyss. After taking in the sights of this place, Lin Shi moved in front of the core of the abyss to examine it. Territory, unnamed. Abyss amplification, level 1. Territory population, 40 of 40. As Lin Shi expected. Currently, his territory had only a level 1 abyss amplification, far from being comparable to the previous abyss descent. However, this territory completely belonged to him. Moreover, it was located right in the abyss. I've never heard of any awakeners being able to gain a territory in the abyss. Lin Shi pondered. This was already quite special. He had originally thought that after the end of the abyss descent, unless he could go to the frontline area, he wouldn't be able to enter the abyss again. But now, it was much more convenient. Only that, there were no other abyss creatures in his current territory. Compared to the inside of the abyss he had entered before, his territory was clearly much more barren. Do I need to capture abyss creatures myself, or? Lin Shi opened the core of the abyss's panel once more and immediately noticed a line of hints appearing on it. Currently buildable, Abyss Nest. Abyss Nest, description: breeding abyss creatures for the Lord to command. So it's here. Lin Shi's eyes brightened instantly. Once his territory bred enough abyss creatures, he could use abyss summoning. Perhaps even the world's top summoners would not compare to him. He directly selected an area to build. Soon, a crack appeared in this area, from which thick black mist continuously poured out. From time to time, shadows of abyss creatures flashed within. Lin Shi saw many figures of abyss creatures inside. These were all the abyss creatures he had exterminated during the abyss descent. 40 as the base population. Lin Shi muttered to himself. This should mean he could only cultivate up to 40 abyss creatures in his territory. And this corresponded exactly with the 4 abyss cores he had previously collected. At the moment, the territory's function isn't very significant. Lin Shi contemplated, but this was fully his private territory. Moreover, located inside the abyss, it could avoid interruptions from others to the greatest extent. If he wanted to enhance his territory, he would need to collect more abyss cores, in addition to the Abyss Lord's crown and the Abyss Lord set. After understanding all this, Lin Shi turned his gaze back to the territory description of the core of the abyss. Name the territory? Lin Shi thought for a moment, then made a decision. Catastrophe. He immediately named it. Your territory has been confirmed, Catastrophe. Lin Shi smiled widely. This name might be a bit cliché, but it was full of intimidation in the outside world. Although Lin Shi could not assess what position his territory stationed in the abyss was. If any creature accidentally stepped into the abyss and arrived at his territory, just the name of this territory would likely scare them half to death. By the way, Lin Shi suddenly seemed to think of something, and his gaze turned playful. If the abyss descends again, will my territory appear as well? This is indeed possible. Chapter 42, The Fourth Guild. The Human King's Guild. Abyssal Demon Wolf. In front of Lin Shi, an abyssal demon wolf had already been birthed from the nest of the abyss. It was not much different from the demon wolf he had seen outside the entrance of the abyss before. The level 1 abyssal enhancement is a bit weak, but it can still be used. This can still be useful for dealing with some small monsters in the outside world. Moreover, now in the territory, it could breed as many as 40 units of monsters. If he summoned them all, he would be stronger than many summoners. After wandering around the territory, Lin Chi then teleported back home. The abyssal nest could automatically breed monsters, so he did not need to keep watching it. Everything was all organized, and Lin Chi looked up at the darkening sky, ready to go to sleep. Thinking about it, I have been quite diligent. Lin Chi sighed, realizing that he hadn't made any plans to go out and wander. He had used all his time to level up. But the effects were obvious. Once he leveled up 7 more times, he would be able to change classes. What class advancement will the blacksmith profession be? He had no idea about this. For awakeners who took blacksmithing as a secondary profession, blacksmithing was divided into 2 stages. One was the common blacksmith profession, mastering various skills related to forging, thus creating various equipment. The other stage was the divine blacksmith. But to become a divine blacksmith, even for top awakeners, it took a long time and many resources to accumulate. However, Lin Chi was different. His main profession, blacksmith, also had its own class advancement stages. He did not have any information regarding the next class advancement. Next, I can choose areas or dungeons above level 30 to level up. Lin Chi had already made a plan. He would quickly reach level 30 and then worry about class advancement. In contrast to Lin Chi's relaxation, the vast majority of people in Summer City were unable to sleep all night. Even though the Abyss's descent had ended, Summer City had ultimately not been destroyed by the abyssal creatures. But people still felt a sense of survival after a calamity. Especially, until not long ago, the magma monsters that had ravaged Summer City had just been completely cleared, which still damaged many buildings in the city. City Lord, the Abyss descent has been settled. All members of the city defense team have received generous rewards. Chu Qingyu approached Xiaoyang. Her usually indifferent expression was now filled with subtle joy. Even for the city defense team, getting a piece of golden quality equipment of the corresponding level required significant effort. But this time, during the Abyss settlement, almost every member of the city defense team got a piece of golden quality equipment. In addition, Chu Qingyu herself also received a reward of basic attribute points. This was undoubtedly a huge boost for the entire Summer City. Xiaoyang nodded, though his gaze carried a hint of complexity. I also received a piece of epic quality equipment as a reward, but this is a bit strange. Logically speaking, although this descent of the Abyss was grand, it didn't actually pose a significant threat to us in Summer City. But this level of settlement reward seems like we cleared the interior of the Abyss instead. Especially, he had received news. Almost all awakeners who participated in the Abyss descent received settlement rewards. Among them were even golden quality equipment. This directly elevated the strength of all the awakeners in Summer City by a level. So incredible. This did not match the dangers they had previously faced at all. Chu Qingyu also felt doubt in her heart. Could it be that the Awakener has broken through an influence within a deep abyss? They had previously suspected that the Awakener, engulfed in flames, had pierced through a deep abyss alone. This could match up. Perhaps not just that. Xia Yang muttered. He also found it hard to understand. However, he had some guesses about the origins of that Awakener. I have received news that, because we in Xia City have survived the arrival of the Abyss, top guild awakeners will come to recruit. Xia Yang continued. Perhaps that awakener came from the top few guilds. The top guilds? Chu Qingyu's heart stirred. Among the top 10 guilds on the ranking, most of those who can go out on missions are awakeners after their 3rd job change, right? They are all typically above level 90. In daily life, it is hard to even see such leveled awakeners in Xia City. Xia Yang nodded and was about to say something more. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from outside the room. City Lord, an awakener has come outside. He is from the Guild of Mortal Kings. A city defense team member came in, speaking urgently. The Guild of Mortal Kings. Hearing this, both Xia Yang and Chu Qingyu's bodies shook. This is the Awakener Guild ranked 4th on the guild ranking. Such a powerful guild actually sent someone to Xia City? Quickly, Xia Yang came to his senses, a smile showing on his face. It seems these guilds are quite well informed. They have already learned that we Xia City have survived this abyss arrival. It has been many years since Xia City had awakeners from the top 10 guilds appear. The top 10 guilds all possess many powerful professions and development strategies, and they also hold many rare dungeons and treasures. Especially the top 3 guilds, it has been many years since they sent people specifically to recruit in the rear cities. The Guild of Mortal Kings is undoubtedly the strongest guild that can be accessed by all cities in the rear. You have received an announcement letter. Waking up early in the morning. Lin Chi noticed a line of message prompt. School's announcement transmission? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly, as awakeners register their information at school during their awakening. This kind of announcement transmission is sent simultaneously to every classmate. Xia City High School can only use it once and will need to register again for the next transmission. Lin Chi opened the letter and immediately understood. Temporary gathering, there's an opportunity to enter a top guild? He was a bit stunned. What kind of guild is this, that it's so impressive? Just for a chance to join a guild, it makes Xia City High School use this transmission opportunity. That's fine, I'll go take a look. Lin Chi then walked out. As for joining a guild, he actually didn't have a strong intention at that moment. However, it would be good to deepen his understanding of these top guilds. It would also help him in the future to find areas for leveling up. I also need to ask Shin Bailu about information on the main profession, blacksmith job change. Lin Chi was more concerned about this. Additionally, the leveling areas above level 30 around Xia City are primarily located in more distant regions. This could also help him gather some information at school. Chapter 43, The Next Stage of the Blacksmith. Classmates, you must have all heard of the Guild of Mortal Kings. If you can enter such a guild, then you are destined to become high-level awakeners, even leaving your legends in the world. On the high platform of the playground, the old principal of Xia City High School was delivering his speech. When Lin Chi arrived, many classmates had already gathered on the playground. In addition, even without awakening, the students from the first and second year crowded around, listening to the principal's speech. From their faces, one could see their yearning and expectation for the future. The kings of the human world. Lin Chi murmured. This guild is indeed well known. Now, in the center square of Summer City, stands a ranking board. In addition to the occupational leaderboard that awakened ones pay more attention to, there is the guild ranking. The Kings of the Human World Guild has recently risen rapidly and has strongly occupied the 4th position on the leaderboard. There are even rumors that the Kings of the Human World Guild is building up its strength and may possibly enter the top 3 positions on the leaderboard in the future. Lin Chi, I heard that the Kings of the Human World Guild only brought one high-level awakened one this time, probably wanting to recruit in advance. At that moment, a clear voice came from not far away. Lin Chi turned to look and saw Shen Bailu approaching him, wearing a long, snowy white mage gown. All golden equipment? Lin Chi noticed the shine of the equipment on Shen Bailu. According to his estimate, Shin Bailu should be around level 15 now. At this level, golden quality equipment is definitely not common. Of course. Except for Lin Chi himself. Any piece of equipment on him is better than what other awakened ones could have. I was planning to thank you. Shin Bailu said with a warm smile. The last time they teamed up for leveling, the two had become much more familiar with each other. Last time we teamed up, you helped me kill quite a few Abyss creatures, and I directly gained 100 basic attributes during the Abyss settlement. Speaking of this, Shin Bailu rarely showed a hint of excitement. 100 basic attributes can play an enormous role at the current level. However, there were even basic attribute rewards? Lin Chi was somewhat surprised. Awakened ones have the chance to gain items or settlement rewards that directly increase attributes at certain stages. For instance, each time one changes professions, they will also receive extra basic attribute points. This is a major factor in how different awakened ones gain an edge. I didn't receive anything during the Abyss Decent settlement. Lin Chi was muttering to himself as he glanced at the settlement information. Then he quickly calmed his emotions. Oh, I did receive. It was just that Lin Chi had instinctively overlooked it before. Because it was even less than the attribute points he got from forging an epic quality piece of equipment. What he lacked the least were basic attribute points. What are you doing? Shin Bailu looked at Lin Chi, noticing that he seemed to be immersed in his personal panel. But awakened ones cannot view each other's panels, so she didn't know what Lin Chi was doing at that moment. I forgot to allocate points. Lin Chi casually responded. Ah? Shin Bailu was momentarily stunned. You can forget to allocate points? Then she realized that Lin Chi must have leveled up during the Abyss settlement and hadn't had the time to allocate his points yet. But in reality, since awakening, Lin Chi hadn't really allocated points for himself. The points gained from leveling up had been accumulating until now. I should allocate them first and talk later. Do you need advice on your future career development? Shin Bailu seemed to think of something and asked. At the current stage, many initial point allocation strategies for professions aren't really secrets. But the blacksmith main profession is exceedingly rare. Especially since she knew that Lin Chi definitely wanted to develop in a combat direction. That requires Lin Chi to conduct complicated comprehensive references himself. If you have it, feel free to share with me. Lin Chi was exactly wanting to consult Shin Bailu about this. Do you know what the situation is with the level 30 profession transfer for blacksmiths? It's always better to have some understanding in advance than to be completely in the dark later. When it came to these topics, Shin Bailu's expression became slightly complex. It seems I am still a blacksmith. And to become a divine-level blacksmith, one must first obtain a special job title task. That will be very different from an ordinary secondary profession blacksmith. She could roughly understand Lin Chi's thoughts. Although she didn't know how Lin Chi could exert such strong combat power with the blacksmith profession. However, it is likely that Lin Chi also needs to plan his future development well. Still a blacksmith, Lin Chi pouted. He had thought he at least could get a title like Elite Blacksmith, but in the end, it was still so plain. But he didn't really care. It was plain, yes, but after changing jobs, the skills of the main profession would still undergo some corresponding changes. However, Shinbailu wore a comforting expression and softly said, "It will be a bit difficult in the beginning, but with each job change in the blacksmith profession, you will gain an additional forging skill, and the success rate of forging high-quality equipment will also increase. Moreover, if you can take on a more difficult job transition task, you have a chance to obtain different effects of forging flames." She clearly had researched this information in advance. Lin Chi nodded. This was indeed useful information he wanted to know. "By the way, I'm going to level up later, do you want to join me?" After a brief conversation, Lin Chi asked Shinbailu again. Team experience is usually gained faster. The level difference between him and Shinbailu probably wasn't too significant. Sure. Shinbailu smiled and nodded. Now, she no longer brought up the matter of pulling Lin Chi into her family, they had reached a consensus long ago. Moreover, she still vividly remembered their last team experience. Proud as she was, she had actually been carried by someone else. But now it was different, she had improved again and would definitely not lag behind Lin Chi like before. "Do you dare to appear in front of me?" At that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from afar. This immediately caught the attention of many students around the playground. In fact, some students had already noticed Lin Chi and Shinbailu talking. With Shinbailu's notoriety, many of her actions at Xiaoqing High School would attract attention, especially now, as it seemed that her relationship with Lin Chi was quite good. This made it even harder for people to accept. Lin Chi glanced in the direction of the voice, but did not pay much attention. He remembered that this was the teammate of Lu Ruoyan, who he had smashed away with one hammer, and he hadn't seen him since. Now, he had come looking for trouble again. "Wang Feilong, I should have warned your family." At this moment, Shinbailu's somewhat cold voice rang out suddenly. Lin Chi was a bit astonished. This girl went straight to another family to warn them? He had a bit of a feeling of being under someone else's protection? Chapter 44, 30 Years of the River East. Playing it cool. Shinbailu changed from her gentle demeanor when talking to Lin Chi and became somewhat cold. Logically speaking, this kind of temperament rarely appeared in girls of this age. But it made people's hearts shiver involuntarily. Lin Chi couldn't help but find it amusing. He had to say, Shinbailu was a very clever girl. Clearly, she had made arrangements in advance but had not told him. As for Wang Feilong, he indeed had no intention of paying him any mind. Why would he care about someone who had just awakened not long ago? What a joke. In the whole of Xiaoqing, how many could withstand a hit from him? At this moment, Wang Feilong's expression suddenly froze and became somewhat unsightly. His family had indeed given warnings, clearly reminding him not to provoke Shinbailu again, as she was someone they couldn't afford to offend. But that Shinbailu was from a prominent background. What was Lin Chi? A person he didn't think much of at all, now clinging tightly to Shinbailu's thigh. Had he directly flown up to become a phoenix? Especially, when noticing the gazes from other classmates around the playground. Wang Feilong's face turned even redder. As a hidden profession ranked on the heavenly list, his future achievements were destined to be unmatched by others. Today, Shinbailu mocked him for his background. When he grows up, he will surely return the favor twice. Shinbailu, remember what I, Wang Feilong, say now. 30 years in the east, 40 years in the west. He pointed directly at Shinbailu, do not bully the poor youth. As his words fell, the surroundings fell into silence. Many classmates knew about Wang Feilong's hidden profession, which was ranked on the heavenly list, and once he could join a good guild, he would surely grow rapidly. Once he joined the ranks of top awakeners, he would indeed break many mundane shackles. That was certainly exciting to think about. And beside him, Lin Chi watched Wang Feilong's actions, also silent. It was not shock, but he was about to burst out. Is he just playing awkward? But obviously, the people in this world did not understand these jokes. Most people seemed deeply inspired by Wang Feilong, to the point that Lin Chi had nowhere to vent his frustrations. He completely viewed the current situation as a joke. He then turned to Shinbailu beside him, laughing, his level is too low, there's no need to pay attention. To this, Shinbailu just nodded. She also did not expect Wang Feilong to act this way. Especially, based on her estimates, Lin Chi was probably not far from level 20 now. What Wang Feilong said was undoubtedly a joke in front of Lin Chi. However, Even though Lin Chi's tone was calm, it was enough to stir a huge uproar in the ears of those around him. Too low a level? Lin Chi looked down on Wang Feilong's level? Wang Feilong's expression became extremely ugly. With his pride, the most intolerable thing was the contempt of others. Even with Shin Bailu's help, how much can you level up? Do you think that just by being high level, you can catch a guild's attention? Which guild could tolerate spending a lot of resources on a primary profession blacksmith that may only have a slight chance of being trained? Especially after leveling up, the training areas would become even harder. Even the strongest awakeners cannot always train with a teammate who cannot contribute. Hoping to rely on forging to level up? That's even less likely. Guilds would certainly not accept blacksmiths. Shin Bailu frowned immediately. Being in a team with Lin Chi, she was the one being carried. Wang Feilong's words sounded more like a criticism of her. Lin Chi, come here for a moment, an awakener from the Guild of Kings wishes to see you. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came. The crowd turned their gaze to see the teacher of Class 4, Teacher Zhang, walking over. But what she said left everyone momentarily stunned. An awakener from the Guild of Kings wants to see Lin Chi? No, why would that be? Lin Chi also slightly raised an eyebrow, not anticipating the current situation. But he estimated that this fourth-ranked guild probably understood the specialty of blacksmiths. After thinking, he instructed Shin Bailu, wait for me for a moment, let's go level up together. After saying that, he did not care about the others anymore and stepped forward with Teacher Zhang. Bothering himself with an awakener like Wang Feilong was something Lin Chi found unworthy. But watching Lin Chi's departing figure, Wang Feilong's expression turned ashen. This blatant disregard was for him an extreme insult. But around him, other classmates had already started to chatter among themselves. Why would the Guild of Kings look for him? Do they intend to train a primary profession blacksmith? That's such a loss. Such a large guild surely wouldn't lack support professions. But their tone was full of sourness. Whether it was Shin Bailu's favor or the current invitation from the Guild of Kings, it made them green with envy. Awakening the blacksmith profession, shouldn't one feel a sense of bleakness about the future? How come this is different from what they imagined? In contrast, what Wang Feilong had just said seemed to highlight his incompetence and fury. Wang Feilong's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists tightly. The reason they gathered this time was precisely to attend the Human Kings Guild. Uncontrollably, Lin Chi's earlier words surfaced in his mind, making him feel a deep sense of disdain. How high can a blacksmith's level really go? Wang Feilong gritted his teeth. At that moment, Shin Bailu cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Feilong. This is your last warning. If you don't want your family to go bankrupt, stop making a fool of yourself. Also, Lin Chi's level has already surpassed mine long ago. Having said that, she turned and left, no longer paying attention to Wang Feilong. But Wang Feilong stood frozen in place. His eyes widened, somewhat devoid of spirit. There was no doubt that Shin Bailu's level was higher than his. How high could Lin Chi be now? 17 or even 18? But how could this be possible? The blacksmith profession cannot level up this quickly. Suddenly, a sound of shattering rang in his heart, the sound of his pride breaking. Is it Lin Chi, right? You awakened the blacksmith main profession, so you must be feeling quite down lately? However, I want to tell you that the blacksmith profession is actually very special and can, in a way, be considered a hidden profession. As Lin Chi followed Teacher Zhang into the conference room, he saw a woman in leather armor smiling at him. However, feeling down? Lin Chi recalled his monster hunting and leveling up after awakening. He didn't feel down at all. And our Human Kings Guild happens to have some dungeons related to the blacksmith main profession, and we have already successfully cleared some. The female awakener's smile was lovely and had a friendly vibe, as if she could instantly shorten the distance between them. So? Lin Chi asked. He understood that the blacksmith profession was special and rare. But it wasn't enough for the fourth guild on the rankings to invite him to join. The female awakener's smile grew even brighter. So, would you be interested in joining the Blacksmith Association? Huh? The Blacksmith Association? Not the Human Kings Guild. Lin Chi was taken aback for a moment. Wasn't she an awakener from the Human Kings Guild? The female awakener seemed well prepared, suddenly revealing a hammer shimmering with runic light in her hand. I am also a blacksmith profession. Chapter 45, Are you really a blacksmith? An awakener of the blacksmith profession. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. No wonder she sought me out. He instantly understood that when it comes to understanding the main profession of blacksmithing, no one knows better than someone who is also a blacksmith. Career development guides are written by Awakener. Is this equipment of epic quality? It was Teacher Zhang behind Lin Chi, looking at the hammer in the female awakener's hand, exclaiming in surprise. In fact, if you look closely, epic quality equipment isn't too rare among high-level awakeners. At most, it is considered rare, but equipment suitable for the current stage is hard to obtain. Awakener levels continue to rise, and equipment always struggles to keep up. Additionally, due to the durability limitations of the equipment, many items become unusable in battles without time for repairs. Not to mention, repairs require a lot of materials. I forged this before, the female awakener said with a smile, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. Teacher Zhang, I want to have a private chat with Lin Qi. Teacher Zhang immediately understood, giving Lin Qi a reassuring look before stepping out of the office. Lin Qi was quite curious about the person before him. He had a complete set of epic quality equipment in his ring. However, at the current stage, the high-quality equipment Lin Qi forged was actually due to the effect of the creation refinement attribute. Only through forging can one create epic quality, while it is difficult to directly forge materials into such quality. This requires a fairly high success rate, as well as corresponding forging methods. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Li Mingyue, and one of my identities is a council member of the Blacksmith Association. You should have heard of the Blacksmith Association. Joining it may not guarantee you a wealth of resources, but at least it provides a connection. Li Mingyue spoke frankly about this. Once you reach level 30 and change your class, you can consider applying to join the Blacksmith Association. The association is different from the guild, it is composed entirely of awakened individuals of the same profession. It can offer many development plans, as well as some resources. Of course, this also includes hidden professions. For example, Shin Bailu can apply to join the Mage Association with her arcane mage profession. The guild, on the other hand, tends to focus more on the strength and level of its awakened members. Lin Qi also had some understanding of the Blacksmith Association. It is an association that can only be joined after learning the blacksmith sub-profession and raising various blacksmithing abilities to a certain level. He did not expect that the other party would come specifically to talk to him about this. So, what do you think? Li Mingyue asked with a smile, isn't the life of a blacksmith in the small cities behind us hard to bear? But let me tell you, young man, you don't have to be buried in Xia City. She even waved her small fist symbolically, as if cheering Lin Qi on. Not feeling any hardship. Lin Qi didn't explain his situation. He simply asked, why not invite me to join the Guild of Human Kings? As soon as the words fell, Li Mingyue's expression stiffened slightly, and she looked at Lin Qi with suspicion. She had heard from Teacher Zhang that Lin Qi had performed well in the past and was not arrogant or dark in temperament. How could he think he could join the Guild of Human Kings? After thinking for a moment, she nodded, alright, very spirited. In theory, if you can reach level 25 or above within a month, you'll be qualified to try and join us. But I can't stay in Xia City for too long. Obviously. Her visit to Lin Qi was just to give him a way to join the Blacksmith Association. After a pause, she continued, it's not necessarily that one must have the blacksmith main profession to join the Blacksmith Association. You should know that most awakened individuals will consider learning a sub-profession only after reaching level 60. To this, Lin Qi just shrugged. He realized that the other party did indeed come with good intentions. I can consider this later, Lin Qi said frankly. These major powers possess strategies and intelligence that are difficult for ordinary people to find. For him, it is also beneficial. Great, I don't see any signs of being downcast due to your current predicament, keep it up. Li Mingyue smiled with satisfaction. She casually took out a book and handed it to Lin Qi. This is a guide for the blacksmith profession, including tips for level 30. Don't be shy, take a look. Thank you, Lin Qi said as he received the guide and casually flipped through it. It indeed contained some valuable knowledge about developing in the blacksmith profession. Go for it, young man, I believe in you. I hope in the upcoming guild recruitment, you can be chosen by a top guild. Li Mingyue waved her fist at Lin Qi again, level 30 will come quickly, the association has many big shots from various guilds. Maybe you can even join a guild in the top 10 rankings. Lin Qi pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling that this person was a bit of a scam. However, joining the Blacksmith Association could indeed be considered. The association does not have the constraints of a guild, and members share a lot of information with each other. Just as he was about to push the door to leave, he heard Li Mingyue's voice asking again, by the way, what level are you now? Maybe I can help you find some good guilds to choose from later. Level 23. Ha? The level of an awakener can often be seen in many cases. Therefore, Lin Qi had no need to hide it at all. He closed the office door and was about to step out. But in the next moment, Li Mingyue suddenly rushed out of the office, standing in front of Lin Qi. Wait, how many levels did you say you are? She widened her eyes, staring intently at Lin Qi, her clear and charming eyes reflecting a bright glow. Li Mingyue invites you to join the team. Tip, due to the large level gap among current team members, experience gain efficiency will drop significantly. Then, A message appeared in front of Lin Chi, and he simply clicked to agree. He was also curious to see what level the members of the Human Kings Guild could be, who came from the back city. Li Mingyue. Level 97. This is an awakener after the third job change. Lin Chi understood. But at this moment, the small face of Li Mingyue looked more and more stunned. The shock on her face was completely unhidden. You really are level 23. She murmured, her gaze quickly fixed back on Lin Chi. Have you been supported by some rich lady? How did you level up to 23 in such a short time? Are you really a blacksmith? She directly asked three soul-searching questions. How long has it been since awakening? New awakening individuals in Xiaocheng are mostly around level 10. Even the best among them is only about level 15. Even if Xiaocheng just experienced the Abyss's arrival, it would be impossible for anyone to level up so quickly. Lin Chi shrugged, not explaining anything. But immediately, Li Mingyue's soft little hand tightly grasped Lin Chi's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Young man, please be sure to join our Human Kings Guild. We are the 4th-ranked guild. No matter what resources you need, we have them all. Chapter 46, Blacksmith, also considered a hidden profession. Then first bring me 10 kinds of materials for forging legendary equipment. Lin Chi said without hesitation. Regardless of Li Mingyue's drastic change in attitude, he himself didn't have a strong desire to join a guild. However, as the 4th Human Kings Guild, it must possess many leveling spots and dungeons. This does have some value for utilization. 10 kinds of legendary quality materials. Li Mingyue's mouth twitched. She had never seen someone ask so boldly when joining the Human Kings Guild. However, this kid's level was already enough to prove his leveling efficiency. Although she didn't know how Lin Chi did it. But she could be sure. This was definitely a main job blacksmith who would definitely grow. Low risk, high reward. After a moment of thought, she smiled and said, once you make certain contributions in our guild, don't mention 10 kinds, we can gather 100 for you. Lin Chi was not swayed by her grand promises. He just asked, your guild should have vacancies for guest members, right? To be honest, I don't want to be bound by the guild. This is an unwritten rule among major guilds. To recruit special awakeners, who do not need to participate in guild matters daily but can play a role when needed. Li Mingyue looked at Lin Chi with some surprise. How did it sound like joining their Human Kings Guild was a loss for Lin Chi? Outside, who doesn't want to squeeze in and join their guild? But since they were already talking about business, Li Mingyue slightly became serious, saying, there is indeed, but you need to prove your value first. Young man, although your leveling efficiency is outrageous, you are still just a newcomer. Before she could finish, line end. Lin Chi had already waved his hand, and instantly a magic circle appeared before him. Disaster declaration. Is this enough now? There is no need to hide having skills. He has now mastered quite a few skills, and the disaster proclamation is merely a skill he replicated using the term past reappearance. Later, when he has stronger skills, he can replace it any time. To him, this is not a secret at all. Sometimes, showing a bit of one's abilities appropriately will certainly bring more convenience. This is combat skills? Li Mingyue's eyes instantly widened, and she couldn't suppress the shock on her little face. She carefully observed the magic array, then stiffly turned her face to look at Lin Chi. You. She stuttered for a long time before finally saying, you little rascal, you can't be a natural dual martial soul, a natural dual profession, right? In an instant, she thought of many things. Could it be that Lin Chi has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In fact, the main profession of blacksmith is just his disguise. In reality, Lin Chi awakened an unprecedented dual profession, holding a big hammer in one hand and being able to release combat skills with the other. Li Mingyue was astonished. As a main profession blacksmith herself, she knows best how a blacksmith should perform. Even she couldn't release such a skill. Lin Chi casually retracted the skill effect, shrugged, and said, my blacksmith profession is just a bit special. That is way too special. Li Mingyue's emotions surged wildly. Suddenly, she stared at Lin Chi, is this the secret to your rapid level up? A blacksmith, to some extent, is also considered a hidden profession. Lin Chi returned the sentence to her. Li Mingyue fell silent. She never expected Lin Chi's blacksmith profession to be this special. A blacksmith with combat skills. This has never been recorded in the previous information. So, have we reached a consensus? Lin Chi smiled slightly. On the playground, Lin Chi saw Shin Bailu standing in the crowd, as if she were out of place, existing independently from the noisy crowd. And under the gaze of the other people's eyes. A bright smile blossomed on Shin Bailu's little face as she quickly came forward. How's it going? Did the Human Kings Guild send you an invitation? She understood Lin Chi's strength. A blacksmith profession will definitely not limit Lin Chi. It's okay. Lin Chi smiled and didn't explain much further. He glanced at the information on his panel. You have joined the Human Kings Guild. Current position, member. You gain a speed boost of 10%. You gain an attack power boost of 10%. You gain a defense boost of 10%. This is the guild's enhancement effect. It directly increases the performance of various basic attributes. As Lin Chi expected, as the 4th-ranked guild, the Human Kings must have their enhancement effects maxed out. And this is even more obvious for him, whose basic attributes are already outrageously high. What level are you now? Lin Chi asked. In response, Shin Bailu seemed to be prepared, flashing a brilliant smile at Lin Chi. Guess. It seemed like she was very confident about her level. Lin Chi naturally guessed her thoughts. However, Lin Chi still cooperated and deliberately said, your leveling speed is very fast, you should be around level 15 now. To praise, one must first hold back, and then keep it balanced to touch the other's heart. Before coming to school, I just leveled up to 17. Shin Bailu said with a light laugh, shaking her head. Previously, when teaming up with Lin Chi, she was almost level 14. This kind of leveling speed is absolutely far superior to other awakened ones, no matter where. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. In this way, he could directly choose a level 30 leveling area with Shin Bailu. For Shin Bailu, a mere 3 levels of experience reduction wouldn't have too much impact. And when their team was formed, Shin Bailu was still astonished, her little mouth slightly open. 23 levels. Even she had never heard of anyone being able to reach 23 levels in such a short time. The two only made a brief plan, and hurrying outside the city. High-level areas are mostly found far from Summer City. And this time, Lin Chi plans to go directly to the Tidal Bay area with a level 30 dungeon. Tidal Bay has 3 difficulty levels, normal, hard, and nightmare. Among them, the nightmare difficulty is the most suitable for Lin Chi to level up. However, as soon as Lin Chi and his companions stepped into the teleportation array, a faint voice emerged from a dark corner nearby. The target has been teleported out of Summer City. Follow them, this is the best opportunity. Tidal Bay. Mountains surrounded on both sides, the sea in the middle sparkles under the sunlight, yet waves rise from time to time. Occasionally, through the waves, massive shadows can be glimpsed. Tidal Sea Turtle. Level, 29. As a wild monster on the outskirts of the Tidal Bay dungeon, the Tidal Sea Turtle is considered an extremely powerful wild monster. However, Shin Bailu looked at the fleeting monster information in front of her, her gaze becoming somewhat complicated. Your teammate Lin Chi has killed a Tidal Sea Turtle, gaining experience plus 1920. Your teammate Lin Chi has killed a Tidal Sea Serpent, gaining experience plus 2360. Around them, dark liquid spreads out. Every monster that appeared near the two instantly turned into experience. Chapter 47, Are bosses treated as small monsters? The monsters here are all at a much higher level than they are. Shin Bailu knew about Lin Chi's powerful strength, but when it comes to the true level monsters after discarding those special abyss creatures, the strength of these wild monsters can be measured directly. Rather than saying they were fighting monsters, it's more accurate to say they were mowing grass. This is even simpler than mowing grass. Remember to pick up equipment, let's go straight to the dungeon. Lin Chi's voice came. Shin Bailu nodded instinctively, but felt somewhat speechless. Although she was very reluctant to admit it, she indeed was being carried along again. This was completely different from the shoulder-to-shoulder battle she had expected. Lin Chi stood at the dungeon entrance, glanced at Shin Bailu who was diligently picking up dropped equipment, and inexplicably had a strange thought. She is much more useful than the Abyss Guardians. Abyss Guardians have no storage slots and can only pick up equipment with their hands. With Shin Bailu around, it can significantly relieve Lin Chi of the burden of storage. After fighting too many monsters, my thoughts must be going crazy. Lin Chi quickly dismissed that thought. It must be said, Shin Bailu is indeed very beautiful. Just having her by his side is extremely pleasing to the eye. She is not just a pretty face, even if any other awakener were here beside Lin Chi, it would still be hard to have the chance to participate in battle. Tidal Bay. Number of players required, 2 to 4. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Lin Chi quickly made his choice. One important reason for choosing the Tidal Bay dungeon was that, like the previous Fire Rock Valley dungeon, there is no level requirement. But it requires at least 2 people to enter. To access the boss at the end of the dungeon, 2 people must simultaneously open the door to enter. This is, in fact, one of the main difficulties of this dungeon. The monsters within the dungeon are already quite powerful. If an underpowered team enters, it is inevitable that they will suffer casualties. Sustaining fatal attacks in the dungeon means they cannot teleport away. Even if only one person is left, they cannot open the door to the boss, destined to despair and wait to die in the dungeon. A sea fog enveloped them. When the sea fog dispersed, the scene before Lin Chi suddenly changed. On the ground around them, there were a group of monsters. Tidal crab. Level 30. Giant lobster. Level 30. Phosphor poison sea serpent. Level 30. Different monster information floated in front of Lin Chi and Shin Bailu. Among them, there were even elite monsters, fully gleaming with luster. The moment Lin Chi and Shin Bailu stepped into this area, all the monsters surged towards them like a tide. To be more precise, behind these monsters, there truly is a tide gradually rising. In the nightmare difficulty tidal bay, the tide will continuously rise over time, until it drowns all intruding awakened ones. Shin Bailu said with a serious face. She raised her staff high, gathering blazing light, as runes surged and struck towards the oncoming mass of monsters. -307. -298. The damage that Shin Bailu caused was not low, as she faced monsters over 10 levels higher than her. The skill landed, still visibly reducing the health of these monsters. However, Lin Chi did not release his attack skills right away. A fierce flame quickly ignited around him. Forging. The commotion caused by the eerie blue flames immediately attracted Shin Bailu's attention. She turned her head to look, her eyes widening in surprise. At that moment, Lin Chi looked like a terrifying ruler crawling out from the abyss, with the eerie blue flames casting him in a particularly towering presence. In his hand, a massive fiery hammer emerged. Whoosh! The giant hammer swept through a circle, producing a loud whooshing sound. The eerie blue flames also spread outwards, suddenly engulfing the surrounding monsters. -3,180. -2,970. -3,060. In an instant, a dense array of damage numbers appeared in the flames. The monsters that had rushed over quickly turned into experience points for the two of them in a short time. Their health completely drained, all were instantly killed. Only when the experience prompts continuously flashed by did Shin Bailu finally come to her senses. The skill form Lin Chi displayed was something she had never seen before. The eerie blue flames themselves gave a sense of otherworldliness. For a moment, she didn't even dare to recognize Lin Chi. This skill so strong. Shin Bailu murmured. She knew very well that the effect of this skill had likely reached the level of high-ranking awakened ones. Oh, by the way, here's another skill book for you. Lin Chi's voice came from within the blazing flames. Then, a skill book flew out of the flames and landed in Shin Bailu's hand. This was the Bone Dragon Breath skill that Lin Chi had discovered in the Bone Dragon's treasure, though it had certain mental attribute requirements, so Shin Bailu likely wouldn't be able to learn it in a short time. However, later on, if needed, Lin Chi could recreate the skill for Shin Bailu at any time. While Lin Chi was thinking, he saw a flash of light in Shin Bailu's hand, disappearing into her body, clearly indicating she had already learned it. I before allocated all my reward attribute points to mental attributes. Shin Bailu felt a bit embarrassed. In this world, even among mages, very few dared to invest all points into mental attributes. If health points are too low, one could more easily perish. That's good. Lin Chi smiled, knowing Shin Bailu must have a clear career development plan. With the Bone Dragon Breath skill, combined with the Calamity's Proclamation, Shin Bailu would be able to deal more damage to some mist monsters. As the two continued on their journey, Shin Bailu suddenly burst forth with a radiance of leveling up. Seeing this, Lin Chi was somewhat puzzled. But the one more surprised was Shin Bailu. Her small mouth slightly opened, staring blankly at Lin Chi. You just killed a boss. That was one of the 3 bosses of Tidal Bay. She had originally been calculating, preparing to reach the location of the boss. At that time, she had to be careful. Who would have thought that the boss was brushed by Lin Chi as if it were a small monster? And Lin Chi himself hadn't even noticed. In the last team-up, the base attributes of abyssal beings weren't too high. But under the enhancement of the abyss, the strength of the abyssal beings far exceeded their attributes. It was difficult for her to make an accurate assessment of Lin Chi. But now, facing the level 30 nightmare dungeon monster, she truly experienced Lin Chi's power. Is this something a normal level 23 awakened one can achieve? Lin Chi didn't think much of it, glancing at the dropped equipment around, but his eyes lit up. Epic quality equipment? Title armor, epic. Category, upper body. Equipment requirement, level 30. An epic item at level 30 actually dropped from the first boss. This is indeed nightmare difficulty. Chapter 48, Releasing Fire Skills in the Sea? Epic gear at level 30 is very rare. Shin Bailu took the armor, glanced at it, and was somewhat surprised. The lower the level, the rarer high-quality equipment becomes. Around level 30, golden quality gear is already considered great. She handed it back to Lin Shi, smiling lightly. I wonder if you can use this gear. If you want to sell it, I can help you find a way. When teaming up with Lin Shi, whether it's equipment or materials, she won't take anything. The 2 skill books she got from Lin Shi already held considerable value. Not to mention, she was the one being carried along. Lin Shi also didn't hold back, as epic quality gear was already great for refining materials. Besides that, something con-shaped also dropped on the ground. Con key, a key to unlock a certain portal. This is the key to unlock the final boss's door. If we get the next key drop, we can head to the final level. Lin Shi gathered the scattered equipment. Both of them understood some information about the Tidal Bay dungeon and knew what to do next. The tide is coming up. Shen Bailu glanced back, her delicate brows furrowing. As the waves surged in, her small feet got soaked in seawater, only retreating after reaching her ankles wrapped in white stockings. The 2 of them had been walking briskly under Lin Shi's assault, as the dungeon strategy was going very fast. But in reality, once the difficulty ramped up, the awakened in the Tidal Bay dungeon would always be walking in the water. The tide was rising at an incredibly fast rate, which would affect the awakened's movement and some skill effects. As for nightmare difficulty, unless they proceeded as quickly as the 2 of them, they would most likely be submerged in water, relying on some water-avoiding items to move. Lin Shi looked down at Shin Bailu's ice cream soup beneath her feet, yet he didn't mind the rising tide's effects. It's not a big deal, the final boss is originally in the sea. In the seawater, releasing fire attribute skills would undoubtedly be greatly affected. Even the Abyss Bone Dragon's Azure Fire would be the same, and maintaining it would require a substantial amount of mana. And this was one of the primary difficulties in the Tidal Bay dungeon. Swoosh! After walking through the seawater again for a short distance, Lin Shi suddenly shone with the light of leveling up. Level +1. You have acquired the trait, Rapid Assault. Just one more level, and I can get a red trait. This round of trait rotation was going exceptionally smoothly for Lin Shi. Previously, each internal boss encountered during the Abyss Descent allowed him to level up directly, saving him experience points. Lin Shi didn't pay much attention to his level up but directed his gaze forward. This time, he finally got a clear view of the boss's appearance. It was a merman holding a harpoon, with fins that resembled human limbs, and its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Title Merman, Golden. Level 32. The final boss of the hard difficulty. Shen Bailu's eyes narrowed slightly. And under Abyss difficulty, a 30-level boss was actually raised to 32. It was Lin Shi's first time seeing a living merman. In the past at Summer City High, he had seen a specimen of this creature. Gulp, gulp. As Lin Shi and Shen Bailu approached, the tidal merman's mouth let out a bubbling sound, as if it were speaking underwater. Immediately after, its eyes shone with a blazing crimson light, and it suddenly leaped up. Splash! Around it, a large surge of seawater suddenly emerged, and after leaping into the water, only a long dorsal fin was visible. But its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it charged toward Lin Shi and the 2 of them, the spear in its hand glimmering with a chilling light. The waves churned, and the tidal merman forcibly broke through, clearly showcasing its incredible speed. Is the target me? Shin Bailu immediately raised her staff high. This boss already had some wisdom, knowing to first attack the relatively fragile and extremely troublesome ranged class. She could even see, in the turbulent seawater, a pair of crimson eyes. However, there was nothing that followed. A dark blue flame flashed before Shin Bailu. Your teammate Lin Shi has killed the tidal merman, gaining experience plus 4,125. Ding! The spear in the tidal merman's hand fell to the ground, faintly shimmering with runic light. Another piece of epic quality equipment. Shin Bailu's eyes lit up. 2 bosses had dropped epic equipment in a row, and it wasn't hidden attribute gear, no need for appraisal. Lin Shi picked up the spear, didn't even look, and stored it in his ring. This thing was of no use to him, it was originally meant to be used as a sacrificial material. Only the final boss is left. Lin Shi's gaze turned toward the front. There was a pool of water that was continuously filled with incoming seawater. Through the seawater, one could vaguely see conch-like patterns on the bottom of the pool. This was the gateway to the final boss. Under Abyss difficulty, the final boss is random, Shin Bailu pondered. The strongest should be the tidal giant python, while the most difficult to deal with would be the tidal jellyfish. The tidal giant python had exceptionally strong attributes, while the tidal jellyfish was troublesome as it could split into a group, making it difficult for awakeners to wipe them out all at once. But as long as one jellyfish that split off was still alive, it would regenerate back to the original boss. Recalling this, Shin Bailu couldn't help but glance at Lin Shi beside her. No matter what boss appeared at the end, it certainly wouldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Shi, right? By now, She even suspected that even if Lin Chi didn't use a weapon, he could probably tear apart the body of the final boss with bare hands. The two of them tacitly picked up the conch keys dropped by the previous boss, standing on either side of the pool. As the conch keys were placed simultaneously into the grooves at the edge of the pool, the conch patterns at the bottom slowly opened. Splash! A large surge of seawater spouted from the pool, forming a column of water. But Shin Bailu didn't look at these. Instead, she first turned her gaze to the bottom of the pool. Vaguely, one could see a dark purple glow floating in the water. Title Jellyfish, Epic. Level 33. Sure enough, it's an epic boss. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This creature, even if it couldn't drop legendary quality gear, could still drop powerful epic equipment. Shin Bailu's hand sparkled as she took out 2 water-repellent beads from her ring. These were items she had prepared on her way here. Reaching out her hand, she was just about to pass one to Lin Chi. But she was shocked to notice that Lin Chi had no intention of using the water-repellent items at all. Surrounded by the dark blue flames, the tall figure of fire directly leaped into the seawater. Sizzle! White steam burst from the seawater, yet there was no sign that the seawater extinguished the flames. This Shin Bailu's mouth slightly opened, unable to find words. This kind of area fire skill could still be fully cast underwater? Chapter 49, is this coming to deliver equipment? Outside the dungeon entrance, a mass of sea mist swept by. Lin Chi and Shin Bailu's figures then appeared. However, Shin Bailu's gaze on Lin Chi remained a bit strange. Are you a blacksmith or a mage? Maintaining such a large flame in seawater, how much mana would that consume? But she clearly saw. Lin Chi always maintained the shadow of the flame giant in the seawater, even without truly touching the tidal jellyfish. He merely struck heavily downwards towards the ground. The surging waves stirred up by the seawater engulfed the tidal jellyfish's body. And the tidal jellyfish didn't even have the chance to use its splitting ability, turning into experience points instead. Lin Chi smiled lightly, saying nothing more. Instead, he took out a robe-style piece of equipment from his ring. This was one of the items dropped by the tidal jellyfish, with hidden attributes. The two had been submerged in the sea earlier, so he hadn't rushed to identify it. He finally released an identification skill. Tidal Staff, Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Level 30, 10, Mage Class. Effect, Spirit plus 500, Constitution plus 100. Special effect, Surge of Tides, passive, when touching seawater, restore 300 mana per second and boost skill casting effects. Description, equipment from the tides, originating from regions swallowed by the tides over many eras. For level 20, this is definitely a good staff. Lin Chi thought for a moment and casually handed it over to Shin Bailu. If you level up twice more, you can just use it. This staff reduced the required level for equipment, making it a great help for Shin Bailu. As for Shin Bailu, the staff she currently held was likely still of golden quality. Shin Bailu nodded, not holding back at all. No matter how aloof she was, she had already noticed that her relationship with Lin Chi had grown much closer. To fuss over such things seemed petty in comparison. Moreover, boosting her own strength would prevent her from seeming like a burden around Lin Chi. But what she didn't know was, Lin Chi didn't see Shin Bailu as a burden at all. Someone helping to pick up equipment not only increased experience efficiency but also allowed him to enter dungeons like Tidal Bay, which had a number limit. This was incredibly helpful. As for participating in battles, Lin Chi didn't believe anyone within the level limit could interfere with his fight. Shin Bailu put away the staff and looked back at Lin Chi. The time taken to clear the Tidal Bay dungeon was faster than she had expected. She wasn't sure whether to take advantage of the dungeon cooldown time to explore other dungeons or to level up nearby first. However, she noticed that Lin Chi seemed to sense something and turned to look in a certain direction. Following Lin Chi's gaze, Shin Bailu saw 2 middle-aged men walking towards them. The gaze of the other party remained fixed on her. Miss Shin, why come to such a dangerous dungeon for a date with a male classmate? The middle-aged man in the front wore a smile, but there was not a hint of warmth in his expression. The other man behind him stood aside, leisurely blocking the escape route for Lin Chi and Shin Bailu. Looking at their equipment, they appeared to be a rogue and an assassin. Lin Chi scanned them, then focused back on Shin Bailu. These two clearly came for Shin Bailu. Shin Bailu furrowed her brow tightly, glancing around with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Looking for your family guards? The other middle-aged man shook his head. If they were here, we wouldn't have appeared. In an instant, Shin Bailu's small face darkened. She immediately looked at Lin Chi and whispered, Lin Chi, they are here for me. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to encounter this situation and involve you. A flash of light appeared in her hand, revealing 2 scrolls. Teleportation scrolls? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Shin Bailu's background was not ordinary. He could see that these scrolls were definitely not cheap, and activating the teleport would likely not take long at all. As for the danger posed by those two, Lin Shi didn't feel it at all. Hiss. At that moment, lines of runes suddenly burst forth, forming a radiant curtain of light that enveloped the area. Another figure walked out from afar, dressed in a mage's robe, and waved at the two middle-aged men. Arcane silence. Shin Bailu's gaze suddenly sharpened. That's also an arcane mage profession, I fear, at least above level 60. This is a unique skill of the arcane mage. To learn it, one must undergo a second job change at level 60. The other party actually dispatched an awakener of this profession, and she was very certain that they absolutely wouldn't be just level 60. She looked towards Lin Shi, her little face growing increasingly serious. The teleportation scroll has been disabled. Do you have a way to break out? Earlier, she had already understood Lin Shi's strength, and in this situation, where these people were targeting her, Lin Shi should have a chance to escape. However, she noticed that Lin Shi actually displayed a smile on his face. Do you think that such high-level awakeners, when out on missions, would carry some decent items and equipment? Upon hearing this, Shin Bailu was momentarily stunned. Why did it seem like Lin Shi was planning on targeting these three? Mission, do not worry, we only want to take you away and won't kill you for now. The middle-aged man at the front chuckled lightly, it's just that your little boyfriend must be silenced. He already had a black light blooming in his hand. That was a sign of releasing a skill. However, this skill did not display any effect. A magic circle had, at some point, already enveloped their area. Catastrophe declaration. Shin Bailu was taken aback. Wasn't this exactly the skill from the skill book that Lin Shi had given her earlier? She clearly had not cast it. Who else could be releasing this skill? The catastrophe declaration skill could apply multiple random negative effects to enemies simultaneously. Among these effects naturally included silence and imprisonment. The three men's bodies were already stiff, affected by various negative effects, and they could not even speak. They all instinctively widened their eyes, filled with fear and confusion. They didn't even understand what was happening. But soon, they noticed that the boy beside Shin Bailu had already slowly stepped forward, walking towards them. Beneath his feet, a pool of black liquid surged forth, quickly spreading outwards. Including that distant arcane mage, the three could only helplessly watch as the dark liquid crept towards them. What followed was a terrifying sensation of rapidly losing health. What was deducted was their maximum health. And this was their last thought in their minds. Only a pile of equipment remained on the ground. Chapter 50, the 3-year deadline has arrived. Level 25. Your teammate Lin Shi has killed a wanted awakener, gaining preliminary reputation rewards plus 120. Your teammate Lin Shi has killed a wanted awakener, gaining preliminary reputation rewards plus 110. Your teammate. A series of notifications flashed before Shin Bailu. For a long time, Shin Bailu found it hard to recover her senses. The levels of those three awakeners were at least 4 or 5 higher than theirs. Especially since one of them was an arcane mage profession. But how could they have been killed so easily? Yet Lin Shi didn't say much, already waving to sweep a pile of equipment into his hands. Shadow Stab Leather Armor, Epic. Category, Upper Body. Equipment requirements, Level 65, Assassin Class. Secret Robe, Epic. Category, Upper Body. Equipment requirements, Level 70, Mage Class. Shadow Dagger, Epic. Category, Weapon. 3 Awakeners dropped a total of 5 epic items. The rest were all of golden quality. That's some savings, but not much. Lin Shi stuffed all these items into the ring. Within levels 60 to 90, for Awakeners lacking opportunities, having even 1 epic quality item was already good enough. Yet among these, there are 3 epic pieces of equipment, all obtained from that arcane mage. This shows how hidden jobs impact the achievements of Awakeners in the future. Besides these equipment, Lin Shi also discovered some valuable items from these people's rings. This includes teleportation scrolls, healing potions, speed potions, and other items. However, it seems that due to being on a mission, these 3 did not carry any extra gear. After stripping these rings off, Lin Shi looked at the information prompt on his panel. Prior reputation reward. Only then did he turn his head to look at Shin Bailu. What force is hunting these 3? Reputation, under normal circumstances, doesn't have much use. But in some large forces, reputation can bring many benefits, or be exchanged for precious items and gear. These 3 must be wanted by some force, therefore, after killing them, it triggered the prior reputation reward. If he could find the force that was hunting these 3, he could collect the subsequent reputation reward. Shin Bailu shook her head. I'm not sure at the moment, I can check later. Her eyes still bore a complicated emotion. In fact, just from the prior reputation reward, she could somewhat assess the strength of those 3. The prior reputation is already over 100, this means their wanted reputation is at least over 500. And this can only be achieved with several lives on their hands. After a moment, Shin Bailu looked apologetically at Lin Chi. I'm sorry. She was indeed shocked by the strength Lin Chi displayed, repeatedly exceeding her expectations. But she cared more about the fact that if Lin Chi weren't so powerful, she might have dragged him into danger and even death. This favor, she owed far too much. Lin Chi shrugged, completely unconcerned. 3 wanted bandits had even delivered him a pile of high-quality equipment and items. He couldn't wish for more of such things. Can you still level up with peace of mind? Lin Chi simply asked. As if nothing had happened before, he was extremely calm. Of course. Shin Bailu's response was very determined. She just took out a communication device from her hand, whispered a few words, and then the device turned into light and vanished. This was also quite valuable. Lin Chi couldn't help but be curious about Shin Bailu's background. Just the few items Shin Bailu showed were hard to find in Summer City, even if you had money. However, he didn't ask too much. Just as Shin Bailu had not questioned him about his unusual displays when teaming up with him. Shin Bailu exhaled softly and whispered to Lin Chi, I need to check the specifics, but there's no need to trouble you further, I want to avoid dragging you in again. As for me, my family runs a trading company. She still shared some of her situation with Lin Chi. But Lin Chi's expression turned strange immediately. Hey! No way! Running a trading company? Goodness! He knew Shin Bailu had a distinguished background, but he didn't expect her family to be so wealthy. There are many trading companies in Summer City. However, apart from the local trading companies, the others are branches of some gigantic forces. And Shin Bailu's background clearly belonged to the latter. For a moment, Shin Bailu seemed a bit uneasy, unsure how Lin Chi would react after she revealed this. Then, she heard Lin Chi speak, so, are you now the 3-year period is over, welcoming the rich to return? Shin Bailu? Lin Chi didn't feel any pressure at all, instead, he even more reasonably thought that he could keep all the loot when fighting monsters with Shin Bailu from now on. No need. Unless it is an extremely rare equipment like the title staff, Shin Bailu really doesn't lack anything. What is a tycoon? This Shin Bailu is obviously one. Lin Chi roughly understood what script Shin Bailu was holding. But Shin Bailu's snow-white cheeks had already turned a shade of crimson, inexplicably feeling a bit ashamed under Lin Chi's strange gaze. What is this sense of shame in revealing her identity? After the little episode just now, as they sorted through their pile of loot, the cooldown of the dungeon was already over. Lin Chi led Shin Bailu again into the Tidal Bay dungeon. According to Lin Chi's plan, they had to level up to 25, at least to get a new red attribute. However, after a round of dungeon runs, Shin Bailu leveled up first, reaching level 19. The experience gain was gradually decreasing due to the level limit. Until the two finished the last round of the Tidal Bay dungeon. Shin Bailu was almost ready to reach level 20, and she would soon be able to use that epic quality title staff. As soon as they exited the dungeon, a glow of leveling up shone from Lin Chi. Cleared the Tidal Bay dungeon, gained settlement experience plus 13,000. Level plus 1. You have obtained the rule replacement attribute, red. Level 25, a new red attribute. Lin Chi's eyes lit up immediately as he looked at the attributes on the panel. Current attribute, rule replacement. Effect, can use any material or equipment to replace a target that has the same quality material or equipment. Lin Chi smacked his lips, understanding the function of this attribute. Replacement? Isn't it just 1 for 1? But soon, he realized it wasn't that simple. If used well, it could yield an extremely outrageous effect. Chapter 51, Promotion. Abyss Legendary Set. Some monsters already have core materials, I can directly replace them. For example, take the unicorn, its most core material is undoubtedly its horn. If it's an epic quality horn material, then Lin Chi could casually take any epic material or equipment to exchange. The unicorn, without its horn, would not be able to use the equipment or materials Lin Chi replaced. And this is just the most basic usage. Some materials inside monsters are not that easy to drop. Even if you kill hundreds or thousands, it's not guaranteed to drop a single material. But with the rule replacement attribute, Lin Chi could guarantee 100% of obtaining the desired material. In urgent need of specific materials, this attribute can yield absolute results. Lin Chi quickly figured it out. This attribute is powerful whether used in battle or in material collection. Having sorted this out, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu didn't wait for the dungeon cooldown to end, heading towards Summer City. They had already stayed long enough at Tidal Bay. And Lin Chi planned to head back to Forge first, then learn the 2 class skills for level 20 and 25. Before level 30, all Awakener's class skills are fundamental. The Blacksmith class is no exception. Once I finish these, I can fully push towards level 30 and proceed with the job change. Lin Chi had already made his plan. What Lin Chi cared most about was definitely the ability to forge higher quality equipment after shifting classes. On the way back, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu didn't forget to grind monsters. By the time they returned to Summer City, Shin Bailu's level was raised to 20. Just Shin Bailu's leveling speed, anywhere, would be considered utterly outrageous. However, Shin Bailu still couldn't shake off her worries. Those 3 kidnappers definitely didn't come voluntarily. There's probably someone behind it. But Lin Chi had no intention of getting involved in such family feuds. When I get back, I'll check the forces behind those 3 wanted notices, and then I'll transfer the reputation to you. Shin Bailu smiled gently. Lin Chi nodded, that reputation was not insignificant. Although it wasn't of much use right now, it might come in handy later. Also, I'll find a way to arrange a blacksmith profession dungeon for you as soon as possible. Shin Bailu added, with your strength, completing it won't be difficult. With Lin Chi's help, her leveling speed had greatly increased. Naturally, she wouldn't forget to arrange the blacksmith profession dungeon for Lin Chi. After they parted, Lin Chi rushed back home without stopping. This time leveling up, he had gained a lot of epic quality equipment. According to Lin Chi's estimation, he could probably refine 3 legendary quality pieces. However, Lin Chi did not plan to focus the refining effect on the Abyss Hammer again. Above legendary quality, there's holy quality equipment, commonly known as holy artifacts. He had learned about the subsequent equipment tiers from Shin Bailu. But according to Lin Chi's estimation, wanting to elevate the Abyss Hammer from legendary quality to holy quality. Even if he poured all his currently held equipment and materials into the Abyss Hammer, he might not succeed. The returns were too slow. So, rather than forcing the Abyss Hammer, he might as well refine other legendary quality equipment first and wait for the attribute enhancements. Immediately in the forge room at home, he picked up the Abyss Hammer and began refining. You have successfully forged Abyss's Embrace, Legendary, ×1, gaining plus 800 Constitution, plus 200 Strength, plus 200 Agility. You have successfully forged Abyss's Rush, Legendary, ×1, gaining plus 1000 Agility, plus 200 Spirit. You have successfully forged Abyss's Grip, Legendary, ×1, gaining plus 400 Constitution, plus 400 Strength, plus 400 Spirit. This time, Lin Chi directly applied the outcome to the Abyss Enhancement set. The Epic Quality Abyss Enhancement set could provide a level 7 Abyss Enhancement effect. But for Lin Chi, he still couldn't keep up with the rhythm of legendary equipment. And now, after reaching legendary quality, the enhancement effects naturally saw significant improvement. He casually picked up a piece of equipment to check. Abyss's Embrace, Legendary. Category, Upper Garment. Equipment requirement, Lin Chi. Effect, plus 800 Constitution, plus 200 Strength, plus 200 Agility. Special effect, Abyss Enhancement, gains level 6 Abyss Enhancement. Abyss Legendary set, 3/4 increases set components, can obtain equipment attributes and quality improvements. Description, equipment that has sunk in the abyss, forged by a powerful existence, destined to become legendary. Compared to the previous Abyss Enhancement set, the basic attributes have undoubtedly seen a great increase. Moreover, the current Abyss Legendary set components have been reduced from the original 6 pieces to 4 pieces now. But even without fully collecting the set, it could still provide a level 6 Abyss Enhancement effect. Upper Garment, Boots, Wrist Guards. Lin Chi equipped all 3 pieces and smiled with satisfaction at the noticeably changed appearance of the equipment. The next set component was of course up to him to choose. He planned to place it on the pants. However, he currently did not have enough materials to forge another legendary equipment, so there was no rush. When the set is complete, I should be able to achieve at least level 8 Abyss Enhancement. Lin Chi sighed. Compared to the current Abyss Legendary set, he was actually more concerned about his Lord set. In the Abyss, having a territory was nice, but the creatures in the territory could only gain level 1 Abyss Enhancement, which was somewhat lackluster. But in the information Lin Chi knew, there was no information at all about the Abyss Lord. He also didn't know how to obtain the subsequent set parts. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Lin Chi mumbled, if he was really pushed to the corner, he would just pile up the quality of the Abyss Lord's crown. Continuing to upgrade the Abyss Lord's crown from legendary quality would greatly enhance the Abyss boost in his territory. After using up all the forging materials, Lin Chi glanced at the bright sunshine outside the window. He directly walked out and headed to the Awakener Hall. He was ready to learn the other 2 skills of his profession. But at this moment, a line of prompts suddenly popped up on Lin Chi's panel. Guild, Li Mingyue invites you to join the Guild Hall channel. I almost forgot about the guild. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. One great convenience of the guild is the Guild Hall channel. All guild members can communicate in the channel, even trading items. To achieve such communication seems to require the guild to pay a considerable price. But that has no impact on Lin Chi. He immediately chose to agree. Guild, Li Mingyue invited Lin Chi to join the channel. Chapter 52, The Blacksmith is a Combat Profession. Current channel, 98 out of 100. Lubu, welcome, Lin Chi, I am the Vice President of the Royal Kings, may I ask if you are comfortable revealing your profession to everyone? Lin Chi looked at the information that popped up in front of him, raising his eyebrows slightly. To Lin Chi, the guild, to some extent, seemed more like the companies in the world before he crossed over. But unlike that, the guild does not force members to work like cattle and horses, but instead provides a platform for leveling up. Besides that, the guild can also participate in guild dungeons and other beneficial activities. As for the Royal Kings Guild, it certainly wouldn't have just under 100 people. This is the current channel's capacity limit, not the limit on the number of guild members. But the specific information among them, the guild naturally wouldn't disclose to the outside. Lubu? He murmured the name of the vice president of the Royal Kings, 3 families, no. His head felt itchy, left ponytail, could it be, right ponytail, that he was going to turn into Lubu, double ponytail? Silently mocking in his heart. Lin Chi, sure. He simply replied. The blacksmith profession was not a secret. As for joining the guild, it didn't mean he had to work for the guild, it was purely mutual benefit. Revealing some information would also make it easier for him to exchange for the materials and items he needed later from the guild. Zhou Yong, does the vice president need to ask about the profession? Does this mean Li Mingyue brought in a guest big shot? Which guild was the big shot from? Is it convenient to disclose? Lubu, you are right next to me, still speaking, do you know how much reputation value you are wasting? Guild, Zhou Yong has been kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Guild, Lubu has sent you a trade request. The communication in the current channel consumes reputation. Lin Chi understood this rule. He looked at the trade request initiated by Lubu and agreed. Lin Chi was also a bit curious, having just joined the guild, what did they want to trade with him? Lubu, this is our guild's joining benefit. Trade completed. You have received gold plus 500. You have received reputation plus 100. You have received heavy armor, gold, times 1. You have received shock gold hammer, gold, times 1. You have received exquisite craftsmanship set, blueprint, times 1. Before Lin Chi, a burst of light flashed and disappeared into his ring. 500 gold, 100 reputation. The benefits of the Royal Kings Guild were indeed not low. As for the 2 pieces of gold quality equipment, although Lin Chi didn't think much of them, their equipment requirement level was only 25. Clearly, they were specially prepared for him. Placed in front of other awakeners, they were undoubtedly extremely powerful. Among them, what Lin Chi cared about the most was the set blueprint. Exquisite craftsmanship set, 0/6 collect the full set to gain a 10% increase in forging speed. Is this the exclusive set for the blacksmith profession? Lin Chi knew, this kind of set blueprint must come from the blacksmith profession's exclusive dungeon. He could try forging it later. At this moment, Lubu sent a few more messages in the channel. Lubu, the new member Lin Chi is also a primary profession blacksmith, but he also has unique combat abilities. When he arrives at the guild base later, everyone will be able to meet him. Guild, Li Mingyue invited Zhou Yong to join the channel. Zhou Yong, a blacksmith with combat abilities? Could he be a god-level blacksmith? Lu Tianba, no wonder he's a guest member, our guild finally has a god-level blacksmith. Wait, I've never heard of this big shot before. Guild, Zhou Yong was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Guild, Lu Tianba was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. There were no more new messages in the channel. Obviously, as Lubu said, each message takes up a certain amount of reputation. Even if the Human Kings Guild is powerful, they wouldn't let all members use the channel for idle chatting. Lin Chi closed the panel and continued heading toward the awakening hall. Compared to before, the number of awakened individuals in the hall had clearly increased. As time passed, the new awakened members' levels began to rise, so they naturally came here to learn their class skills. Every time they learned a new skill, it was undoubtedly a huge improvement for the awakened. In front of the reception desk, several receptionists were already guiding the new awakened individuals to the trial grounds. Despite seeing many young boys and girls, the receptionist who had previously guided Lin Chi still spotted him instantly. Little brother, have you reached level 15? The receptionist asked with a smile, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Lin Chi. This was currently the only primary profession blacksmith in Summer City, who had managed to reach level 15 in such a short time. One could imagine that if Lin Chi could maintain this momentum, his future achievements would not be limited to Summer City. Yes, I've grown. Lin Chi replied with a light smile. After all, once he entered the trial ground, he could learn all the skills, so there was no need to go into detail about his level. Growth, I see, you've been a bit of a troublemaker with those little girls. The receptionist teased as she opened the trial grounds for Lin Chi. I'm different, I prefer older sisters, Lin Shi said without a blush or a heartbeat. Such words depend on who says them, otherwise, it can come off as greasy or sleazy. They exchanged a few words, and the receptionist's face turned red with embarrassment. Only then did Lin Shi take a step into the trial grounds. Before level 30, these would be his last two primary profession skills. Level 20 equipment disassembly and level 25 equipment enhancement. Lin Shi murmured. One skill could break down equipment into basic materials to be used in forging other gear. But unless there were changes, this skill was useless for Lin Shi. The effect brought by the creation ritual entry didn't require him to disassemble equipment. On the other hand, equipment enhancement would further improve the attributes of the equipment based on its original stats. Of course, the enhancement level of the equipment would vary, and so would the attributes it enhanced. This, however, would be somewhat useful for Lin Shi. Class detected, Blacksmith. Current level can learn two skills, equipment disassembly and equipment enhancement. Please meet the requirements. Lin Shi didn't waste much time in the trial grounds. With his abilities, meeting the requirements for learning his class skills was not difficult. In just a short time, Lin Shi met the requirements. He directly looked at the two skills he had just learned. Skill, disassemble. Effect, can disassemble equipment into basic materials, and if your attributes are higher than the target's, you can disassemble the target's skills. Skill, enhance. Effect, can forcibly enhance the attributes of equipment, and can add enhancement effects to oneself for a short time. Blacksmith is also a combat profession, right? Every time he learned a new primary profession skill, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel this sentiment. These two skills, even if only used in battle, are definitely extremely powerful. Chapter 53, World Boss. Dismantling equipment is indeed useless. But the disassembly skill of the main profession blacksmith can directly dismantle the target's skills. It's equivalent to forcibly invalidating the target's skills. As for the restriction of attributes being higher than the target. What a joke! Who can have higher basic attributes than Lin Shi? Even some high-quality bosses might not be able to compare to Lin Shi. And the enhancement skills can directly be used in battle. Isn't this just giving yourself a strengthening buff? Lin Shi murmured. There are burn, investigation, healing, attack resolution, and buff increase. The 5 basic skills of the blacksmith profession may not seem to have direct strong attack methods. But aside from that, there are no problems in any other aspects. Lin Shi could only give one evaluation for this, comprehensive. It's easy to imagine that a divine-level blacksmith is indeed a powerful profession. Once he becomes a divine-level blacksmith and gains the attack skills of this profession, the blacksmith profession will have no shortcomings at all. Lin Shi pulled back these thoughts and walked out of the trial field. He didn't chat with the busy receptionist anymore, heading straight out. The next step in the plan is, of course, to level up to 30 as soon as possible. At level 30, after completing the job change, Lin Shi's forging success rate will also improve accordingly. This means he could have the chance to forge higher quality equipment. Besides that, he would also master a flame that could improve forging quality. To job change, I need to take the job change quest. Lin Shi pouted. As a small city located in the back and dedicated to nurturing new awakened ones, the Awakening Hall in Summer City does not provide job change quests. This is understandable. Under normal circumstances, awakened ones will go to other cities to level up after reaching a certain stage. And the awakening halls that can provide job change quests are all located in big cities. Sooner or later, I have to make a trip to a city that can change jobs. Lin Shi stroked his chin, calculating. What if I just fight my way there? Although he is only level 25 now, he should prepare for the job change afterwards. He can't wait until he reaches level 30 to think about it. And along the way, he can continue to grind monsters and level up. I'll try to reach level 30 before arriving at the next city, then go straight for the job change. He took action right away. The ring on his hand already has enough storage slots, so there's no need to worry about filling up in a short time. He is very sure that the gains on this journey will definitely not be worse than what he could choose while leveling around Summer City. As for his leveling partner Shen Bailu, when the two of them returned to Summer City earlier, Shen Bailu clearly mentioned that he needed to deal with some matters. So, in the short term, he probably wouldn't have the time to team up for leveling. Lin Shi set off alone. Benua City, you are the one. He had actually already chosen the next leveling spot. Benua City is a city relatively close to Summer City. And its special feature is that there is a small abyss crack around Benua City. The abyss crack, like the abyss entrance that appears during Abyss Descend, also sometimes has abyss creatures pouring out from it. But it's not like an Abyss Descend where bosses from within the abyss appear in the outside world. Moreover, the amplification effect of the abyss crack is relatively weaker, making it a leveling paradise for awakened ones. I need items and materials from the Abyss series. Lin Chi muttered. He also hopes to elevate his Abyss territory. And for that, he would need the Abyss core. I wonder what the situation inside the Abyss in Benua City will be like. As he gradually distanced himself from Summer City, the monsters Lin Chi encountered along the way also began to grow stronger. Crimson Flame Tiger. Level 64. Lin Chi looked at the tiger that appeared before him, frowning slightly. Did I take a wrong turn? As far as he knew, the area between Summer City and Moonlight City had monsters of varying levels. There were wild monsters at levels 1 or 20, as well as wild monsters at levels 60 or 70. The route Lin Chi had planned was supposed to take him through areas suitable for his level grind. He looked around again and shook his head. This was clearly the area he had planned. He hadn't taken a wrong turn. How did he end up facing a wild monster over 60 levels? You defeated the Crimson Flame Tiger, gained experience plus 390. Just as he was pondering this, the ghostly blue flames burning around Lin Chi had already slain the Crimson Flame Tiger. Less than 400 experience. Lin Chi pulled at the corners of his mouth. For a monster above 60 levels, he certainly could kill it without issue. But the problem was, the experience drop from the level difference was far too severe. Moreover, this thing didn't drop any equipment. At least he could still forcibly collect materials after defeating it. Lin Chi felt a bit psychologically comforted. He continued forward. However, Lin Chi's heart gradually filled with suspicion. He initially believed that encountering the over 60 level Crimson Flame Tiger was just a coincidence. But as he walked through this area, he saw more and more high-level monsters. It feels like wild monsters have been driven out of their original territories. Lin Chi's heart stirred. He had encountered this situation before. Under normal circumstances, wild monsters wouldn't leave their habitation areas. But there were exceptions. If groups of awakened individuals specifically drove them away, they could certainly be chased off. Additionally, if some area experienced a change, this situation could also occur. If it's the latter, then things get interesting. An area change would also mean the potential for high-quality equipment or materials to appear. Lin Chi immediately followed the path where high-level monsters appeared. You defeated the Crimson Flame Tiger, gained experience plus 390. You defeated the Thunder Giant Python, gained experience plus 280. Along the way, he encountered monsters of varying levels, and Lin Chi defeated them all without fail. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Not gaining much experience, at least he could still acquire forging materials. Finally, after some travel, Lin Chi noticed the ground beneath him was subtly trembling. Bang! 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 It sounded as if a mountain was shaking, accompanied by a dull thudding noise. At that moment, Lin Chi felt once more the necessity of his traveling skills. He summoned forth the bone dragon and leaped onto its head. Burn! The bone dragon soared high, breathing fierce flames down below, turning the affected low-level creatures directly into experience. This certainly wasn't as efficient as Lin Chi grinding monsters himself, but what he cared about more was the source of the tremors. And he had already seen the scene ahead clearly. It was a monster as big as a small mountain. World boss? Lin Chi's eyes widened. No wonder so many high-level monsters had left their original territories. A world boss had actually spawned here. Chapter 54, The Skill of the Mountain Beast, Peak Collapse. Mountain Beast, World. Level, 100. Health, 9637889/1000000. The monster, as large as a small mountain, was covered in rocks, with 4 extremely thick short legs supporting it. With each step it took, the ground trembled. It also created an invisible shockwave, sending plumes of dust swirling away. At this moment, it was situated in a relatively lower terrain, surrounded by a group of awakened individuals who were constantly attacking it. Various skill effects landed on the mountain beast, but the damage dealt to the mountain beast was negligible. The defensive power and various resistances of a world boss were extraordinarily high. Conversely, each attack from the mountain beast would directly turn the affected awakened individuals into beams of light. This will consume many life-saving items. Lin Chi stood on the skull of the bone dragon, taking in the scene before him. World boss is a type of boss that randomly spawns in various areas, much stronger than other bosses of the same level. Moreover, from what Lin Chi understood, generally, to defeat a world boss, beyond the top 10 guilds in the ranking list, any other guild would struggle to defeat it with just its own strength. It's quite rare for a world boss to spawn in this area, Lin Chi muttered. In his sight, it seemed to be all awakeners from the same guild. As for other guilds, even if they received news about this world boss, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time. Guild, Lu Bu. World boss information. Southwest of Sunblaze City, Void Dragon. Due south of Starfall City, Shadow Tree. Northeast of Ember City, Sunblaze Bird. Members around Sunblaze City, please hurry to the location of the Void Dragon. At this moment, a piece of information also popped up in Lin Chi's guild channel. Clearly, world bosses don't just appear in one area. Also, the information sent by Lubu did not mention the mountain giant from this side of the moon-chasing city. Is it because the 4-character named world boss isn't valued by the royal guilds? Lin Chi speculated. Although there is no rank classification for world bosses, Awakeners still summarized a rule. Bosses with 4-character names, like the mountain giant, are generally weaker than those with fewer characters in their names. But Lin Chi didn't care about this. His current location is far too away from the world bosses mentioned in the guild channel. By the time he gets there, it would probably be too late. It's better to focus on the mountain giant in front of him first. He simply guided the bone dragon to soar toward the back of the mountain giant. Since he encountered a world boss, he naturally wanted to take a good advantage of it. In front of the mountain giant, dozens of Awakeners were scattered around, trying to avoid the mountain giant's attack range. How long until those who have retreated can recover? A female Awakener shouted to her surroundings. When dealing with such world bosses, they would carry enough life-saving items on themselves. This consumes a lot. But so-called life-saving items only trigger teleportation when in a near-death state, sending them to a safe area. Teleporting away also requires immediate recovery of their status. This back and forth makes it so they don't have enough manpower. The fastest batch will take at least 5 minutes, one Awakener answered. Only a few could return, and there was simply no time to set up formations, unable to exert enough effect. The female Awakener frowned tightly. Hurry up. After a while, other guilds will probably be here. They were the first guild to arrive at this world boss's location, taking enough advantage. As long as they could participate in the battle against the world boss, everyone would receive rewards after the boss was defeated. Not good, the mountain giant is about to unleash a skill. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, all the nearby Awakeners began to escape frantically. The female Awakener quickly looked up, her eyes widening. In her vision, the mountain giant had already turned sideways, raising a thick short leg high. Even though it was just one leg, it blocked the sky like a mountain. And this leg actually broke off from the mountain giant's body and was suddenly hurled forward. This movement, under such a massive body, didn't seem fast. However, a mountain was thrown out, crashing down. Just the shadow of its descent had already covered a large area. There was simply no possibility to escape. Scatter! The female Awakener shouted, but her voice was easily drowned out by the roar of the mountain falling. It seemed like the entire world. Only the gigantic mountain peak fell from the sky. Boom! The mountain peak suddenly crashed down. Dust and smoke rolled up into the sky, and the earth trembled violently, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. This was not just a shockwave affecting the area where it fell, but also sent out a shockwave that spread in all directions. It affected all the awakened around them. In the dust, flashes of light flickered and disappeared. When the female Awakener's vision cleared again, she found herself in a forest. Surrounding her were other awakened from the guild. President, we were completely wiped out, an Awakener said nervously as he sidled up to her. After speaking, he immediately pulled out a healing potion and gulped it down. If they hadn't prepared life-saving items in advance, they would have truly been done for under the mountain beast's skills. President Huang Xin nodded, casually casting a healing spell on herself. Count everyone's items and prepare to continue the attack, she ordered. Life-saving items do not mean complete immunity from death. Especially when encountering certain bosses or restriction skills from other awakened, life-saving items become useless. Moreover, in instances, very few life-saving items can be effective. But against world bosses, life-saving items can indeed be very effective. Bang! Bang! At that moment, deep sounds came from afar. The sound undoubtedly came from the direction of the mountain beast. Huang Xin froze upon hearing the sound. The other awakened around her exchanged puzzled glances. Aren't we all already teleported back? Now, they were all back here. The mountain beast's attack was impossible to dodge. Even flying in the sky wouldn't be safe. One could imagine. The area around the mountain beast must have been completely cleared out. So, who is fighting the mountain beast now? It shouldn't be. Even if other awakened have arrived, they couldn't have avoided that attack just now, one awakener murmured. Just the shockwave from that mountain peak falling was enough to kill other awakened in an instant. But at that moment, Huang Xin seemed to realize something, her brows furrowing tightly. This noise doesn't sound like an attack from the mountain beast. And indeed it wasn't. At this moment, Lin Chi was raising the abyss hammer in his hand, smashing it down onto the mountain beast time and again. Chapter 55, Elimination completed. New entry. The mountain beast lay half of its body on the ground, resembling a strangely shaped mountain, trembling continuously. With each of Lin Chi's strikes, the tremors of the mountain beast intensified. Large chunks of debris fell continuously, and the back of the mountain beast had already cracked open a huge fissure. This thing is really hard, Lin Chi smacked his lips. Facing this world boss for the first time, he truly felt what it was like to fight a boss. Health, 520532/10000000. Glancing at the mountain beast's remaining health, Lin Chi curled his lips. After hammering several times, he had only taken away less than half of the mountain beast's health. He roughly knew some information about the mountain beast. Its agility and attack power were actually not very high. At least among world bosses, it was among the weakest in attack power and speed. Its usual attack pattern was simple, just using its limbs to strike the ground, generating shockwaves. And just now, its ability to throw a short leg directly was one of its few powerful skills. But the greatest strength of this creature lies in its defense. Moreover, various attribute skills have no effect on the mountain beast, and it is also immune to any control skills. Furthermore, as long as the mountain beast is in contact with the ground, it will continuously regain health. This also leads to, among all the world bosses, the number of times the mountain beast has been successfully defeated is actually very few. At this moment, the mountain beast suddenly raised its body slowly, and the short legs that had been thrown away and broken actually reformed again. It was as if rocks had been pulled from the earth's core, reassembling into its stout, mountain-like short legs. Immediately after, Lin Chi felt an intense shaking underfoot. It was as if the mountains were collapsing in an instant. Boom! Underfoot, the massive body of the mountain beast crashed down to the ground. A rolling shockwave surged out, sending Lin Chi, who was standing on its back, flying away. Sure enough, standing on the mountain beast's back is no easy feat. In midair, Lin Chi murmured. This creature had no weak points for attack. However, Lin Chi did not let himself fall, instead, he rode back onto the back of the bone dragon. Having rushed here, the summon duration of the bone dragon had already consumed half of its time. Lin Chi did not plan to use a kite tactics in midair, as it was too inefficient for him. He looked down at the mountain beast below, his eyes shining. Got it! He maneuvered the bone dragon to the joints of the mountain beast's limbs and jumped down. Then, he raised his abyssal hammer high and smashed it down fiercely. Abyss explosion. This was Lin Chi's most powerful attack skill at present. Minus 96,780. With one hit, he dealt nearly 100,000 damage. And the short legs of the mountain beast, which had just reformed, shattered apart immediately. The mountain-like body slammed down heavily on the ground, creating a rumble. This was one of the few weak points on the mountain beast's body. The damage is still not high enough. Lin Chi smacked his lips. According to his estimation, if he were facing another world boss, this one strike might have knocked off at least 1/5 of its health. Only this kind of creature, the mountain beast, had an extremely high defense value. After all, it's a world boss. As a world boss, the mountain beast's level and its stats had no correlation whatsoever. Even a level 100 awakener could not withstand a direct hit from the mountain beast. This included heavy tank-type professions as well. But Lin Chi was not anxious. Since it can be knocked down, then it's easy. He rode on the bone dragon again, landing on the back of the mountain beast. Since the mountain beast's weak point had just suffered a devastating blow, it was still lying on the ground, motionless. After landing, Lin Chi's hammer began to strike down rapidly. Every hit could deal massive damage. The mountain beast's body shook as if a mountain was crumbling. But in reality, even a real mountain could not endure Lin Chi's hammer. Finally, after a series of hammer strikes, the mountain beast's health dropped to 100,000. Only 1/10 of its health remained. Boom! Lin Chi struck down again, shattering most of the massive stones that made up the mountain beast's body. However, it did not deal any more damage to the mountain beast. Has it entered the next stage? Lin Chi was not anxious. He rode the bone dragon again, leaped into the air, and quietly waited. When the mountain beast's health reaches 100,000, it would begin to transition phases. And so far, from the information Lin Chi understood, there was no method to interrupt this phase transition. Gradually, the mountain beast's body completely collapsed. It turned into countless fragments, flying away and crashing down to the ground. And just from these fragments, every piece that fell on an awakener could cause massive damage. Finally, in this rolling smoke and dust, flames rose fiercely. Then, a mountain beast that was nearly 100 times smaller appeared amid the swirling dust. Compared to its original body that seemed to be made of rock. At this moment, the mountain beast looked more like it was forged from magma. Fire immunity, attacks carry flames, but water attribute damage is doubled, and defense is also reduced. Lin Shi recalled the information about the mountain beast's second phase. It must be acknowledged that many of the skills Lin Shi had mastered became ineffective against such a special creature. Skills like smelting or abyss realm could not have any impact on the mountain beast. However, Lin Shi was also fire immune. He jumped directly onto the back of the mountain beast, stepping on the magma, and the abyssal great hammer in his hand struck down again. It was the abyssal explosion skill again. Minus 100,000. The abyssal great hammer fell. The first thing Lin Shi noticed was the damage value of 100,000. Then, he saw the magma on the mountain beast gradually solidifying, spewing out large amounts of white smoke. And then, the mountain beast's body, seemingly constructed of magma, was gradually becoming transparent. You have killed the mountain beast, world. Level +1. Successfully defeated the world boss, rewards are being calculated. You have obtained the new attribute, element extraction, golden. A series of prompt messages quickly appeared before Lin Shi. The world boss, just like the boss in the abyss, would level up directly after being defeated. As for other experience, it would be distributed in the subsequent reward calculation. Lin Shi first glanced at the pile of items dropped by the abyss boss in front of him, then looked at his new attribute. Current attribute, element extraction. Effect, can extract elements from equipment and add them to skills. A very simple attribute. However, it had a remarkably powerful effect. This means I can use this attribute to directly cast skills of other elements? Lin Shi's eyes brightened. Chapter 56, how much damage is this? As for the effect, Lin Shi quickly grasped it. He casually took out a piece of equipment with poison attribute skills from his ring and lightly brushed his fingertips over it. Instantly, a cloud of green mist gathered at his fingertips. The abyssal realm was activated. In the surrounding dark liquid, faint traces of green mist could be seen floating. Adding elemental attribute damage to skills, the damage value is about the same as the skill damage from the equipment. Lin Shi muttered, moreover, each extraction can only be added to one skill. The golden attribute was somewhat lacking compared to the red attribute. But it could greatly compensate for his deficiency in elemental attribute skills. After all, up to now, he could only rely on the smelting skill to control the fire burning effect. This is enough. With these thoughts, Lin Shi finally collected the equipment on the ground. Among them, what he cared about most was a piece of belt equipment. The entire body seemed to be made of obsidian. Even though it wasn't solid yet, it still shone with a strange luster, different from any equipment Lin Shi had seen before. This equipment's luster seems off. Lin Shi immediately released an identification skill. Mountain Ridge Cloud Sea, holy. Just seeing it for the first time, a flash of brilliance passed through Lin Shi's eyes. This is a holy artifact. He actually obtained a holy grade equipment. World bosses like the mountain beast usually dropped some extraordinary equipment. However, Lin Shi had not known much about this in the past, and originally thought that the mountain beast might drop legendary quality equipment. The current harvest was clearly beyond his expectations. Mountain Ridge Cloud Sea, holy. Category, belt. Equipment requirement, level 120, strength greater than 1000. Effect, constitution plus 3000, strength plus 1000. Special effect, landslide, active, a full strength strike, damage increased by 300%, attacks cause a large area shockwave, dealing 100% damage. Blessing of the Earth, passive, while standing on the ground, defense increases by 300%, and elemental resistance increases by 50%. Description, mountains rise majestically, reaching the clouds, breaking through the cloud layer, like the boundary between heaven and earth. As expected of a holy artifact, the attributes increased are calculated in thousands. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder, after refining several legendary pieces of equipment, he still couldn't refine the abyss hammer into a sacred artifact. Moreover, the two skills attached to this belt were undeniably powerful. Wearing this equipment, one's attributes felt like those of a small mountain giant. It's just a pity that I can't wear it right now. Even though this sacred artifact reduces the required level of equipment by 20, his level was still not enough. And now to refine it would feel like a waste to Lin Shi. Using a sacred artifact to refine legendary equipment should be like exchanging sacred artifacts, it feels a bit of a loss. Let's keep it for now and see if there is a chance to meet the level requirements, or look for another opportunity to refine it later. Besides this sacred artifact, there were other pieces of equipment dropped by the mountain giant, including a legendary quality and several epic items. However, Lin Shi only took a glance before putting them away. Also requiring level 100, although the attributes were high, they were of no use to Lin Shi. I'll take it for refining later. Lin Shi rubbed his hands together. In addition to the equipment, there were also two skill books, with effects similar to the skills on the sacred artifact belt. But the learning restriction was for warrior class professions, which Lin Chi didn't really care about. This time's gains were something he never anticipated. He had made quite a fortune. Just as he was checking his rewards, a line of prompt information suddenly appeared before Lin Chi. Settlement completed. Do you want to publish your information on the bounty leaderboard? The bounty leaderboard? Lin Chi was somewhat familiar with it. In fact, even if the world boss hadn't been successfully defeated, rewards would still be issued based on the damage caused by each awakened being. However, they would have to wait until the appearance time of the world boss was over. And the leaderboard for the mountain giant was undoubtedly the first to be published. Let's keep it hidden for now. Lin Chi made his decision. Generally, the bounty leaderboard was used by various guilds to showcase their strength. By hiding this information first, it could save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He still needed to focus on leveling up himself. Why is there no movement from the mountain giant? Huang Xian's guild had already regrouped, maintaining their formation and rushing towards the position where the mountain giant was located. The earlier noises from the mountain giant were very strange. It didn't sound like the skills they had learned about the mountain giant from their intel. To prevent any changes, they wanted to hurry over. But just as they were on their way, a prompt suddenly appeared before Huang Xian. Do you want to publish your information on the bounty leaderboard? Ha! Huang Xian froze, her footsteps unconsciously stopping. She looked blankly at this prompt, then turned to see the expressions of the guild members behind her. All their faces were filled with confusion. Then, Huang Xian's eyes widened slightly. With her previous experience of defeating world bosses, she clearly understood what this prompt meant. Is the appearance time of the mountain giant over so quickly? Their guild was the first to reach the vicinity of the mountain giant's respawn area. This was due to their guild completing a quest and coincidentally encountering the world boss's respawn. While she was pondering this, a surprised voice suddenly called out from the side. President, you all quickly look, the person in first place on the leaderboard, what's going on? Ha! Huang Xian was taken aback. The person in first place on the leaderboard shouldn't be one of their guild members? Instantly, images flashed through her mind. With guild cooperation, they could create enough output opportunities for many members. Plus, with the various buff effects from the guild, the person on the leaderboard should naturally be one of their awakened members. Only after she announced the information did she open the Hunt leaderboard. Hunt leaderboard mountain giant. First, hidden, points 961980. How much? Huang Xian was suddenly shocked and cried out. At first, she doubted her own eyes. 10, 100, 1,000. After confirming again, she blankly raised her head and looked around. Is there something wrong? When they were wiped out earlier, that mountain giant still had more than 960,000 total health. And the top-ranked awakener had such high points. This meant the other person had single-handedly defeated the mountain giant. Was that noise just now from that awakener fighting the mountain giant? How is that possible? Settlement rewards have been distributed. A line of information popped up again. But even at this moment, Huang Xian was still in a daze. Chapter 57, Rich Rewards. This must be an old expert. You have received the Brave Badge, Legendary, ×1. You have received the Mountain Hammer, Legendary, ×1. You have received the Barbarian Mountain, Legendary, ×1. You have received the Skill Book, Call of the Ancient Beast, ×1. You have gained Reputation plus 4,800. In front of Lin Chi, lines of information kept flashing. 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment. Just the legendary equipment alone was more than the mountain giant itself could drop. This was rather normal. After all, defeating a world boss was one thing, but what Awakens cared more about was the damage settlement rewards. Lin Chi glanced at the 3 pieces of equipment, which were a necklace, a weapon, and boots. But similarly, the equipment required was all level 100. He didn't pay much attention to the attributes, as he planned to refine them later anyway. As for the skill book, before Lin Chi even had the chance to look, 2 beams of upgrade light burst forth from him continuously. You have gained level +1. You have gained the trait Earth Element, purple. You have gained level +1. You have gained the trait Extra Strength, blue. Only then were the settlement rewards considered to be fully distributed. Wow, straight up raised me to level 28. Lin Chi couldn't help but marvel. Now he wished for world bosses to come more often. If they could be taken down like this, wouldn't he earn a fortune? But that was just a thought, as every time a world boss appeared, even the strongest guild could only choose one to hunt. He looked at the 2 traits again. One could increase all attributes when he touched the ground, while the other increased strength attributes. Lin Chi took a deep breath. He felt that if he fought another mountain giant, the battle would definitely be resolved even faster. After collecting these, Lin Shi finally turned his gaze to the skill book in his hand. Skill, Call of the Ancient Beast. Effect, Summon an Ancient Beast to battle. Counting the 2 previous skill books, this hunt for the mountain giant directly brought him 3 skill books. And such summoning skills generally didn't have any learning restrictions. Lin Shi directly slapped it onto his hand and learned the skill. The Ancient Beast is just a smaller version of the mountain giant. Lin Shi smacked his lips. This was somewhat similar to his Bone Dragon summoning skill. The summoned one was not the complete Abyss Bone Dragon. But even so, in the outside world, it was already a very powerful skill. Just the summoning skills alone now have 3 or 4, this is heading towards becoming a summoner. Lin Shi silently cursed in his heart. A summoner class under level 30 could master 5 types of their class's summoned beasts. He was clearly not far behind. The only difference was that his summoned beasts couldn't be maintained for long. The bone dragon beside him had almost run out of its summon duration, but Lin Shi didn't plan to cancel the skill. He directly climbed onto the head of the bone dragon, and taking advantage of the last remaining time, he set off again. His original purpose was to head to Moonlight City for a job change. Now, having reached level 28 in such a short time, no need to linger and grind monsters anymore, we can speed things up. Huff! Huff! The bone dragon flapped its fiery wings, soaring high, tracing a long, fiery arc in the sky. In the nearby forest, Huang Xian and the others finally recovered from their shock. But even now, they still couldn't believe the score of the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. In such a short time, single-handedly defeating the mountain giant beast? Who would believe that if told? A level 100 world boss, even a top guild's awakener would need to put in some effort, right? Huang Xian murmured. An awakener approached tentatively, asking Huang Xian, President, could it be that a veteran awakener did it? Huang Xian nodded. It wasn't impossible. If a veteran happened to pass by, it was indeed possible to take down a mountain giant beast alone. But, the problem was the time from when they were wiped out to when the mountain giant beast was defeated. The time gap was too short. In such a brief period, to defeat a mountain giant beast known for its defense. Could those veterans do it? Huang Xian wasn't sure either. Huff! Huff! But just then, suddenly, there came a whistling sound from the sky. It sounded like some huge bird was flapping its wings, flying past in the sky. Huang Xian immediately looked up, alert. Her pupils slightly constricted, reflecting a long shadow of flame. Is that a bone dragon? Instantly, an awakener cried out. Dragons are undoubtedly powerful beings in this world. Almost any creature related to dragons could be considered a boss. And the bone dragon is an even more sinister existence. A new boss? Someone asked tentatively. But this was almost impossible. In the same area, there's basically no chance of 2 world bosses appearing simultaneously. However, according to their knowledge, there was no such creature as a bone dragon in this area. Where did this bone dragon come from? An awakener wanted to immediately release a detection spell but was hurriedly stopped by Huang Xian. This isn't a boss, it should be a summoned beast of an awakener. Huang Xian warned solemnly, don't offend that individual. The identity of the other party was already becoming clear. That was probably the big shot who defeated the mountain giant beast. And the fact that they have a bone dragon as a summoned beast or mount shows their strength. If it's that kind of awakener, they should be able to solo the mountain giant, right? Huang Xian sighed. The bone dragon was fast, and soon, it disappeared from their sight. Huang Xian withdrew her gaze and ordered the others. Let's take another look at where the mountain giant beast was defeated, then we will head to Moon City to rest. Even though they didn't get more damage points from the mountain giant beast, their rewards from its successful defeat were still there. However, whether it was the mountain giant beast's defeat, the awakener's score, or the bone dragon that appeared in their sight, the shock it brought them was too strong. Speaking of which, when the time for all world bosses ends, will people notice the situation on the leaderboard? Asked an awakener beside Huang Xian. The leaderboard will not only appear here. Once all world bosses disappear, all the rankings will also appear together. Any awakener who participated in the hunt of the world bosses will be able to see it. Originally, the hunt for the mountain giant beast wasn't too eye-catching. But this time, an awakener soloed the mountain giant beast, racking up a staggering 960,000 points. The shock this brought to people was beyond imagination. Chapter 58. Treasure Map. The Power of the Alliance of Kings on Earth. Boom! The massive skeletal dragon swept low across the sky, spewing scorching flames downward, creating a lake of fire on the ground. Immediately, the flames on the skeletal dragon gradually faded, and the bones that formed its body also became ethereal. Amid the flames, Lin Shi appeared. Just after flying out from the area of the mountain beast, the summoning time of the skeletal dragon was up, so Lin Chi decided to stop here. He pulled out the abyss hammer and focused his gaze on the flaming lake created before the skeletal dragon vanished. Beneath his feet, a dark liquid was spreading out. You killed the venomous toad, gaining experience plus 190. You killed the chocobo, gaining experience plus 220. A series of information prompts flashed before Lin Chi, but the experience gained was completely negligible. This was naturally due to the vast difference in levels. But what Lin Chi cared about was not these, but a creature ahead that resembled an elephant. Giant Beast Mammoth, Epic. Level 72. Before landing, Lin Chi seized the opportunity to select a prominent target along his planned route. And this epic level boss above level 70 was his target. It was certainly better than running a bit further just to find monsters. Roar! Amid the burning flames, the giant beast mammoth let out a pained roar, its health diminishing. Its size was also extraordinarily large, standing in the flames like an insurmountable wall. At this moment, the giant beast mammoth's eyes were tightly fixated on Lin Chi, glowing with a crimson light. Boom! Its forelimbs slightly bent, and with incredible speed, it charged out of the lake of fire, racing towards Lin Chi. A pair of long tusks suddenly lunged forth, stabbing directly at Lin Chi. However, with a clang, a shield quietly dropped before the giant beast mammoth. And the tusks of the giant beast mammoth had vanished without a trace. Rule replacement. Even without much knowledge about this boss, Lin Chi knew that the most precious material on the giant beast mammoth was undoubtedly those long tusks. The tuskless giant beast mammoth was still nudging its head, seemingly not quite used to what had happened. But in the next moment, the great hammer in Lin Chi's hand came crashing down. Boom! You killed the giant beast mammoth, Epic, gaining experience plus 317. With such a large level gap, Lin Chi did not care about the experience points gained. Instead, he directly looked at the items dropped by the giant beast mammoth. 1 epic item, 2 gold items. A normal configuration for an epic boss. After taking a quick glance, Lin Chi stored these crafting materials into his ring. His gaze then landed on the last item dropped by the giant beast mammoth. Mysterious treasure map, seems to point to a mysterious area. A treasure map? Lin Chi's heart stirred, this was an unexpected gain. Having killed so many monsters, it was his first time obtaining such an item. The treasure map opened, and the drawn route was quite abstract. Aside from an icon at the final location, there were no other topographical markings. However, the benefit of the treasure map lies in its ability to indicate direction and distance. Direction, northwest. Distance, 193 kilometers. Nearly 200 kilometers. Lin Chi rubbed his chin. He estimated he should be about the same distance from Moon City. Though the direction is a bit off, it's no big deal. Lin Chi swiftly made a decision. After all, he needed to level up to 30 before reaching Moon City. It's just a slight detour. Lin Chi was also quite curious about what kind of equipment the treasure location marked on this treasure map would hold. Only half a day's time had passed. Lin Chi suddenly noticed a line of information prompts jumping out in front of him. The world boss appearance time has ended, you can check the current raid leaderboard. World bosses only randomly appear for a period. Time has come to an end, as natural as can be. Lin Chi opened the bounty leaderboard and took a glance at the Terxalu dragon's bounty. He still remembered that this Terxalu dragon was the main target for many king's guilds in the human realm. Bounty leaderboard Terxalu dragon. First, Li Shi, points 211980. Second, Jofanga, points 172360. Facing the Terxalu dragon, even the top awakened one can deal over 200,000 damage? Lin Chi was slightly stunned. Is this the power of the top awakened ones? The Terxalu dragon is undoubtedly a world boss far stronger than the mountain giant, with a total health likely above 2 million. Thus, over 200,000 damage actually takes up a smaller proportion of the total damage. But even so, it still surprised Lin Chi a bit. Lin Chi looked down a bit, and he found Lu Bu's name among the top 10. But his points were only in the tens of thousands. The 4th rank Human Kings Guild is likely to have made a big push to hunt the world boss and almost take it all. He guessed that most of the awakened ones visible on this bounty leaderboard should be members of the Human Kings Guild. There are indeed many awakened ones in the world with great power at Lin Chi's side. The Human Kings Guild ranking 4th on the guild leaderboard naturally has strong foundation and power. His current growth time was too short, even if he forged a pile of equipment and pushed his attributes to an absurd level. But still, more time was needed for growth. Guild Channel. Lu Bu, everyone did a good job, now it's time for my exclusive red packet distribution. Lu Bu, congratulations and wish you wealth and fortune. You have received Lu Bu's red packet, gold plus 872. Almost 1,000 gold again? Lin Chi couldn't help but feel shocked. He took a closer look and discovered that Lubu had issued a red packet containing a whopping 5,000 gold coins. Is the welfare of the Human Kings Guild really this strong? Lin Shi felt a bit strange in his heart. Just for defeating a world boss, they directly handed out 5,000 gold coins as red packets. Zhao Hong, the president, actually has over 200,000 points this time. His strength has improved again. Lubu, don't ask too much, just say less. Wang Yuanji, speaking of which, everyone can look at the Mountain Giants bounty leaderboard. There's a hidden big shot earning over 900,000 points. Zhao Hong, who is that? Lubu, how many? Lin Shi quietly peeked at the screen and learned two pieces of information. The first place on the Terxilo Dragon leaderboard, Li Shi, is evidently the name of the president of the Human Kings Guild. And his bounty for the Mountain Giant was also noticed by other awakened ones. As expected, it is necessary to hide your name in advance. Lin Shi remarked. Not caring about the chatter in the guild channel anymore, Lin Shi continued forward to follow the markings on the treasure map. He didn't stop much along the way, and coupled with summoning the bone dragon to travel, the distance to the treasure location was getting closer. Location, due north. Distance, 5 kilometers. However, as Lin Shi looked ahead, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He had unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of a valley filled with dense fog. Chapter 59 Strange Fog. Treasure Thief King. War Fog? Lin Shi assessed the type of fog before him. In this world, even fog comes in different varieties. Like the Abyss Black Mist. Or the Sea Fog from earlier at the Tidal Bay instance. And the War Fog before him would make it impossible for awakened ones to distinguish any direction once they stepped in. Moreover, as soon as one exceeds a certain range, this fog would obscure all movements. Interesting. Lin Shi cracked a smile and simply stepped into it. This place was not close to Summer City, and Lin Shi didn't know much about the situation here before. But that didn't stop him from searching for the treasure location. He had just taken a step into the fog. Lin Shi noticed that the scene in his line of sight had changed. The visible range around him was only about a 20-meter diameter. Even when he turned to look back, it was not the scene he had seen before entering the war fog. It was as if he had directly entered the depths of the war fog. Distance, 3 kilometers. However, the treasure map's markings could still be used normally. This war fog here should not only be to conceal the treasure location. Lin Shi's heart started to estimate. As an epic-level boss, the giant tyrant mammoth's treasure map should not involve the source of the war fog. After all, the appearance of war fog in the outside world was extremely special. Then, this area must be something unusual. Lin Shi was eager to see what strange situations existed here besides the treasure location he originally sought. Perhaps he could encounter a high-quality boss deep within the war fog. Thinking of this, Lin Shi slowly raised the Abyssal Ruins Great Hammer in his hand. Adaptive Weaving was activated. The strength attribute originally added by the Abyssal Ruins Great Hammer quickly transformed into a mental attribute. Immediately after, a massive pitch-black mist that was completely inconsistent with the surrounding war fog surged from the Abyssal Ruins Great Hammer. Bang! The Abyssal Ruins Great Hammer fell to the ground. Intricate patterns instantly spread outwards, continuously releasing gushing pitch-black mist. Then, amidst this dark magic circle, abyss creatures emerged one after another. Abyssal Hell Wolves, Abyssal Evil Spirits, Abyssal Puppets. This was Lin Shi's skill, Abyss Summoning. After a period of cultivation, his Abyss domain had become filled with abyss creatures. A full 40 abyss creatures surrounded Lin Shi. And after they appeared, they all awaited Lin Shi's command. Although these abyss creatures were only level 1 abyss amplifiers and their sizes were much smaller than the abyss creatures Lin Shi had encountered before. But here, they could still play a significant role. Scatter! With a wave of Lin Shi's hand, the 40 abyss creatures swiftly spread out in all directions around him. The purpose of summoning these abyss creatures was not to make them fight. These abyss creatures estimated that even some novice awakeners couldn't defeat them. But in this canyon filled with war fog, they could serve as Lin Shi's temporary eyes and ears. Before long, Lin Shi noticed that a few abyss creatures had their health depleted, clearly eliminated by some presence. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards that direction. Soon, Lin Shi saw a figure in the war fog ahead. Lost One. Level, 67. It was a humanoid figure, but its clothing was rotten, resembling a corpse walking through the fog. It must have been an awaker in life. Lin Shi frowned. The war fog here could actually transform fallen awakeners into monsters. It's indeed very strange. Then, Lin Shi quickly became enveloped in a blue flame, transforming into a figure of a flame giant. Simply with a gentle wave of his sleeve towards the front. The Lost One was quickly consumed by the flames. You killed the Lost One, gained experience plus 210. Receiving the experience, Lin Shi fully confirmed that it was indeed the war fog that turned awakeners into monsters. However, this lost one's equipment had rotted away, even the ring on its hand was the same. It was unclear whether it was due to the passage of time or the erosion of some force. It also did not drop any other equipment or materials. The situation here was indeed eerie. Lin Shi retracted his thoughts, searching for other wandering creatures based on the exploration of the abyss creatures, while following the treasure map towards the treasure location. Before long, Lin Shi discovered that in this war fog, not only are there the lost ones who have awakened, but there are also some creatures that are originally monsters. But without exception, they all carry the prefix of lost. Lost Shadow Tiger. Level 53. Lost Venomous Snake. Level 55. It seems this used to be a leveling area of over 50 levels. Lin Chi muttered. But later, for some unknown reason, it fell into the war mist here and was eroded by some special power, turning into this current scene. He had never understood this situation before. Golden treasure chest. As he moved forward, Lin Chi discovered a treasure chest hidden in the grass. If it weren't for the abyss evil spirit passing through here, he would have found it difficult to notice. Unlike the treasure chest he discovered in the Bone Dragon's lair, the chests here were similar to those outside, with a division of quality. And treasure chests of epic quality and above might be locked. This would require a thief or some special skills to unlock. Upon opening the chest, he found a piece of golden quality equipment, which he directly stored in his ring. Continue moving forward. The more he explored here, the more Lin Chi felt that no other awakeners had come here for a long time. In the war mist, it was hard to detect other movements, and there were no traces left by awakeners. This situation is extremely rare in the areas of the current awakeners' conquests. Finally, after a journey, Lin Chi arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. Direction, straight ahead. Distance, 3 m. In front of him was a cave blocked by rubble. Only in the center of the rubble was there a strange pattern, resembling a keyhole. Lin Chi stepped forward and pressed the treasure map against the pattern. Crack! Cracks spread out, and the rubble blocking the cave entrance exploded into pieces. At the same time, a creature resembling a goblin appeared before Lin Chi. Treasure-snatching Goblin King, Epic. Level 80. It was carrying a burlap sack, surrounded by various chests of different qualities, all of which had already been opened. Here it comes, the exclusive boss of the treasure site. Lin Chi exclaimed joyfully. Epic quality is the corresponding boss quality of the treasure site, but it does not mean that only epic quality equipment or items exist in this treasure site. The items in the chests had obviously already been placed in the burlap sack carried by the treasure-snatching Goblin King. Chapter 60, Illusion Clone Scroll. Sword Saint. Treasure, treasure, my treasure. The treasure-snatching Goblin King licked its long tongue, its voice sharp, clearly speaking the human language, yet the tone was extremely shrill and obscure. It wore a bone crown on its head, its face always filled with greed, its vigilant gaze falling on Lin Chi. In just an instant, from its body, multiple overlapping figures emerged. Treasure-snatching Goblin King, Phantom. Level 80. However, these phantom clones had just emerged and their health bars began to drop rapidly. At Lin Chi's feet, a black liquid had already spread out, enveloping the phantoms within. Regarding creatures like the treasure-snatching goblin, Lin Chi had always understood quite well. They would create phantom clones at the first encounter with an awakener, while their main body would instantly flee. At the same time, Lin Chi swung the abyssal ruin hammer forward, and a blood-colored light burst forth from the hammerhead, resembling a staff. Catastrophe Proclamation. Puff! One phantom transformed into a gaseous cloud and scattered. On the ground, only a few pieces of equipment and items fell, but apart from that, there was no indication of kills or experience gained. Killing each phantom would yield items and equipment from the treasure site. This is precisely the trait of the treasure-snatching goblin. In fact, even a regular treasure-snatching goblin is difficult to kill. So when awakeners discover a treasure site, they always prepare adequately to deal with these phantom clones. When a certain amount of time passes, the treasure-stealing goblin will take the remaining illusions and leave, taking with them the items and equipment that the awakeners did not manage to collect. The forging skill had already been released, and the blazing flames blocked the entrance of the treasure cave, burning towards the inside of the cave with each swing of Lin Chi's mighty hammer. Puff! 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 Illusions exploded one after another, and equipment and items scattered all over the ground. Amidst the bursts of energy, the figure of the treasure-stealing Goblin King emerged once more. Treasures, my treasures. The voice was still sharp and obscure, but now added with a few more tones of anger and greed. You only know this one sentence, no need to say more. Lin Chi stepped forward. The crimson magic array spread in all directions, already adding the negative effects of teleportation and restraint to the treasure-stealing Goblin King. The added attributes of the Abyss Hammer instantly turned into a power boost, striking fiercely towards the treasure-stealing Goblin King. At the same time, above the treasure-stealing Goblin King's head, the bony crown flickered and disappeared. Bang! The health bar was emptied. You have killed the treasure-stealing Goblin King, epic, gained level +1. You have obtained the trait Growing Wind, green. You have gained 250 free attribute points. The body of the treasure-stealing Goblin King quickly dissipated, leaving behind a skill book and several scrolls. Only then did Lin Shi put away the hammer and check the loot from killing the treasure-stealing Goblin King. He had reached level 29. Just one more level, and he could change jobs. As a reward for killing the treasure-stealing Goblin King, he also got 250 free attribute points. This wasn't particularly a lot. The treasure-stealing goblin, being a monster that only appears in specific locations, would usually drop some unusual rewards. Lin Shi glanced at his personal panel. Having accumulated too many attribute points from forging, he generally couldn't be bothered to allocate them. He decided to allocate all of them right now. As for the trait, it could increase the range of skills under specific conditions. The effect was decent, but Lin Shi was naturally looking forward to the red trait after reaching level 30. Then, Lin Shi rubbed his hands and looked at the ground full of equipment and items. Besides the skill book and several scrolls, the rest were all treasures originally existing in the treasure cave. After collecting all these items, Lin Shi then focused on the useful things. Goblin Crown, epic proof of the Goblin King, can greatly increase the probability of adding goblin skills when forging equipment. This was the material he exchanged from the Goblin King before killing it, using the rule replacement trait. It resembled a crown, but it was not equipment, and under normal circumstances, the drop rate for this thing was very low. As for the skill book and scrolls that the Goblin King dropped in the end, Lin Shi was quite interested. Skill, Phantom Clone. Effect, summons a clone with 60% of your own attributes to fight for 1 minute. Learning requirements, Assassin, Rogue class. This was almost a skill exclusive to assassins and rogues. As for those scrolls, they were essentially consumable items for this skill. Using one scroll would allow summoning a phantom clone. A clone could easily take down a giant from the abyss. Lin Shi smacked his lips. Unfortunately, items like this, while valuable, are scarce in the market, and only the treasure-stealing Goblin King would drop them. And besides this, there were just the equipment and items that originally existed in the treasure cave. One legendary item, one epic item. Lin Shi counted. In addition to gold equipment, potions, scrolls, and over 300 gold coins, that was everything in the treasure cave. Finding so many things from one treasure map was actually quite good. In many cases, treasure maps would only allow you to pick up scattered coins. As for the properties of the equipment, Lin Shi only glanced at them. They were all materials for ritual consumption, so there was no need to look closely. After collecting these items, Lin Shi looked at the warfog outside the cave, pondering. Still one level short. Once the level exceeds 10, the experience gained will decline too severely. In this area, I can hardly gain much experience at all. But, according to Lin Shi's judgment, this canyon filled with warfog must be hiding some powerful boss. Perhaps, finding and defeating the boss can also force a level up. Lin Shi quickly made up his mind. I'll explore this area first. It won't take too much time. The abyss creatures I originally summoned have already dwindled after my exploration. Lin Shi simply summoned the Bone Dragon, the ancient beast of the mountains, and the Abyss Guardian together. Though the Bone Dragon and the ancient beast of the mountains can't match the quantity of the abyss creatures to explore in all directions, their large size can greatly increase my exploration range. Finally, after the summoning time of the Bone Dragon and the Mountain Giant had run out, Lin Shi discovered an anomaly near the last remaining Abyss Spirit. He hurried over. The Abyss Spirit had already been eliminated by some kind of power, but at the moment of its demise, it clearly seemed to be affected by some kind of force. Even its health points were changing before it was destroyed. That place might be the source of this area's special roots. Quickly, the warfog before him started to disperse. But Lin Shi's gaze became fixed. Shoo! A giant sword suddenly fell to the ground before him, its blade embedding deeply into the earth. Golden, blazing light burst forth from the crack in the ground, appearing exceptionally sacred. And further ahead, a figure surrounded by golden light stood in midair, with several swords made of radiant light floating around, ready to strike. Sword Saint. On the figure, Lin Shi only saw a piece of prompt information. Is this a title? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows instantly. The figure ahead, engulfed in blazing golden light, clearly isn't a monster, but an awakener, or a being suspected to be an awakener. Awakeners can gain titles after achieving certain accomplishments and display them. But Lin Shi knew none among awakeners should have yet gained the title of Sword Saint. He didn't expect to encounter such an existence with the title of Sword Saint in the depths of the war fog-filled canyon. Amidst the myriad rays of sword light, he could vaguely see the figure of a woman with an enchanting figure. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her armor shimmered brilliantly under the golden light, with one long arm raised high. She was looking down at a certain area below. There lay a nine-headed monstrous snake, with each head sporting a single eye. The area surrounding the nine-headed snake was nearly barren, even the weeds were like this. Nine-headed snake, Saint. Level? A monster with an unknown level? Lin Chi's heart stirred at once. He sensed that there must be exceedingly special monsters within this war fog. This could even be the source of the peculiar corruption that has affected those lost souls and monsters here. A Saint-level boss. Lin Chi couldn't help but be excited. This is the first time I've seen a boss of this level. This one is rarer than a world boss. Moreover, I can't even see its level. Perhaps it's from an area we haven't yet conquered. Lin Chi already had a guess. In the world invaded by the game, immense changes had already occurred. The areas where people could currently operate were indeed vast. But even so, there are still many areas on the front lines that remain unconquered. There, even more special creatures dwell. Similar situations exist in the abyss as well. Lin Chi even felt that. The female sword saint ahead also comes from an unexplored area. At that moment, in the sky, the sword saint seemed to notice Lin Chi's arrival and glanced his way. Immediately, her gaze returned to the nine-headed serpent. Her raised arm suddenly fell, like the sharpest sword in the world. Whoosh! Thousands of sword lights descended together, all attacking the nine-headed serpent. Even the giant sword originally embedded in front of Lin Chi trembled and flew back into the sword saint's hand. She moved, and the giant sword in her hand radiated brilliant light, striking towards the nine-headed serpent. At the same time, Lin Chi noticed that the nine-headed serpent's health bar was rapidly decreasing. However, he could not see the exact value. Is it going to destroy the nine-headed serpent? Lin Chi was stunned. How could that be? Although he wasn't sure if the current situation was similar to what he saw earlier in the abyss, with the holy maiden and the evil old demon. However, if he just stood by and watched an unknown-level holy boss being destroyed, wouldn't he have explored this war fog for nothing? He had to deal some damage at the very least. In the next moment, Lin Chi's figure appeared beside the sword saint, and the abyss hammer in his hand was already swirling with intense blue flames. Be careful! At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the sword saint. She noticed Lin Chi rushing to her side and warned him. But at that moment, boom! The abyss hammer suddenly smashed down, striking one of the nine-headed serpent's heads. The abyss shattered. The blue flames exploded on this snake head, splattering in all directions. Mixed with the other parts of the nine-headed serpent's head, they flew apart together. At the same time, the giant sword in the sword saint's hand also struck the nine-headed serpent. The health bar was entirely emptied. The remaining heads of the nine-headed serpent let out screams, and it fell down. I didn't get the kill, or rather, I only got one head. Lin Chi pouted. He realized that the timing for the nine-headed serpent was simply too slow. In this situation without a party, encountering a special boss like the nine-headed serpent clearly resulted in rewards based on the damage dealt. But when he saw the situation here, the nine-headed serpent had already lost most of its health. Even so, a glowing light of level up still shone upon Lin Chi. You participated in defeating the nine-headed serpent, holy, gaining level +1. You received the entry Li Dai Tao Jiang, red. Note, level has reached 30 and can be promoted. As expected, I managed to catch a reward. Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. Although he only leveled up by 1, the result was good. Moreover, he also obtained the red entry at level 30. However, at this moment, he did not rush to check the effects of the entry, but looked at the sword saint beside him. You are very strong. The sword saint's voice came. Only then did Lin Chi finally see the sword saint's face clearly. She had black hair, a particularly delicate face, and in her eyes, the pupils radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding a divine and pure aura. Sorry, I didn't expect you to suddenly appear during the battle with the nine-headed serpent, and I almost hurt you, the sword saint apologetically said. Just now, the giant sword in her hand had indeed fallen right in front of Lin Chi, which could definitely be seen as an attack. Lin Chi didn't mind this at all. Logically, he participated in the battle between her and the nine-headed serpent, which in a sense could also be seen as snatching the kill. But he was pondering the origins of the sword saint. He didn't know just how strong that holy level nine-headed serpent was. But clearly, she could kill the nine-headed serpent alone. Her combat power must have surpassed most awakened beings. Even Lin Chi suspected that this female sword saint Not an awakener, of course, nor is it a monster that can be fought. But it comes from some unknown region. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi waved his hand again and said, "No need to worry, I'm just a passing mask knight." As he spoke, he scanned the few items dropped by the Hydra, his gaze quickly stopping on an equipment that resembled a necklace. This equipment emanated a shine that was different from the others. It must be a holy artifact. It's not easy to take the equipment dropped by this Hydra without discovering it beforehand. Lin Chi secretly pouted. Mask Knight? The Sword Saint seemed a bit confused, but did not ask further. Her gaze also fell on the pile of equipment and items dropped by the Hydra, seemingly deep in thought. Then, she looked at Lin Chi and slowly said, "The remains of the Hydra, I might need to take them. Earlier, my battle also affected you, and you lent a hand, so I can compensate you with other items?" Oh? There is compensation. Lin Chi's heart suddenly stirred. Task acquired, compensation from Sword Saint Bai Xing, do you accept? Chapter 62, A Special Existence. Guild Instance. Task acquired, compensation from Sword Saint Bai Xing, do you accept? Suddenly, a piece of information appeared before Lin Chi. Task? He couldn't help but be startled. In fact, the tasks available to awakeners in the early stage are extremely limited. At most, there are tasks conducted while entering the trial ground in the awakening hall to learn the skills of their profession. Or there are tasks to be received when Lin Chi later changes jobs. Generally, such tasks can only be obtained from special existences in cities close to the front line. For example, among the elf or dwarf tribes, awakeners can also receive tasks. But the Sword Saint Bai Xing in front of him had just exchanged a few words, and a task appeared. This female Sword Saint was indeed an extremely special existence. Thinking of this, Lin Chi smiled brightly. Okay. This is also a special opportunity. By now, he could ascertain that the other party's background was definitely unusual. Current task, compensation from Sword Saint Bai Xing. Immediately, Lin Chi noticed that Bai Xing casually waved her hand, and the pile of equipment and items dropped by the Hydra flashed brightly and instantly disappeared from the spot. However, Lin Chi did not notice any rings on her slender and fair fingertips. Clearly, the other party had special storage methods. Next, a necklace-like item appeared in Bai Xing's hand, which she handed to Lin Chi. I still have tasks to do, so I can only give you this necklace for now. Consider it my small gratitude and compensation, you can use this to find me in the future. After saying that, she smiled apologetically at Lin Chi. Lin Chi glanced at the necklace, and his eyebrows suddenly raised. Bai Xing's token, holy. Category, necklace. Equipment requirements, none. Special effects, all swords come, below Holy Realm, any swordsman skills deal 50% less damage to the wearer. Store Sword Chi, 1/1, contains a strike from the Sword Saint. Description, a token from an unknown land Sword Saint, containing her immense power, activates stored Sword Chi, as if the Sword Saint were present. It was a special necklace equipment without any attribute bonuses. However, its special effects were exceptionally powerful. Lin Chi receiving this necklace couldn't help but be astonished. This was indeed a holy artifact directly named after Bai Xing. He truly encountered an extremely extraordinary existence. I hope you are satisfied. Bai Xing smiled slightly at Lin Chi, turned around, and took a step, instantly disappearing from the scene. Task completed. You gained level +1. You gained entry immunity, golden. Another prompt appeared. There's also a level reward? Lin Chi opened his mouth in surprise. This series of encounters. It left him somewhat dazed. Even though he didn't communicate much with Bai Xing, he still realized that the other party was somewhat too special. Perhaps, from another digitized world? Lin Chi had some guesses. Like an abyss, this world was already mixed with many phenomena beyond common sense. It is said that the elf tribe and the dwarf tribe originally lived in different worlds. But later, as the world became digitized, connections were formed between the two sides in their explorations. Not understanding, he simply stopped thinking about it. Lin Chi put the necklace into his ring, not planning to refine it. Although this item is considered a holy artifact, it is somewhat different from other equipment. Moreover, who knows, when he sees Bai Xing again, he might receive some tasks. After tidying these up, Lin Chi looked again at the gradually dissipating war fog around him. Clearly, the Hydra was indeed the source of the war fog here, and after being eliminated, this area returned to normal. After cleaning these up, Lin Chi then looked at the two new entries he had obtained. Entry, Li Dai Tao Jiang, red. Effect, all damage received can be borne by the durability of the equipment carried by oneself. An entry that can convert damage into durability consumption. Red entries are indeed powerful. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim. As long as he has enough equipment, coupled with his current defense. Sorry, there are not many awakened tanks in this world who can compare with him. Entry, falling immunity, gold. Effect, immune to all falling damage. As for the effect of the golden entry, it is simple yet powerful. Especially for treating all acrophobia. This treasure hunting journey, although had some small twists, gave him extra gains. Lin Chi was already satisfied. Faster than planned upgrades. Originally, according to the plan, he estimated that he would still be on the way to Benhua City leveling up, but now, he was already level 31. He could directly go to Benhua City to change his job. Summoning the bone dragon, Lin Chi had just set off not long ago. When suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Guild channel. Lu Bu invites Li Mingyue to join the channel. Li Mingyue, Lin Chi, emergency help. There's a task in the guild, can you help me? Lin Chi's expression shifted slightly. Is there really a guild task looking for him? Although I showed a skill in front of Li Mingyue, it shouldn't be enough for them to ask me for a task now, right? In the eyes of the guild members, he was ultimately just a newcomer awakened under level 30. Li Mingyue, the people from Summer City really know how to hide. After the abyss descended, many probably gained benefits. Lu Bu, let me speak. Our guild wants to recruit new members in Summer City this year, to see if we can find one or two talented awakened ones to train. Li Mingyue, but I don't have time, I'm leaving Summer City soon, so I want you to help recruit. Good gracious. So that's the kind of task. Lin Chi's eyes became strange. They actually wanted a newly joined awakened one, just a few days in, to be responsible for recruiting for the guild. How bold of them. Lin Chi, are you sure? He still asked once, always feeling it was a bit unreliable. Lu Bu, to be honest, we need to prepare to go into the guild dungeon soon. Mingyue needs to come back early to get us equipment, so it's better to let you, the one who knows Summer City best, handle it. Guild dungeon. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. This is a large dungeon that can only be entered by joining the guild. It is also one of the reasons he joined the guild. Lin Chi, actually, I can also contribute. If you need people for the dungeon, you can take me along. He had joined the guild, and it shouldn't be a problem to tag along for a large dungeon and pitch in, right? But after he sent this message, the guild channel fell silent. For a long time. Li Mingyue, young man, quite the bold tone. I have high hopes for you. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth, the unreliable image of Li Mingyue flashing in his mind, but he didn't really care. At that moment, the news from Lu Bu came again. Lu Bu, I asked the president, and yes, your class does have a tough start, we can bring you along, which counts as training future strength. No kidding. The earthly royal guilds are indeed quite righteous. Chapter 63, The Highest Difficulty Transfer Quest. Lin Chi, okay, let me know about future arrangements. After sending this message, Lin Chi planned to close the guild channel. But before closing it, he noticed Li Mingyue's message. Li Mingyue, by the way, if you plan to change jobs later, remember to take the highest difficulty quest and come to the guild channel for help. Oh? Lin Chi's heart stirred. Awakeners of the same class are very clear about the transfer quests he needs to take. However, whether to seek help depends on the situation. Closing the channel, Lin Chi didn't think much further. What he cared about more was the guild dungeon. As a participant in the guild's large dungeons, the rewards were naturally extremely rich. Lin Chi was indeed looking forward to it. The bone dragon soared high, moving quickly, and the original treasure location wasn't too far from Moonlight City. In just a little over half a day, Lin Chi arrived outside this Moonlight City. Looking ahead, the city's towering walls were carved with complex magical formations, looking much grander than Summer City. Once inside the city, Lin Chi even saw members of the elf race on the way. With golden hair, slender figure, and ears that were sharper than humans, their appearance was even more delicate and beautiful. In a city that's still considered rare, I can see elves? Lin Chi was a bit surprised. Races like elves usually have their tribes distributed closer to the front lines. Some special tribes build city-states while different races focus on different attributes and professions as they grow. That female elf, seemingly used to the gazes of other awakeners, walked through the crowd unbothered. Only noticing Lin Chi, who boldly gazed at her, her golden eyes slightly shifted, and their gazes collided directly. She seemed a bit curious, as such frank looks were quite uncommon. Why not look away? Lin Chi silently complained in his heart. He could roughly guess the female elf's thoughts, but he still kept his gaze steady. This kind of action, either you don't look, or you look confidently, otherwise, it seems creepy. And Lin Chi was already quite skilled at it. Instead, he smiled and nodded at her as if greeting. Then he continued on, heading towards the awakening hall in Moonlight City. Seeing this, the female elf was slightly stunned, her delicate face filled with confusion. Hey! Do I know him? She recalled Lin Chi's youthful face, which was still considered handsome in the eyes of elves, filled with puzzlement. Moonlight City Awakening Hall. Lin Chi arrived here, filled out the form, and waited for the processing by the aunt at the reception. Clearly, compared to the little girl, the aunt's operation was much more skilled. In just a few minutes, she completed the formalities for Lin Shi. Count the seventh room from the left, go in to receive your transfer quest. The reception aunt pointed behind her. The awakening hall here was significantly larger than the one in Summer City. Before entering, Lin Shi also encountered a somewhat familiar awakener. Not long ago when he fought the mountain giant, this awakener seemed to have come from the same guild that was also fighting. But he just glanced once, and the other was already wiped out by the mountain giant. He didn't pay much attention. He stepped directly into the room to receive the transfer quest. Swish! As the door closed, a brilliant phantom hammer light burst forth. In the Hall of Awakeners, many awakeners couldn't help but turn their heads. Is this the main profession of blacksmith? The one who just entered was a young man, right? That's the room for job transfer. At this time, it's impossible for a blacksmith to quickly level up to level 30, he must be from last year. If it takes a year to level up, the road ahead will be even harder. Although the blacksmith profession is rare, the awakeners still understand some things about it. Of course, it's very difficult to cultivate the vast majority of blacksmiths. But this uncommon profession still draws people's attention. Lin Shi did not know about the situation outside the room. At this moment, he had already arrived at an area similar to a trial ground. In front of him, a small altar was surrounded by radiant light, as if forming a strange magic array. Detecting that you meet the job transfer requirements. Please choose and accept your job transfer task. Task 1, forge 3 pieces of gold quality equipment independently, difficulty rating 1 star. Reward, 50 free attribute points, experience plus 10,000. Task 2, gather materials and forge 1 piece of epic quality equipment independently, difficulty rating 3 stars. Reward, 120 free attribute points, experience plus 30,000. Task 3, reach a specified location to summon and defeat a profession-specific monster of bronze to epic level, team of up to 4 allowed within 10 levels difference, and forge corresponding quality equipment from its materials, difficulty rating 1 to 5 stars. Reward, 50 to 300 free attribute points, experience plus 10,000 to level plus 1. Tip, different quality exclusive monsters have different difficulties, please choose carefully. Lin Shi glanced over the 3 tasks, then automatically ignored the first 2 tasks. The third task must be the highest difficulty task that Li Mingyue mentioned. He suddenly understood. The highest difficulty, without a doubt, is to summon an epic level monster and defeat it. Of course, as a blacksmith's first job transfer task, even the highest difficulty doesn't mean a dead end for other blacksmith professions. The task also allows others to help, as long as teammates are strong enough and have enough items, defeating an epic level monster is not impossible. It's no wonder Li Mingyue reminded him that after taking on the highest difficulty task, he could seek help in the guild. The exclusive monster of this profession can also level up. Lin Shi muttered. Even if it's just an epic monster, it would definitely be no less. This task is certainly the best. Lin Shi immediately chose to accept the third task. On the altar, the radiant light gathered and transformed into a scroll. Blacksmith scroll, can summon a same level exclusive monster, choose from bronze to epic quality. Lin Shi took a glance and then stored the scroll away. He also wanted to see what the exclusive monster of the main profession blacksmith would look like. Leaving the awakening hall, Lin Shi directly followed the task guidance and rushed outside Moonlight City. This place was somewhat similar to the area around Summer City, near the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. On the ground around, flames occasionally surged, burning in all directions. There were also groups of monsters with fire attributes scattered about. Little Fire Monkey. Level, 60. Ash Monster. Level, 57. It is presumed that this is the difficulty of the task. If other blacksmith awakeners accidentally entered the aggro range of these creatures, they would surely meet a disaster. But Lin Shi didn't even pull out the abyss hammer, he just went straight ahead. The surrounding monsters kept falling down. Finally, he arrived at a valley where the surroundings were relatively open, with no other monsters. Successfully reaching the task location, Lin Shi immediately took out the scroll and activated it. Chapter 64, Who is forging outside? In an instant, the scroll in Lin Shi's hand transformed into countless runes, pouring onto the ground like a torrent, forming a magic array shining with various colors. And within the brilliance of the magic array, a massive figure gradually emerged. It was a huge creature that resembled a bizarre rock, with strange branches growing from various parts of its back, radiating various colors of light. Rock forging platform, epic. Level, 31. This thing can still be called a forging platform? Lin Shi looked at the strange creature before him, the corners of his mouth twitching. He found it hard to connect this creature with a forging platform. But at this moment, the huge body of the bizarre rock had begun to move, seemingly facing Lin Shi, but it had no clear facial features. Let's hammer it first. In Lin Shi's hand, the abyss hammer appeared, suddenly crashing down toward the bizarre rock. He had already discovered that even in the abyss realm, this rock could not be affected at all. Clearly, it possessed qualities similar to those of a mountain giant beast. However, being resistant to negative effects did not mean it could withstand pure physical attacks. Boom! The hammer fell. The entire bizarre rock instantly exploded apart. Yet flames rose between the shattered rock pieces, as if it was being forged into magma, gradually merging together, reforming into a huge stone that resembled a hammer. Then, under Lin Shi's watchful gaze, this hammer-like stone seemed to be grasped by some invisible force, slowly lifting up. Then it suddenly slammed down toward Lin Shi. But the big hammer in Lin Shi's hand moved even faster. Bang! The bizarre rock shattered again. Still, no kill prompt appeared, and it reformed once more. This time, Lin Shi noticed a familiar radiance from the gradually reforming hammer of the bizarre rock. Repair and strengthen? He instantly understood. This was indeed a monster exclusive to the blacksmith profession. Every form it exhibited had the characteristics of a blacksmith profession. Forging, decomposing, repairing, strengthening. Just need identification. After a moment of thought, Lin Shi pointed toward the bizarre rock hammer in front of him. Identification. Hammer of the bizarre rock, epic. You have obtained the blueprint for the hammer of the bizarre rock X1. As expected, Lin Shi had it all figured out. This was not just testing the combat abilities of the awakened, more so, it was about the mastery of one's profession. Besides that, he also discovered a special piece of rock at the corner of the bizarre rock hammer. There it was, the monster's weakness that he had identified. Immediately, Lin Shi simply reached out, and with a slight grip, that special piece of rock appeared in his hand. Rule replacement. You have killed the rock forging platform. Task has been changed. Did I just kill it? Lin Shi blinked. It was said that this monster was testing the skills of the profession, right? The rocks that originally formed the large hammer instantly crumbled, falling to the ground to form a stone forging platform, just placed on the ground. It really is a forging platform. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a bit drained. He glanced at the fragment of stone in his hand and instantly understood. Core of fractured stone, epic. Category, special equipment. Description, a special equipment item for the blacksmith profession, can be used for decomposition. It was probably meant to test the decomposition skill. But after Lin Shi used the rule replacement entry, it caused the monster to be erased instantly. Since you have obtained equipment from the exclusive monster, the task has been completed, you may return to submit the task. Another prompt appeared. Fine then. Lin Shi shrugged. In the case of entry stacking, some tests of this profession might sometimes appear to be suddenly completed like this. Organizing all this, Lin Shi's gaze quickly fell on the stone forging platform left behind after the bizarre rock shattered. His hands were already piled with a lot of equipment and materials. If he went back to Summer City to do a round of forging, it would take a while. It would be better to simply take advantage of the stone forging platform right in front of him to do some forging in the wild. Once he made the decision, he immediately walked toward the stone forging platform. Raise the abyssal hammer and begin the ritual forging. This journey to Moon City brought Lin Shi more gains than he had expected. Just the legendary quality equipment alone, there were several pieces already. The abyssal legendary set, just one last part missing. Lin Shi had already made his plans. Once he forges the last part of the abyssal legendary set, he intends to refine all the remaining materials and equipment into the abyssal hammer. So far, he didn't have a single holy artifact he could equip. After using up this batch of equipment and materials, even if it's still not enough, it shouldn't be too far off. Boom! A ball of flames exploded in the mountains, accompanied by a monster's howl. Huang Xin immediately shouted around, it's about to enter the second phase, control it. After settling the rewards for the raid on the mountain beast, the members of their guild temporarily returned to Moon City. Now they had scattered, forming teams to level up. With the combined effort of the 4 members, this epic quality boss was quickly eliminated. The task has changed. If we complete this task, our guild should have enough reputation to unlock a guild dungeon. Huang Xin smiled brightly. The 3 teammates all nodded, but suddenly, one of them asked in confusion, President, why does the changed task mention the fog of war? Is there also the fog of war outside? The fog of war generally only appears in dungeons. But their changed task mentioned the fog of war. Huang Xin shook her head as well. We'll find out when we reach the task location. Ding! But at that moment, a crisp knocking sound suddenly came from the distance, echoing in the mountains. The sound wasn't too clear, but it was enough for all 4 of them to hear. Huang Xin and the others were momentarily stunned. What's that noise? Is it a monster or a boss? Ding! But then, another knocking sound came. That sound was extremely rhythmic, echoing continuously. Yet Huang Xin and the others knew they were not too close to the source of the knocking sound. Instead, they heard a faint echo amidst the mountains. Does it sound like someone is forging iron? Huang Xin murmured, a hint of puzzlement in her expression. But who would forge iron in the wild? Could it be a blacksmith profession? Suddenly, one awakened person seemed to think of something and said, speaking of which, when I went to the awakening hall for my job change, I met a young man whose main profession was blacksmith. This noise, could it be him doing his job change task here? To this, Huang Xin just shook her head. This kind of noise couldn't be produced by just a blacksmith job changing in Moon City. But in the next moment, she seemed to notice something, her gaze sharpened. Ahead, a pitch-black beam of light shot up into the sky, flashing and then disappearing. Is this scene the abyss? Huang Xin was suddenly stunned. Chapter 65, Complete Equipment Set. Level 9 Amplification. You successfully forged Abyssal Ward, Legendary, ×1, gaining plus 800 Constitution and plus 400 Agility. The fourth part of the Abyssal Legendary set was completely forged. Lin Chi immediately equipped it and checked the attribute bonus of the now complete set. Special Effect, Abyssal Amplification, gain level 9 Abyssal Amplification. Abyssal Legendary set, for fourths all parts of the set increase attributes by 20% and can provide level 8 Abyssal Amplification to up to 4 friendly targets. It directly provided level 9 Abyssal Amplification. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He was very satisfied with this effect. Moreover, the set effect also has a line that provides Abyssal Amplification to friendly targets. This way, his Abyssal domain could once again exert some influence. The summoned Abyssal creatures, he could choose 4 to apply level 8 Amplification. Even if they couldn't compare to boss units like the Abyss Bone Dragon, at least they could be considered elite monsters, right? Later, it's still best to look for other Abyss Lord sets. With his thoughts collected, Lin Chi continued to forge and refine. In the earlier forging, he had forged equipment using the blacksmith set blueprints sent by Li Mingyue. The speed of forging had also increased. Soon, he had used up all the materials he had previously obtained. In fact, during the journey from Xia City to Moonlight City, Lin Chi did not engage in large-scale monster farming. The materials he obtained were not many, but their quality was exceptional. Moreover, among them were materials dropped by the world boss, the mountain giant beast. However, Lin Chi did not use the materials from the mountain giant beast. Similarly, he did not use the materials from the treasure goblin king. Before successfully changing occupations, it was difficult for him to truly forge epic quality equipment with his current forging skills. The materials dropped by the specific monsters of his current profession would greatly enhance his success rate, but that was not within consideration. Lin Chi then placed the legendary equipment he had previously obtained, along with the newly crafted equipment below legendary quality, onto the forging table. He picked up a newly forged golden quality hammer. With the Abyss Hammer as the main focus, he directly refined all the equipment together. Clang! The hammer fell, sparks flying, and at the point of impact, a brilliant light shone, engulfing all the equipment on the forging table. After a while, the brilliance finally faded away, and only the Abyss Hammer remained on the forging table. Indeed, it still falls a bit short. Lin Chi picked up the Abyss Hammer and examined it carefully. As he expected, even after consuming all the previously obtained equipment, he still could not forge a holy artifact. But now, the exterior of the Abyss Hammer had begun to emit strange runes in the dark mist. Those runes had almost thickened into substance, faintly filling the air with a strange aura. Perhaps with a couple more legendary pieces, maybe just one, I could upgrade. Lin Chi had a feeling in his heart. Although he had taken the time to refine the Abyss Legendary set during this period, his investment in the Abyss Hammer was definitely not small. Submit the task, then gather some materials around Moonlight City. Lin Chi had already planned his next steps. Once he successfully changed occupations, he just needed to choose a nearby dungeon or an area with high-quality bosses, and he should be able to quickly gather materials to forge a piece of legendary quality equipment. At that time, he could elevate the Abyss Hammer to a holy artifact. Even setting aside Lin Chi's own attributes, just one piece of holy artifact corresponding to his current level of over 30. No matter where it's placed, it would be absolutely outrageous. By common reasoning, a holy artifact should only be obtainable after reaching at least level 90, when awakeners might have a chance to acquire one. Moreover, even if many awakeners level up higher, it does not guarantee they could possess a holy artifact. Regaining his thoughts, Lin Chi immediately summoned the Bone Dragon, planning to return to Moonlight City. He would not stay in this city for too long, as he still had to return to Xia City for the guild recruitment. To be precise, it was to help the Human King's guild recruit in Moonlight City. Lin Chi had long prepared candidates for this. But since he had promised, he would never be careless. He stepped onto the back of the bone dragon and flew out of the valley, heading towards Moonlight City. He noticed that not far away on a peak, there were several awakeners standing. It seems, they are the ones who previously fought the mountain giant beast? Lin Chi had some impression in his heart. These people likely came to Moonlight City for rest after battling the world boss. At this moment, Huang Xian and the others were already wide-eyed in shock. Earlier, after they defeated the boss, they happened to notice that something resembling an entrance to the abyss appeared in the valley. So they directly rushed over. Who would have thought, in their line of sight, there was a massive skeleton creature engulfed in flames? Bone dragon? They had seen such a bone dragon before. In an instant, they recalled the bone dragon they encountered when their guild was fighting the world boss. They even speculated that the awakener who summoned that bone dragon might very well be the one who single-handedly defeated the mountain giant beast. So now, did we meet that big shot again? One awakener murmured to Huang Xian, his tone full of astonishment. Although they did not know the origin of the sudden appearance resembling an entrance to the abyss, it seemed reasonable if that big shot was here too. Huang Xian nodded. Bone dragons could only be seen in very special areas. And among awakeners, those who could summon bone dragons were even rarer. The identity of the other party was already becoming clear. After thinking for a moment, Huang Xian waved her hand at the bone dragon in the air to show friendliness. They had been attracted here by the anomaly, and it wouldn't be good if they were misunderstood as trying to steal the monster. The other three beside her instinctively waved their hands, still not recovering from the excitement of seeing a bone dragon again. But then, the four of them froze in shock. They clearly noticed that the bone dragon was rapidly flying towards them. Fire blazed over the bone dragon, and even without revealing any information, it still exuded a strong sense of pressure. Not to mention, there was clearly a figure standing on top of the bone dragon. Seeing this, the hearts of Huang Xian and the others trembled violently. If they were truly misunderstood, then this level of awakener wanting to attack them would probably not give them any chance to escape. But at that moment, Lin Chi's calm voice came through. Are you looking for me? Chapter 66, Class Change. Forging Quality Improvement. No. Huang Xian's small face froze, suddenly feeling a bit at a loss. They had only waved as a greeting, who would have thought the other party would come right over? However, calming down, she noticed that the awakener standing on top of the bone dragon was clearly a young man. He didn't seem very old, Huang Xian pondered. Could he be a top awakener who had almost returned to youth? There are always situations in this world that people cannot understand. It's not surprising what kinds of awakener may appear. Saini Senior. After thinking for a while, Huang Xian cautiously called out. Senior? Lin Chi stroked his chin. He didn't care about Huang Xian and the others' thoughts, he was simply on his way back to Benua City and came over to ask when he saw these people waving at him. No, I just turned 18. Lin Chi replied. He initially thought these people were looking for him for some reason, but since there was none, he was going back to Benua City to submit his quest. However, regarding what Lin Chi said, Huang Xian and the others were astonished, but they did not believe it. Which awakener just turned 18 and can fly around on a bone dragon? Huang Xian still maintained a respectful attitude. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she asked Lin Chi, that big shot, do you know if there is a war fog nearby? Since she had the opportunity to communicate with such a top awakener, she simply asked him about their quest. As for whether the big shot was willing to answer, she certainly wouldn't force him. But Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. War fog? When he was treasure hunting before, wasn't he stepping into a war fog? However, the war fog there disappeared with the appearance of the Hydra. Is this the new task you encountered? Lin Chi asked again. He had already personally experienced the boss quality inside the war fog. Just adding a blow could grant him a level up. That's right, the task was just changed, and they designated a location for us. Huang Xian replied. We never expected there would be war fog outside the dungeon. The task had just changed, which meant that outside Moon City, there was definitely more than one place of war fog. Lin Chi's heart moved. This was an intelligence for him. Not long ago, I actually saw a place. Lin Chi started to tell, you must look at the area where the war fog is located, it will transform all creatures inside into lost beings. Also, if a awakened person dies inside, they will also be turned into monsters. He briefly recounted his previous experiences. However, upon hearing this, Huang Xian and the others all changed their expressions drastically. Why does this sound a bit weird? It's not uncommon for awakened persons to die while hunting monsters. However, for an awakened person to die and then be transformed into a monster, that was truly terrifying. And they were already convinced that Lin Chi was definitely a big shot. Even encountering such a rare war fog was simply extraordinary. That's all I know. If your task needs assistance, feel free to ask me for help. At this time, Lin Shi said again. Offering paid help in clearing dungeons or completing tasks is extremely normal among awakened people. Since he could obtain information about the war fog, Lin Shi didn't mind cooperating with these people. But hearing Lin Shi's words, Huang Xian and the others were momentarily stunned. They could ask, this big shot for help? Is this big shot really so warm-hearted? Huang Xian didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded to Lin Shi. Please, big shot, lead us. What's there to hesitate about? Their guild was not a top-tier guild to begin with, they even needed to spend quite some time to accumulate prestige to unlock a guild dungeon. And now, the task they received had already touched the war fog of the outside world. This was already quite abnormal. If they had this big shot who could summon a bone dragon to help, what would they need to worry about? It was basically a guaranteed entry into the guild dungeon. Big shot, here's my contact scroll. You can receive my messages from here. Huang Xian immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Shi. This kind of scroll was a one-time consumable, capable of receiving only one message, but it was still of considerable value. Lin Shi took it and nodded. Then you can tell me when you're ready to set off. What if, right now? Huang Xian asked tentatively. They had already completed the preliminary task, and next, they were supposed to head to the area where the war fog was located. That works too. Lin Shi didn't mind and said, but you need to wait for me a bit. I'll go to Moon City first to submit a job change task. When you're ready, just let me know when you arrive at the place. After speaking, he controlled the bone dragon and headed straight for Moon City. But as they watched Lin Shi's departing figure, Huang Xian and the others couldn't help but freeze. What was the big shot going to do? They looked at each other. Job change? Isn't the Awakening Hall in Moon City only able to provide job changes up to level 60? But they didn't delve deeper. With a big shot like this, even if it didn't make sense, that was still normal. Moon City Awakening Hall. Lin Shi returned to the trial arena again. He took out the shard core dropped by the strange stone forging platform and placed it on the altar. In an instant, a radiant glow of level up burst forth from Lin Shi. Task completed. You gain 300 free attribute points. You gained +1 level. You have gained extra precision, blue. You have successfully changed your profession to Blacksmith. You have gained the skill Forge enhancement. Your various primary profession skills have received an upgrade. Each time you level up, the attribute points gained are compensated by 3 free attribute points. A series of informational prompts rapidly appeared. Lin Shi checked them one by one, then shrugged. Just like the primary profession guide he got earlier, even after changing professions, a blacksmith is still a blacksmith. It is not like the mage profession, where after changing professions, one can choose the mage of different elements. However, what Lin Shi cared about the most was undoubtedly the skill Forge enhancement. Skill, Forge enhancement. Effect, passive skill, the success rate of forging equipment of various quality has a probability increase, and the highest quality materials that can be used for forging are epic. This is undoubtedly the most effective skill for him after his job change. That means, even when Lin Shi forges without using high-quality materials, he still has a chance to forge high-quality equipment. And if he uses high-quality materials, then he can forge epic-quality equipment at most. Besides, the other improvements he gained after the job change were also comprehensive. The base skills of his original profession also had some changes, including the free attribute points gained with each level up, which directly became 25 points per level. Chapter 67, Don't Joke Around, Big Shot. After checking the changes from his job change, Lin Shi finally walked out of the trial field. Being able to forge epic quality equipment directly will greatly help him in his future refining. At this moment, the scroll originally given to him by Huang Xian also showed changes. Huang Xian, big shot, we have arrived at the outskirts of the war mist. This war mist is very strange, it has never appeared before, the corresponding region level is not too high, it should be a level 45 to 50 area, located in the decaying grass valley. The scroll changed rapidly and finally stopped at this long text sent by Huang Xian. Level 45 to 50 area? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. This is just right for him to level up. Now he has already reached level 33. Even if the monsters are level 45, the experience reduction would not be too much. Perhaps if I level up this time, I can quickly reach level 35. He quickly left Benue City, summoned the bone dragon, and headed toward the location Huang Xian mentioned. Not long after, Lin Shi arrived there. From the air, he could see that the valley ahead was shrouded in thick fog. Outside the valley, 3 figures were waiting. Big shot. At the entrance of the valley, Huang Xian instantly spotted the bone dragon in the sky, waving to Lin Shi just like before. The two people beside her were slightly shocked by the enormous bone dragon flying down. This time, the teammates beside Huang Xian had changed. It was a middle-aged man and a young girl. Clearly, they had reserved spots for Lin Chi in the team. Lin Chi directly retracted the bone dragon from the air and landed on the ground, leaving Huang Xian and the three stunned again. Did he just jump down from such a high place? Truly a big shot, so fierce. Is this the place? Lin Chi looked ahead, his gaze falling on the three next to Huang Xian. Huang Xian nodded and continued to introduce the two people next to Lin Chi. Big shot, this is the vice president of our Zuanhuang guild, his profession is the last warrior. As she spoke, she hugged the young girl next to her and smiled, and this little beauty's profession is the war priest. Last warrior and war priest. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows, sizing up the two people in front of him. The middle-aged man appeared very hardy, dressed in heavy armor. The Jedi warrior is undoubtedly a hidden profession, and it is a tank-type hidden profession, especially known for its defense. He had known this information for a long time. As for the young girl, Lin Chi took another look. She seemed very quiet, yet had a gentle charm, and she smiled softly at Lin Chi. The war priest is a profession that comes after the priest profession is transferred. Originally, the priest profession ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard. The configuration is very complete. Lin Chi nodded. With the ability to tank and heal, plus 2 damage dealers, it's naturally a perfect team configuration. And I am a fire mage. Huang Xian patted herself and briefly introduced their 3 members. It was clear that, as the guild leader, she was very skilled at handling these matters. Lin Chi nodded and introduced himself to the 3, Lin Chi, Blacksmith. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Xian and the others were immediately stunned. They looked at Lin Chi and then instinctively looked up at the sky. There had originally been a bone dragon wrapped in blazing flames, but it had now been unsummoned by Lin Chi. But a blacksmith? Since when could a blacksmith summon a bone dragon? Is this normal? This is not normal. Could it be that you're a god-level blacksmith? Huang Xian asked cautiously. That was the only possibility. A god-level blacksmith is considered a legendary existence in the world of awakeners. Those known as god-level blacksmiths are all capable of making a name for themselves. Perhaps the young man before them is a hidden god-level blacksmith. Not yet. Lin Chi shrugged, not giving much explanation. Huang Xian invites you to join the team. An information prompt appeared before him, and Lin Chi accepted it directly. Teammate Lin Chi has joined the team. In the next moment, Huang Xian and the others were even more stunned. Lin Chi. Level 33. Level 33? Who would dare believe this? Not to mention that the blacksmith profession is already quite outrageous, this 33rd level seems more like a joke. Forget about the blacksmith profession, even if it were a summoner or necromancer, it would be impossible to summon a bone dragon at this level. After a moment, Huang Xian couldn't help but facepalmed, helplessly saying to Lin Chi, your hidden level is a bit ridiculous. Clearly, they did not believe that what they saw was Lin Chi's real level. In this world, the skills of awakeners are all kinds and strange, having a hidden identity and level skill is not surprising. Lin Chi smiled and did not explain anything. For now, he and Huang Xian's royal guild were merely in a cooperative relationship. Boss, for the dropped equipment, we will distribute it according to needs. If it's not gear for magic, warrior, or priest professions, then it will all be yours. How about that? Huang Xian asked again. She felt that Lin Chi wouldn't care much for the dropped equipment. After all, this was just a leveling area from level 45 to 50, and the equipment that drops wouldn't even be usable for them. However, the war mists that filled the area were very strange. No one could be sure if there were other monsters hidden in the depths of the war mists. Lin Chi nodded in agreement. He glanced at the levels of the 3. Huang Xian, level 99. Liang Yunshan, level 117. Zhao Jinger, level 96. The level difference was significant, but clearly, these 3 were not here for the experience, they were just to complete a task. How about this, I'll leave the team first, and when we need to complete the task, I will join again. Lin Chi quickly made a decision. No kidding. With a gap of dozens of levels from his teammates, he wouldn't gain any experience at all. It would be better for him to lead the way in front and take these 3 to kill their way to the task location in the war mists. To this, Huang Xian and the others had no objections, this would not affect anything. But then, they were shocked to notice. Lin Chi waved his hand, summoning a black misted magic circle on the ground ahead. The black mist was like the dark fog of the abyss. Soon after, within the magic circle, 3 figures gradually appeared. Abyssal evil spirit. Summoning abyssal creatures? Huang Xian and the others stared wide-eyed. Even they had never seen someone summon an abyssal creature before. Lin Shi said little and simply assigned the 3 abyssal evil spirits beside the 3 of them. These 3 abyssal evil spirits had already been enhanced by level 8 abyssal power. Just follow me. With that, he stepped into the warfog. Chapter 68, The Source of the Warfog's Corruption. Inside the warfog, it was impossible to tell the direction. But for Lin Shi, this was not a problem at all. Under his feet, a black liquid spread out, covering a wide area. Entering this place, leveling up was his main goal. You have killed a lost one, gained experience plus 4210. You have killed a lost tree demon, gained experience plus 4109. The kill notifications kept coming, but due to the warfog blocking his view, Lin Shi couldn't even see the surrounding monsters. Do you have any task updates? While walking, Lin Shi asked Huang Xian and the others behind him. When they entered here together, Lin Shi had already learned about the tasks that Huang Xian and the others had taken on. Task: The Shadows of the Mortal Realm. Description: In an unknown region, there is a colossal monster. Just a shadow could block out the sky and sun, and wherever its shadow goes, the warfog will follow. Please pursue the shadows in the warfog. This seemed to be somewhat similar to when Lin Shi earlier entered the warfog to find the Hydra. However, the description of this task did not seem to be describing the Hydra. After a moment's thought, Huang Xian replied, "We received the task when Jinger stumbled upon it. She encountered an elderly man while leveling up in the wild. This task was given to her by that old man. But according to our speculation, that old man is not an awakener but comes from outside the developmental area." Lin Shi nodded slowly at this. This reminded him of the sword sage Bai Xing, who was also not an awakener. In reality, after reaching a certain level, awakeners can also issue tasks. But most of the time, they need help from guilds or awakening halls, while some beings from unexplored regions also have other ways to issue tasks. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi decided not to linger on it. In any case, exploring while leveling up in this warfog was the priority. As for this task, it should also be about finding the source of the warfog. At worst, they could just clean up the entire warfog. However, in his abyssal territory, he had not yet bred enough abyssal creatures and could not spread out his troops for exploration as before. Even so, Huang Xian and the others showed an odd expression. Each of them had an abyssal evil spirit following them, looking quite chilling. And below, black liquid was spreading out. This situation made one suspect that they had already entered the range of a boss attack. Yet as they traversed through this war fog, they had not encountered any monsters. But they knew. Perhaps the monsters in the fog were already defeated by the boss's skills before they even got close. "Sister Xian, how long do you think we have been flown through by the big guy like this?" Zhao Jinger whispered to Huang Xian, her eyes sparkling when looking at Lin Shi. Though this area housed level 45 to 50 monsters, they were all too aware of the strange changes the warfog could bring. The strength of the monsters. Long ago, it had already surpassed the limits of levels. Even enough to pose a threat to them. And it was precisely because of this that Lin Shi's performance left them in shock. Something isn't right ahead. At this moment, Lin Shi's voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian and the others immediately became alert. If the big boss thinks something is wrong, then it must be a serious problem for them. They followed Lin Shi forward, and the situation in the depths of the fog of war gradually unfolded before them. Immediately, in their line of sight, a series of dry branches suddenly appeared. Monsters? Seeing this, Huang Xian was slightly startled. Those branches looked like they came from some kind of tree monster. However, the black liquid surrounding them was writhing. Those monsters had clearly died under the big boss's skills. "It's a type of large monster," Lin Shi said again at this time. The monsters ahead had indeed perished under his abyss domain skill. However, he had not gained any experience points. On the contrary, it felt as if these monsters were more like the illusions of a treasure-snatching goblin king. Some kind of tree monster, but with many branches. The main body is not here. Lin Shi guessed. It was probably something like a banyan tree, stands alone in the forest. And just after the 4 of them arrived here, the originally dead dry branches unexpectedly came back to life. Under the abyss domain, they began to slowly writhe. Lost banyan tree tendril. Level 45. At the same time, the information about these dry branches also floated before Lin Shi and the others. A level 45 monster. In response, Huang Xian and the others exchanged glances. Their levels were already more than double that of these monsters. But the next moment, the expressions of Huang Xian and the others tightened slightly. Those dry branches actually sank into the ground in an instant, disappearing without a trace. So fast. Clearly just branches, yet they exhibited a speed far beyond their levels. Clang. A sound of impact came. Lin Shi turned to look back and saw that Liang Yunshan, a member of their team with the profession of a desperate warrior, had cast a large shield skill. It covered a large area around them, forming a massive illusionary light shield. And that impact sound came from the ground. A dry branch abruptly stretched out from the ground, piercing the illusionary light shield like a spear. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have caused much damage to the illusionary light shield. But Liang Yunshan furrowed his brow and reminded the three beside him. Something's off, the shield skill I deployed is receiving a corrupting negative effect. Corrupting? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. This was somewhat similar to the situation he encountered when entering the fog of war before. The real danger in the fog of war was not those ordinary lost creatures, but rather the source of the power that corrupted these lost creatures. Quickly, Lin Shi noticed that the shield supported by Liang Yunshan was gradually cracking with lines of damage appearing. This was a shield skill for awakened ones over level 100. And Lin Shi's abyss domain remained active but did not affect the dry branches in this place at all. Like a mountain giant beast, does it have some kind of immunity to negative effects? Lin Shi thought it was not strange. As a boss in the fog of war, it would be strange if there were no special traits. Suddenly, around them, a mass of branches emerged, densely packed, almost gathering into a grove. The dry branches were all writhing, like countless human arms converging from all directions towards Lin Shi and others. Cooperate with the boss, Huang Xian urged as he spoke to the two beside him. Just a single monster, relying on the attached corrupting effect, could break the shield of a level 100 or above desperate warrior. So, the destructive power of so many monsters was beyond imagination. Their scalps went numb. But just as they were about to cast their own skills. But suddenly, he noticed that the abyssal spirits, which had originally followed them, had begun to stir. They pounced in all directions, unleashing their frost skills. In just an instant, they froze large areas of the lost banyan tree tendrils around them into solid ice. Chapter 69, Are the monsters too weak? It's just a simple overwhelming. Crack. The ice shattered. Large amounts of withered branch-like creatures also broke apart, clearing a big area around them. Seeing this, Huang Xian and the others were instantly stunned. The strength of those lost banyan tree tendrils couldn't possibly be judged only by their level. They must have suffered from some strange power's erosion and enhancement, possibly even threatening them in return. However, they looked in astonishment at the three abyssal spirits following them. What level of abyssal enhancement have these abyss creatures received? It's probably even more outrageous. And this is just Lin Shi's summoned creatures. At the same time, Lin Shi also moved. He stepped forward, instantly engulfed in fiery blue flames, and the abyssal hammer in his hand grew particularly large under the scorching flames. Then, he slammed the hammer down onto the ground. Boom! The blue fire erupted, suddenly spreading in all directions. Every flying spark emitted an indescribable burning sensation, spreading everywhere. In front of me, putting down this flammable firewood, do you not know I'm a blacksmith? Lin Shi silently complained. Playing with fire is his specialty. At the same time, his experience was rapidly piling up. You killed a lost banyan tree tendril, experience plus 4,620. You killed a lost banyan tree tendril, experience plus 4,620. There were plenty of banyan tree tendrils around, and in a short time, his experience bar grew significantly. Highly efficient. After clearing the surrounding withered branches, Lin Shi continued to step forward along the area with the branches. Wait for me for a moment. Lin Shi instructed Huang Xian and the others behind him and immediately stepped into the fog of war. Meanwhile, Huang Xian and the others were still a bit confused. They stared blankly at the still burning blue flames around them, feeling as though a large area had transformed into a sea of fire. They could also feel the heat contained within that strange flame. The big guy just went in by himself? Zhao Jinger glanced at Huang Xian beside her, initially thinking she should be worried. But after looking at the three abyssal spirits nearby, she inexplicably felt that this venture into the abyss fog was strangely effortless. You killed a lost banyan tree tendril, experience plus 4,620. Deep within the fog of war, Lin Shi continued to advance along the withered branches. As he expected, this was indeed a place where monsters grew densely. And even without finding the root banyan tree, it didn't matter, following these withered branches, which had been eroded by strange powers, would still yield ample experience. Passing through large stretches of fog, Lin Shi found himself in a wide open area. Ahead, a massive tree with sprawling roots came into view. Every tree root was deeply embedded in the ground, and the branches above formed a large canopy, resembling a giant banyan tree. Lost banyan tree, epic. Level 48. Epic monster? Lin Shi looked at the monster information in front of him and curled his lips. After searching so long, it turned out to be just an epic monster? It shouldn't be that simple. Lin Shi glanced around and suddenly sensed something was off. Is it possible that this boss is just a branch? Perhaps under that corrosive power, the banyan tree here had already mutated. After all, even those banyan tree tendrils could no longer be viewed as mere level 45 small monsters. And this banyan tree could very well be even larger. Dispersing branches here. Every branch can be considered a boss. But Lin Shi didn't think too much. He immediately waved his hand to summon the Bone Dragon. Imbue level 8 Abyss Amplification. The last target for the Abyss Legendary Set's amplification was directly placed on the Bone Dragon by Lin Shi. In an instant, the flames on the Bone Dragon seemed to turn into a ghostly blue color. Even though there was still a gap compared to the Abyss Bone Dragon, it was incredibly powerful. Go and eliminate it. Lin Shi casually pointed at the lost banyan tree. For this large-scale single monster, having the Bone Dragon use its fire breath was much easier than doing it himself. The Bone Dragon's flames erupted, engulfing everything below in a sea of fire, fierce and domineering. After you eliminate it, continue to clear the surrounding monsters. Lin Shi ordered the Bone Dragon again. With the level 8 Abyss Amplification, the Bone Dragon wreaked havoc here, greatly increasing the efficiency of gaining experience and saving Lin Shi from further exploration. He decided to follow the connection with the 3 Abyss Wraiths and return to Huang Xian and the others. First, find the source of the war fog. Big brother, how is it? Huang Xian immediately stepped forward, looking at Lin Shi with concern. The war fog here felt very strange. Even though they knew Lin Shi was extremely powerful, they weren't sure if he would directly encounter the hidden boss in the war fog. Nothing to worry about, just follow the area where the withered branches are, and we will eventually find the boss here. Lin Shi casually said. The essence of that banyan tree should not be the source of this war fog. Lin Shi wanted to see what kind of hidden boss was here. Huang Xian and the others nodded, following the path Lin Shi had just taken to move forward again. Around them were burning ghostly blue flames. It looked as if everything here had been completely burned, with monsters turning into fuel for the flames. As for this, Huang Xian and the others were somewhat stunned. Surely, these monsters can't be that weak? Zhao Jing'er muttered, leaning against Huang Xian. She also knew this was impossible. But from start to finish, the 3 of them had been like Lin Shi's appendage, unable even to touch a monster. They had no basic judgment of the monster's actual strength. It's just that our big brother is too strong. Liang Yunshan sighed. It was simply a one-sided crushing of these monsters. So that even the strongest of monsters seemed paper-thin in front of Lin Shi. Finally, as they stepped out following Lin Shi, the war fog in front of them thinned significantly. But looking at the scene around them, they were even more astonished. So brutal. In the air, the Bone Dragon soared and spewed large bursts of flames. Wherever it passed, it was scorched earth. As for ahead, there was a vast open area, with only a few charred tree trunks faintly visible. It was obvious. There should have been a boss here, but it had already been eliminated. Huang Xian and the others could not even imagine what kind of monster that was. At this moment, Lin Shi's gaze fell on a certain area in the ashes. There, a cave was clearly visible. It continuously emitted wisps of mist outward. Looks like we found the place. Lin Shi smiled slightly as he looked at the 3. He took the lead to that cave and looked down. Then, 2 prompts appeared before him. Lost Banyan Tree Body, Legendary. Level, 45. Worldly Shadow? Level? Chapter 70, Is Big Brother Always This Brave? A level 45 legendary boss, and a shadow that looked like a hydra, with no visible quality or level. Lin Shi couldn't help but take a breath. The space inside the cave was very wide, like a small underground palace. The banyan tree body was particularly tall, and each leaf emitted a faint golden glow, brilliant and dazzling. As for the worldly shadow, it was a shadow formed by a certain swirling gray-white mist, condensing endlessly. Entwined among the twisted branches of the banyan tree. One could vaguely see that it seemed to be a giant python. At the head of the giant python, there was also a gray-white mist, and only its eyes shone with a bloody light. And just at the moment when Lin Shi looked into the cave. Inside the cave, the giant python made of gray-white mist suddenly raised its head, its blood-red eyes staring fiercely at Lin Shi. You are under the gaze of the worldly shadow, power reduced by 50%, spirit reduced by 50%. Lin Shi looked at the information prompt before him, feeling the weakening of his own power, his brows involuntarily raising. Forced reduction of power and spirit? This seems to be some kind of natural suppression. It was his first time encountering such a negative effect. And behind Lin Shi, Huang Xian and the other 2 noticed that, beneath Lin Shi's feet, a towering blood-red pillar of light was clearly rising. The moment the pillar started to ascend, it directly engulfed Lin Shi's figure within it. This is Huang Xian's eyes instantly turned extremely serious. Was that pillar some kind of boss skill? Even she had never seen such a situation before. Big shot? She immediately called out anxiously to Lin Qi. As the three of them were about to approach Lin Qi, their bodies trembled heavily. You are under the gaze of the worldly shadow, power reduced by 50%, spirit reduced by 50%. This prompt also appeared before them. A negative effect directly influencing the attributes of the awakened. And this was just one of the boss's skills. What kind of quality boss could this be? Zhao Jing'er murmured, awkwardly turning her head to look at Huang Xian and Liang Yunshan beside her. Even when they had battled against the world boss of the mountain beast, they had not faced such a negative effect. Big shot, are you okay? Zhao Jing'er also tried to call out to the light pillar. This negative effect must be forced. It had nothing to do with what kind of body dominance they had. But just then, another message prompt popped up in front of the three of them. Lin Qi has applied to join the team. Indeed, the big shot had the presence of mind to request to join the team even in this situation. Within the blood-red pillar of light, Lin Qi casually moved his limbs. Directly reducing attribute values is indeed a very powerful skill. He sighed. But there was not even a hint of worry. With the adaptation weaving effect, a temporary reduction in attributes would have little impact on him. Team mission has changed. You have discovered the traces of the worldly shadow, please escape from danger as soon as possible. At that moment, a mission prompt flashed before Lin Qi again. The blood-red pillar erupting from the cave had gradually begun to dissipate. And Huang Xian and the others had already gathered close to Lin Qi, their expressions tense to the extreme. Naturally, they also received the mission change prompt. The mission prompt doesn't even suggest that we should fight, Liang Yunshan said solemnly. This had to be a mission based on their levels. In other words, even with the three of them plus Lin Qi, it was still impossible to defeat the hidden boss in that cave. As long as we discover the hidden boss here, it counts as completing the mission. Huang Xian also realized the seriousness of the situation. Even the mission they accepted did not mention needing to eliminate the hidden boss. However, just then, the three clearly noticed that Lin Qi had leaped forward and jumped into the cave ahead. Huang Xian, big shot? She widened her eyes all at once. No. What was the big shot trying to do? Lin Qi has exited the team. Zhao Jing'er? Liang Yunshan? They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Big shot, is he always this brave? He directly left the team. Was he planning to face the hidden boss in the cave alone? Huang Xian couldn't help but quietly grit her teeth. She tried to calm herself as much as possible, evaluating the situation before her. What is this? She encountered a hidden boss, and the big shot went ahead himself. After thinking for a moment, she took a deep breath and said to the two people beside her, go guard the cave, get ready to assist the big shot. Boom! But as the three of them arrived at the cave entrance, their vision was suddenly filled with an intensely blazing, ghostly blue flame. There was no doubt that it was Lin Qi's skill effect. The flame receded. The scene inside the cave also appeared before the three of them. A giant serpent made of grayish-white mist was coiled around the roots of a banyan tree, flicking its crimson snake tongue. They couldn't even tell the boundary between the banyan tree and the giant serpent. It seemed as though the banyan tree had been mostly swallowed by the giant serpent, yet they were still maintaining some strange symbiotic relationship. A giant serpent, growing at the roots of a banyan tree? Huang Xian murmured. She inexplicably thought of a legend. But what concerned her more was that the giant serpent was now facing off against a massive flame figure. The figure was holding up a huge ghostly blue flaming hammer and smashing it towards the serpent and the banyan tree. Boom! The ghostly blue flames erupted again, filling the entire cave. And the ground beneath their feet began to tremble constantly. Huang Xian and the others quickly retreated. The edge of the cave entrance where they had been standing was rapidly collapsing. And when the ghostly blue flames receded again, what came into view was the half-destroyed body of the giant serpent made of grayish-white mist. One blow, and the giant serpent was shattered? As for the giant banyan tree that the serpent had coiled around, it was reduced to ashes in the flames. Sizzle! What caught Huang Xian and the others' attention even more was that on the massive ghostly blue flame figure, a burst of light suddenly radiated. Was that the light of an upgrade? The big shot leveled up? Huang Xian and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Even with their levels, in this war-torn, mist-covered area, killing monsters hardly earned any experience. They were more than 50 levels higher. Under the experience decay, the experience gained was negligible. But how could the big shot level up? You killed the lost banyan tree, legendary, gained experience plus 12,390. Level plus 1. You gained the attribute, walking like the wind, green. Level 34 now. Lin Shi smiled with satisfaction, glad he had spent all this time grinding here. His gaze fell once again on the giant serpent, whose body had been smashed in half by the hammer. The grayish-white mist was regrouping, restoring the serpent's body. Chapter 71, Mark of the Shadow of the Mortal World. This kind of monster seemed to have surpassed the usual types of monsters. Moreover, from start to finish, Lin Shi noticed one problem. He hadn't seen the life points of this misty giant serpent. He simply used his strength to smash it to pieces. Who says you can't smash it if it doesn't have life points? Before the grayish-white mist giant serpent's body could fully regenerate, Lin Shi's abyssal hammer had already smashed down again. Boom! The ghostly blue flames erupted, blasting the grayish-white mist giant serpent's body into pieces. The flames spread, carrying the thick grayish-white mist with them. When the flames dissipated again, the cave no longer showed any sign of the giant serpent. Only the thick grayish-white mist spread out, as though it had lost all sound. But Lin Shi still noticed that the grayish-white mist was still swirling. It still hasn't been destroyed? He was starting to feel puzzled. Is this thing really that hard to kill? After all, it's just a monster. Even the nine-headed serpent from earlier had life points, and this grayish-white mist giant serpent couldn't even be killed after all this? I don't believe it. Lin Shi grinned. If he wiped out the surrounding grayish-white mist, he refused to believe he couldn't kill it. Immediately, he swung the huge hammer in his hand again. Continue to bombard down. And as he swung his big hammer, layers of flames spread out like waves, swirling outward, accompanied by the grayish-white mist that kept dissipating. At the edge above the cave, Huang Xian and the other two stared with wide eyes at the sight in the cave, their eyelids trembling. They could hardly believe their eyes. What kind of power is this? With just a few swings, he smashed the grayish-white giant python, whose health bar they couldn't even see. And this isn't even the end. The big shot was still hitting the corpse. At last, the circles of flames completely dispersed the mist in this area, leaving only wisps of fog floating inside the cave. But obviously, they had already lost all their power and stopped swirling. Meanwhile, Lin Shi finally received a prompt message. You have received the mark of the worldly shadow. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. A mark? He glanced around. Here, apart from the gear dropped by the legendary quality lost banyan tree, he hadn't found anything else. That giant python didn't drop anything? Lin Shi frowned slightly. Not only did it not drop gear, in fact, from the moment he jumped into the cave, he had used the rule substitution entry. And similarly, he didn't exchange anything from the giant python. All along, there had only been a non-existent mark. What's the use of this thing? Lin Shi was left speechless. Looking at his status, the negative effect of being watched by the worldly shadow had already disappeared. But now there was a state of the worldly shadow mark. Yet in this state, Lin Shi found neither negative effects nor positive effects. Its meaning was unclear. It seems like I wasted my effort? As Lin Shi pondered this, a sudden thought struck him, and he looked up at the three people above the cave. Since the quest they took on was related to that worldly shadow. So, if he submitted the quest together with those three, would there be any change? With this in mind, he immediately sent a party invite to Huang Xian and the others. In fact, when he jumped into the cave earlier, he had his own considerations. At least that lost banyan tree was still a level 45 legendary boss. Even if he teamed up with Huang Xian and the others, he wouldn't gain much experience from killing the banyan tree body. Moreover, when they discovered the worldly shadow in this cave, Huang Xian and the others had already completed their tasks. The cooperation was already finished. He could enjoy the experience alone, so there was naturally no need to team up again. Lin Shi joined the team. After a long while, the three of them looked at the prompt in front of them, finally coming back to their senses. They didn't ponder why Lin Shi had chosen to leave the team first. Their minds were completely shocked by the scene of Lin Shi attacking the giant python. Big shot, that giant python was just eliminated like that? Seeing Lin Shi jump out from the cave, Huang Xian hurriedly stepped forward to ask. In fact, she had already received a prompt for a task change. Task change, you have escaped from the range of the worldly shadow, please proceed to submit the task. The giant python made of gray-white mist had been destroyed. Wasn't that just escaping from the range of the worldly shadow? Lin Shi shrugged, not explaining much. Does that mean the task is complete now? He asked the three. Since the task was completed, he could definitely snag some task rewards when submitting it. Huang Xin immediately nodded and asked Lin Shi, "Big shot, do you want to join us to submit the task?" The look in her eyes towards Lin Shi was already shining with a different light. By now, she had some guesses about Lin Shi's identity. This big shot might just be a top-tier awakener active on the front lines of the awakener's strategy. The four took a brief rest. Together, they walked towards the outside of the valley. As the shadow of the mundane world was erased, the fog of war that once filled this place began to gradually dissipate. They quickly left the valley and headed towards the direction of the moon-chasing city. During this time, Lin Shi took a moment to glance at the equipment dropped by the main body of the banyan tree. Banyan tree staff, legendary. Category, staff. In addition, there was an epic piece of equipment along with other materials. Lin Shi was already planning that once he submitted the task, he could refine these two pieces of equipment onto the abyssal hammer. He was very sure. In the next refinement, the abyssal hammer would surely soar to become a holy artifact. Following Huang Xin and the other two, they did not rush back into the moon-chasing city, but instead arrived at an area on the side of the city. In the depths of the dense forest here, Lin Shi saw from a distance an old man dressed in tattered robes. "That is the old man to whom we will submit the task," Zhao Ginger whispered to Lin Shi. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Lin Shi. Along the way, although Lin Shi left them with an impression of being powerful and mysterious, he was after all just a young man, making it easy for others to feel fond of him. The relationship between the two girls and Lin Shi had also become more familiar. Lin Shi nodded and looked at the old man ahead, feeling a stir in his heart. He knew this elder was likely in existence from unexplored areas. "Did you discover the traces of the mundane shadows?" Before Lin Shi and the others reached the old man, they already heard the elder's voice. Huang Xin and Zhao Jinger exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Not just discovering the traces of the mundane shadows. This big shot beside them had even defeated the mundane shadows. Chapter 72, Magic Sage. Level up twice. "We found them and eliminated them." Zhao Jinger stepped forward to the old man, speaking with a complex tone. "Oh, you have done well." The old man, hidden under an oversized tattered robe, had an indistinct face, and his voice carried a sense of withering. "With your current strength, you are able to track the traces of the mundane shadows. Children, you have successfully avoided a disaster." As he spoke, Lin Shi and the other three gathered closer. Lin Shi noticed that beneath the old man's tattered robe, there were no feet. Instead, he floated in midair like a ghost. "I can also sense the aura of the mundane shadows from you, and I will go to defeat that monster's shadow," the old man continued. However, he suddenly seemed to realize something. He snapped back to attention, raising his head sharply to look at Lin Shi and the others. It was only at this moment that his face finally revealed itself to everyone. It was a withered and old face, but a snake-like golden mark shone on his forehead, looking particularly mysterious. Yet, at this moment, his old face was filled with astonishment and bewilderment. "What did you just say?" The old man suddenly looked at Zhao Jinger, his sunken eyes wide with surprise. "You eliminated the mundane shadows?" His voice trembled slightly. In response, Zhao Jinger wore an expression of helplessness, shrugged, and pointed her delicate white hand at Lin Shi. "It's this big shot who eliminated that thing and scattered the grayish-white mist that formed its body." As her words fell, the old man's stiff gaze fell onto Lin Shi again, his pupils slightly contracted. "This is impossible." In an instant, he actually floated in front of Lin Shi, staring directly at him. Lin Shi frowned slightly. It wasn't that he was surprised by the old man's speed, but rather felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at so intently by an old man. If it were Huang Xin or Zhao Jinger beside him, he could accept it calmly, even engaging deeply in eye contact with them. It is the mark," the old man muttered. The tone was filled with astonishment. He seemed to have discovered something, his tattered robe fluttering continuously. "Mark?" Lin Shi's eyes suddenly brightened. He had come here with Huang Xin and the others to submit a task, wasn't it precisely for the mark? Sure enough, as the one who issued the task, the old man before him knew the source of the mark. How did you eliminate that thing?" The old man suddenly asked Lin Shi anxiously. "That is the projection of the dusty shadow in the world. Its power would thereby descend upon the earthly realm. It is one of the most special monsters in existence." "Another projection." Lin Shi curled his lips. No wonder eliminating that thing didn't drop any gear, he didn't even gain any experience. It's less useful than the loot-thieving Goblin King. At least the Goblin King's projection could drop gear. Then, where is the true form of the dusty shadow? Lin Shi simply took the opportunity to ask. Since this old man had clues about the dusty shadow, he wouldn't mind going back to find its true form. It was clear to see. The dusty shadow was definitely an extremely special boss. If he could defeat it, wouldn't there be a bounty of rewards? And this was also intelligence he had never known before. But the old man did not answer and was lost in thought. After a long while, he finally sighed deeply. I also bear the mark of that thing. Upon hearing this, Huang Xin and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Even this old man in front of them had a mark on him? They also learned some information from the old man's earlier words. It was clear that after the big shot killed the dusty shadow, he was marked by it. But the old man's next words left them feeling a chill. I ended up in this current wretched state because of that monster. The old man took a deep breath. Once, I was called the Saint of Magic in another region. As he finished speaking, the four of them saw a line of information on the old man's body. Saint of Magic. Just as expected, it was similar to the Sword Saint by Xing Lingqi's heart stirred. As a being from an area not yet explored, this old man must have been incredibly powerful in the past. He never expected to have such a title. Huang Xin and the others were even more shaken in their hearts. They thought of even more. If even a Saint of Magic ended up in this state after being marked, what unknown dangers would the marked big shot face? Thinking of this, they looked worriedly at Lin Qi. However, they noticed that Lin Qi's expression remained unchanged. Specifically, does being marked mean that monster will come looking for me? Lin Qi's tone even revealed a hint of excitement. That would be great. It would save him the trouble of looking for the true form of the dusty shadow. The Saint of Magic nodded and then sighed. Once, I discovered a projection of the dusty shadow, and recklessly eliminated it. But because of that, I was marked by it and one day truly encountered that thing. It was a monster that could be called a natural disaster. Its shadow will eventually engulf the entire world. By the end, his tone seemed to drift off as if in a dream. But Lin Qi silently started to complain in his heart. Natural disaster? What a coincidence! His territory in the abyss is called natural disaster. He would like to see if this so-called natural disaster monster could come find him, the lord of the disaster. It seems this mark is still somewhat useful. Lin Qi finally smiled with satisfaction. Instead, Huang Xin and the others turned increasingly serious. It was hard for them to imagine just how powerful this Saint of Magic was. However, as they learned some previously unknown information, their mood inevitably darkened. This world is probably far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Forget it, fate can ultimately not be escaped. For a long time, the old law saint let out another sigh. His gaze returned to Lin Qi and the others. The tasks you completed exceeded my imagination. I will also fulfill my promise and give you enough rewards. At last, they could receive their task rewards. Lin Qi lifted the corner of his mouth. After all, he had eliminated a worldly shadow, so it couldn't be said he had done it all for nothing, right? Then, he saw the old law saint slowly wave his hand towards them. Faintly, sparkling lights emanated from the old man and fell upon them. Task completed. Level +1. You have gained the entry Mastery, red. Level +1. You have gained the entry Working Together, gold. You have gained Reputation +5,000. At the same time, Lin Qi and Huang Xin and the others shone with light of leveling up. They instantly rose 2 levels. Level 36. Moreover, with the entry rotation, Lin Qi directly obtained the red and gold entries. Chapter 73, Job Change Scroll. Hidden Profession. Isn't this task reward a bit too generous? Lin Qi couldn't help but feel amused. Initially, he had only planned to hitch a ride on Huang Xin and the others' tasks, just to find a boss to kill in the war fog. But now, it was better. He had leveled up twice directly. While Huang Xin and the others exchanged surprised glances. Clearly, the current task rewards had exceeded their expectations as well. At this moment, the old man's voice rang out again. This is one of the few rewards I can give you. By eliminating a worldly shadow, you have solved a trouble for me. He shook his head, his gaze then landing back on Lin Qi. As for you, you must be an extremely powerful presence among the awakened, right? In response, Lin Qi calmly nodded. No matter what his level was, his basic attributes were all exceptionally strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was an extremely powerful awakened one. The old man continued, I seem to only see a very strong affinity for fire elements in you, which is quite different from the mage profession. You must be a special warrior class, right? It was clear that, even though the old man wasn't an ordinary awakened one, he was still quite knowledgeable about the awakened. I am a blacksmith, Lin Qi admitted. Blacksmith. Huang Xin and the others all raised their heads in unison to look at Lin Qi. The skills Lin Qi had displayed earlier included summoning types, as well as being surrounded by flames. This didn't match their understanding of the blacksmith profession at all. At most, Lin Qi just had a big hammer as his weapon. But it seemed that even legendary divine blacksmiths didn't fight like this. However, the old man didn't elaborate further but said, the concept of awakened professions was mentioned in the regions I once lived in. But our professions are comparatively more flexible. And as someone who has killed a worldly shadow, I should give you more rewards. As he spoke, his tattered robe fluttered, revealing a bony hand. In the hand was a scroll. Extra rewards? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This Law Saint elder was indeed very generous. I, Lin Chi, am willing to call you the most generous, he silently thought. He then accepted the scroll from the old Law Saint's skeletal hand. Job change scroll. Effect: with this scroll, you can change to a hidden profession, arcane mage. Hidden profession job change scroll? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. This counted as an extremely special item. In theory, awakened professions are fixed. For instance, the mage profession, no matter how one changes professions, will still develop along its respective career path. Even hidden professions are the same, with a clear job change route. Generally, there is no situation where a mage profession transitions into a warrior profession. But awakened ones do have opportunities to defy fate. After completing certain special tasks, or obtaining items like job transfer scrolls, there will be chances to change to other professions. This thing is worth its weight in gold. Huang Xin and the others gathered around, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had certainly heard about the existence of job transfer scrolls. Moreover, this was a scroll that could change to a hidden profession. If it were sold outside, it could definitely fetch a sky-high price. But they only felt admiration and had no envy for Lin Chi's reward. This was the reward that the big shot deserved for eliminating that worldly shadow. If you are willing, you can try using this scroll and walk the same path as I do, the sage elder said to Lin Chi. As he spoke, his figure began to gradually become more and more illusory. Perhaps in the future, you can take on the title of sage here. As the voice fell, the sage elder's figure disappeared without a trace. Only Huang Xin and the others remained in a state of shock. Lin Chi casually put the job transfer scroll into his ring. Job transfer to a hidden profession? He had absolutely no interest at all. Could this thing even compare to his blacksmith profession? Sure, it had some shortcomings in the early stage, but he had infinite attributes. Once the attributes stacked to a certain degree, he would definitely be able to make up for all the shortcomings of every profession with those attributes. This was far from being comparable to any hidden mage profession. Lin Chi then glanced at Huang Xin and the others beside him, chuckling lightly. We completed the collaboration, so if there is more news related to the fog of war later, you can come to me for help again. During this collaboration with Huang Xin and the others, he reaped enough benefits. Huang Xin came to her senses and nodded heavily at Lin Chi. Big shot, I still have a message scroll here. You keep it for now, and if there are more tasks like this later, I will definitely contact you. In her eyes, the biggest gain from this task was not leveling up or gaining reputation points, but meeting a big shot like Lin Chi. So big shot, can you tell us which guild you come from? At this moment, Zhao Jinger cautiously asked Lin Chi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She wanted to know more about Lin Chi's background. Kings of the Mortal Realm. Lin Chi shrugged. This was not a secret. After bidding farewell to the three, Lin Chi summoned the Bone Dragon and flew towards Moon City. His leveling speed had already exceeded his expectations. There was no need for him to grind monsters all the way from Moon City back to Summer City. It was better to return directly to Summer City through the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Huang Xin and the others exchanged glances and finally came to their senses. The fourth-ranked guild. No wonder. With that, everything Lin Chi had shown began to make sense. In mid-air, Lin Chi was also contemplating the next plan. He had traveled to Moon City and stayed here for some time. There was not much time left until the guild recruitment in Summer City began. And he had promised the Kings of the Mortal Realm Guild to help find one or two new awakened ones to join their guild in Summer City. Naturally, he had to hurry back to fulfill that. In addition, he was also waiting for the guild dungeon of the Kings of the Mortal Realm to open. Wait. Just while flying, Lin Chi suddenly shook. Did I forget something? He lightly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot the important matter. After leveling up twice, he had just gained a red attribute and a gold attribute. Red, skilled and golden, helping each other. Lin Chi immediately opened his panel. Chapter 74, The Power of Two Entries. Return to the city. Entry, skill comes from practice, red. Effect, after forging the same equipment a certain number of times, the next quality forging blueprint is guaranteed to be obtained. Oh. As soon as Lin Chi saw the effect of the red entry, his eyes lit up. Is this the legendary? It's all about being skilled? Forging blueprints are incredibly useful for all blacksmithing professions. For example, the blacksmith set blueprint given by Li Mingyue, once used, allows one to master the entire set's forging method. In fact, without the corresponding quality forging blueprints, it is basically impossible for a blacksmith to forge equipment of the same quality. However, Lin Chi has the effect of the entry transformative refinement, which can directly break this limit. But no matter what, obtaining higher quality forging blueprints will undoubtedly greatly reduce Lin Chi's consumption in refining. For the same equipment, the forging materials of different qualities should also be roughly similar, at most needing materials of slightly higher quality. Lin Chi contemplated. This is not a problem for him. After all, due to the effect of the entry washing away the lead in flowers, a considerable portion of the forging materials he obtained are indeed of a higher tier. Then he immediately looked at the next golden entry. Entry, United We Stand, Golden. Effect, the level limit for gaining experience from killing monsters drops by 10 levels, with teammates in a party, it can drop by 20 levels, the effect can be shared with teammates. Finally, there's an entry that lowers the level limit. Lin Chi grinned. The level limit indeed made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the past, any monsters more than 10 levels higher than him would hardly yield much experience due to experience decay. Of course, this also ensures that high-level awakeners almost all possess unique strengths. It prevents awakeners from instantly jumping dozens of levels just by being carried along to kill level 100 monsters right after awakening. And now, at level 36, he can set his sights on level 56 monsters. If in a party, he could aim for even higher levels. The speed of leveling up can be further accelerated. After all, this is just a golden entry, and having this kind of effect is already quite impressive. After checking the two entries, Lin Chi looked down and could already see the city of Moonfall up ahead. He jumped directly off the skull of the bone dragon. Bang! Lin Chi's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Lin Chi noticed a tall figure standing in front of him. An elf? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and recognized the other person's face. It was the elf he had seen when he first entered Moonfall City. She wore a long dress of emerald green with gold trim, carrying a large emerald bow on her back, her golden hair flowing beautifully. At this moment, her emerald green eyes were fixed on Lin Chi, her delicate face holding a hint of lingering surprise. She slightly raised her head to look up. It seemed she was pondering how it was possible for someone to fall from the sky and be completely unharmed. Nice to see you again. Lin Chi greeted her with a bright and warm smile. The youthful energy on his face was evident, showing no signs of intimidation even in front of such a beautiful elf. You know me? The elf asked. This had been a question she had been pondering lately. Earlier in Moonfall City, it was this young man who had nodded at her, as if they were very familiar. Yes. Lin Chi smiled and nodded. He then extended his hand and waved at the elf, stepping into Moonfall City. Having met once, they can be considered acquainted. But the elf still stood there, staring blankly at the disappearing figure of Lin Chi. Seeing this human boy again, the confusion in her heart was not only unanswered, but intensified. When did she know this boy? In Moonlight City. Lin Chi stepped into the teleportation array, accompanied by a burst of brilliant light. He felt a sense of weightlessness come over him. Immediately, the surrounding light slowly faded, and the scenery outside the light gradually appeared before him. He had already returned to Summer City. Between two cities that were not far apart like this, teleportation arrays were established, open twice a day. However, each use required a certain amount of gold coins. And if one wanted to go to a city near the front line, it was not as simple as just using one teleportation array. At this stage, the Awakened had expanded an extremely vast area, much larger than the world Lin Chi knew before. After glancing around, he first returned to his home. During his time in Moonlight City for job transition, it was clear that there had not been much change in Summer City. Instead, the impact of the previous Abyss's descent had been completely repaired by some Awakened with construction-type secondary professions. Arriving at his doorstep, Lin Chi noticed that there were indeed several letters placed in the mailbox. The wireless communication in this world was completely destroyed after the game's invasion, Lin Chi mumbled, feeling a strange nostalgia for the days of reading novels on his phone before he crossed worlds. In this world, to communicate over long distances, one had to either use some props or spend some resources like in a guild channel. Lin Chi opened these letters and scanned through them one by one. Among them was a message from Shin Bailu, informing him that the previous issues had been resolved and would not affect him in the future. Additionally, the reputation points from eliminating the 3 kidnappers had been collected, just waiting to be handed over to him next time they met. There were also various advertisements from guilds and equipment shops, as well as a guild recruitment reminder from Summer City High School. The time is set for 2 days later? Lin Chi calculated the time. Since awakening, it had been less than a month, but it was about time. Even the Mortal Kings Guild specifically asked me to choose suitable new awakened ones. Other guilds will probably pay some attention to Summer City too, right? Lin Chi could already predict that the upcoming guild recruitment would surely be a bloody storm. But this had nothing much to do with him. He was a judge, not a candidate. After sorting this out, Lin Chi then went to the forging room in his home. He immediately took out a pile of equipment from his ring. After wandering around in the fog of war with Huang Xin and the others, he had also obtained some equipment and materials. He placed the abyssal hammer on the forging table and rubbed his hands in anticipation. He was sure that this time's ritual would definitely let the abyssal hammer upgrade to a holy artifact. Chapter 75, The Abyss of Holy Artifact Quality. In front of the forging table, Lin Chi raised the tool hammer he held high, letting the ghostly blue flames envelop the hammer. Then, he struck it heavily down onto the forging table. Boom! Flames splashed, a burst of radiance covered all the equipment on the forging table. Lin Chi silently waited for the outcome of the ritual. Soon, a prompt appeared before Lin Chi. Ritual successful. You successfully forged Chi Abyss, Holy, ×1, gain strength plus 4,500, gain skills, Holy Abyss Burst, Holy Abyss Impact, Holy One's Throw, Holy One's Protection. The holy artifact was successfully forged. Lin Chi's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately picked up the new hammer placed on the forging table. Pit Yuan Xiu, Holy. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Lin Chi. Effect, Strength plus 4,500. Special effects, Holy Abyss Burst, Holy Abyss Impact, Holy One Throw, Holy Realm Status. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensed from abyssal power, and refined into a holy item, containing great power, stunning all around. The Abyss Hammer had already shed its original shroud of black mist, giving off a divine silver-white glow instead. The intricate patterns on it were adorned with a few red light spots, making it look extremely cool. And this is a sacred item that Lin Chi could fully use at the current level. Its attributes are even slightly stronger than the belt dropped by the mountain giant beast. Lin Chi couldn't help but click his tongue after looking at the current attributes of the Abyss Hammer. After becoming a sacred item, the Abyss Hammer even added a prefix Chi to its name, carrying a unique aura of a sacred item just by its name. Of course, what Lin Chi cared about the most were the several skills attached to this Abyss Hammer. Abyss Burst had already transformed into the current Holy Abyss Burst skill. The effect was similar to before, but both the damage boost and the impact range had seen a significant increase. As for the Abyss Domain skill, it was replaced by two new skills during the refining process. Skill, Holy Abyss Impact. Effect, strikes a large wave of impact forward, with damage equivalent to a normal attack, causing a knockback effect on all affected targets. This new skill seems simple, but it is undoubtedly extremely powerful. It directly compensates for Lin Chi's lack of attack range. Skill, Holy One Throw. Effect, can throw a weapon phantom in any direction, damage equivalent to normal attack, maximum attack range 1500 m. Goodness, there's a ranged skill now. Lin Chi's eyes immediately brightened. Equivalent to a normal attack, it seemed like it only increased the attack distance. However, Lin Chi weighed the large hammer in his hand. Even with a normal attack, it was unlikely anyone could withstand his strike. As for the last Holy Blessing skill, it was a slight enhancement of the previous Fierce State passive skill, with the effect of automatically restoring equipment durability, which wasn't too significant for Lin Chi. Finally, I have a usable sacred item. Lin Chi sighed. By now, he had already owned 3 sacred items. The belt dropped by the mountain giant beast and the necklace given by the sword saint. One had a too high level requirement to equip, and the other had no useful equipment effects. As for whether to refine these 2 sacred items along with the Abyss Hammer, Lin Chi decided not to consider it. That would be a bit too extravagant for him right now. Next step, let's craft a complete set of sacred items. Lin Chi looked down at the Abyss Legendary set he was wearing. This set could also play a sufficient role for him. Summoned beasts like the Bone Dragon, Mountain Ancient Beast, and Abyss Guardian could all unleash the power comparable to level 8 abyssal monsters under the blessing of the Abyss Legendary set. After a short rest, Lin Chi planned to gather the materials on him and see if he could forge a few more pieces of equipment. At this moment, a message appeared on the panel. Guild Channel. Li Mingyue, Little Chi, it's time to go to the meeting. The Summer City is organizing a mobilization meeting for new recruits. Just go take a look. There's a mobilization meeting? Lin Chi tugged at the corners of his mouth. Lin Chi, what's the benefit? Li Mingyue, we can earn some prestige value, and every time the guild recruits, these cities will prepare some recruitment rewards for us. Now our guild has decided, all these rewards belong to you. There are rewards too? Lin Chi raised his eyebrow. This is quite normal. Recruiting for the guild is a lot like a campus job fair for fresh graduates. Although there are many guilds in this world, it's impossible for every recruitment event to take in all the new awakened ones. Many awakened ones, unable to join a guild, choose to level up on their own or simply join certain factions. Once their level and strength reach a certain point, guilds will naturally come knocking. To encourage guilds to recruit more awakened ones, many cities also offer some reward measures. Li Mingyue, additionally, the guild dungeon is almost ready. Before you participate in this guild dungeon, you'd better complete your job change. Lin Chi, I've already completed my job change. Li Mingyue, Shutting down the guild channel, Lin Chi took a moment to rest before stepping out of the house and heading to the Lord's mansion. Brother, are you here to make a surprising entrance too? As soon as he arrived outside the Lord's mansion, Lin Chi saw a chubby boy approach him with a cautious expression. Lin Chi glanced at the boy's shabby equipment and roughly judged that he was also a new awakened one. A surprising entrance? I don't know what your profession is, but I must remind you, there's a big risk in showing up today for the mobilization conference. I heard that the 4th-ranked guild, the Human Kings Guild, will also be recruiting in Summer City this year. Oh. How about this? I have a connection that can reach famous guilds on the leaderboard. Are you interested? Oh. This caught Lin Chi's attention. The so-called surprising entrance is undoubtedly where new awakened ones try to show themselves to the guilds attending today's mobilization conference. After all, it's a competition against colleagues, and in such a fierce scenario, everyone will use any tricks they can. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance, brother, just 5 gold coins, or a level 30 golden equipment, and I'll help you make the connection, how about it? The chubby boy lowered his voice again. Fraud is coming my way. Lin Chi looked at the boy with a strange expression. At this moment. Is it you? What level are you? You wouldn't want to pull any tricks during the mobilization conference, would you? A slightly cold voice came through. Lin Chi turned to see Chu Qingyu walking out of the Lord's mansion. Earlier during the Abyss descent, he had received an escape scroll from Chu Qingyu. No, I'm here to participate in the mobilization conference, Lin Chi admitted. Even though he was a member of the Human Kings Guild, he had no intention of hiding his identity or creating misunderstandings to show off. Participate. Chu Qingyu's expression changed as if she thought of something and carefully examined Lin Chi. You wouldn't be the new member of the Human Kings Guild, would you? Chapter 76, You Are Really a Dog. Chu Qingyu was taken aback. This year's guild recruitment, besides the attention drawn to Summer City due to the Abyss descent, had a special significance. The Human Kings Guild planned to recruit here. She already knew that the Human Kings Guild had chosen a boy named Lin Chi from Summer City High School. So now, among the boys in Summer City attending the mobilization conference, there could only be Lin Chi. It's me. Lin Chi nodded. Since Chu Qingyu understood the reason, it would make things easier. Then, he saw a trace of a relieved smile on Chu Qingyu's slightly cold face. No wonder you dared to rush into the Abyss Dark Mist alone. As she spoke, Chu Qingyu waved her hand towards the Lord's mansion. Let's go, I'll take you inside. Meanwhile, the boy who witnessed their conversation was already dumbfounded. He actually saw Chu Qingyu. What's even more ridiculous is that the boy he was just talking to was a new member of the Human Kings Guild? So young, and he directly entered the 4th-ranked guild? This was too much of a shock for him. And next, the words spoken by Lin Chi struck him even harder. Wait a moment, this person just said that as long as he is given 5 gold coins or a piece of golden equipment, he will find a way to introduce me to other guilds. Lin Chi pointed at the chubby boy. At this moment, there were quite a few who wanted to take advantage of the situation and had ulterior motives. Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Chu Qingyu immediately frowned and stared coldly at the boy. With a wave of her hand behind her, immediately, a city defense team member rushed over and took the confused boy away. I am, hey, no, you really are a dog. For a long time, the boy's voice could be heard coming from afar, only growing more distant. As the noise faded, Lin Chi felt refreshed and followed Chu Qingyu into the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was indeed very lively. Lin Chi saw at a glance that everyone here among the awakened wore high-quality equipment, and they did not intentionally conceal the shine of their gear. Clearly, this was the face of a guild. Although Lin Chi's arrival attracted some attention, no one paid too much attention to him. Before he revealed his identity, no one knew he came from the Human Kings Guild. Lin Chi was happy to enjoy the quietness. Instead, after a short while of leaving, Chu Qingyu brought a middle-aged man to his side. Lin Chi naturally recognized that the person was the city lord of this summer city, Xia Yang. Are you Lin Chi? Truly, a hero comes from youth, haha. Xia Yang had a friendly smile on his face, making it hard to see any arrogance of a superior. Even when conversing with Lin Chi, a boy, it felt as if they were talking as equals. So, what do you need in terms of equipment and items at this stage? Just speak up. Xia Yang continued, since we, the people of Summer City, have joined the Human Kings Guild, we must let those top awakened see our confidence. It seemed that in just a few words, their relationship was invisibly brought closer. They were both from Summer City, the Human Kings Guild was the outsider. Lin Chi looked at this city lord with great interest, and naturally, he wouldn't expose the intentions in the other party's words. However, Since the other party mentioned equipment and items, he could not be blamed for climbing the ladder. Brother Xia, to be honest, the Human King's Guild is indeed righteous, but I just want to ask them for 100 types of legendary quality forging materials, and they are actually unwilling to give. As Lin Shi spoke, he patted Xia Yang's shoulder to show friendliness. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyu's eyelids twitched slightly. Who would have thought, this kid was quite familiar with people. He clearly saw through the city lord's intention to win him over and directly tried to squeeze more out. And he dares to call the city lord Brother Xia right away? The city lord's age was probably more than double that of Lin Shi. Xia Yang raised an eyebrow, but the smile on his face did not fade. Indeed, 100 types of legendary materials, even a large guild wouldn't randomly hand those out. Even our Summer City's warehouse can't gather that many. He seemed to not have heard the meaning behind Lin Shi's words and shifted the topic. However, while I was exploring outside before, I did collect a few types. I'll have someone bring them to you later. This clearly indicated he was going to personally take out money. Lin Shi's heart stirred slightly. He hadn't expected Xia Yang to be so generous. Naturally, he would not be polite in this situation. During this conference, there were no awakened people who thought Lin Shi, as a boy, was unworthy to attend and mocked him. Later, when Lin Shi revealed his identity, no one was unconvinced, and some even insisted on proposing a contest, only to be shocked and sent flying by Lin Shi's strike. After all, everyone was here for the guild's recruitment. No one wanted to stir up trouble. However, at the end of the meeting, Zhu Qingyu really brought a ring and handed it to Lin Shi. The city lord said, although we don't know how many slots the Royal Federation will open in the Summer City, we hope that you can consider carefully recruiting truly promising awakeners. Zhu Qingyu advised. In previous years, members of the Royal Federation never appeared in the Summer City. The upcoming recruitment by the Royal Federation is undoubtedly a significant opportunity for the Summer City. Let my brother Xia rest assured. Lin Shi replied with a smile. He took the ring, glanced inside, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Inside, there were indeed 5 materials of legendary quality. Blood Serpent Venom Tooth, legendary. Level, 56. Shadow Fragment, legendary. Level, 62. The lowest level material dropped from a level 56 boss, while the highest level material was over 90. In the hands of other blacksmiths, this would be enough to last a long time. There was also a 30+ level gold quality set in the ring, and it had no restrictions on usage. Clearly, this was specially prepared for Lin Shi at his current stage. In addition to that, there was a consumable item worth 500 reputation points and some high-quality tools. Good brother. Lin Shi smiled with satisfaction and stepped out of the city lord's mansion. After watching Lin Shi leave, Zhu Qingyu walked over to Xia Yang, feeling somewhat confused. City lord, do you think highly of that young man? In response, Xia Yang slowly nodded. The blacksmith profession is originally considered a hidden profession, but it is quite difficult to cultivate in our Summer City. But since he has joined the Royal Federation, he is very likely to become a god-level blacksmith. God-level blacksmith. Zhu Qingyu's eyes flashed slightly. Even the top guilds might not necessarily be able to cultivate a god-level blacksmith. Moreover, he understood my intention to recruit him and accepted it wholeheartedly, right? Xia Yang smiled slightly. My newly acknowledged brother is not simple. Chapter 77, Practice Makes Perfect. A round of forging. At the forging table, Lin Shi took out the 5 legendary quality materials from the ring one by one and laid them out. Immediately, the entire forging room was illuminated with various colors of radiance. Legendary quality materials are all quite exceptional, and in the outside world, each one holds great value. Only 5 materials, so sparse, not enough to look at. Lin Shi pouted. Although these legendary materials saved him the trouble of collecting, he couldn't directly use them to forge equipment right now. It would be best to gather some auxiliary materials. Lin Shi pondered, and suddenly had a bright idea. Right, let's get some precursor quality materials and blueprints. The newly acquired red attribute Practice Makes Perfect would undoubtedly play a powerful role in his future forging. And at this moment, it could also allow for accumulation. Thinking of this, he immediately called up the guild channel on his panel. The guild channel could come in handy right now. Since there was just over a day before the guild recruitment, Lin Shi didn't plan to go out looking for leveling areas before then. Instead, he might as well do more forging now. Guild channel. Lin Shi, I have a class change scroll in hand, and I wonder if I can trade it for materials like poisonous blood serpent, soul shadow, and forging blueprints. The materials he mentioned are exactly the sources of those few materials Xia Yang gave him. The class change scroll for arcane mage didn't hold much use for Lin Shi. The best use was undoubtedly to auction it off, or like now, trade in the guild channel. Since joining the guild channel, Lin Shi had occasionally seen members trading here. However, compared to these top awakeners, Lin Chi had still realized an issue. His money was too little. He had saved up quite a few gold coins, but the top awakeners needed even more gold. It was said that after reaching a certain level, gold coins could serve other purposes, but this didn't matter much to Lin Chi at the moment. Lubu, wait a moment. Soon, replies appeared in the guild channel. Li Mingyue, Master of Essence? Wow, a hidden profession. And it seems like a special hidden profession. It should work just like a mage's career guide. Zhou Yong, Brother Lubu, lend me 500,000 gold coins, I need them urgently, I want this profession. Lu Tianba, Brother Lin Chi, do you urgently need these materials? Just give me a month. This class transfer scroll, after all, came from a sage of magic. As that old sage of magic said, this profession has the hope of inheriting the title of sage. Of course. Even if the transfer was successful, it didn't mean he could truly become a sage. But for many awakeners, this could be considered a chance to reverse their fate. However, Lin Chi had not thought of using it to exchange for gold. What was most practical right now, without a doubt, was materials and equipment. But Lin Chi only waited a moment before noticing another message appeared in front of him. Lubu has initiated a trade request with you. Lin Chi couldn't help but be taken aback. What? So soon? With a skeptical attitude, he opened the trade and looked at a pile of materials and several blueprints in the trade bar, instantly stunned. It seems I still underestimated the strength of the Human King's Guild. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. Lubu, you are asking for too little. 2 types of materials are hard to gather, and legendary quality materials are not easily obtainable in a short time. So, I'll give you an extra 30,000 contribution points, how about that? It's still Lubu, generous and resourceful. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction and immediately agreed. In fact, the materials Lubu provided were already enough for him to use at the moment. As for the 30,000 guild contribution points, they could also serve many purposes within the guild. This truly met Lin Chi's expectations. Very quickly, a variety of materials were piled up in front of Lin Chi. He glanced over them roughly, filled with fighting spirit. First, I'll start forging golden quality equipment, striving to get the blueprint for legendary quality equipment before running out of materials. He immediately swung the big hammer and began forging. You successfully forged Blood Serpent Blade, golden, ×1, gain strength plus 150, agility plus 100. You successfully forged Blood Serpent Blade, golden, ×1, gain strength plus 150, agility plus 100. Skillful entry effect activated, you obtained the blueprint for Blood Sword, epic, ×1. The sounds of continuous hammering echoed in the forging room. Under the influence of the skillful entry effect, Lin Chi finally managed to break through his current professional limits and directly forge legendary quality equipment. However, even with the blueprint bonus, the success rate of forging was still very low. After wasting 2 pieces of legendary quality materials in vain. Finally, a beam of light burst forth from the forging table. You successfully forged Phantom Shadow Boots, legendary, ×1, gained agility plus 800, constitution plus 400, gained skill, Shadow Step. That was close, I almost wasted all 3 materials that can be used for forging. Lin Chi exhaled a breath. Yet, his heart was filled with a sense of achievement. This time, without using any sacrificial refining, he solely relied on forging to produce a piece of legendary quality equipment. At least at the career development stage Lin Chi was in. Any blacksmith would absolutely not be able to forge legendary quality equipment. Without further class transfer, the success rate is still too low. Lin Chi shook his head. Forging blueprints not only teach blacksmiths how to forge equipment but can also increase the success rate to a certain extent. Lin Chi knew that being able to forge this time was purely coincidental. Additionally, by now, he had already spent a whole night and more time forging. The speed of forging equipment. You still need to change jobs further to improve. Of course. The rewards are also quite significant. Lin Chi directly fused these pieces of equipment into his Abyss Legendary set components. As for the other Abyss Lord set, he still hadn't found a chance to search for it again. He had been leaving the Lord's crown to dry. For now, he could only rely on the Abyss Legendary set to play its role. I really need to level up quickly. Lin Chi mumbled, he had to focus on both level and attributes. Complete the guild recruitment as soon as possible and wait for the guild dungeon to open. After tidying up and having a good sleep, Lin Chi finally headed to Xiaxing High School. This year's guild recruitment event was set at Xiaxing High School. All the newly awakened people from various schools in Xiaxing would gather here, hoping to be selected by the top guilds. As for Lin Chi, he had already prepared a dark plan. The person he wanted to choose was, of course, Shin Bailu. He didn't plan to spend too much time on this recruitment. With me and Shin Bailu, isn't that 2 new members for Xiaxing all at once? Lin Chi grinned. Naturally, he would also have completed the mission of the Human Kings Guild. Chapter 78, Why Are You Provoking Him? Xiaxing High School. It was already overcrowded here. As far as the eye could see, there were newcomers from various schools, all awakened. Lin Chi quickly found Shin Bailu in the class 4 line. Lin Chi, upon seeing Lin Chi, Shin Bailu's delicate little face immediately broke into a warm smile. The girl's youthful face carried an indefinable vigor and beauty. In an instant, the gaze of other classmates around turned envious as they looked at Lin Chi. Why is this happening? Ever since awakening, whenever they saw Lin Chi and Shin Bailu together, they found their relationship growing more and more familiar. And they could only look from a distance, unable to even approach Shin Bailu. Even taking a step back, even if Lin Chi's blacksmith profession could be considered a hidden profession, he wasn't a true divine blacksmith. There was no need for Shin Bailu to favor him so much, right? Soon, the guild recruitment will start. I really don't believe there's a guild recruiting blacksmiths. Some classmates were envious and murmured softly. Exactly, as long as you can be noticed by a strong guild, even if temporarily not joining, you can quickly gain a lead over peers. Once I level up, I'll also take on a secondary profession as a blacksmith. Is there a possibility that Shin Bailu has already chosen a guild for him? Someone else said. In an instant, the whispers that had been flowing among the crowd suddenly fell into silence. It's indeed possible. If Lin Chi really held on to Shin Bailu's thigh, then he wouldn't need to worry about the guild recruitment. But why? In the end, all the discussions turned into a sigh of despair. At this moment, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu had already arrived at a corner of the playground. Lin Chi, I've already received the reputation points for you. I'm truly sorry about that previous incident. Shin Bailu's eyes flickered with a hint of apology. Even though she had handled the subsequent matters properly, it had nonetheless caused Lin Chi to encounter those kidnappers with her. If not for Lin Chi's strength being sufficient, he would have faced a life and death danger. But Lin Chi's expression was quite strange. After making a trip to the Moonlight City to complete his job change, he had almost forgotten the details of the previous incident. He only remembered someone delivered a wave of equipment and items. Let's not talk about that for now. Lin Chi casually waved his hand. I'm asking you, have you chosen a guild in this recruitment? This was the main point he wanted to address. Shin Bailu shook her head, no. Her gaze toward Lin Chi revealed a hint of something unusual. She had already noticed that Lin Chi really didn't care about the previous matters, and if she brought it up again, she was the one being unaware. Well then. Lin Chi was about to mention the guild recruitment in the human realm when he suddenly had a thought. He openly scrutinized Shin Bailu with a keen eye. Now, Shin Bailu's outfit clearly had a noticeable upgrade compared to the last time they met. She was wearing a moonwhite mage robe that highlighted her slender figure, and the long socks on her little feet had also changed to moonwhite, adding an air of mystery. Wait a minute. Regardless of Shin Bailu's background or her profession, this recruitment should pose no challenge for her at all. It could be said that Shin Bailu could easily choose any guild she wanted. You didn't join a guild already, did you? Lin Chi asked immediately. The smile on Shin Bailu's face deepened a few notches, her eyes narrowing slightly. Guess. She clasped her hands behind her skirt, standing on her tiptoes without giving a direct answer. This. Lin Chi pursed his lips, he hadn't thought of this scenario before. After pondering for a moment, he said to Shin Bailu, actually, the Human Realm Guild has given me a spot for recruitment in Summer City. I was planning to find you. I want to join. Before Lin Chi could finish his sentence, Shin Bailu answered decisively. When Lin Chi looked at her in surprise, Shin Bailu smiled and said, that guild is ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Since I can leverage your connections, why wouldn't I? Great. Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. With this, the task for the Human Realm Guild was considered accomplished. For him, this recruitment had become merely a formality. At most, he would just accompany Xia Yang to review this year's promising candidates and see if he could pick someone for the Human Realm Guild. But just as he thought of this, Lin Chi suddenly seemed to realize something, and his gaze fell back on Shin Bailu. Wait. The guild you've joined now, it won't be one of the top 3 on the leaderboard, right? That is indeed possible. Earlier, Li Mingyue had already been to Summer City. If they were planning to recruit in Summer City, they couldn't possibly overlook Shin Bailu. Especially since Lin Chi had teamed up with Shin Bailu multiple times, her level had risen alongside his. Even if she directly joined the Human Realm Guild, she would completely meet the standards. Why overthink it? Shin Bailu pursed her lips, feigning indifference to explain to Lin Chi. That's true. Lin Chi stopped thinking too much. No matter which guild she joined, it wouldn't compare to teaming up with him. Lin Chi, Captain Chu is looking for you. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Zhang, approached Lin Chi, glancing at the two before casting a complex look at him. Captain Chu. Lin Shi quickly realized it must refer to Chu Qingyu. It was probably time for the guild recruitment to start, and he needed to head to the judges' table. He then exchanged a glance with Shun Bailu and followed teacher Zhang across the playground toward the judges' table. Lu Ruoyan, what are you doing here? As soon as they arrived at the platform, teacher Zhang noticed Lu Ruoyan standing next to several awakened guild members not far away. At this time, the person next to her had already changed to a young man, no longer Wang Feilong. And the equipment worn by that young man had a guild mark on it. Of course I'm joining a guild, teacher. Is there a problem? Lu Ruoyan replied casually, her gaze falling directly on Lin Shi. Teacher, you wouldn't want to help your good class leader get a guild recommendation, would you? Now, her face was filled with pride. He's just a blacksmith, which guild would want him? Even if teacher Zhang could help with a recommendation, it would only be to a small guild, which would lack the capacity to nurture him. You joined a guild? Teacher Zhang was clearly taken aback. Lu Ruoyan, however, smugly wrapped her arms around the young man's. Lin Shi raised his chin toward Lu Ruoyan. Of course, the Linghai Guild, which is ranked on the guild leaderboard. Generally speaking, being on the guild leaderboard is enough to prove the strength of the guild. Teacher Zhang noticed Lu Ruoyan's actions and frowned, about to say something. But at that moment, the young man beside Lu Ruoyan cast a glance at Lin Shi and casually pointed. Are you talking about this useless blacksmith? In an instant, teacher Zhang was shocked. He looked at the young man in disbelief. No, why are you provoking him? Yes, it's him. Lu Ruoyan nodded immediately. Even if he clings to a woman's thigh, he still can't become a high-level awakener. When mentioning this, her gaze toward Lin Shi showed a hint of resentment. In fact, her earlier attitude toward Lin Shi was merely one of disdain, thinking she had misjudged him, never expecting Lin Shi to awaken such a useless profession. However, after getting together with Wang Feilong, her relationship fell apart because of Lin Shi. Now, she had completely discarded Wang Feilong too. What's so special about a hidden profession? The real high-level awakener was right beside her. Blacksmiths, even our Linghai Guild has no intention of cultivating a new blacksmith profession. The young man only glanced at Lin Shi before nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze. This really is the most useless profession. In the early stages, blacksmiths could only forge equipment, and they had no combat skills. And the secondary profession of blacksmithing could also provide forging. Unless one becomes a god-level blacksmith, only then would they see effects like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. But how many god-level blacksmiths are there in this world? Alright, get lost. The young man raised his chin toward Lin Shi again. Remember, Lu Ruoyan is someone you can't reach, don't fantasize about entangling with her again, otherwise. As he said this, he sneered, the threat in his tone utterly unapologetic. Hearing this, teacher Zhang's frown deepened. He quickly looked at Lin Shi. It wasn't that he cared about the young man and Lu Ruoyan's mockery, but he was worried Lin Shi wouldn't let this young man off. The Linghai Guild is indeed ranked on the guild leaderboard. But such a low-ranking guild can't be compared to the king guilds of the human realm at all. In fact, Lin Shi didn't show any sign of anger at all. Not because he had a good temper, but because he found it amusing. Climbing up? Entangling? He glanced at Lu Ruoyan. In fact, he had already guessed Lu Ruoyan's remarks in front of the young man. It was merely that he, as a blacksmith, still clung to Lu Ruoyan after awakening. What a great way to inflate one's ego. However, Lu Ruoyan seemed to have sensed the meaning in Lin Shi's gaze, her face flushed red. Lin Shi, are you still daydreaming? She shouted, putting on a look of disgust. But just as her words fell, suddenly, a voice came from a distance. Lin Shi, why are you still here? Soon, Chu Qingyu quickly walked over with her long legs. I must say, Chu Qingyu was very tall, and especially when she moved her long legs, she looked stunning. Captain Chu, this young man's character seems a bit poor. I'm considering whether to issue a notice stating that our Linghai Guild won't participate in his evaluation and assessment. The young man beside Lu Ruoyan turned to greet her, a smile on his face. Once the Linghai Guild issued this notice, then all the guilds participating in this summer city recruitment would know. At that time, how could other guilds not give Linghai Guild some face and recruit a blacksmith? As for the guilds ranked above them, there was even less to worry about. But at this moment, Lin Shi's voice suddenly came from behind. Captain Chu, where is my brother Xia? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu's pretty face instantly darkened. This boy really has become brothers with the city lord. He asked me to find you, Chu Qingyu said helplessly. This recruitment for the guild has been waiting for you. As she spoke, she shot a cold glance at the young man beside her. Just from that young man's one sentence, she realized the cause and effect. No. Why did the Linghai Guild have to provoke this boy? Lin Shi shrugged and did not speak. But Chu Qingyu understood his meaning, and frowned again as she faced the young man. At this moment, the young man's brow furrowed as well. He had already realized that the current situation was a bit off. As the captain of the Summer City defense team, why was Chu Qingyu acting so familiar with this boy? And who was the Xiaogu that the boy mentioned? Why was everyone waiting for this boy to arrive for the guild recruitment? On the other hand, Lu Ruoyan still hadn't figured out the situation and reminded Chu Qingyu, Captain Chu, our Linghai Guild just announced to Summer City that we are going to issue a notice. Issue a notice? Chu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and her already cold face seemed even colder. When did your Linghai Guild's notice become something members of the Earthly Royal Guild could mention? As soon as her words fell, the young man's face instantly froze. He turned his head stiffly to glance at Lin Chi, his pupils trembling slightly. Earthly Royal Guild? Lu Ruoyan's face turned pale and then flushed, unable to believe her ears. Earlier, members of the Earthly Royal Guild had indeed come to Summer City. For this reason, Summer City High School had even issued a notice. But to say that Lin Chi would be a member of the Earthly Royal Guild, she absolutely did not believe it. Brother, I've finally been waiting for you. At that moment, another voice came from not far away. Everyone turned their gaze towards it and saw the figure of the city lord of Summer City, Xiaoyang. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Xiaoge, Lin Chi greeted with a smile. Xiaoyang merely glanced over briefly before instantly putting on a stern face. What happened? Who is looking for trouble with my brother? Brother! The young man from the Linghai Guild widened his eyes, his gaze shifting between Lin Chi and Xiaoyang, nearly in a daze. Calling a city lord brother? In the city behind, being a city lord as an awakened one does not necessarily mean having a high level or great strength. But without a doubt, these city lords have immense influence in the awakened world. Moreover, once their term ends, they will receive great resources for training. Perhaps for the Linghai Guild, this was not an existence they shouldn't offend. But the Linghai Guild would definitely not offend a city lord for him. Furthermore, that boy was also a member of the Earthly Royal Guild. In front of a huge entity like the Earthly Royal Guild, what was their Linghai Guild even worth? Brother, is it because of someone from the Linghai Guild that they caused you trouble? Xiaoyang asked Lin Chi again. Those who offend my brother already have a path to death. Hearing this, Lin Chi looked at Xiaoyang with a strange expression. Likewise, he detected a hint of amusement deep in Xiaoyang's eyes. He immediately understood. Xiaoyang was cooperating with him for a show of strength. It's a bit awkward. Lin Chi silently muttered. But he still nodded without changing his expression, slightly raised his chin, and spoke in a flat tone, just dance, no need to trouble Xiaogu. Lin Chi was not angry, but that did not mean he was easy to provoke. No worries. Xiaoyang said, hands behind his back. In Summer City, Xia can still say a few words. As he spoke, a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. I hope that later on, the Linghai Guild can give me an explanation. This recruitment can be sought elsewhere. After saying this, he forcefully crushed the scroll. Seeing this, the young man's face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. He knew that the scroll shattered by Xiaoyang was their guild's communication scroll. And this year, Xiaoyang had complete confidence. After all, the abyss had descended upon Summer City before. This would affect all new awakeners in Summer City. Even the Earthly King's guilds chose to participate in this recruitment, which shows how much all guilds valued Summer City. The absence of the Linghai Guild for recruitment wouldn't affect Summer City, it would only be a loss for the Linghai Guild. Moreover, according to past knowledge, the impact of the abyss's arrival would still take effect in the coming years. By then, Summer City would again see a batch of powerful hidden professions. Master of Summer City, I didn't know he was your brother before. The young man quickly spoke to Xiaoyang. But before he finished speaking, Xiaoyang frowned slightly and directly interrupted his words. Even if he is not my brother, does that mean awakeners from other guilds can bully our new awakeners in Summer City at will? Or do you think I'm being biased? He looked coldly, revealing an indescribable dignity. The young man's eyes trembled, his lips quivered, but he was somewhat at a loss for words. He had already realized what Xiaoyang meant. And their Linghai Guild would inevitably hold him accountable for this. Goodbye, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Xiaoyang decisively waved his hand, dismissing the young man. After the young man left in shame, Lu Ruoyan beside him was still in a daze. She also knew Master of Summer City, Xiaoyang, and had seen him from afar before. She knew even more about the ranking of the Earthly King's guilds. The fourth guild, it was said, was accumulating strength, hoping to advance to the top 3 in the rankings. And the top 3 guilds. Aside from the top awakeners, no other awakeners had the chance to get close. Of course, the top 10 guilds were actually somewhat similar in this regard. However, this year, there was an exception. But Lu Ruoyan found it difficult to connect Lin Chi with all this. In the 2.5 years of high school in Summer City, she believed she knew Lin Chi well enough. Undeniably, Lin Chi at that time was indeed very excellent. But he had only awakened a blacksmith profession, and after that, there was no further path for him. He was destined to shrink in Summer City, struggling to make a living through blacksmithing. While she was someone who had the chance to become a top awakener. Now, it was completely different. With the strength of the earthly king's guilds, let alone supporting a blacksmith profession, nurturing a divine-level blacksmith was probably not impossible to achieve. She and Lin Chi were indeed from two different worlds. Only, she was the one who was far behind. "Brother, how about it, can we go to the judges' table now?" Xiaoyang glanced at Lu Ruoyan. "If you don't show up, this guild recruitment can't take place." Of course, the truth wasn't as serious as that. The number of recruitment spots by the Earthly King's guilds was originally limited, and for Summer City, what mattered more were the other guilds. But some formalities still needed to be said. Lin Chi chuckled and nodded. "Of course, I'll follow Brother Xiao's arrangement." Saying this, he walked with Xiaoyang toward the judge's table. But at this moment, Lu Ruoyan's voice, filled with a crying tone, suddenly came from behind. "Class leader Lin Chi, I misunderstood you before." Tears streamed down her face, her delicate makeup ruined by crying, looking pitiful. Before awakening, she was the only girl by Lin Chi's side. However, Lin Chi ignored Lu Ruoyan's words and just left on his own, leaving Lu Ruoyan standing there in a daze. She tightly bit her lip, regretting so much it felt like her insides were turning green. Ahead. Xiaoyang smiled and glanced at Lin Chi, saying, "Brother, am I cooperating well?" Lin Chi naturally knew that Xiaoyang was talking about the recent situation. He gave a thumbs up and said, "It must be Xiaogu." "Ah, brother, I love watching young people show off and slap faces." Xiaoyang laughed and said, "If you encounter this kind of situation again, just call me anytime." Lin Chi shrugged and replied, "Then, brother, you drove away the Ling Hai Guild, so Xia Chang must lose several spots, right?" The conversation between awakened ones still revolved around interests. Earlier, he accepted Xia Yang's legendary quality materials, so naturally, he had to repay him in some way. Of course, as for repayment, Lin Chi didn't need to exert himself. He was the intermediary between the Human King's Guild and Xia Chang. Lin Chi was quite clear about his position. "Brother, there's no need to be so polite." Xiaoyang waved his hand. "Previously, when you said you wanted to carefully look for some new awakened ones in our Xia Chang, that was already a huge favor to me. Members of the Human King's Guild usually don't appear in Xia Chang." What Xiaoyang truly cared about was still the Human King's Guild. The smile on Lin Chi's face remained. "That's easy, then. How about I leave it entirely to you? After the guild recruitment ends, you give me a list, and I'll send it directly to the Human King's Guild." This was actually Lin Chi's intention for coming here. He didn't need to carefully select during this guild recruitment. As the city lord, Xiaoyang would be even more responsible than him. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. "Brother, is it really this generous? I certainly trust Xiaogu." "Enough of a brother. Xiaogu is joking, I have always been this way." As the two joked, they had already walked up to the judging panel. Only behind them, Chu Qingyu wore a gloomy face, feeling a bit speechless. The old city lord was one thing, but that seemingly handsome young man Lin Chi was also like this. Birds of a feather, she spat softly and distanced herself from the two. But it wasn't long after Chu Qingyu left that she suddenly heard Xiaoyang's voice coming from the judging panel on the playground. "Everyone, our Xia Chang's recruitment is about to begin. Before that, I have a good piece of news to share. This year, many famous large guilds are coming to Xia Chang, some even ranked on the guild leaderboard. I hope everyone performs well. Additionally, I want to formally introduce this young man beside me. His name is Lin Chi, a new awakened one from our Xia Chang, coming from Xia Chang High School, and also, from the Human King's Guild." With the help of props, the voice was loud enough for everyone at Xia Chang High School to hear clearly. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. Only on the judging panel, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. Is it really necessary to be this high profile? There is actually an awakened one from Xia Chang in the Human King's Guild. Lin Chi? Which batch of awakened ones does this big shot come from? Our Xia Chang High School has such a reputation? Wait, no. Lin Chi. Isn't he the class leader of Class 4? Is he that blacksmith profession? Many awakened ones from Xia Chang High School knew Lin Chi's name. Especially during the awakening ceremony, Lin Chi, as a blacksmith, became a topic of laughter among people. They couldn't link Lin Chi's name with the current member of the Human King's Guild. Many awakened ones immediately looked up towards the judging panel. Then, their expressions all changed simultaneously. At this moment, on the high platform, besides Xiaoyang, there was clearly a young man sitting calmly. He seemed to be wearing only a simple set of black armor, making it hard to discern his profession. However, many awakened ones recognized Lin Chi at a glance. It was indeed Lin Chi, the blacksmith profession who awakened nearly a month ago, together with all the new awakened ones from Xiaocheng High School. In the crowd, Wang Feilong was also staring intently at the stage, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, his whole body seemingly exhausted. Blacksmith, all the kings of the world. When these two titles were linked together, it meant that Lin Chi could no longer be viewed as an ordinary blacksmith. He would undoubtedly become an unimaginably powerful blacksmith. Even if he is not a god-level blacksmith, he will surely be a top awakened one on the front lines of world exploration in the future. 30 years of ups and downs. Wang Feilong murmured. Forget about 30 years, perhaps even 300 years later, it would still be the same. What more awakened ones cared about was that the Association of Kings had come to recruit new members this time. A new awakened one is being recruited by the Association of Kings, ranked 4th in the guild leaderboard. This further shows the trust the Association of Kings has in Lin Chi. The status between them and Lin Chi has already become worlds apart. On the judging panel, Lin Chi did not care much about the discussions of the people below. His current task was simply to sit on the judging panel. Instead, he took the opportunity to plan his next steps. I estimate that the Association of Kings dungeon will open in a few days. Should I take this chance to level up? Lin Chi whispered. According to his past knowledge, for large guild dungeons like this, each opening would require the guild to expend a massive amount of reputation. But similarly, the rewards obtained by guild members in the dungeon would also be extremely significant. He had been looking forward to this dungeon for a long time. After going to the guild dungeon, I should take a trip to the abyss. Lin Chi had already made his plans. Before entering the guild dungeon, all members naturally had to gather at the guild's base. And the Association of Kings base was not far from the front lines. As for the front lines, that place was filled with many abyss areas. Guild channel. Li Mingyue, young man, today is the guild recruitment. Did you enjoy the joy of showing off in front of others? Seeing this, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat strange. Why do these people like this so much? Summer Yang is like this, and even Li Mingyue is the same. After thinking for a moment, he briefly replied in the channel. Lin Chi, leave it to me, you can rest assured. Li Mingyue, okay, then let me tell you some good news. The dungeon will be open tomorrow, so after the recruitment, you should come to the guild base as soon as possible. Lu Bu has sent you a trade request. Eh? So efficient? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. This guild recruitment would last for 3 days. But after thinking, he still felt it was normal. The Association of Kings has only 1 or 2 spots, so they can directly pick from the most outstanding candidates. Looking again at the trade initiated by Lu Bu. Guild teleportation scroll? Lin Chi's heart moved. Having this scroll would save him the trouble of traveling. While he was chatting, the guild recruitment in Summer City was in full swing. The recruitment test was actually very simple. First, they would look at the level, just like Lin Chi's exam scores before his crossing. The higher the level, the more suitable guilds they could choose from. Then, they would look at the profession and specific performances of their strength. At this moment in the playground, various puppets had already been set up. Awakened ones only needed to inflict damage or healing effects on the puppets according to their professions. Of course, many guilds added additional tests on top of these basics. But those would come after the guild recruitment. Lin Chi stayed on the judging panel all day out of respect. It is worth mentioning that during lunchtime, many awakened ones from different guilds came up to chat with him. But Lin Chi left all of that to Summer Yang to handle. He took advantage of this recruitment time to enjoy a brief vacation. By the time evening came, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Chi then walked directly to a corner of the playground, took out the teleportation scroll, and crushed it. In the next moment, a series of beams of light gathered into ethereal runes that flickered around him, rising continuously. Finally, the light shone brightly. Lin Chi's figure vanished from the original spot. When Lin Chi walked out from the light again, he was slightly stunned by the unfamiliar surroundings. Had he arrived in a new city? Glancing around, the area was filled with buildings of various styles, including tall skyscrapers, ancient and elegant houses, and legendary architectural wonders, a dazzling array. But surprisingly, these clearly mismatched styles of buildings, placed in one city, surrounded by greenery, appeared quite harmonious. Moreover, even though it was already dark, the city was ablaze with light. Additionally, outside the teleportation zone, Lin Chi saw many pedestrians from different races. These shouldn't all be members of the various royal guilds, right? Gathering various races and directly possessing a city as their base. Even for a top guild, this was too outrageous. Furthermore, According to Lin Shi's understanding, the member limit for a guild was only 500. Of course, large guilds would still have branches to maintain greater power. Guild channel. Lin Shi, I've arrived. Li Mingyue, wait, I'll send Lu Bu to pick you up. Soon. Lin Shi saw several awakeners descend from the sky, seemingly using some flying skill. This made Lin Shi feel quite envious. And the leader was a young man, dressed in a mage's robe, with a friendly smile on his face. However, his complexion looked a bit pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Lin Shi, I am Lu Bu. Lu Bu smiled and walked toward Lin Shi, his steps somewhat unsteady. This image was quite different from the first warrior Lin Shi had expected. Harmed by wine and pleasure, looking so haggard, from today on, no more alcohol. Lin Shi silently complained. Brother Fengxian, brother Lu Bu. Lin Shi also smiled and greeted him. Just as he was about to shake hands with Lu Bu, he suddenly noticed a flash of light in Lu Bu's hand, revealing a vial of potion. The potion contained a deep blue liquid, and the bottle was exquisite, shining with a faint glow. Top-tier mana recovery potion? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Before he could figure out Lu Bu's intentions, he saw Lu Bu down the potion in one gulp. Ha! Lin Shi was taken aback. Is he drinking top-tier mana recovery potion like it's a beverage? Is the Royal Guild so extravagant? At this moment, an awakener behind Lu Bu smiled and explained to Lin Shi. The vice president has a special profession, he doesn't lack money, but currently, due to some reasons, he's been in a mana deficit. A particularly special hidden profession. Now Lin Shi understood a bit more. As the fourth-ranked guild, the Royal Guild naturally had many top awakeners. And to be the vice president as an awakener must be something extraordinary. After downing a bottle of potion, Lu Bu's complexion eased a bit. He waved to Lin Shi and said, "This city is our guild's base, but the president hasn't named it yet, so it's hard to call it anything. However, as you can see, there are many awakeners active in this city, as well as other races. Those who can enter here are either members of our guild or branches, or forces that maintain friendly relations with our guild." As he walked, he continued to introduce the city to Lin Shi. These all further indicate the confidence of the Human King's Guild. They forcibly opened a city as the guild's base. Additionally, the guild has maintained friendly relations with other races' forces. And here, it should still be in the frontline area. The monsters active here are, without exception, extremely strong. Tomorrow morning, the guild dungeon will open. Before that, you can. Just as he was about to say more, Lu Bu picked up another bottle of potion and drank it down. He continued, "You can go browse the exchange shop. You still have a lot of contribution points, so you should be able to exchange for some items." The exchange shop. Lin Shi's heart stirred. Previously, he traded the scroll for the job class of mage to Lu Bu, and after getting enough materials, he still had 30,000 contribution points left. This was one of the reasons he came to the guild base. First, he wanted to see what he could exchange for with these contribution points in the guild. The forging room in the base is not too far from the exchange shop and the guild warehouse. If you want to forge equipment, you can also go there, Lu Bu further introduced. As he spoke, he exchanged a look with a nearby awakener. That awakener raised his staff high and waved it downward. You gain the speed boost effect. You gain the guidance effect. Immediately, Lin Shi felt his feet slightly lift off the ground. Before him, a faint light appeared, seemingly guiding him forward. A priest job? Lin Shi glanced at the awakener, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, looking a bit shabby, quite different from his impression of a priest awakener. "I'm a bit busy, I can't take too much time to introduce you." "Feel free to explore," Lu Bu said, pointing to a few accompanying awakeners. "Of course, you can also let them show you around." In a short time, his complexion turned slightly pale again. Lin Shi couldn't help but doubt, this vice president, wouldn't he end up being a top awakener who fainted from a lack of mana? But Lin Shi still politely declined the offer for guidance from the other awakeners. After all, he had just joined the guild, and the only people he was somewhat familiar with in this guild were Li Mingyue and the Lu Bu he was meeting for the first time. With the guidance effect, he could easily head to the exchange shop by himself. Parting ways with Lu Bu and the others, Lin Shi directly headed to the exchange shop. The so-called exchange shop was actually very simple in construction. There was only a hall, and in the center of the hall floated a virtual panel. The awakeners in the hall were not many. After all, awakeners wouldn't always stay here searching for items to exchange. Lin Shi walked straight up to the virtual panel and began checking the items listed on it. Equipment category, item category, potion category, material category. Lin Shi first looked at the materials. Phoenix feather, sacred. Contribution value, 60,000. Void dragon horn, sacred. Contribution value, 50,000. After sorting by quality from high to low, Lin Shi's view was filled with all kinds of materials. All were sacred grade materials. Are there only sacred grade materials, or are other materials just not able to be exchanged with contribution points? What Lin Chi cared about was this point. Without a doubt, the Human Kings Guild is very well resourced. It is not surprising to have these sacred materials. But above sacred grade, there are higher grades. The Human Kings Guild couldn't possibly lack materials above sacred grade. However, even sacred materials would be a bit wasteful for Lin Chi to use for forging right now. Currently, the legendary quality equipment he could forge only comprised the one he accumulated previously with the skillful trait. Immediately, I opened the equipment section. Lin Chi planned to simply change a few pieces of equipment of similar quality for forging. As for contribution points, this should not be too difficult for him to obtain. Soon, Lin Chi quickly selected 4 pieces of legendary equipment that required the least contribution points. His contribution points were instantly reduced by 28,000, leaving just 2,000. The attributes aren't very useful, they are the weakest among legendary quality. Lin Chi glanced at the pieces of equipment, not caring too much. He intended to use these pieces of equipment for forging. I guess if I collect a little more, I should be able to forge a sacred artifact again. Lin Chi already had an estimate in his heart. He stored these pieces of equipment in his storage ring. As Lin Chi was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of brilliant light flashing not far away. Each ray of light clearly had a piece of material or equipment in it. And Lin Chi understood very well what these lights represented. Sacred items. Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. Even for him, it was the first time seeing several sacred item materials and equipment together. He then turned to look at the awakener who had pulled out these materials and equipment. It was a girl who looked quite young, expressionless as she gathered all the materials and equipment into a ring. Chapter 83, Flame of Pursuit. Ignite the formula, start. Wait, dude, are you really this rich? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. As for materials for sacred items, even though he couldn't use them right now, who would say no to more? Do you want some too? At that moment, the girl's voice came over. She seemed to sense Lin Chi's intention and casually took out a piece of sacred item material, handing it to Lin Chi. Here, you can have one. Huh? Lin Chi was slightly taken aback. He looked at the sacred item material being offered, his gaze fluctuating slightly. It was a feather, displaying a gradient from golden yellow to fiery red, dazzling and striking. Phoenix feather, sacred item taken from the true feather of a phoenix, rich in fire elements, used for forging or alchemy. It might have unexpected strange effects. For me? Lin Chi tentatively asked. He probably didn't know this girl, right? How could she be so kind? Even if this girl was also a member of the Human Kings Guild like him, she shouldn't be this generous. But hesitating would lead to failure. Lin Chi directly took the phoenix feather first. Aren't you a new member of the Human Kings Guild? The girl calmly stated, seeming to think it was natural, showing no other emotions. Lin Chi was astonished as he nodded, yeah. Then take it, keep it for future use. After the girl spoke, she stepped toward the outside of the exchange shop. Lin Chi watched her figure leave, still unable to regain his senses. Wait, is the Human Kings Guild this friendly? As fellow guild members, can they share sacred item materials so casually? Then. Lin Chi shrugged. Forget about that for now. Since he got the sacred item material, that's a good thing. When he could truly forge sacred item equipment later, he would make use of it. Having already spent contribution points in the exchange shop, Lin Chi decided to leave the shop directly. The guild dungeon would open early tomorrow morning, so it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance. Following the guiding cursor, he quickly arrived at the guild's forging room. The forging room here was of course much larger than the one at Lin Chi's home, and several compartments were designated. In each forging room, there were enough forging tools placed. Moreover, when Lin Chi entered one of the forging rooms, he noticed a special flame burning in the furnace. Pursuing flame increases forging success rate. Oh my! Lin Chi was stunned. The flame in the forging room was indeed suitable for forging? This is the 4th-ranked guild after all. Lin Chi sighed. He immediately reached into the furnace, letting the flames scorch his palm. Come forth, burning spell. Lin Chi silently complained. The entry 4, Flame of the Firestarter, was activated, directly absorbing the fire. If he had known earlier, he would have come to the Human Realm Kings Guild sooner. This could have improved his previous forging success rate. Of course, it's not too late now. Lin Chi took out a few legendary quality pieces of equipment he had exchanged for earlier and began to refine them. Choosing the Abyssal Embrace top, he refined all these pieces into this top. However, refining a holy artifact was not easy. Even after smashing all these legendary items in, Lin Chi still did not refine a new holy artifact. But it shouldn't be far off. Lin Chi pondered. If he could get a few more pieces of legendary quality equipment, he would definitely be able to refine a new holy artifact. And that would depend on the upcoming guild dungeon. I still don't know the information about this guild dungeon. Lin Chi pouted. The Human Realm King's Guild has reliable aspects, but there are also unreliable parts. As a member about to participate in the guild dungeon, he didn't understand any of these. Li Mingyue should also be in the forging room. Recalling Lu Bu's earlier reminder, Lin Chi immediately walked out of his original forging compartment. After all, Li Mingyue was a nearly level 100 master blacksmith. He wanted to see how a blacksmith with many job changes refined energy. In the base's forging room, it wasn't particularly bustling. After all, with Li Mingyue as a blacksmith in the guild, she naturally had her own advantages compared to other awakeners with blacksmithing as a secondary profession. Following the sounds of hammering, Lin Chi quickly arrived at a forging compartment. As soon as he came here, he saw Li Mingyue at the forging table, swinging the hammer in her hand, continuously forging. At this moment, she wore a very simple-looking outfit, but Lin Chi could tell it must be some kind of forging set. In the forging room, the flames blazed, reflecting on Li Mingyue. As she focused intently on her forging, she radiated a beauty filled with strength. In front of her on the forging table lay several materials. These were exactly the holy materials Lin Chi had seen in the exchange store. Beside her stood the girl from earlier. She was also paying attention to Li Mingyue's forging, seemingly very curious. Finally, after a series of hammering, the forging materials in front of Li Mingyue were enveloped by a blazing light. The light converged, forming a wrist guard that subtly emitted a faint glow. This was definitely a holy artifact. Phew! Li Mingyue let out a breath, picked up the holy artifact in her hand, and took a careful look. She then casually handed it to the girl beside her. Xiaoxi, take a look at the attributes. Meanwhile, Lin Chi looked at the scene before him, and his eyes could not help but light up. As long as a master blacksmith reaches over level 90, they can forge holy artifacts? Goodness! His motivation to level up just increased. At that time, he wouldn't even need to refine, he could directly forge. Oh, young man, you're here too. At this moment, Li Mingyue also noticed Lin Chi and greeted him with a smile. The girl beside her was still examining the attributes of the wrist guard, seemingly considering its properties. I'm a bit shocked to see what you're forging, Lin Chi said with a light laugh. Using holy materials to forge a holy artifact is truly something extraordinary. In fact, a blacksmith who can forge holy artifacts is already called a holy-level blacksmith in the outside world. Li Mingyue shrugged, smiling lightly. I used some tools, it was just luck. In this regard, she certainly wouldn't lie to Lin Chi. It was clear that even she. Forging holy artifacts also has limitations on success rates. At this moment, the girl beside her had already put on the wrist guards and then looked towards Lin Chi. You are also here. Yeah. Lin Chi replied, feeling that this girl seemed a bit naturally clueless. Have you met already? Li Mingyue was taken aback. Then, as if realizing something, she introduced to Lin Chi, boy, do you know? She is the president of our guild. President? Lin Chi turned to look at the girl, filled with astonishment. The president of the Guild of Human Kings is so young? Chapter 84 The Guild Dungeon opens. Lin Chi quickly recalled the hunting points leaderboard he had seen after battling the world boss. At that time, in the Human Kings Guild's hunt against the Void Dragon, the first in points was the guild president. Lei Shi. The name instantly appeared in Lin Chi's mind. Hello, Lin Chi. Li Shi still wore a blank expression as she greeted Lin Chi. Xiaoxi, how many times have I told you? Smile when greeting others. Li Mingyue put her hands on her hips and frowned while reminding Li Shi. Immediately, Lin Chi saw Li Shi's lips slightly lift, revealing a somewhat stiff smile. Although the girl seemed a bit naturally clueless, it was undeniable that her features were incredibly beautiful, seemingly possessing a serene and ethereal quality. Even if her smile appeared a bit stiff, it unconsciously exuded a charming warmth. What caught Lin Chi's attention even more was, when Li Mingyue had her hands on her hips, she clearly still held that hefty-looking big hammer. It seemed she noticed Lin Chi's gaze. Li Mingyue raised her smooth chin, appearing somewhat proud. Boy, what do you think? The president is my little sister. I have connections. Goodness. Lin Chi examined the two girls in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the two girls indeed looked somewhat similar. However, as the elder sister, Li Mingyue was over level 90. Then, the younger sister's level must have surpassed Li Mingyue, right? And she is the president of the Guild of Human Kings. This might imply extraordinary power and talent. He did not underestimate Li Shi just because she looked young. Li Mingyue smiled and continued, you just arrived at our guild's base, feel free to explore. However, we don't have a low-level dedicated leveling area here. Otherwise, you could grind there first, and then the dungeon opens early tomorrow. The guild base has a dedicated leveling area. Lin Chi was somewhat aware of that. It seemed that as long as you hunted some puppet monsters in the leveling area, you could gain experience. But he was only level 36, having a specially designated low-level leveling area in a top guild would seem a bit wasteful. No need, can I have a place to stay here? I can just sleep for a night. Lin Chi said. He wasn't in a hurry to level up, wanting to settle down in the guild base first. Li Mingyue looked at Lin Chi strangely before softly saying, "You have to buy it yourself." However, due to Lubu, gold coins in our guild cannot be considered currency. You have to spend contribution points to buy it. The cheapest one costs 1,000 contribution points. Reasonable. Lin Chi silently evaluated. The guild was not a charity, although he had received many benefits here. Logically, many things should be exchanged for the corresponding contribution points. Let's go, after forging this holy artifact, we should be pretty much done. I'll take you to find a place to live along the way. Li Mingyue said decisively. Lin Chi did not refuse, following Li Mingyue as they walked out of the forging room. Instead, Li Shi remained silent, quietly following behind them. Does the guild president really have this much free time? Lin Chi thought. But recalling that whether in the past in the guild channel or after he arrived at the guild base, it was always Lu Bu as vice president in charge. With Lu Bu's weak appearance, it suddenly made sense. Very soon. Lin Chi spent 1,800 contribution points to buy a 2-room apartment, which, besides basic storage functions, had no extra features. After all, a forging room like the one included in the residence can be used for forging. Moreover, there is a flame there that can assist with forging, so for other awakened, extra features are truly unnecessary. Lin Chi planned to use the vacant room as a forging room in the future. The apartment was well equipped with basic living tools. After parting from Li Mingyue, Lin Chi took a nice nap in the room. The next day, in the morning. Suddenly, a message popped up on Lin Chi's panel. Guild channel. Lubu, all members participating in this guild dungeon, please gather quickly in the square. The guild dungeon had finally opened. Lin Chi sat up right away from his bed. He had been busy with many things these past few days and hadn't had time to level up properly, just waiting for this guild dungeon. After washing up, Lin Chi quickly arrived at the square of the residence and noticed that awakened ones were already gathering. At a glance, almost all the awakened wore legendary quality gear. Perhaps because they were in the guild, these awakened had not concealed the effects of their gear and let the bright colors shine forth. They're all top awakened. Lin Chi sighed. For top awakened, legendary quality gear was naturally standard. However, quality alone could not represent the true properties of the gear. It also had to consider factors like level, certain attribute bonuses. Of course. This didn't need to be considered by Lin Chi. With the Fate Forging entry, he could forge the gear he needed most. Not long after. The awakened in the square had gathered completely. Lin Chi glanced roughly and noted that only 50 awakened were participating in the guild dungeon. This could not possibly be all the members of the Royal Guild. Among them, Lin Chi also saw Lu Bu, Li Mingyue, and Li Shi. This guild dungeon, isn't it supposed to be a super large dungeon? Lin Chi had already made a judgment. A super large guild dungeon could accommodate up to 200 awakened to enter together. This was already considered extremely large compared to the usual team limit of only 4 people. Then, he noticed. As Li Shi extended her hand towards the sky from the front of the square. In an instant. In the center of the square, a vortex suddenly appeared. Gray and white mist swirled in the vortex, shimmering with faint purple light. This dungeon being opened is the Swamp of Mud. Li Shi's calm voice echoed. But as her voice fell, Lin Chi noticed that the faces of the surrounding awakened were clearly showing a look of desperation. It's actually the Swamp of Mud. This is going to be tough, I worked so hard to prepare my new gear. Don't worry, with the president here, even Lu Bu is participating in this guild dungeon. If it's really bad, we can let those special professions handle it first. Listening to the conversations, Lin Chi raised his eyebrow. It seemed like this guild dungeon was a bit unusual. Chapter 85, What's Wrong with Your Gear? In the Swamp of Mud, the weight of gear will significantly increase. The higher the quality and attribute bonuses of the gear, the heavier it will be. Li Mingyue's voice timely drifted from behind Lin Chi. And also, we will almost all be stepping in the swamp. If we're not careful, we may find it hard to escape. With the monsters already lurking in the swamp, who knows if we might face some casualties. Saying this, she walked in front of Lin Chi and firmly shoved a scroll into his hand. Escape scroll, can escape from the instance when in a dying state. Lin Chi glanced at the scroll, his eyebrows raising slightly. This scroll was an advanced item that ordinary awakeners in Xiaoqing simply couldn't buy. You probably don't know enough about this instance, but you just need to focus on avoiding danger, Li Mingyue cheerfully said. Her words weren't meant to belittle him, but to remind Lin Qi. After all, while Lin Qi was leveling up quickly, in her eyes, he was only at level 30. In the instance, just following everyone to grind experience would be enough. Even though Lin Qi's class was considered special compared to the Blacksmith main class. But no one could really expect Lin Qi to lead them in battle, right? After a pause, she straightened her expression and said, also, you need to remember, if you encounter a boss, there's a good chance this escape scroll won't work. So if you sense something is wrong, crush the scroll immediately. This was directly related to Lin Qi's life safety. Lin Qi didn't say much and casually put the scroll into his ring. Before long, a gap opened in the vortex at the center of the square. And in front of Lin Qi, a prompt popped up. Muddy Swamp, Team Nightmare. Required number, 30 to 50. Enter immediately? Clearly, the nightmare difficulty was the highest level for this team instance. Around Lin Qi, the Awakeners were already glowing with teleportation light, their figures disappearing from the spot. Lin Qi quickly confirmed and then entered the team instance. Unlike the outside world, the Muddy Swamp instance was still shrouded in pitch black night. Looking around, all he could see were layers of tree shadows. And under his feet was a wet marsh. Surrounding them, flashes of light appeared, revealing the Awakeners participating in the instance. Before long, all 50 participants had gathered. Occasionally, some Awakeners cast curious glances at Lin Qi, but there was no hostility. The world of Awakeners was naturally filled with danger, even strong guilds could face losses among their members. It was only natural for guilds to train new recruits. At this moment, Lu Bu slowly walked in front of everyone and, after downing a large bottle of mana potion, loudly announced, same old rules. Split into 5 teams, gather before the first boss area. Immediately, Lin Qi noticed that the Awakeners around him skillfully divided into different teams. These people had already formed a very tacit cooperation. Meanwhile, Li Mingyue placed her small hand on Lin Qi's arm and said, boy, you're on my team, I'll take you flying, don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Qi looked at Li Mingyue with a strange expression. To be fair, although Li Mingyue was over level 90, at the end of the day, she was just a blacksmith. How many attack skills could a blacksmith class have before becoming a god-level blacksmith? He didn't expect Li Mingyue could really take him flying. Once the teams were formed, the 5 groups of 10 began to move in different directions. Lin Qi glanced at the few people beside him. Apart from Li Mingyue, Lu Bu was also in the group, leading them forward. However, Lu Bu periodically had to drink a bottle of mana potion. Before long, they stepped into the muddy swamp. In an instant, Lin Qi noticed that every Awakener was dragging massive amounts of mud behind them as they moved. This was certainly not graceful, but more critically, everyone's movement speed was greatly affected. Especially around Lu Bu, the mud was being stirred up in large clumps. Splashing in all directions, the scale even exceeded the effects of several awakened ones combined. Bu Gu, you can't hold on, are you really planning to carry this full set of holy artifacts forward? Awakened one joked. Goodness, a full set of holy artifacts. Lin Qi couldn't help but glance oddly at Lu Bu. This guy seemed to be wearing an ordinary robe, but in fact, he was hiding his equipment effects. This guy is pure rich man. Less nonsense. Lu Bu drank a bottle of potion, but his gaze fell on Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue seemed helpless, shrugging her slender shoulders, and reaching out her hand to Lu Bu. Then, Lin Qi noticed that the staff in Lu Bu's hand suddenly burst forth with a shine, quickly condensing into a golden chain that wrapped around Li Mingyue's arm. Immediately, under Lin Qi's somewhat astonished gaze, Li Mingyue began to drag the golden chain, pulling Lu Bu forward through the mud. This. Lin Qi opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. A slender girl, dragging a heavy object through the mud with one hand, looked bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Young man, as a senior blacksmith, the first lesson I must teach you is the blacksmiths lack neither strength nor physique. Li Mingyue actually had the leisure to introduce to Lin Qi. Yet, as she walked, her own equipment dragged large patches of mud, not much less than Lu Bu's scale. As a high-level blacksmith, how could her equipment quality be poor? In our guild, there are quite a lot of weird people and strange things, just get used to it. An awakened one reached out a hand to Lin Qi, seemingly wanting to pat his shoulder, but the weight of the wrist guard clearly prevented it from landing on Lin Qi's shoulder. Lin Qi shrugged and said nothing, also stepping into the mud. Splash! The next moment, large swaths of mud were lifted, splashing everywhere. What the? Hold on, dude, what level are you? What's with your equipment? Wait. This isn't right. The members of the team turned to look at Lin Qi, noticing the large patches of mud being dragged behind him, their eyes full of confusion. Compared to Lu Bu and Li Mingyue, the commotion Lin Qi caused wasn't that big. But the key was, the members all knew that Lin Qi was just a novice awakened one. Although they couldn't see Lin Shi's level in the team instance, according to their estimates, Lin Shi was at most around level 30. And this kind of commotion clearly could only be stirred up by legendary equipment. A level 30 newbie, with a full set of legendary equipment? Who would believe that? No, even if it's a level 30 legendary piece, this commotion shouldn't be right. Suddenly, Li Mingyue's voice rang out. She widened her eyes, staring closely at Lin Shi. Whose level 30 legendary piece has such attribute bonuses to stir up this much mud? Chapter 86, Newbies have stepped in front of us. As a blacksmith, Li Mingyue could see through the oddity the most. But Lin Shi looked calm, having already thought of an explanation. I got a legendary set during the Abyss Descent earlier. During the Abyss Descent, the equipment awakened ones could obtain wasn't limited by level, but by the attributes of the awakened ones themselves. To this day, people still haven't figured out the specific peculiarities of the Abyss Descent. Even acquiring legendary equipment within it was normal. But this, actually was a set? Upon hearing this, the surrounding people's gazes toward Lin Shi changed. They turned a bit green. More than 30 levels, in a full legendary set. What level is that? Who is this player? It can be said that, at least below level 60, awakened ones rarely see a legendary piece. Epic gear could even be considered top-notch. When I was level 30, I also bought an epic gear. Lu Bu's voice came from the front, then was pulled by Li Mingyue to move forward for about 2 meters in the mud. Boy, can you handle this? Li Mingyue asked Lin Shi again. High-quality equipment with strong attribute bonuses is not a good thing in the mud. But as soon as her words fell, she blankly noticed that Lin Shi had quickly walked to her side. It seemed as if he was not affected at all. Shall I clear the path ahead? Lin Shi retorted. The others looked at Lin Shi, their expressions filled with shock. This is not normal. The weight of legendary equipment in the mud, is that something a 30-plus level awakener can bear? Why is Lin Shi able to move here as usual? However, they did not pursue the question further. Perhaps Lin Shi's profession is special, with extra skills, or maybe it's the effect of his set. In any case, every awakener has their own attribute distribution and secrets, they naturally wouldn't offend. Lin Shi glanced at Li Mingyue, smiling. The strength attribute of a blacksmith profession is a bit strong. Compared to those flashy skill professions, the blacksmith profession only needs to add strength and constitution like a warrior profession. Of course, Lin Shi is different. His attributes are all top-notch. Gathering his thoughts, everyone continued forward. Not long after, Lin Shi saw from a distance, in the muddy area ahead, waves rippling outward. Next, a giant mouth with fierce fangs suddenly lunged toward the crowd. Mud Swamp Crocodile. Points, 50. Points? Looking at the monsters panel, Lin Shi raised his eyebrow. Monsters in the guild dungeon also do not have level divisions, but each monster has points. And participating in defeating monsters can earn points, which can earn corresponding rewards at the end of the clearing settlement. Swish! Just as that giant mouth lunged at the crowd, Lin Shi suddenly noticed a golden light flashing in the air, forming a giant golden blade, which fiercely pierced through the Mud Swamp Crocodile's mouth. You participated in defeating the Mud Swamp Crocodile and gained +1 point. Lin Shi then looked at Lu Bu beside him. At this moment, the staff in Lu Bu's hand was shining with brilliant golden light. Organize formations, prepare to face the enemy. Remember to leave space for newbies to output. Lu Bu calmly shouted and effortlessly took out a bottle of blue recovery potion and drank it. Lin Shi, be careful not to get one-shot by the monsters, there will be a wave of monsters at the beginning. He reminded Lin Shi again. Even though the monsters here do not have level divisions, they are undoubtedly extremely powerful. For top awakeners, they can still deal damage. What's more, looking around, in the swamp ahead, more giant mouths had already appeared. And in the even farther distance, countless ripples surfaced, as if a fierce tide had risen in the swamp, rushing toward where everyone was. This really could match a wave of monster spawn. In an instant, the skills of all the awakeners were unleashed, and brilliant lights constantly exploded in the swamp. You participated in defeating the Mud Swamp Crocodile and gained +1 point. You participated in defeating the Mud Swamp Crocodile and gained +1 point. Lin Shi's screen was also flooded with point notifications. He watched the skills being unleashed in front of him, raising an eyebrow. It must be said, the awakeners of the Human Kingdom's Guild are indeed powerful. The skills they unleashed are all different. This is far more shocking than what he saw back when he was battling the Mountain Ridge Beast with Huang Xian and others from the Royal Guild. Moreover, Lin Shi even saw an awakener summon many powerful summon monsters, allowing them to charge at the monsters ahead together. Pay attention to replenish your mana. Lu Bu was still commanding steadily, and around him, golden sword blades floated, constantly striking into the mud ahead. This skill effect is very different from that of an ordinary mage. Tianba, split off one of your summoned beasts. Go protect the newcomers. He didn't forget to remind the summoners in the team. The monsters in this dungeon have very high stats. Even for them, unless they used a significant amount of mana to unleash powerful skills, it would be hard to take down a monster in one hit. Moreover, there are cooldowns between skills, so they can only use some low-cost skills during this time to try to maximize their output. There's no way around it, there are simply too many monsters in the dungeon. Plus, everyone was having trouble moving and could only brace themselves in a defensive formation to withstand the monster onslaught. But once there is a mistake, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the new awakeners. Okay. In the team, the summoner Lu Tianba shouted. But immediately after, his somewhat startled voice followed. Wait, Bu Ge, I can't find the newcomer. Lu Bu immediately frowned, but there wasn't time to search himself, so he could only convey orders to the others in the team. Scouts and archers, go find them. Mingyue, pay attention and provide cover. Both the scout and archer classes possess unique skills for tracking. He didn't expect that just as they started the battle in the dungeon, there would be such a mistake. It wasn't about blaming Lin Qi, but it would be very embarrassing if a newcomer got sent away while being protected by so many top awakeners. But soon, a voice rang out from the team. Bu Ge, the newcomer, is ahead of us. The voice was filled with surprise and became sharper in tone. Lu Bu was startled, quickly finding Lin Qi's location following the scout's mark. Then, he saw a sight that took his breath away. In the marsh, there was a figure, wielding a large hammer, smashing down towards a swamp giant crocodile. And that figure was Lin Qi. Boom! The hammer fell, stirring up rolling mud, almost forming a wall of mud that shot up, with large ripples spreading outwards. Is this a skill effect or the influence of equipment? Lu Bu murmured. His heart was instantly filled with questions, but at this moment, he had no time to think more. Li Mingyue's voice echoed faintly ahead. The large hammer in his hand is a holy artifact. Chapter 87, you say this is a newcomer? Boom! 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 In the swamp ahead, the skyward mud kept surging up, spreading large ripples in all directions. Even Lu Bu and the others, who formed a defensive formation behind, could feel the pulling sensation from the front. They had no doubt that if the ground beneath them was solid, then under such impact, even the earth would be shaking violently. Holy artifact? Lu Bu's voice rose a few levels. That kid actually has a holy artifact. Even for him, he had never seen a 30-plus level awakener capable of using a holy artifact. In other words, are there holy artifacts for levels above 30? Mingyue, is the newcomer really over 30 levels? Is he truly a newcomer? Lu Tianba also asked Li Mingyue, as his summoned beast hadn't been able to charge so far ahead. Li Mingyue pouted, not saying a word. Being in the same blacksmith profession, how could Lin Qi be so different from her? Lu Bu took a deep breath, watching the mud that kept bursting up ahead. On the interface in front of him, prompts kept popping up. You participated in defeating the swamp giant crocodile, gaining +1 points. You participated in defeating the swamp giant crocodile, gaining +1 points. But it wasn't clear whether this was the result of their skills or Lin Qi defeating the monster in front. With the holy artifact bonus, how high could his attack power be? Lu Bu tentatively inquired toward Li Mingyue. Surely, he couldn't kill the nightmare difficulty swamp giant crocodile alone already, right? Most of the awakeners participating in the guild dungeon could manage to kill alone. But the problem is, their levels were mostly around 90. And among them, there were even awakened ones over 100. An awakened one who had just completed the 30-level promotion and was still a blacksmith class, isn't that ridiculous? Li Mingyue shook her head. I have never seen a holy artifact at this level, but there's no doubt that the hammer in his hand is absolutely powerful, even for high-level awakened ones. The quality of holy artifacts is already too high. This may inherently have characteristics that surpass equipment limits, and Lin Qi's hammer could possibly come from the abyss. After a long time, Li Mingyue bit her silver teeth again and said, this kid is probably the newcomer awakened who gained the most benefits from the abyss incident in Xiaocheng. She had previously thought that the awakened in Xiaocheng were already very concealed, yet Lin Qi was even more hidden. After all, it's a level 9 abyss. Lu Bu sighed softly. The abyss descends every year around several cities, but a level 9 abyss increase is quite rare. Furthermore, previously, Xiaocheng successfully weathered the level 9 increase of the abyss descent. The benefits that awakened ones could gain from that naturally exceeded imagination. Speaking of which, there's still no news about that awakened one who seemingly helped Xiaocheng through the abyss descent. Lu Bu's mind flashed past the information of Xiaocheng, quickly suppressing it. Now is not the time to think about that. First, let's clear the dungeon monsters. Priest, always pay attention to the newcomer's health and give him buffs. Lu Bu once again commanded the surroundings, holding high the staff shining with brilliant golden light in one hand, while the other hand took out a mana potion to drink. The newcomer's performance is incredible. If we can't keep up with him, it'll be a huge embarrassment. Their doubts about Lin Chi's performance were obviously overwhelming. This is completely unreasonable. Of course, this only means that Lin Chi must have had a fortuitous encounter. But to reach their level, who hasn't had a few fortuitous encounters? Suddenly, powerful skills exploded again from the swamp. You defeated the swamp giant crocodile, gaining points plus 50. You defeated the swamp giant crocodile, gaining points plus 50. In front of Lin Chi, messages flashed continuously. The abyssal hammer in his hand swung at a moderate speed, without deliberately releasing skills. But even so, his efficiency in killing monsters was still not low. One hit, one kill, what's there to say? Looking ahead, Lin Chi's eyebrows slightly raised. Finally found a more concentrated area of monsters. In the swamp ahead, he could vaguely see a pile of hidden swamp giant crocodiles. Even though the swamp was very deep, it couldn't completely cover more than 10 monsters. But just as Lin Chi took a few steps forward, it felt as if he had stepped into nothingness under his feet. Even his body was sinking down into the swamp. He sank into the swamp. Lin Chi suddenly realized the situation. However, he was not the least bit flustered. With his agility, he could easily escape from this state. The great hammer in his hand was slowly raised, and a glow burst forth from the hammer, rapidly charging. Abyssal impact. Priest, pull the newcomer. At this time, Lu Bu's voice sounded from behind. He was clearly keeping an eye on Lin Chi's situation from time to time. In fact, from the very beginning, Lin Chi was not considered in their battle plan. As long as he didn't get instantly killed by the monsters, he could just follow behind them to gain points. Of course, Lin Chi's performance completely exceeded their expectations. However, in the current area, aside from the monsters, another hidden danger was sinking into the swamp. Even if Lin Chi had high-strength equipment, having over 30 levels of agility was simply not enough to help him escape from the swamp. Received. At the same time, in the team, the priest profession suddenly cast a skill, releasing a beam of light that enveloped Lin Chi. Teleportation skill. It can pull nearby teammates to its side within a certain distance. But just as Lin Chi's figure was shrouded in the beam of light, boom! A vast area of mud suddenly surged like a tide, visibly lifting all the mud around. The Sacred Abyss Impact skill could unleash a wide-range shockwave forward, dealing damage equal to normal attack damage, and causing a knockback effect to all targets affected. The mud completely erupted, throwing the splashed sludge in all directions. Even the sky was drenching with sludge rain. Splashing. Mud splattered everywhere, and the tank profession in the team immediately released a light shield, covering all sides, only then avoiding everyone in the team getting soaked with mud. What happened? Lu Tianba stared blankly at the scene ahead, his eyes flickering. This can't be a boss encounter, right? They had entered this dungeon before, and had collected some relevant information. Indeed, there was a small boss here, but according to rules, it should appear only after they had cleared most of the mud. Boy, brave. But you nearly went back home. Li Mingyue smiled and winked at Lin Chi, who had been pulled back to her side. Until now, the ripples in the mud ahead had not yet calmed. Lin Chi said nothing, only staring at the rapidly flashing information prompts in front of him. You have defeated the mud crocodile, gained points plus 50. You have defeated the mud crocodile, gained points plus 50. The effect of this strike was better than he had expected, directly eliminating nearly 20 mud crocodiles. But just then, the already surging mud suddenly surged even more violently. Then, a crocodile head, much larger than ordinary mud crocodiles, abruptly emerged from the mud. Swamp Devourer, Legendary. Points, 600. Chapter 88, Your Hammer is strong. In the mud pit, a pair of vertical eyes suddenly opened, cold and indifferent, staring intently at the awakened ones. This was just the first boss encountered by the scattered squad, and it was already at a legendary level. A boss has appeared, be careful of its eyes. Lu Bu's voice immediately rang out. Watch your step in the mud, priests be ready to teleport. The awakened ones immediately began to act. In team dungeons, it was like this. Even just the first small boss, its various stats were incredibly powerful. However, their team was well equipped, with tank, damage dealers, control, and support all present. As long as the skills were connected properly, they could completely make the boss stiff until it was defeated. Bang! But just then, a shadow suddenly plunged into one of the swamp devourer's eyes, directly exploding that vertical eye. Seeing this scene, Lu Bu and others were stunned. They clearly noticed that what was in the swamp devourer's eye was a huge hammer. That was the large hammer Lin Chi had used earlier. No way, your hammer can throw long-range attacks now? Li Mingyue looked at Lin Shi beside her in surprise, clearly noticing that the hammer in Lin Shi's hand was still there. It was just a vague image of a large hammer. My profession is a bit special. Lin Shi grinned and swung the abyss hammer in his hand forward again. Whoosh! Another hammer phantom flew out. Holy throw! This was Lin Shi's only long-range attack skill. Moreover, the swamp devourer was only a few dozen meters away from him. Roar! At this moment, the swamp devourer let out a painful cry, its enormous tail emerging from the swamp, wildly smashing the mud around. Its pair of eyes had already been exploded by Lin Shi. However, as the giant tail swung, the splattered mud also released waves of poisonous mist. No way, is it in the second phase? Lu Tianbai exclaimed in shock. LV Bu and Li Mingyue and others were also in a state of astonishment. How did the boss enter the second stage so quickly? Did smashing two eyes have such a great effect? Is Lin Shi's attack too high, or is this weak point attack too strong? LV Bu's mind flashed with this thought. This was just two ranged attack skills. The boss went to the second stage just like that. He was sure that even the archer in the team couldn't achieve the second stage of the Swamp Devourer with just 2 arrows. Keep those skills coming. But LV Bu did not hesitate. The staff in his hand emitted a brilliant light and struck towards the Swamp Devourer. What Lin Shi found strange was that LV Bu's skill effect actually released an extremely large gold coin, which smashed squarely on the forehead of the Swamp Devourer. Lin Shi glanced at Li Mingyue beside him. This girl, a high-level blacksmith, had showcased her combat method in the previous battle. The large hammer in her hand burned with blazing flames like Lin Shi's smelting skill, and the hammer handle suddenly elongated by several dozen meters. Then, one smash struck the Swamp Devourer. It actually forced the massive Swamp Devourer down into the mire. Is this the fighting style of a high-level blacksmith? Lin Shi pondered. In comparison, Li Mingyue's skill effect seemed more like a certain level of transformation applied to her equipment. Thus, she unleashed various different skill effects. Then, Lin Shi also joined his companions in launching an attack. Saint Strike only caused normal attack damage. But the key was that Lin Shi's basic attributes were high. His normal attacks couldn't be compared to the powerful damage skills of ordinary awakeners. Boom! One smash came down. Immediately, it caused cries of alarm. Hey! No! The boss is covered in blood. This is the third stage? How did it get to the third stage so fast? The group of awakeners were somewhat bewildered. Soon, their eyes turned in unison to Lin Shi. Is this correct? The only variable in their team was Lin Shi. That means the reason they could consume the boss's health so quickly was because of Lin Shi. This newcomer, how high was his attribute boost? Lin Shi, is that sacred weapon in your hand a bit too strong? Li Mingyue asked in surprise. She hadn't thought about Lin Shi's attributes specifically. No, what level are you now? She asked again. 36. Only level 36? Yeah. Wait, didn't you just change jobs not long ago? How are you already level 36? Li Mingyue was stunned. When she last went to Summer City, Lin Shi was only in his 20s. Even after changing jobs, there's no way he could be level 36 this fast. Not to mention, a level 36 blacksmith's basic attributes shouldn't be very strong. That means, the sacred weapon in Lin Shi's hands was indeed extraordinarily powerful. When the abyss descended earlier, what kind of benefits did you gain, you brat? Li Mingyue murmured. It seemed that apart from the awakener who helped Summer City ride out the abyss, Lin Shi truly gained the most. Mingyue, let's not worry about that for now, output is the priority. At this moment, LV Bu's reminder came from beside. The third stage Swamp Devourer had already become particularly ferocious. Defense would lower, but attack power would increase, and the attacks would come without much interval. Bang! But just then, another large hammer shadow flew out and struck heavily on the Swamp Devourer. With one blow, the massive body of the Swamp Devourer trembled and then fell helplessly into the mire, splattering chunks of mud everywhere. You participated in the elimination of the Swamp Devourer, legendary, gaining 60 points. LV Bu stared blankly at the prompt message in front of him. The legendary level Swamp Devourer. Did it just fall down? Isn't this a bit fast? Lu Tianba muttered to himself. Bringing down the Swamp Devourer together, 10 people sharing the points, this didn't seem like a big problem. Normally, they shouldn't have too much difficulty defeating this little boss. But the issue was, they eliminated it much faster than they had anticipated. The emotions of the crowd had not yet calmed down when they turned their gaze back to Lin Shi. With the Swamp Devourer gone, the remaining swamp crocodiles around posed little threat. And at that moment, what shocked them the most was undoubtedly Lin Shi's performance. It was utterly outrageous. The hammer in your hand is very strong. After a while, Lu Bu slowly spoke. All this unreasonableness could only be attributed to the holy weapon in Lin Chi's hand. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. How could a 30-something level awakened one have higher base attributes than high-level awakened ones? Don't joke around. However, Lin Chi didn't care about this. His gaze had already fallen on the pile of equipment and items dropped by the boss. In fact, the previous swamp crocodiles hadn't dropped any equipment or items. Perhaps that would be settled when clearing the dungeon. But a legendary level boss surely had drops. Chapter 89, Battle of 50. Guild Dungeon Boss. Scattered on the ground were 7 or 8 pieces of equipment and items. Among them, Lin Chi even caught sight of 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. Clearly, the drop rate for the guild dungeon was indeed quite high. I wonder how to allocate these things. Lin Chi muttered. He wasn't desperately needing those few pieces of equipment. After all, entering the guild dungeon required enough players, and even without him, others could still easily defeat the Swamp Devourer. At that moment, Lu Bu had already taken the lead, collecting those pieces of equipment, and waved to everyone around. Let's finish off the remaining monsters first, then allocate the equipment. The remaining swamp crocodiles posed no threat to the crowd anymore. After a whirlwind of skills, the remaining monsters turned into points for everyone. Lin Chi glanced at his current points. Current points, 1659. This roughly equated to the total points from over 30 swamp crocodiles. This dungeon doesn't even have a points leaderboard, and I don't know how the settlement rules will work. Lin Chi pouted. But one thing was certain, the rewards from the guild dungeon would definitely not be poor. It's time for us to take our chances. At this moment, Li Mingyue rubbed her fists, her lips curling into an expectant smile. Take our chances? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. It meant random distribution. After all, these were legendary equipment. Lin Chi estimated that these items would likely suit high-level awakened ones, and naturally, they would be very useful for the other members. As usual, I will not participate in the distribution. If there's equipment I need, I'll buy it. Lu Bu stepped aside. Clearly, they were very familiar with this kind of distribution. Is the vice president this generous? Lin Chi was a bit stunned. High-level legendary equipment wouldn't be low in value in the outside world, right? Li Mingyue smiled at Lin Chi, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped. Do you think our vice president is so widely supported for no reason? When it comes to money and generosity, there are probably few in this world who can compare. She teased with a chuckle. But Lin Chi noticed that Lu Bu's expression had clearly darkened. My profession is quite special, and with this random distribution, I won't get any points. He said gloomily. After saying that, he chugged a bottle of mana recovery potion. This profession is really too special. Lin Chi silently complained. He could see that, purely in terms of combat strength, Lu Bu was not the strongest in the guild. However, his profession was indeed quite different from the other awakened ones. The skills that Lu Bu had previously unleashed were ones he had never seen in any documents. Lin Chi then followed Li Mingyue and the others to start rolling the dice. The so-called random allocation meant that members would distribute based on the numbers they rolled. Lu Tianba rolled a 7. Li Mingyue rolled a 97. Lin Chi rolled a 97. The numbers appeared one by one on the panel before everyone. I told you, newcomers have a grace period, Lu Bu commented whimsically. With one round of dice rolling, Lin Chi and Li Mingyue both scored 97, undoubtedly tying for first place. Afterward, Lu Bu pulled out 2 legendary pieces of equipment, a large knife and a set of armor. As Li Mingyue was the first to release an identification skill. The information about the 2 pieces of equipment then materialized before everyone. Marsh Wavebreaker Knife, Legendary. Category, Weapon. Marsh Stone Shield Armor, Legendary. Category, Upper Body. You two can each pick one, Lu Bu said. As high-level legendary equipment, both items were undoubtedly extremely powerful. Li Mingyue spread her little hands, signaling Lin Chi to choose. She had a lot of holy artifacts. Legendary equipment in her hands could only be used for disassembly. Lin Chi, not being polite, directly took the Marsh Wavebreaker knife. He certainly couldn't use this legendary equipment, but it was undoubtedly the best sacrificial material available. After distributing the loot, everyone continued onward. Before long, they arrived in front of an altar. To Lin Chi's surprise, there was already a team waiting for them here. The leader was none other than the guild president, Li Shi. So fast? Lin Chi felt a stir in his heart. They hadn't delayed much time on their way here at all. In fact, due to Lin Chi joining the battle, their team's overall speed had increased a bit. It was unexpected that the team led by President Li Shi would be faster than them. The Human Kings Guild indeed consisted of top-tier awakened ones. Before long, members of several other teams also began to arrive one after another. The overall time difference was surprisingly small. Everyone, after defeating the first boss, get ready to deal with the hidden boss. Once all 50 participants in this dungeon were gathered, Lu Bu stepped forward and called out to the crowd. Then, Lin Shi noticed that Lu Bu and the other 5 stepped out from the team to a corner of the altar. Each person revealed an item similar to a key in their hands and placed it on the altar. This was evidently the reason for dividing into 5 teams. Obtain items to open the altar from 5 different places, and thus open the altar while summoning the hidden boss? Lin Shi roughly understood. He was waiting for the altar to open, also eager to see what kind of boss would appear in the guild dungeon. A boss that needed 50 high-level awakened ones to face together could definitely not be something trivial like the Marsh Devourer. Moreover, it should be quite different from world boss such as the Mountain Giant Beast. Soon, on the altar, glowing lines began to spread from the 5 corners, intertwining and rapidly converging into a strange formation. Boom! At the moment the formation took shape, the ground beneath the awakened shook violently. Even the vast marsh behind them began to surge continuously. Poof! Suddenly, a torrent of mud erupted explosively from the center of the altar. Tanks and healers, prepare yourselves. Lu Bu's commanding voice resonated. At the same time, awakened ones quickly sprang into action. The tank roles in the team swiftly raised their shields or deployed defensive skills to create barriers, protecting every member in the team. And among the healing roles in the group, they all quickly began to chant, and brilliance continuously gathered before them. You have gained the detoxification aura effect. You have gained the healing aura effect. You have gained the attack bonus effect. Soon, lines of prompts appeared on Lin Shi's panel, and a faint glow of various colors surrounded his body. All awakened ones in the guild's dungeon were already on high alert. Chapter 90, Corrupted Poison Dragon. Deadly Poison. Phew! In the center of the altar, mud erupted high into the air, splashing everywhere. But there was also a mist showing a dark green hue that began to spread. The poisonous mist is coming. Someone warned in a low voice, be ready to heal at any time. Within that dark green mist, it was clear that there was deadly poison, and it also had a strong damaging effect on high-level awakened ones in the guild. Even Lin Shi noticed that a poisoning negative status appeared on his panel. However, the impact of this negative status on him was almost negligible. His equipment durability hardly diminished. The effect of the Li Dai Tao Jiang attribute meant that all the damage he took was borne by his equipment durability instead. But after gaining so many attributes, Lin Shi now had quite a significant body resistance effect. The durability lost due to the poisonous mist was even less. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from the gushing mud. The mud twisted and curled, extending out tentacle-like appendages that struck out rapidly in all directions. Watch out and evade! Lu Bu's loud voice rang out, warning everyone around. Boom! The mud tentacle crashed down, sending large splashes of mud flying, leaving a long corrosive mark on the ground. In an instant, the altar was shattered into pieces. Corrupted Poison Dragon. Points, 6,000. Finally, the boss's information appeared before everyone. Wow, the points are 10 times that of the Swamp Devourer? Lin Shi couldn't help but brighten at the sight of the Corrupted Poison Dragon's points. Just by defeating this boss, each awakened one could earn over 100 points, right? Attack! At the same time, Lu Bu's voice echoed again. Now was clearly the time to launch an attack on the Corrupted Poison Dragon. Without hesitation, Lin Shi immediately released the Holy Strike skill, throwing a large hammer phantom at the Corrupted Poison Dragon. Boom! 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 At the same time, other awakened ones launched their skills, striking the Corrupted Poison Dragon. Various skill effects dazzled the eyes, causing the mud on the Corrupted Poison Dragon to explode continuously. But the exploding mud that fell to the ground surprisingly also carried corrosive effects, leaving large areas of dark green on the ground, with poisonous mist spreading thereafter. Poisoning effect intensified. Lin Shi glanced at the prompt on his panel and couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was a boss that required a team of 50 to tackle. Even causing damage to the boss would lead to such large-scale negative effects. Especially since, after noticing a slight increase in the durability loss of his equipment, Lin Shi could further assess that this poisonous mist must be extremely harmful. It was easy to imagine that if the configuration of awakened ones in the team wasn't adequate, a total wipeout could happen here. Watch your feet, don't step on the corrosive mud areas. At that moment, Li Mingyue's calm voice rang out from the side. Clearly, she had also been keeping an eye on Lin Shi's situation. Although Lin Shi's earlier performance was astonishing enough to shock her, after all, it was Lin Shi's first time entering this team dungeon. Moreover, she wasn't sure if Lin Shi's health and resistance to poison could withstand the poisonous mist here. But soon, Li Mingyue cast aside these worries. She clearly saw that Lin Shi was now standing in the area eroded by the mud. But it's as if they were completely unaware. Just how good is your gear? Li Mingyue was stunned. Lin Shi smiled, throwing the shadow of a giant hammer at the corrupted dragon from time to time, leisurely walking out of the area tainted by mud. You have to put on a show. Otherwise, carrying such deadly poison would indeed be too conspicuous. Phase 2, full attack on the totem. Lu Bu's voice rang out again. In the continuously blooming skill effects, Lin Shi couldn't see Lu Bu's figure. Only at the altar's center, the corrupted dragon was still struggling amidst the flames, ice, poison, and brilliance. But soon after, the ground trembled, and the already fragmented altar completely shattered. Stone pillars shot up from the earth, and one could barely see that these pillars were engraved with complex runes. Corrupted totem. Points, 100. One totem gives 100 points. Lin Shi quickly understood. And right after these totems appeared, the corrupted dragon, which was still struggling, seemed to vanish in an instant. Only in the center of the altar, gushing mud was still erupting into the sky. Now, it's clear that the Awakened One's skills could no longer cause any harm to the corrupted dragon. Yet, everyone's skills had already manifested around the altar. It further obscured everyone's line of sight. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth and immediately charged towards the nearest stone pillar. He certainly wouldn't miss out on these points. Watch your health. Lu Bu's reminder was still ringing continuously. After the stone pillars emerged, the greenish poison mist grew denser, enough to obscure the Awakened One's skill effects. It was evident. This level of toxin had a considerable impact on high-level Awakened One's health. Bang! In the poison mist, Lin Shi smashed directly onto a stone pillar with his hammer. Eliminate the corrupted totem, you earn points plus 70. Still, one hit per totem. However, it seemed that due to the previous bombardment by other Awakened One skills, this totem had already lost some health, and Lin Shi didn't receive all the points. But he didn't stop his steps, rushing quickly towards another stone pillar. Eliminate the corrupted totem, you earn points plus 80. Eliminate the corrupted totem, you earn points plus 60. Eliminate the corrupted totem, you earn points plus 50. Swish! Just as Lin Shi was hammering away, he suddenly noticed a fully healthy stone pillar bursting open in front of him. Then, a small figure floated into view. It was Li Shi, and at this moment, she was holding a giant shield that was taller than a person, which emitted an unusual glow. Earlier, she had smashed a healthy stone pillar with her shield. This is a tank-type profession? Lin Shi was not too sure. Just a single shield strike directly smashed a fully healthy stone pillar. This guild leader clearly had great power. Li Shi also noticed Lin Shi, tilting her small head slightly, and her delicate cheeks revealed a hint of confusion. As if pondering why Lin Shi, a rookie Awakened One, could tread through the corrosive area and reach such deep territory. Phase 3, full attack on the corrupted dragon, destroy it. But at this moment, Lu Bu's voice rang out once more. This team leader was indeed very responsible. Lin Shi didn't hesitate for a moment and charged straight for the corrupted dragon at the center of the altar. And at the same time, Lin Shi clearly saw a shadow dart past him, speeding even faster towards the corrupted dragon. It was the giant shield in Li Shi's hands. Chapter 91, Wait. Who threw that hammer? No, buddy, that's your beautiful captain. Lin Shi looked back at Li Shi, his gaze then returned to the corrupted dragon ahead. It's hard to imagine that Li Shi's petite frame could directly throw the giant shield. Moreover, the speed was too fast. A line curved through the air. The next moment. Boom! The muddy center of the altar suddenly erupted, almost breaking in half from the impact of the giant shield. This is definitely stronger than Lu Bu. Lin Shi recalled seeing the score Li Shi had earned while checking the leaderboard for world boss hunting before. It's hard to imagine how high the damage could be from a tank class. This world truly has remarkable talents. Lin Shi sighed, his figure already charging towards the corrupted poison dragon. Amidst the thick poisonous mist, slimy tendrils suddenly struck out, but Lin Shi did not retreat at all. Vivid flames burned fiercely on him. After absorbing the flame of ruin from the guild's base, Lin Shi's deep blue flames had indeed faded a little. But their power had increased. When the muddy tendrils struck down, they visibly lost moisture at an astonishing speed, becoming dry, and their movements became stiff. In Lin Shi's hands, the abyssal hammers had already been raised high. Under the colorful brilliance of the various skills erupting from the corrupted poison dragon, he suddenly smashed down with a powerful blow. Boom! Mud splattered everywhere, along with the struggling body of the corrupted poison dragon breaking apart. Roar! Finally, a hoarse roar resounded from the surging mud, then faded weakly. You participated in defeating the corrupted poison dragon, gaining 600 points. Achievement unlocked, immunity to corruption. 600 points? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. He originally thought the 6,000 points from the corrupted poison dragon would be divided into 50 parts. It seems that as a big boss facing 50 players, it indeed has some special characteristics. Moreover, there's also an achievement. Lin Shi immediately checked it. Immunity to corruption permanently increases poison attribute resistance by 5%. Note, this achievement will be included in the settlement upon completing the dungeon, directly increasing poison resistance and being included in the settlement with points. Lin Shi was instantly satisfied. After all, the corrupted poison dragon did not drop any equipment, so this would naturally be compensated in other ways. With the corrupted poison dragon defeated, the poisonous mist that had spread around the altar gradually dissipated. Heal up, get ready to deal with the hidden boss. But Lu Bu's voice remained heavy. In an instant, warm light burst forth around, enveloping everyone present. This was clearly various healing skills from healing classes. Lin Shi glanced around and returned to Li Mingyue's side. The difficulty of this team instance was not low at all. After just dealing with one boss, they immediately faced another hidden boss. When we meet the hidden boss, remember to go all out. If we can defeat it, we'll have hit the jackpot this time. Li Mingyue explained to Lin Shi with a smile. Previously, they had divided into 5 teams precisely for this hidden boss. At that moment, Lin Shi noticed that the surrounding muddy area was gradually drying up. The originally soft ground had turned hard. It was as if roasted by scorching flames, turning the swamp into barren land. Suddenly, the dim surroundings began to brighten up, like the morning sun rising in the east. At that moment, a sun-like object appeared in the sky. Scorching sun, hidden. Points, 10,000. A hidden boss with 10,000 points? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. He knew very well, like the previous corrupted poison dragon, although it was only 6,000 points, each awakened participant in that battle had earned several hundred as well. So, this hidden boss with 10,000 points would naturally bring them even more points. Ranged classes, focus on the boss body. Melee classes, prepare for defense. At the same time, Lu Bu's voice echoed. Boom! The next moment, the scorching sun in the sky suddenly shook. A ball of fire fell from the sky, crashing down. Burning sun fireball. Points, 200. A single fireball grants 200 points. The awakened quickly took action. Young man, do you still need my protection? Li Mingyue's voice came through. Be careful, your escape scroll is ineffective in this boss's domain. When the blazing sun appeared in the sky, the marshes here had already dried up. The dungeon area transitioned from night to day, making it feel like a whole new dungeon. Lin Shi shrugged. Do I look like I need protection? Indeed. After saying this, Li Mingyue rushed towards a fireball ahead. Lin Shi's gaze also landed on the fireball in front, a slight smile curving his lips. Undoubtedly, even these fireballs released from the blazing sun would deal high damage. Even for high-level awakened ones, they posed a considerable threat. But Lin Shi had the skill spark of the human fire, making him completely immune to fire. This couldn't affect him. Moreover, he could absorb the flames from these fireballs to enhance his forging skills. With a wave of his hand, Lin Shi didn't forget to give a divine strike to the sun in the sky. After all, this sun was just a monster. No matter how high it flew in the dungeon, could it exceed 1,500 meters? He then charged forward, delivering a hammer strike to the fireball in front. Ranged classes, prepare and wait for the boss to enter attack range. Lu Bu waved his staff to release skills while directing everyone around. But suddenly, his words halted. Wait. Who threw the hammer? The blazing sun remained high in the sky, yet to fall. Among the ranged awakened, only a few could attack the sun with their skills. But amidst the arrows and skills, Lu Bu clearly saw a giant hammer. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something, scanning around but found no sign of Lin Shi. However, amidst the fireballs, hammers kept soaring high. And around, many ranged awakened were equally stunned. A hammer, a warrior? No, it should be a blacksmith. This doesn't seem to be Mingyue's skill. The sun was still over 1,000 meters away from everyone, right? What kind of hammer could be thrown that high? But while everyone was confused, the blazing sun began to fall rapidly, flames rising, causing some awakened to smoke and spill forth more fireballs. Wait, why is the boss in the second phase already? At that time, some of the ranged awakened hadn't even attacked the sun. Is this hidden boss really that fragile? Everyone questioned. Only Lu Bu wore a strange expression. For some reason, he inexplicably thought back to the time he fought a boss alongside Lin Shi. Could it really have been that kid's doing? Impossible. Chapter 92 Guild Dungeon Reward Settlement. You defeated the Sun Fireball and gained plus 200 points. You defeated the Sun Fireball and gained plus 180 points. You defeated the Sun Fireball and gained plus 200 points. Lin Chi's hammer continued to strike down, and his points were rapidly increasing. According to his calculations, even just now, by the time they finished the dungeon, his rewards would be quite considerable. Not to mention, they were still dealing with the hidden boss. The boss is in the third phase. At this moment, Lu Bu's voice rang out suddenly. Eliminate it with all your strength before it lands. So fast? For a moment, the awakened around stared in shock. Why did it feel like they were dealing with the hidden boss so much quicker this time? Wasn't the boss just in the second phase for a moment? Has everyone's power increased? Who cares, don't let the boss escape. If the scorching sun landed, it would mean their hunt for the hidden boss had failed. Until the last few attempts at challenging this dungeon, they could ensure the defeat of the hidden boss each time. This clearly required repeated strategies to gather specific information. In an instant, everyone directed their skills towards the scorching sun. However, Lin Chi did not rush to the front of the scorching sun. In fact, even just occasionally casting a holy strike was enough for his output. Instead, as the scorching sun touched down, the fireballs on the ground grew even more powerful. Tanks, be ready to defend. Lu Bu reminded once again. At this stage, it was undoubtedly the strongest moment for the scorching sun. All fireball attacks would have increased power. Everyone could only withstand the fireball attacks while fully engaging the scorching sun. But around them, it had almost turned into a sea of fire. Some awakeners were already engulfed in flames, suffering from intense burning damage. Even with the help of healing classes, their health was still being depleted. In such circumstances, if any part goes wrong, even for high-level awakeners, it could lead to casualties. Young man, how are you? Li Ningyue's voice came from not far away. Clearly, in this situation, she was still concerned about Lin Chi. In fact, originally, according to their plan, when facing the final hidden boss, Lin Chi did not need to rush to the front. He only needed to stay at the edge, waiting for the protective skills of healing and tank classes. But Lin Chi's performance was far beyond expectations. Not a big deal. Lin Chi replied, not seeing Li Ningyue's figure amidst the raging flames. The scorching sun in the sky kept descending, its speed not too fast. And the attacks from everyone were clearly dealing damage to the scorching sun, making it tremble even more. However, as one thing increased, the surrounding fireballs only became more violent. This dungeon, the bosses are all the same. Lin Chi sighed, lifting his abyssal hammer slowly. The more damage dealt to the boss, the greater the attack on the awakeners. But Lin Chi gazed at the scorching sun in midair, his abyssal hammer already charged, and unleashed another holy strike. Boom! A powerful strike, accompanied by the flashing skill effects around, struck the scorching sun. It was hard to tell who dealt the damage. But the descent of the scorching sun suddenly halted. Immediately after, the scorching sun collapsed into a black hole, disappearing from sight. You participated in defeating the scorching sun, earning points plus 1000. Achievement unlocked, immune to scorch. Achievement unlocked, marsh hidden. Additionally, the fireballs that were scattered around extinguished with the collapse of the scorching sun. Similarly, the point gain notifications continued to flash before Lin Chi. You participated in defeating the sun fireball, earning points plus 20. You participated in defeating the sun fireball, earning points plus 20. This saves another cleanup. Lin Chi shrugged. Once all the fireballs were extinguished, he looked at his points. Current points, 4329. He had earned over 4,000 points. Lin Chi glanced around. He knew that the other awakeners participating in the guild dungeon had likely earned about 3,500 points. After all, guild dungeons were meant for all members to benefit, just like forming a super large team, and the settlement rewards would naturally not differ too much. Dungeon cleared. Reward settlement in progress. Currently, the only gain is a piece of legendary quality high-level equipment. Lin Chi calculated. And this was merely an extra reward. The real gains would depend on this round's reward settlement. Soon, Lin Chi noticed that around him, the awakened ones were surrounded by radiance. This was already a sign of about to be transported out of the dungeon. Immediately after, the scene in front of Lin Chi began to change. At the same time, information appeared on his screen. Settlement completed. Level +1. You have gained the trait Unyielding Resistance, purple. Level +1. You have gained the trait Derived Speed, blue. You have obtained Maya Remains, legendary, Maya Wrap, legendary, Sunlit Armor, epic. You have gained Reputation +1000. The glow of leveling up continuously bloomed around Lin Chi. He leveled up twice. Lin Chi glanced at the experience bar, there was not much experience left to reach the next level. He estimated that after defeating a few more monsters, he would directly level up. Besides, he also obtained 2 pieces of legendary equipment and 3 pieces of epic equipment. Maya remains, legendary. Category, top. Equipment requirement, level 90. Maya wrap, legendary. Category, belt. TSK, still a set. Lin Shi smacked his lips. But at the moment, the equipment requirement was too high. Even though the attributes were good, he could not wear them. Lin Shi did not plan to keep them and intended to refine them all later. After all, the higher the attributes of the equipment, the greater the attributes enhanced by the refining. The settlement ended, and Lin Shi returned to the original square. Hey, young man, was the reward abundant? Li Mingyue waved her hand to Lin Shi with a smile. Lin Shi nodded. The rewards from this guild dungeon were indeed unmatched by other dungeons. Li Mingyue smiled and winked, saying, the rewards are not over yet. Did you achieve any achievements in the dungeon? Oh? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Are achievements obtained in the guild dungeon useful for anything else? He held up 3 fingers, indicating that he had achieved 3 accomplishments. Li Mingyue smiled and nodded. Great, you got all 3 achievements. Come on, I'll take you to claim your title. There's even a title? Lin Shi's eyes brightened instantly. Just like the Sword Saint Bai Xing and the Mage Saint Elder he saw earlier, they both had titles. And titles, just like equipment, would also provide bonuses to the attributes of the awakened ones. Likewise, in the guild base, Lin Shi saw many awakened ones with titles. With just a little inspection, he could see the titles they wore. He had not expected that clearing the guild dungeon would give such extra rewards. Chapter 93, Swamp Walker. Back to the Abyss. If you have unnecessary equipment, you can exchange it for contribution points, and you can also check if the exchange shop has any new items. Lu Bu stood at the front of the square, waving his hand to everyone. All disperse. After a trip through the guild dungeon, each awakened one who participated almost got 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. This is the confidence of a top-notch guild. Li Mingyue patted Lin Shi's shoulder. Let's go, young man, I'll take you to change your title. Awakeners in their 30s can get titles. This situation is not common. However, just as she said this, Li Mingyue's little face stiffened slightly. Before this kid, what could a title even be worth? Isn't it more outrageous to have the ability to use holy gear at just over 30 levels? Of course. She did not know that what was most outrageous about Lin Shi was actually his basic attributes. Soon, the two arrived in front of a strange building shaped like a mushroom. This is the building of the elf clan in our guild's base. If you report your achievements here, you can get your title. Li Mingyue introduced to Lin Shi as they walked inside. Upon entering the mushroom building, Lin Shi noticed that the decorations were mostly made of grass and wood, giving it a very elven style. Speaking of which, since awakening, he hadn't really gone to the frontline areas or entered the territory of the elf clan. Mingyue, you're here, where's your title? As soon as they walked into the building, a sprite approached them, hands on her hips, looking somewhat disapprovingly at Li Mingyue, revealing a stately demeanor different from other sprites. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but be taken aback. How majestic. The impression the elf race had given him was that they were generally slim in figure. But the sprite in front of him was rather extraordinary. Li Mingyue's face turned slightly red, seemingly embarrassed, and she waved her hand casually. Lin Shi then saw a line of information above her head. Sprite Honey Friend. This was clearly a title. Wait, there can be such a title too? Lin Shi opened his mouth, feeling inexplicably speechless. Li Mingyue's expression quickly returned to normal as she said to the sprite in front of them, Ailey, I came to bring him to exchange for a title. The sprite Ailey then looked at Lin Shi, a smile appearing on her exquisite face. Young man, you did well. She led Lin Shi to a lush little tree inside the building, cradling it in her arms and adopting a reverent pose. Rustle. In an instant, the little lush tree gently swayed, showering Lin Shi with twinkling lights. Detecting achievements. Detection complete, title can be claimed Swamp Walker. Lin Shi immediately chose to receive it and check the effect of this title. Title, Swamp Walker, 3 stars. Wearing effect, can summon a swamp in the area, reducing enemy target's movement speed by 15%. The titles clearly have tiers, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star title already has a decent effect. This is essentially equivalent to an additional control-type skill. How about it? Not bad, right? Li Mingyue blinked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded, not saying much more. In fact, whether it was his Abyss Domain skill or his Disaster Proclamation skill, they both had effects far stronger than this title. But the title had another use for Lin Shi. That was to hide his name and level information from the team. Even when teaming up, teammates could only see his title. Putting on the Swamp Walker title, Lin Shi then looked at Li Mingyue again. There shouldn't be any other tasks for the guild in a short time, right? In response, Li Mingyue's expression was somewhat complicated. Our guild actually hasn't recruited new awakened ones for several years. In theory, I could find some leveling areas or dungeons for you, but it seems there aren't any suitable dungeons for you right now. She was somewhat at a loss for words. After seeing Lin Chi's performance in the guild dungeon, she no longer viewed him with ordinary reasoning. Heaven knows what kind of profession this guy has awakened. For sure, he can't be a blacksmith. Then, as if remembering something, she said, "All right, there are also new recruits you gathered in Summer City. Let Lubu consider them, and they can join our guild. Though you submitted a list, I still can't guarantee that they will all join the Human Kings, most likely recommending them to join the branch guilds." Recruiting just one Lin Chi was already an exception. Who told this guy to level up so fast? Lin Chi nodded. He was not worried about Shin Bailu, as he was originally someone who was supposed to join one of the top 3 guilds on the leaderboard. Then I'll go find a place to level up myself first, Lin Chi said again. He had already made plans. The base of the Human Kings Guild shouldn't be too far from the frontline area. That meant there must be Abyss nearby. He hadn't forgotten to upgrade his Abyss territory first. Okay, Li Mingyue seemed to want to say something, but was unable to get the words out. She had never seen a new awakened one with such battle power. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Most of our guild's awakened ones are out on the front lines, so when you reach level 50, be sure to come back for a visit. We control a level 50 blacksmith profession dungeon." As she said this, she gave Lin Chi a skeptical look. "You are a blacksmith, right?" "Of course." Lin Chi forced a smile. Only at level 50 can one access their profession dungeon. But thinking of the rarity of the blacksmith profession, it did seem normal. Once I make a trip to the Abyss, I'll focus on leveling up, Lin Chi thought. Since changing jobs, he hadn't really looked for a good leveling spot. Of course, being level 38 isn't low at all. After getting a map of the surrounding area from Li Mingyue, Lin Chi left the guild headquarters. He summoned the Bone Dragon and headed directly towards the Abyss. Now, the Bone Dragon had also reached level 38, even without the enhancements from the Abyss, and could maintain its form longer. Lin Chi didn't stop at all. Within half a day, he arrived at the entrance of the Abyss. Looking down from the sky, it was clear that the area below resembled a canyon. But the canyon was pitch black and constantly emanated dense black mist. It looked like a dark wound on the earth. This is much more shocking than the entrance of the Abyss during its arrival. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. This place was different from the temporary entrance that existed when the Abyss arrived. It was a long-lasting area, much like a region of 2 overlapping worlds. Lin Chi lightly patted the head of the Bone Dragon and dove directly toward the crack of the Abyss below. "Abyss, your lord has returned," Lin Chi muttered sarcastically. He could have directly teleported back to his territory in the Abyss, but it was all bare and there was really nothing appealing there. This time, he had to find some gear or items in the Abyss that could enhance his territory. For example, the Abyss core that could increase the population of his territory, or parts of the Abyss Lord set. Chapter 94, Abyss? Like coming home. Pant. Pant. All around was dark and silent, with only the flames on the Bone Dragon illuminating the surroundings, creating a huge sound of flapping wings. Squeak. Suddenly, hoarse cries came from nearby. Immediately after, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the black area, rushing toward Lin Chi at high speed. Abyss Demon Bat, 2 stars. Level 50. It was a large group of bats, nearly 100 of them, and as they flapped their wings, they created sharp wind blades. Unlike during the arrival of the Abyss creatures here already had levels as they entered through the front line. This really seemed like a further data-driven manifestation of the world. Lin Chi had already mastered this aspect of information from the intel given by Li Mingyue. As for the 2 stars after the Abyss Demon Bat's name, it meant it had received 2 levels of Abyss enhancement. Level 50 monsters, how great! Lin Chi grinned. With the bonus from the Shared Fate trait, he wasn't worried about fighting level 50 monsters. Even against level 60, the experience reduction wouldn't be too severe. He had never thought before that the Abyss could also be considered a leveling paradise. The Abyss, as a world, naturally had all sorts of creatures just like the outside world. However, many creatures in the Abyss had received Abyss enhancements, making them stronger than ordinary monsters. In the next moment, a faint blue flame erupted around Lin Chi, instantly transforming him into a fire giant. Together with the Bone Dragon he was riding, flames surrounded them, roaring fiercely. You killed the Abyss Demon Bat, gaining experience plus 8,720. You killed the Abyss Demon Bat, gaining experience plus 8,720. There was no need for Lin Chi to lift a finger, the flames alone were enough to clean up these Abyss Demon Bats. Earlier, he had absorbed the flames of the hidden boss in the guild dungeon, his forging skill was now even more powerful. The 2-level Abyss enhancement is just slightly stronger than the Abyss creatures in my territory. Lin Chi shrugged. But then again, the experience from this thing is quite impressive. With another wave, I will definitely level up. But Lin Chi didn't deliberately search. In the outer area of a rift, it's already pretty good to have so many abyssal demon bats spawning. Jumping down from the bone dragon, Lin Chi landed in a desolate area. Surrounding him, he didn't see many abyss creatures. Evidently, even in this rift, some high-level awakened ones had come to clear it out. After all, abyss creatures could crawl out along the rifts, which would have a significant impact on the surroundings. Even within an abyss rift, not every area of the abyss must be interconnected. Lin Chi glanced around. In the distance, he could see a region on the left glowing with fiery red light. That signified large areas of magma. Even if Lin Chi went along the magma area, it would still take considerable time to reach a new area. This was also why Lin Chi chose to start from the guild base instead of his own territory. Heading along another direction, he quickly spotted ahead a group of monsters that looked like they were built from bones. Abyss Skeleton Wolf, 3 stars. Level, 43. After delving into the Abyss Rift, it was clear that the level enhancement of creatures here had noticeably increased. However, the Abyss creatures wandering in this area were only around level 40. Skeleton creatures usually don't appear during the day, so the awakened ones clearing the outer areas just let them be? Lin Chi could roughly understand the reason. High-level awakened ones wouldn't bother with the experience from these monsters. But for Lin Chi, they were quite suitable. The Abyss Domain skill was immediately released, transforming into a dark liquid that spread in all directions. Immediately, Lin Chi waved the Abyssal Hammer, summoning Abyss Guardians and Mountain Ancient Beasts, plus 2 Abyss creatures from his territory, maximizing the efficiency of monster spawning. His summoned beasts had levels equal to his current level. But with the 4 level 8 Abyss enhancement slots from the Abyssal Legendary set, the combat strength of these summoned beasts was far beyond what the Abyss Skeleton Wolves could handle. In an instant, each Abyss Skeleton Wolf trembled, and the bones forming their bodies shattered. You have killed an Abyss Skeleton Wolf, gained experience plus 7,200. You have killed an Abyss Skeleton Wolf, gained experience plus 7,200. Experience notifications kept flashing in front of Lin Chi, and within a short time, all the Abyss Skeleton Wolves here were wiped out. The 4 summoned creatures kept rushing towards the more distant monsters. Soon, as one Abyss creature was defeated, a glow finally emerged from Lin Chi. Level +1. You have gained the attribute Elemental Affinity, Green, a trait that could slightly enhance the power of his elemental skills. Lin Chi just swept a glance and instinctively looked at his experience bar. Level 39. In this Abyss Rift, the leveling speed was actually faster than he had anticipated. Then perhaps, this trip to the Abyss will allow me to level up a few more times. Lin Chi grinned. He continued searching for areas where Abyss creatures gathered. Boom! In the distance, the ground trembled. Skeletons scattered on the ground began to gradually gather, seemingly wanting to form a massive skeleton creature. In a short time, the body of the skeleton creature had already come together. Nearby, 4 awakened ones were passing through this area. The leading awakeners only glanced at the coagulating skeletal creature, then looked away. A level 50 skeletal wolf boss, probably with a 5 or 6 level abyss amplification. The 3 people beside him immediately lost interest. Although in this abyss, the higher the abyss amplification level, the better quality equipment it can drop. However, this didn't mean much to them. With their levels, even if they killed that boss, they would hardly get anything. The 4 of them were about to leave. But at that moment, one of them seemed to have discovered something. His brows suddenly furrowed. Something's not right. It seems some monster is approaching us. Hearing this, the other 3 couldn't help but tense up. This was only the outer area of the abyss. Abyss creatures generally wandered within a certain zone. What kind of monster could possibly appear unexpectedly? They immediately looked at the warning awakener, who was the scout of the team with strong reconnaissance abilities. Then they heard the scout's surprised voice. It's an 8th level abyss amplified monster, the Mountain Ancient Beast. The Mountain Ancient Beast? The other 3 awakeners were momentarily stunned. Is there such an abyss creature in this area? Moreover, it's an 8th level abyss amplified monster. Even minor creatures at this amplification level could match high level awakeners in combat. The few of them instinctively held their breath, staring ahead. Ahead, a colossal beast covered in rock armor was slowly moving forward, with billowing black mist rising between the cracks of the rocks, its immense size bringing an indescribable sense of oppression. When did 8th level abyss amplified monsters appear in the outer regions of the abyss? The Mountain Ancient Beast. I haven't heard of any intelligence regarding this. They exchanged glances, their brows furrowing tightly. Could it be something happened inside the abyss? This was undoubtedly their biggest worry. Inside the abyss, common sense could not explain anything. For example, areas that usually gathered only low-level monsters might suddenly spawn an extremely powerful boss. Let alone a 4-person team like theirs, sometimes even a large team could be completely wiped out. Stay alert. Among the four, the only female awakener, Shinsheli, immediately shouted. The monster before them was extraordinarily unusual, and they needed to be wary of it attacking them. They had no doubt that the mountain ancient beast under an 8th level abyss amplification could greatly threaten them with just one attack. I can't see its level, something's not right, said the scout in the team. The less they could see its level, the more likely it was to come from an unknown abyss area. Hiss. But at that moment, suddenly, a sound of fierce flames burning came from the dark abyss. The group's hearts raced, and they quickly turned to look, their faces suddenly paling. In the darkness, a blazing light blue flame had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, Line knew that blazing flame was approaching them, revealing a humanoid form, like a fiery giant, wielding a massive hammer. A new monster is being attracted here? The few of them shook in shock. There was definitely some unknown situation occurring in this abyss. If it was a monster attracted by that mountain ancient beast, it undoubtedly had to be a boss-level creature from the abyss. An 8th level amplified boss. That was enough to annihilate all four of them in the abyss. Shinfeng, what's going on? Shinsheli immediately asked the scout in the team. Swamp Walker scout Shinfeng instinctively said what he saw. But then he suddenly froze. Swamp Walker? At the same time, Shinsheli and the others were slightly taken aback. Isn't this the title obtained after clearing the muddy swamp copy? That is, an awakened? But the problem is, who has seen an awakened in this state? What kind of profession is this? Is it the Berserker's Berserk skill? But the Berserk skill isn't even showing fire. The few glanced at each other, their sense of crisis somewhat relaxed, but still vigilant. After all, encountering other awakened ones in this abyss also meant danger. At this moment, the figure of the flame giant had already arrived in front of them, holding a big hammer with flames blazing, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Is that the boss you want to fight? Lin Shi scanned the surroundings, and soon his gaze fell on the skeleton wolf boss not far away. Abyss Skeleton Wolf King, 6 stars. Level, 50. He did not have the intention to steal the monster, but looking at the equipment of these awakened ones, they should all be high-level awakened. They shouldn't have specifically come to clean up a level 50 boss, right? However, Lin Shi's words echoed through the flames and seemed layered, adding a sense of grandeur as they fell into Shinsheli and the others' ears. Then, Shinsheli came back to her senses. She first looked at this awakened person who had transformed into a flame giant, then looked at the hill giant beast not far away. As for the skeleton wolf, she directly ignored it. Are you kidding? This awakened in front of her, at first glance, was a top-notch awakened who would care about a level 50 boss. Thinking of this, Shinsheli immediately waved her hand. Big shot, that hill giant beast should possess an 8-level abyss enhancement. We just discovered it by chance and have no intention of fighting it. This hill giant beast looks like a small mountain. Dealing with such enhanced level monsters would just be asking for trouble. If this awakened person is interested, then it is better to just give it to them. Hill giant beast? Lin Shi was taken aback and then realized that they misunderstood, summoning it to his side. This is not a monster, just my summoned beast. Upon seeing this scene, Shinsheli and the others were instantly stunned. That is, a summoned beast? Impossible. They instinctively had this thought in their minds. An 8-level enhanced abyss creature, when could it be summoned? A hint of disbelief surfaced in their eyes. Until now, they hadn't heard of any hidden profession that could summon enhanced abyss creatures to battle. In reality, even if abyss creatures drop summoning books or similar items, when awakened use them, they can only summon ordinary abyss creatures. Absolutely impossible to have abyss enhancements. However, after seeing the huge hill giant beast crouching beside Lin Shi, they had no choice but to believe. Without a doubt, the awakened in front, enveloped in blazing flames, was definitely a powerful top awakened. So, big shot, what you asked is, suddenly, Shinsheli seemed to realize something and turned her head stiffly to look at the skeleton wolf beside her. That skeleton frame. Lin Shi answered. For a moment, Shinsheli and the others fell silent. This boss, they had planned to just skip over it. After pondering for a moment, Shinsheli seemed to guess something, her eyes flickering slightly. Big shot, I am a member of the Mage Association. Which guild are you from? Are you also here to clear out the abyss area? Mage Association. Long ago, Lin Shi had learned quite a bit about the existence of associations. Every profession has its own association, which is different from guilds, gathering solely based on the professions of the awakened. For example, the blacksmith profession also has a blacksmith association. However, wanting to join an association also has certain requirements. Lin Shi did not intend to reveal the name of his guild, Tiandi Zhuang. He just nodded, sort of, if you have no plans to eliminate that boss. Just leave it to me. We are willing to help you, boss. Shen Xiaoli waved her sleeve generously. Since knowing that the other party had no ill intent, there was no need to worry too much, and it would be better to make a friendship here. No need for that. Lin Shi smirked slightly. Chapter 96, Abyss Quest of the Association. A bit too enthusiastic, huh? Lin Shi roughly guessed the thoughts of these few people. He just didn't intend to make an enemy of them. But that skeletal wolf over there was of great use to him. So he simply waved his hand, throwing out a nearly solid illusion of a huge hammer. The Holy Strike. Bang! Minus 183,200. The Abyss Skeletal Wolf boss, which had just materialized, instantly had its health wiped out. With the experience gained, Lin Shi waved his hand again to collect the few dropped equipment items. Only one epic level equipment dropped, which wasn't of much use. But following the principle that even low-quality materials and equipment could be used for refining, Lin Shi naturally would not waste it. So easy? But Shen Xiaoli and the others stared at Lin Shi's actions, their expressions shifting once again. A 6-star level 50 boss, they could also easily defeat, but it would take a bit more effort. Yet Lin Shi had only used one strike. It was only then that Lin Shi came before these people again and asked, "You were sent by the Mage Association to clear the outskirts of the abyss?" He hadn't encountered any particularly powerful monsters earlier, which was obviously due to these people having cleared them. Shen Xiaoli nodded. "We accepted a task from the association, we didn't expect to meet a boss here." Still able to take on tasks. Lin Shi's mouth twitched, he had forgotten about this. If he could take on a task to clear the abyss during this exploration, when he submitted it later, he could also receive some experience and other rewards. It felt a bit like a loss, but it wasn't a big deal. Lin Shi quickly adjusted his mindset. He hadn't joined the association yet, so even if he wanted to take on such tasks, he would first need to find a way. Then, goodbye for now. Lin Shi then set off deeper into the abyss. It was just a chance encounter with these few, he didn't know them and had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Wait. But Shen Xiaoli quickly called out to Lin Shi after exchanging glances with her teammates. "Boss, are you here on a summons to explore this abyss together with other bosses from our association?" Summons? Lin Shi paused for a moment, meaning, there are other top awakeners from the Mage Association inside this abyss? No. He replied, "I just happened to run into you." In response, Shen Xiaoli and the others did not find it strange. There are many associations in the world, and each association has different branches, so it was normal to encounter each other in this abyss by chance. But Shen Xiaoli scratched her head, seeming slightly hesitant. "Boss, under the situation that our association is exploring here, logically speaking, the addition of other awakeners would somewhat affect our actions." She said this very politely, but it was also a reminder to Lin Shi. Now that the Mage Association was exploring this abyss, it was equivalent to temporarily occupying this area. The arrival of other awakeners would somewhat disturb the Mage Association. But before Lin Shi could reply, Shen Xiaoli quickly waved her hand and said, "But boss, don't worry, our Mage Association isn't so overbearing as to prevent other awakeners from entering here. It's just that if the boss is willing, when you meet other bosses from our Mage Association in the abyss, you can try to receive tasks from them. This counts as a kind reminder." Lin Shi instantly understood. The association is a rather large organization and is not like a guild full of cohesion. In general, it is rare for many awakeners to be mobilized to occupy a certain area. However, regarding what Shen Xiaoli said, he was indeed a bit concerned. Being able to take on tasks. This is simply perfect. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Shi nodded in response and continued on his way. Shen Xiaoli and the others silently watched Lin Shi's departing figure, and only after the ancient beast of the mountain had moved far away did they finally feel at ease. To summon an 8th level abyss-boosting ancient beast, this big shot, I don't recall hearing about him before," said the scout Shen Feng. Shen Xiaoli also shook her head. But just at that moment, from the black fog behind, shadows suddenly flashed by. "Be careful, all are 8th level abyss-boosting monsters." Shen Feng immediately alerted them. In the darkness, 3 shadows had already emerged one after another, abyss guardians, abyss evil spirits. Compared to that ancient mountain beast, these 3 monsters were clearly more common in the abyss. But as they watched these 3 monsters swiftly zoom by not far away, the group quickly understood. They are all, that big shot summoned beasts. For summoned beasts with 8th level abyss boosts. Shen Xiaoli glanced at the 3 people beside her, and their eyes in the darkness sparkled with light. "This powerful profession, it's my first time seeing it, should we notify the internal vice president?" she asked the 3 beside her. "Let's remind them." Shen Feng took a deep breath, looking in the direction where the 3 monsters had disappeared. According to the intelligence we've received, there is an Abyss Lord level boss in this abyss. No matter what stance that Awakener has, we need to let the Vice President be more aware. The association even sent the Vice President. This shows how much the Mage Association values this abyss. And Lin Chi's appearance was indeed an unexpected factor for them. Lin Chi was unaware of Shen Shaoli and the others' thoughts. He just continued deeper into the abyss, turning all the monsters he encountered along the way into experience points. The monsters in the outer area were indeed not very strong. Only occasionally did some high-level monsters appear, and Lin Chi also took them all down. Level 50 must be the boundary between the outer and mid-levels of the abyss. Lin Chi muttered. In the outer abyss area, monsters generally do not exceed level 50, but as he delved deeper, their levels had clearly risen. You killed Abyss Shadow, gained experience plus 12,100. You killed Abyss Shadow, gained experience plus 12,100. But likewise, Lin Chi's experience bar was quickly accumulating. With the previously obtained title, together in adversity, and considering Lin Chi's current level, even monsters over level 60 could still provide Lin Chi with experience that didn't drop significantly. In addition, along the way, Lin Chi had also collected a lot of equipment and materials. Just as he was planning to continue leveling here, Lin Chi noticed a group of Awakeners appearing ahead. Looking roughly, there were more than 10 of them. Awakeners from the Mage Association? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. He still remembered Shen Shaoli's earlier reminder. Since he encountered the Awakeners from the Mage Association, he could also try to see if he could take on a task from them. This would be an extra reward. Thinking of this, Lin Chi simply withdrew the flames surrounding him and stepped forward. Chapter 97, Asking for Directions, Should We Attack? Everyone, I heard there are tasks to be taken here? Lin Chi casually approached, his gaze sweeping over the titles above the heads of the more than 10 Awakeners, eyebrows slightly raised. Shadow Walker. Murderer. Outlaw. Chaos Seed. Wait, are the titles worn by the Mage Association members also sinister? The Mage Association's current recruiting standards are really wild. Lin Chi smacked his lips, instinctively criticizing. In fact, at the moment he discovered these titles, he had already realized the problem. Most of these titles he had learned about during his 2.5 years at Summer City High School.